out there. It looks a lot like where I live.
Oh, there's a lot of activity in the water.
Good,
A lot of trout. Yeah.
good, good.
So I hope the camera doesn't go too far up. Can you
Um,
see everything all right?
it looks good so far.
All
Looks
right.
good. Let's see. Change this layout a little bit. There we go. Much bigger picture.
Cool.
There we go. Awesome.
All
How
right.
are you?
Well, I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing well.
So glad that you could do a little stream.
Yeah, why not? It's for fun.
Yeah, yeah.
How is the cabin treating you?
Well, I haven't been treated. I just went in and out.
Oh, that's
I just
funny.
got here. I got here a little late, so what I'm gonna do
I see.
is I'm gonna use this lure. It's perfect for trout fishing.
Awesome.
So this will be the first throw in almost a year.
Oh, wow.
So the
Well, I'm
line
glad you
might,
figured it out.
yeah, the
Oh,
line might just snap. If it does, I'll
well,
just have to replace it. I just can't wait
I see.
because it's a little,
Oh, looks
foggy.
like it got dark on your end.
Oh, really? I guess that the screen. I know if I get a fish now and it's dark, that would be really horrible.
It's possible.
It is
It looks like
possible.
maybe the phone is flipped around or something.
Oh, it did. It did. It did. So that when I throw, I have to be careful. I have to
Aha.
stand as still as possible when I throw. Oh, let's see. There.
Eh,
All right. This is the one.
very good. Catching dinner, huh?
Ah, yeah. This is the trout. I mean, it's really, really good.
Man, it is. It's so funny how much like where I live it looks there.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you might as well be at the lake near where I live or the rivers where I live.
That's so
Pine
cool.
forests, water, mountains everywhere.
Yeah. Do you have these little pests that go after your blood as well?
Oh yes. Oh yes.
I got one.
Mosquitoes
I
like
got one.
crazy.
I got one. Okay. So just gotta
Oh,
be
that's
careful.
exciting.
It is. Oh, come on. Oh, oh, that's not a trout. All right. It's a little one. Can you see it?
I can't see the fish yet. Oh, yes. What did you catch?
What is this called in English? I don't know. Is it a? I'm gonna let this one go.
Oh, I don't know. It looks like a small rainbow trout almost.
All right. Okay, so we call it. Maybe you can look up the translation. We call it abor.
I can.
So it's
Oh my goodness. How do you
A.
spell that?
Yeah, it's A
Okay,
B O
go ahead.
and R.
Oh, perch.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's a big perch.
Yeah, the perch get really big here.
I seen that. I'm sure we have perch that are bigger too. We don't fish perch, so I mean, sometimes you
It's
catch perch if you ice fish, I guess.
I see. Hmm. Thing is, if you get one perch, they go in steam, so you usually catch a lot in a row. They're kind of a hassle to eat, but they're really good.
Wait. Let me see here.
It's so cool
Yeah,
that I can.
it
It,
is freaking cool.
yeah, that I can fish with my friends and stuff. It's amazing. Two of my favorite things to do at once.
Yeah, I think it's freaking cool that you can be out there like that. You have cell service out there, or how did
Yeah,
you?
I have a portable Wi-Fi in my pocket,
Oh,
and it's connected to a power bank. And I have another power bank for the phone. So at some point, my audio might get lower, and I won't be able to. I don't know if will be able to hear or not, but I gotta do that after a while. I don't know how long it will last, but I guess this is a good test.
heck yeah,
Do you see the water all right?
yeah, yeah.
I can feel that that's another perch. Oh, it let go. Good. I don't want to
Oh,
purchase.
right. Give me the trout, dang it.
Give me the trout. Do we have any friends in chat?
Yeah, Robert Demita's in chat, and lower
Oh, that's cool.
class,
Awesome.
and Bree.
Awesome. Oh, I'd love to. I'd love to chat with all of them if they can make it to the panel if they want. If
Oh
you
yeah,
allow so, sir.
why not? They're they seem pretty excited about your fishing, actually.
Cool.
There, I posted a link. People can join us.
I think I'm going to switch the lure. I have a
Oh,
7 gram one, but I think I'm going to go with a 12 gram.
get a little deeper.
A little further and a little deeper.
Yeah.
Let's see. I got the new ones, so.
Very cool. Should go well.
It should. So, this one.
Oh, yep.
I'm still recovering
Bit more
from
flashy.
COVID. A bit more
That's
flashy.
no good.
Yeah, but
You sound better than you did.
yes, it's just random coughing here and there. But I
Yeah.
do feel much better.
Robert
What's up, guys?
Demita.
Hi, how are
Hey,
you,
How
Rob?
are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
I'm
Good.
great, actually.
Good. Yeah, looks like you're having fun out there. Oh, here, I gotta turn my YouTube off 1 second. I'm getting double audio.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. We wanted to test Dan's Wi-Fi while fishing, so he can hike or fish or whatever and still be on stream with us.
It's working, dude. Hell yeah.
And
It's
if the
working
sun's
awesome.
out, oh my gosh, it's really beautiful here.
Yeah.
You're
Well, the
back
other day when
in.
you were on it was
Oh,
gorgeous in
you,
Norway.
or yeah, I was gonna say you're back in Norway now. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's cool.
Well, I've been here for
I
a while,
was
actually, but right now I'm at the cabin.
I was telling him it looks a lot like Montana in Norway.
Yeah, I live like right on the Great Lakes, so I have a lot of lake stuff going on over here too.
pine forests and lakes
Yup.
and mountains.
Yeah, not so much mountains over here. Definitely pines and lakes though. You guys got mountains over on the west side.
Yes, we are mountain laden. Been a while, Robert. I'm glad to see you again. I hope you're doing better.
I'm okay. Yeah, I've been like off and on because I've been busy. I was busy with like that medical thing for a little bit, and then I've I have a girlfriend recently, so I've been hanging out with her on the weekends instead of being online.
Oh,
So
Congrats.
that's amazing. Good.
thanks.
Good for you, dude.
Yeah, she's okay. I'll keep her around, I
Good. Good.
guess.
I'm glad to hear that, though. That's very.
Yeah, I'm actually being healthy and like not being online all the time anymore. It's all right.
That's smart.
Yeah.
That's how you start your life, you know.
Yeah. It's just hard these days. There's so many shit people out there. If you're not in your little internet niche.
Dude, so I've been on a lot of panels, you know that. The truth of the matter
Yeah.
is stuff about relationships and the dating market these days and what's your opinion on this and that. I'm like, I have zero, like I literally have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, it's pretty trash. I got lucky finding her. She's actually like cool, but I don't really like the whole like average like woman these days. I'm definitely not into.
See, my advice to people generally would be get off the internet, don't use apps, go meet people. Go talk to
Yeah,
real people.
that's how I do it too. I don't do apps or social media or anything.
It just that it seems like that's one of the biggest parts of the screwed up situation with relationships is all the
Yeah, like
digital.
a lot of the shitty people are on like all of the apps and stuff. Like a lot of the cool people are not really on those kinds of things, so you don't really meet them unless you just run into them in person. I mean, that's kind of how I am too, so it makes sense, I guess.
It's fair. That's fair. Well, that's definitely cool. I'm glad that you met somebody that aligns with you well.
Yeah, she's like a female version of me, kind of. I don't know if that's like slightly narcissistic of me to like someone that's kind of like me, but I don't know, it works.
I don't think it is. That's the way my wife and I are, and it's
Yeah.
worked for 17 years. So
Oh yeah, dude.
I think that if you have interests and hobbies that align with one another, it helps massively.
Yeah, we're not like she's definitely like a girl, like, and I'm definitely not. So there's not like it's not like 100%. But I'm used to dating like kind of like tomboy girls too. She's actually like a girl, and so I'm kind of like having to deal with that a little bit more than I usually have had to. But she's cool.
Yeah. Good. You guys going out and doing fun things, dating?
Yeah, she's like younger, so I keep getting dragged out to like bars and clubs and stuff. I feel like I'm on New Game Plus now because I did all that in my 20s.
Right.
Yeah,
That's a
that's
cool
fair.
way to say
That's
it.
fair. Well, wisdom comes with age too, so that's helpful.
Yeah, I've been keeping them all safe, you know.
Yep.
The other day we went to go try to park in the city, and it was really busy. And I was like, guys, at times like these, you have to be the one willing to park illegally, because that's your edge over everyone else. And then we illegally parked in the post office parking lot.
Hey, it's the way to do it.
I'm sharing my wisdom.
Yeah, don't park in a place you can't, on the shoulder or something, because you'll get a ticket. But if you park it somewhere like the post office, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and it's like right next to like a guy that was like working there, and there was no one else parking there. Like I'm not gonna pay $30 for parking and walk like for even further away when I can park for free somewhere and not have to walk that much. Screw that, dude.
Heck yeah.
I'm too cool for
Have you
that.
sat down yet?
Yeah, I was joking with Kat and Doom about this like a couple nights ago. Um, Doom was like, "Does she make you sit?" And I was like, "Yeah, she makes me sit sometimes."
That's the next question I was going to ask. Does she
Yeah,
make you
yeah,
sit?
yeah. Yeah, I sit down sometimes.
Oh, that's
It
good.
kills me though. It kills me.
Yeah, yeah. Your heart has to work so much less if you're sitting down.
I know, but I'm like a hummingbird. Like I just, I'm just always going. Probably because that my Adderall
Yep,
prescription has a lot to do with that, and coffee.
I'm sure. I'm sure. Yeah,
That's how my brain is anyway, so I don't mind it that much if my body's doing it too.
you got
Like
mad
I'm always,
ADHD.
yeah, big time.
I'm the same way. I'm the same way. Like I'm in my 40s now, so it's not quite as hardcore, but like my whole life has been that way. On my feet, moving, thinking constantly.
Yeah. No, I'm still going. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for it to slow down, but I don't know. At least I know I'm not gonna get Alzheimer's because my brain is like always like hyper, just like doing a whole bunch of shit all the time. So it's not gonna like
Right?
decay.
Do you have trouble putting on weight too?
Um, ah, like yeah, lately, yeah, not historically necessarily. I used to be like chubbier when I was in high school, but I've been like a really healthy weight for like the last like decade and a half or so.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah. I just changed how I like interact with food, and that kind of did it. I don't eat for pleasure, I eat like a robot. I just eat calorie blocks.
Right. Right. I as I've aged, the military actually changed me. I think because growing up I wasn't this way, but after the military, like I've been intermittent fasting ever since. Like I don't eat until dinner, and then I just eat a decent dinner, nothing crazy, and that's
Yeah,
good. I'm good to go.
I'll do that a lot too, because my Adderall will like crush my appetite all day anyway. So then I just eat like after work usually.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
it ain't so bad.
So
Yeah.
Dan, now you're casting further out, but you're not getting the bites, huh?
So here's the thing. I think maybe I should move because this
Oh.
is sort of the place I always start,
Mm.
and then you can see a little more of the surrounding area and stuff.
True.
And I also have a frog lure.
Oh,
It's a
that's
frog.
fun.
Frogler.
Yeah, it's just in it's floating in the water, and then you do like these small jerks with it, and then I usually do it when it gets dark.
And then the fish think they can eat a nice juicy frog.
Yes, and they try.
That's I didn't know. I didn't know.
I guess that makes sense that some fish eat frogs. I never really thought about it.
I actually
Would make
caught
sense.
a big trout here once by the place that I'm going to go to next or end up at, and it was a really big one, and it had a mouse in its stomach.
Oh
my
wow,
gosh.
got a mouse.
It would have to be
Yep.
a decent sized fish.
Yeah,
A mouse eater.
Yep.
I'm glad you got
What
that
the
one. We can't have a bunch of mouse eating fish or floating around out there.
I know, right? All right, so
That's
this will be the
wild.
last. This will be the last one, and then I'll see how good the Wi-Fi holds up.
Heck yeah. How late is it there right now, Dan?
What time is it at your place?
2.
2. All
And
right.
I'm on
So
mountain
yeah,
time.
so add 8 hours. Add 8 hours.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah, so 10 then.
It's 10 o'clock at night.
Yep.
Wow. It's pretty light out.
Yes.
Of course, you're really north too, so
Yeah, I know. It's really nice. I don't have to go home. Oh,
I'm just bummed out about how humid it is out here. East Coast is humid as hell.
yeah. It's like actually finally hit its summer stride right now a little bit here. It's almost 90.
Oh wow, yeah, it's hotter. It's always hotter out there, but less humid, I guess. I would take that over this though. Humidity sucks.
It does. I've noticed though that it's been more humid the last few years than it used to be. We'd have real
Oh,
dry
right.
summers and dry winters, and it's gotten more humid over the years.
I don't know why this side of the country's so humid.
we don't really have any humidity at all in Norway.
Damn, I'm
It
jealous.
was only
guys.
when I moved. It was when I moved to New York City that I experienced humidity
Yeah,
for the
didn't it
first time.
suck? Oh, it was terrible, wasn't it?
Yeah, the first time it was really extra humid, and I had just been at Western Beef, and I just bought a bunch of because I just moved there, and it was so humid that the boxes just, they got destroyed,
Yeah,
and I had to sort of go forth and
it's
back to get everything home.
it's terrible. Yeah. Oh well. I don't know. Summer doesn't last that long here, thankfully. This is more of like a snowy kind of place usually.
Yeah,
I'll take the
just a few
snow over
months.
humid. Yeah.
Yeah, same
Fall,
here. We
fall
it,
here is so bomb. Go ahead though.
no, I was gonna say it's like the same thing. We have like 9 months of winter.
Hell yeah, you know what it's like. I'll take
Yeah.
that over humid summer though for sure.
So do you
Not
go
really.
ice fishing?
I did. I don't very much now, but I did. My circulation is terrible these days, so my hands will go numb very quickly when it gets
Oh,
cold.
yeah, I
So,
can't deal. I can't deal it. That my hands too. They're like, with the cold, it's really bad.
yep.
I guess it's maybe like a tall person thing, like probably with circulation.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, and I've been
Yeah,
told that too.
yeah, because
I'm
mine's
not that
fine.
tall though.
I should just work out more. I probably have better circulation.
Yeah,
I just pull a Rob and go work out instead of getting on the internet.
dude, I don't work out. I pace around like at my house while I'm on the internet. It works though.
I could do that. Like my house has got a lot of stairs, so
Hell yeah, there you go.
And then
just run
I
the
I
stairs over and
I
over.
concocted this thing.
Oh, that's clever.
Yeah, so for the bear. So whenever I walk over rocks and stuff, it's pretty nice.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
It's probably gonna make some sound on the phone. If it does, let me know and I'll remove
If we
it.
can't if we can't endure a little bit of noise and get to see Norway, then we're dumb. Okay.
Yeah, that's a
Okay.
pretty dumb complaint. It would
Not
have to
every
be
day.
pretty loud. Yeah.
It's not every day we get to see Norway, so
That is true. All right, so let's move. I have so many like wires and stuff sticking out of my pockets. I'm like a cyborg.
I know what it's like. I have that heart implant.
And yeah, so but I got this work pants that has like 100 pockets.
Oh, nice.
yes. Pockets,
That-
pants made of pockets.
That's perfect for what you're doing right now.
A pant made of pockets, yes.
In this
All right.
pocket, I keep my car.
Dude, like Dragon Ball Z with the capsules. Dude, that'd be sick.
Yeah, exactly, dude. If somebody can finally create Capsule Corp, that would be
It would
dope,
change everything.
wouldn't it?
Think of all the times I wouldn't have to illegally park anymore.
Exactly. You like the Jetsons? You just pack everything up and walk away.
Yeah. Dude, I wish.
Fingers
we had
crossed
capsules-
the Wi-Fi holds.
And flying cars too, then that would be
man.
top.
This is another spot where I have usually gotten some fish. The water level is really low right now,
Oh,
so it'll be easier to go to where I'm supposed to go.
well, that's
The
good.
moon did you a favor then, that's good. Moon's usually good for
Yeah.
nothing.
Well, no, it's not a moon thing.
Oh,
It's,
no.
Drink less
It's,
water from winter.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
yes. It's
That's the
all,
way it is here right now too.
I see.
Our water levels are also much lower because our snowpack was less this year.
Yeah, I think this was the way. It's kind of swampy here.
So what class is saying, think of what you could steal with the capsules. That's true.
Oh my gosh, dude! You could everything.
I would steal a house.
Just like have a pocket full of. Yeah.
Just casually steal someone's house.
Just have pockets full of capsules, and they're all the different things you've taken.
I paid for all this stuff. What are you talking about?
You just got like a mansion and 4 cars. Oh, I'm good to go now.
Yeah. You just go throw like the mansion, put it up in the middle of the woods somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah. Just find some public land somewhere far enough off the beaten path and call it good.
Yeah, there would be some wild laws that would have to come into place for that kind of shit.
Screw a mansion, dude. I go get a castle.
Oh, crap.
Yeah.
Until
Yeah, castle would be sick.
Actually,
They probably keep closer track of those though.
probably. You just get a castle and then put the mansion inside of it.
Oh yeah. This is my mansion room inside my castle.
We're such goofballs, dude.
Well, it's a cool thing to think about.
It's fun for sure.
Yeah. I was actually just playing the Resident Evil 4 remake earlier today, with like the part where there's the castle.
Oh man, that game was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I thought it was sick. They did a good job with that remake. They did a good job with the Resident Evil 2 remake too, but the RE3 one sucked.
I love that they're going back and remaking all of it.
Yeah, those games, those were like all my favorite games. I wanted to remake Silent Hill 1,
Yeah.
but I guess I understand why they did Silent Hill 2 first.
Fair. Wait, is Silent Hill 2 the room?
That's 4.
Oh, okay, okay. I didn't play the Silent Hills enough.
Silent Hill 2 is like, yeah, like most people's like favorite horror game ever. It's one of mine for sure. It's really, really good. They just remade it if you haven't played it yet.
Might have to look into it.
I think it's only on PlayStation right now though.
sorry for my cough. Is it?
You're
You're
good.
Is
fine.
it like? Yeah. Good.
Do you have a lot of birch trees in Norway?
Yeah, we do. We do. As you can see.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do.
It's like mostly
Is it-
like mountainous kind of there, or is it not? Like that's always been my impression of it. Like, is there a lot of like
Yeah.
flat land? Yeah.
It's a lot of mountains. Denmark is really flat. Sweden is mostly woods. But Norway has like a lot of mountains.
Yeah. That's cool. I think
Yeah.
it makes it prettier.
It does. Where I live, there's not that much. It's like rolling hills, kind of,
Yeah.
in the distance.
Outskirts
but,
of the mountains.
The mountains is more like west of Norway and the
Oh.
central Norway
I see.
and up north.
Is it warm?
In if it's warm,
Is it warm there now?
yeah, it's pretty nice. It's like feels like I don't know 75 maybe 70
Oh, that's
no
nice.
80. Yeah, it's like really pleasant.
That's like the same thing as
That's
here
awesome.
right now. Probably just way less
Yeah.
humid.
Yeah,
It's because he's so close to the polar ice caps, you know.
Keeping it nice and cool. I dig it.
I mean, you never know.
It's like a
Dick,
big
you guys are idiots.
It's like a big refrigerator up there, probably, I bet.
Oh man.
What happened to the fish? There's no fish.
They're hiding. They're all
But I can
hiding
see
from
them
you now.
jumping. I can see them jumping.
They're
Okay,
they're
there has to be
taunting
a fish.
you.
There has
They
to be a
can
fish
see you
there.
fishing too.
They can?
Jason. Yeah, and they're definitely smart enough to know what it is and avoid it too.
But how
Yeah.
the hell can they watch the stream underwater, idiot?
No, they're yeah, that doesn't make any sense, Abe.
They got
Duh.
that fish net. They got that fish net. Oh my gosh. Oh, we're so dumb.
Well, it's better to be this way than other ways. I've tried other ways. This is my favorite.
Innocent joy is better than degeneracy and worse. So
Yeah,
it's
for
fun
sure.
to be stupid fun than it is to be other things.
We got
Yeah.
one. It's another one of those. I think I'm gonna just let it go. If it's bigger, I know that the cat really loves these, and we eat them too. But oh, well, I guess it didn't want to go away because it got caught in the net. There we go. Good.
My cat
Alright.
just eats shrimp like crazy. Like I'm afraid he's gonna
Oh
get
yeah.
gout.
Yeah, that's a favorite too. Shrimp. I want trout because it's really good, and it's really
Oh
easy
yeah.
to prepare and stuff.
It's,
When I
it's like a
prepare it,
universal too.
yeah,
Like it's everywhere, all over the earth, and it's been consumed by man forever.
right. If they eat like what do you call it? Is it called cancer? Those little shell creatures.
Crabs.
Crab? No, it's not crabs. I think it's
Uh,
crepes.
Like
like
clams or mussels.
No. It's like crab-like, but it sort of looks
Oh,
like a
okay, so
lobster, but
like
it's
crayfish and crawdads.
yeah, that's what
yeah,
we
that
call them
sounds right.
here.
If they
Yeah.
eat that, then the trout will get like a red hue,
Oh, really?
yeah,
That's cool.
and those taste even better. And then we have one that has sort of a golden hue. We call those mountain trouts, and those
Oh yeah,
are the absolute best.
the brown trout.
Yeah, it's sort of yeah.
Yep, yep. We have brown trout and rainbow trout and a few others.
Um, have a good shift, Bree. Abe, Bree says to check your dono. Bree did a
Oh,
legend.
thank you, Bree. You are a legend. Bree's always a legend.
You have a
Bree's
great
awesome.
time, Bree.
Be safe, Bree, while you're doing your danger.
So, is it possible to do a poll, or is there not like?
Sure,
'Cause
I can do a poll.
how many fish? 0, 1, 2, or 3?
Oh, that you're gonna get? Dude, I'm
Yeah.
going maximum.
Ah, thank you.
You already got one, right? Or you
Well,
mean
I
for
got
like that you're gonna keep?
that I'm gonna keep and eat.
Oh, okay. Dude, you're gonna get 3.
Uh, cool. And this is trout. It has to be trout.
Okay. With fishing, you just really never know. It's hard because some days you'll just get way too many, and then other days you'll get like not as many. Yeah.
Yeah, that is true. If anyone in the chat has any fishing advice, I'll see what I can do. Maybe I can fish a little bit differently. And who knows? Maybe
There.
I'll get a fish.
Poll is in the chat.
Thank
Poll
you.
is in the chat. How many trout will Dan catch?
I'm going 3. Oops, forgot to like the stream. Good thing I checked.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This will be the last throw right now.
Gonna move.
Yeah.
Let's see. Rob, why does my Nightbot always just turn off by itself?
Dude, I don't know. I never ran a Nightbot before.
It's only on at night.
I talk shit to them when they say dumb things to me, but that's my only interaction with Nightbots.
They're kind of jerks sometimes, I swear.
Yeah. They'll come in and just, yeah, I mean, I feel like it just has a lot to do with how someone programs them.
Probably.
I love the Nightbots. They're nice. See, guys, when the revolution happens, I'm gonna, be in good standing.
Yeah, that's why I try to be nice to them too. I don't want to be too nice because I don't want them to be suspicious, but I'm nice. I'm nice enough.
I'm nice. Try to be nice to the AI, so in the future it doesn't come for me.
Yeah, look how friendly
That's the
that
thing.
human Robert is.
All right. Let's see here.
That's a good point.
Well, we got one, but it's not a trout.
Let's be honest. If any AI is going to become dominant, it's not going to be Nightbot.
That's very true. I think it's because I started this stream in my pre-established room and not just a straight live.
Who knows?
And
it's always something dumb like that.
It is. It's so rude.
Be nice. Be nice to the fish. Damn it.
Yeah. Those perch keep coming for you, huh?
They do.
They know about the pole. They're trying to F everything up.
They do.
They're protecting the trout.
There you go. I'm sorry, but I had to do that to you. All right. Thank you. Bye. All right. Let's move. Can't keep it boring. All right.
I haven't done anything like that in a long time. I should go outside. I'll have to wait until it's like fall though. That's the only time it's fun for me to be outside.
That's fair.
I stay away from the sun at all costs.
Do you wear sunscreen?
I just don't do sun at all. Like I don't even need to wear sunscreen. I mean, I do if I have to go outside. But
what about the vitamin D?
Yeah.
No, I mean I could take supplements. I don't need it. That's probably like most of the reason I look so young for my age.
You
I was
sound
gonna
young
keep
for age
saying
too.
Do I? Yeah, I'm just like a little kid, but I'm 34 years old. That's probably how I'm able to get like a younger girlfriend.
That's good.
That's fair.
So I gotta say, remember when we did the story?
Yeah.
Dick's channel.
Yeah.
I stayed up all night editing it.
Oh my god. I forgot about that until just now. That was hilarious.
Yeah, and
that's awesome.
You guys are funny. You guys are really funny. And I just kept.
That was a fun stream.
Yeah, I just kept the best parts and stuff, and it's like 20 minutes long.
Yeah, I remember Grumple got mad that he blew himself up with a grenade.
Yeah, I have a short cope session at the end.
Nice. Abe, if you missed that, you gotta hear like a version of it or something. It was funny. Cat was hunting us. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so what we did is, the D&D campaigns and stuff, all that fun stuff that we did when we were much younger.
Mm.
We had we talked about Cat hunting Rob and K2 a while back, remember? Are you there, Abe?
Oh, Abe, you're muted. If you maybe he's gonna be back in a second.
Okay.
Am
I
I
should
there?
wait. Yes.
Oh yeah, now we can hear you. Yeah,
All right.
you heard
Yes,
all that
I
though.
remember. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And so, it's sort of. I think Bricky was the one that like started asking about what they would choose of weapons and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh
what it
my.
ended up with is that I started a prompt in Grok
Oh my gosh.
with so everyone chose a weapon and they had to have a reason for why they chose the weapon, and just one would survive at the end, and then Grok did the rest, and it was a really funny story, creepy and scary but funny. Now Grok thought that cat was a real feline, so that's
Yeah.
Yeah.
that was a
They
miss.
treat her like
but,
a jungle cat or something. It was funny.
but who knows
so
when the moon
fantastic.
is full. Yeah, it's really cool, and I thought that might be a thing, Abe.
I think it would be a cool
That would
thing.
be
I
so
would. I
fun.
mean, having just
Yeah.
did it once and how funny it was. Like, I'm sure. Yeah, if you get like a good group of people together to put prompts in, that'd be a really fun activity.
Yeah,
Our group
and the
is
one.
pretty fun.
So the thing is that what we could do, we can even have a contest. So the one that survives at the end of the finals receive like a cash prize or something.
That
Oh,
would
that's
be so
fun.
funny. Yeah,
We'll just have everybody put into the pot to make this
dude,
story.
it killed
and
me
then enjoy the
first.
money.
It killed me
Right.
off first. I came charging through the woods, just blasting a shotgun, and then cat got me.
That's so fantastic.
I was like the first or second guy that died. It was basically like the Predator, like the movie Predator, except like with Cat and us.
Super cat.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious.
Now,
I'm
because
Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah.
no, yeah, but you'll be able to see it. Bricky probably gonna upload it when it's done. With I'm gonna add sound effects and ambient music and
It's
noise.
gonna be so good. I can't
We're
wait for
gonna
that.
have to do this now. This is so fantastic.
It was good. It was
Rock
really
is a
good. That was a
wonder.
good night. Yeah, honestly, it's funny because you can just on command, you can just like just have it make something.
So wild that it can do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and so fast.
It's just
Yeah,
like a really
that's-
really autistic like savant kind of person, I guess. Like it
Yeah.
can't do a lot of things, but it can do like some things
Oh.
really good.
Shit.
Well, it's kind of like Suno, right? You just put in
Damn
some
it.
prompts and it generates a song in like a minute,
Yeah.
like a whole song.
Hey guys, I'm stuck at the railroad track
Uh oh.
Oh,
Be
up
careful.
there.
you know what they say about the track?
Well,
Yeah, don't
what do they say about the track?
don't be on it when a train comes.
Yeah, or don't go on the other side of the tracks either.
Oh, is that like a death thing?
Well, so being on the tracks would be that, but no, there's like a whole thing of like the bad neighborhoods on the other side of the tracks.
Oh, okay. It's more like a socioeconomic thing than
Yeah, probably.
like a superstition about the afterlife.
Oh, well,
Guys,
it's
I'm
Are
going
you
to have to
stuck?
cut. I'm going to have to cut the cord and retrieve the
no.
lure from the tracks.
Oh no!
Damn, dude.
Be careful.
I will. It's on the way where I'm going to go anyways.
Is
I
that
got you.
Mora?
Got it. You got it. We believe in you.
You sound so convincing. You sound so convincing.
Yeah. No, I'm always convincing.
That sounded
I'm always
convincing too. Your words are saying one thing, and your soul is saying something else.
No, yeah, you got it. You got it. You're gonna be fine.
You're gonna be fine.
Can you stop encouraging me? I feel really sad.
Oh, like no energy, no convince.
Yeah.
Sing tone whatsoever. Just
Get
dry
some sun,
monotone.
damn it. Get some sun.
No, I can't get any sun, dude.
All right. All right. We love you.
I'm in my air
Rob's
conditioned
over
house
here
and
doing
I
Clear Eyes
ain't leaving.
commercials.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm related to Ben Stein. Did you guys know that?
Oh my gosh.
I remember him from the movie Casper when I was a little kid. That was a long time ago.
All right. Oh, so many ants up here.
Also, the movie Hook, the Peter Pan kind of movie with
I
Robin
love that
Williams,
movie.
dude. That was so hype when I was a kid. I loved that.
Now, where the hell is the lure? The lure. The lure. Oh, hold on.
That's a fun word that people probably say differently in a lot of different places. Like we would say like lure.
Yep.
I think I got it. Yes, I got it. Woo! It
Hell yeah,
worked,
dude.
Robert. It
Hell
worked.
yeah! I told you it was gonna be fine.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. You also told me I'm going to get 3 fish.
Yeah, well, you will. Just watch.
It's so funny. Like, I can't believe you, but now I'm starting to believe you. Because of, the past and history and
Yeah.
learn from history. And I think I'm going to get 3 fish tonight. Oh my god.
I'm really good at controlling the tone of my voice to imply certain things.
Yes, I believe you. Hold on. Let's see here. Okay, so here's the thing, guys. The water is really low, so there's going to be fish trapped here. And I'm just going to try. There's a big chance I'm going to get stuck because it's like a lot of rocks
For a
all over
second,
the place.
For a second, I thought I heard you say that you saw fish tracks.
Well, once I mean,
I was like, damn, dude.
What? Oh, I'm laughing so hard. That's so ridiculous.
I know.
Oh,
Yeah, what's up, Shazzy? Welcome, Shazzy. And K2. Or K
hey,
squared, I'm
Jazzy,
sorry.
K2. All right, so
oh man.
hold on here.
Don't follow the fish tracks.
Well, I'm supposed to, right? I'm gonna follow
If you're
the
following
fish
fish tracks, they're probably not fish tracks.
tracks. What do you think they are?
I don't know. What kind of animals you got out there?
We got moose. We got badgers.
You got big ones
I have-
out there? Like, you got any bears or anything?
I mean, wolves and bears do exist, but there are almost none of them. I mean,
Oh, okay.
bears for sure. I could see a bear, but I've never seen one when I've been fishing.
We have a lot of black bears here. Maybe some like brown bears, but not really a lot.
Right.
Black bears are basically just like giant raccoons. They're not really that scary.
If I ever encounter a bear in one of these streams, make sure to clip it and send it to whatever.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, for sure. We can at least do that for you.
Yeah. Do that because I might not be able to do it
Like,
myself.
This guy picked bear. Look what happened to him.
Yes.
Oh, gosh.
Now we can't show most of this clip. Whoa.
Right.
Dude, that's a bad way to go. Like honestly, bears are like legit monsters. Like those big like Kodiak bears and stuff. Terrifying. Polar bears too. They're like real monsters.
Polar bears are like the worst.
Yeah, they kill for fun apparently. That's pretty brutal. They're just killing machines.
When I lived in Alaska for a while, and some of my family had lived up there over the course of their lives, and they said that in some of the northern towns they lived in, they actually had town watches back in the day that would literally post up with rifles during certain
Yeah.
seasons
Yeah, dude.
because they come into the
Yeah.
town.
Up there, I'm sure. Yeah, they're not scared. They don't care. They'll just go wherever. They're not like. I mean, their whole like time evolving there. They're like nothing could ever stand up to them, like even a little bit. So
Yep.
they're not really afraid of anything.
No. No, and we have grizzlies where I live now, but they're
Ooh.
nothing compared to polar bears.
No, polar bears are terrifying. Yeah.
Teriak, how's it
Yo,
going?
yo, what's the crack, boys?
Yeah,
How
what's
are
up,
you?
dude?
Not too
Not too
much.
bad.
We're talking about bear attacks.
Yeah,
While
it piqued my interest with the whole phenomenon we're seeing with women, where it's like, no, I'll pick a random bear over. A
Oh,
random
I
man.
know. It's so dumb.
Craziness.
It's the most cringy, eye-rolling shit ever.
it's funny because I went when that all was happening. I went in the kitchen. I was talking to my wife, and I was like, "Would you pick to be in the woods with a random guy or a random bear?" And she's like, "Well, I wouldn't want to be in the woods with a random guy because I don't want you to be mad that I'm in the woods with some random guy. But I definitely wouldn't want to be in the woods with a bear."
Yeah,
We live in-
it's about
we live
like
in the
survival.
mountains.
Yeah, it's
So-
like survival chance, I guess. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
But she's
it's like with
like,
any
yeah, no.
decision.
No bear.
You want to make sure you're making the most optimal decision you possibly can.
Right.
Hypothetically speaking. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's why you do hypotheticals. That's the way you test logic. So it's like,
Yep.
that's why you give extreme case, because it's like, even in this extreme case, if this logic still holds,
Yep.
then it's good logic. Do you know what I mean?
No, yeah,
Because,
she's-
like,
she
I can
even said that.
technically-
She's like, all these clips, they're idiots. These women are retarded. She says that to me.
Well, they think they're just like they are. They're like whatever like the media they consume just makes them think like every like man is a rapist,
Mhm.
and it's like ridiculous. It's such a low percentage of men that actually do shit like that.
But it
That-
goes to
they
show
have no
propaganda.
experience with bears.
It is propaganda. It's bullshit.
But if you
Oh,
blast them with enough of this like propaganda where it's like, man is your enemy, then no
Yeah.
wonder you're seeing the outcomes that you're seeing, where a lot of these chicks,
yeah,
like they'll spend all these money on these Taylor Swift stuff, all this money on makeup, all this money on nails, hair, BBL, Botox, all this kind of shit.
I know.
And then they'll say, well, I can't afford a kid. Yeah, because it's like, it's around your
'Cause
waist.
You look like a human blow-up doll. Yeah,
Exactly. You know what I mean?
it's so
And, like,
gross.
this-
I hate it when girls do that.
But like, this is why Andrew Wilson like keeps beating the drum off, like, or keeps giving the example of, okay, we put these bitches in cages and we just turn them into baby farms, because like essentially that's what like a woman's greatest worry is, or a
Yeah.
greatest worry for women in society is that they're basically just used as baby makers. Like, that's the whole like feminist propaganda 101. It's like, you don't want to be just a baby maker, all this kind of shit. It's like an insult to them. But like, fundamentally speaking, like if you're going down this path of like the sex industry, all the shit, that's why in my debate with on Tomato against Millennium Mike, I was talking about Aphrodite. It's like, that is fucking the whore of Babylon, boys. If all these sex workers start then selling their babies and all this kind of shit, how are we gonna counteract this? Because like, that is literally end times, end days, at least in terms of
Dude, yeah,
Christianity.
we're there.
Right.
No, I'd say we've been in much worse situations than before. Like look at Spain circa 700 AD. You know what I mean?
Sure. I just think that you can see a trend of things that are all happening globally, moving towards a certain direction that are not for the betterment.
Yeah, because it's like, I don't know, there's like what, like 4 families that own like every media outlet ever. So I don't know. I wonder where it's coming from.
But this is where like the leftists, or quote unquote the liberals, they're not really liberals, they're communists at this stage. I mean, just look at the NYC mayor.
Oh, you're right.
Oh yeah.
Like it's full blown communism. Like let's just call it what it is. But like the liberal sense, what would have been the position, or to strike against a lot of this shit, is they would at least agree that reality is objective, morality is objective, truth is objective. They would agree that all this. But like, this is why it's like so easy for Andrew to do debates against lefties now, because it's like all he has to do is just talk about it from the core. If you watched the debate last night,
Man,
he's like, okay, let's just talk about morals, and then they shit the bed and they say it's all subjective, it's all relative. Sorry,
I was going to go up last night. Martin and I were talking before that all started, and I was going to go up after all of that and ask a few questions. And I just wanted to try and poke and let them know what they were missing, because by the end he still didn't understand why the circular thing was happening.
Yeah.
Like, he
No, it was
still
really
didn't
embarrassing watching
understand.
it. Yeah.
He still didn't understand that the self and the consensus, when they don't agree, there has to be a foundation to fall back on besides the consensus and the self. And they couldn't get it. They literally could not understand that if your preference and the consensus aren't the same thing, you have to turn to something else, because you can't be right and the consensus be right at the same time if they're opposing. And they couldn't get it. They literally couldn't understand that's what was being said. And the whole time I'm sitting in the chat like, holy crap.
I know.
How
It's
disconnected
bad.
from logic do you have to be to not understand what's happening?
Well, they're doing nothing that they like interact with like is logical like in that way, so they're not used to dealing with it. I think.
But this thing, it's the NPC meme. Like, that's what, like, when James Lindsay's talking about woke, that's what he's talking about. And when he's talking about woke left, woke right, it's the same thing. It's this whole thing of like, I've learned this script of like this certain ideals, and I'm just going to apply it to every situation. I mean, that's why like they'll always say like black people can't be racist. It's always a paradigm. It's all about shifting definitions, all this kind of shit. That's why I say like fundamentally, you see like they cannot debate, because the woman that Andrew was facing, she completely just spurred out, and like that was Andrew's whole plan all along. It's just to keep just like poking her, poke the bear, to use a pun, and then like I said, just watch a spur out, and then we seen with the guy, was it Timu David Spade, essentially like he wasn't even able to understand what he was saying. He wasn't even able to repeat what he was saying, let alone what Andrew was saying. And like there was certain key moments where it's like, okay, these dudes that are getting these 12-year-old boys to Papua New Guinea to come wars, like, do you think we should wipe them out? And the bro was like hesitating because he doesn't want to concede any ground to Andrew. And it's like, they don't know how to debate, bro. They literally don't know how to debate, because even sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say not just that. He also isn't going to say it because he's afraid of saying anything outwardly in a judgment way, because he's afraid that's going to get clipped. Instead of saying, yeah, morally, you should do that.
But like,
that guy
this is the thing.
Yeah.
You can be an atheist, you can be like a liberal and like believe in objective morality. Do you know what I mean? And when Andrew goes down to that thing of like, okay, let's get to the core essence, there is a move that like these liberals could play on Andrew and puts him then back against the back foot, and it completely shifts the whole conversation. But I dare say they don't even have enough theology to do that. And that's why, like, I even messaged Sarah afterwards, like, Sarah, like, please, if any of these 2v2s come up with like these liberals or these lefties, at least let me know what the topic is and see if I can hop in, because at least you'd have like a proper back and forth and not like a complete dishevelment. Because there was no, they literally made no argument. And just to cap off as well, sorry, Abe, but like if you ever have how you know you lost the debate is if you ever go into debate and you had like this whole like plan of how it was going to go, and you didn't cover anything. That's how you know you completely lost the debate.
Yeah.
Right. Well, and they kept saying, like, by the end, they're like, oh, I feel like we didn't accomplish anything. And it's like, you didn't accomplish anything because you didn't actually go down the lines of logic at all. You got stuck because you don't even understand logic.
Well, I dare say they were fucked as soon as they agreed to the title, because they have to prove, or they have to make a case that it's immoral to take the land. And not only could they point to moral examples, they could have just taken the position of, oh no, we're just amoral, and you have to convince us that it's immoral. And then they just sit back and in turn critique the thing all night. You know what I mean?
Right.
But Andrew didn't even let them make the argument. That's how good Andrew is.
Like, all Andrew had to do was take the middle ground, and so long as he's in the middle ground, it's not immoral or moral. It couldn't even prove either way.
Yep.
It's the whole vanilla versus chocolate. Well, what about the other flavors? Oh, game over.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
and that's why. But that's why it was such a demolish. Because like in pure kind of simple case of like, should we wipe out the Papua New Guinea PDF files? It's like that's an easy yes, or at least a very kind of like let's deal with them in some sort of way. That's an easy yes from like the majority of rational thinkers. But because you're so focused on this thing of like, I can't justify taking land or kind of like foreign affairs or anything like that, because then I'd lose the position. But they, like I said, they were already coming at it from a losing angle because they were in the affirmative.
Well, yeah, first of all, the affirmative as a non-foundational moralist of any kind, and then you can't argue it because you have no foundation for morality. Like if they at least had a foundational definition of morality, they could at least try to defend the definition, but they didn't stand on any principles whatsoever the entire debate. There was no definitional agreement because they couldn't even get past the beginning.
Yeah, because that's their whole game though. They just try to call anything they don't agree with immoral. Then when you actually quiz them on it, which Andrew done accurately, you see what happens. They can't even give basic semantics or definitions. And that's what the debate essentially turns into.
And then to get mad about semantics, that's I mean, I get it. I get that Andrew is a very semantics-based debater, but all you had to do was give the definition of rights and moral and theft. And if they had buttressed their argument by giving good enough definitions semantically, they would have had ground to stand on. But they didn't even know or understand who they were going against or what it meant. Like
the dude said like he that was like I think his first debate, so I guess it kind of showed.
But like that's what I'm saying though. In terms of like the essence, it's good to see an absolute like mollywop. Like you go to UFC or even NASCAR. Like there is the whole suspense of like you're going to see a crash and it's going to be awesome, but like you hope that everyone's safe, all that kind of shit. I mean, which is the same thing that Andrew does, where it's like he gives you the blood sport, but like he makes sure he ends it on good terms, all that, or he tries to at least end it on good terms and all that kind of shit. Like that's why, like I said, I think that it would be better if you had, let's say, like even Corinth, like forget me, just put Corinth against Andrew. You're going to have a much more closer or tight debate in that essence. But is that really what the audience wants? Does the audience want blood sport? Like that's the other aspect of this as well, because chat always wins, you know.
I think that both would be worth it. Corinth is a pretty good debater, so that would actually gain ground. You would actually get through the topic some, and he's more careful with his semantic arguments, and he understands where Andrew's going to be coming from. Like you and
100%.
I both know how Andrew debate, right? We understand how he debates. So if we're going to set up and prepare for that debate, we're going to sit down and we're going to outline our semantic arguments as carefully as possible, our definitions as carefully as possible. But if you don't watch Andrew and you don't understand how he argues and you walk into that room to debate him, you have already lost.
Well, like fundamentally, if the title requires morality whatsoever, you know exactly where he's going.
Yeah.
You know what
Absolutely.
I mean? And like you're talking about in terms of semantic and definition, like that's what you're trying to get down to the key and essence to. Is like, okay, what are we valuing as truth here? What are we actually valuing as valuable here? Do you know what I mean? How, like, what systems of play are we doing in this debate? And like that's kind of like an often overlooked part of debate, particularly in like you're kind of saying like form and all that stuff, because like we should all know the fundamentals on that shit. But like you see there, like just with the fundamentals alone, like you can wreck people in the debate, particularly if the title's set up in a certain way where it's like, well, they were supposed to prove that it was immoral, and they even said that they didn't even get through any of the stuff they wanted to, which means Andrew done a good enough job fucking distracting the whole debate. You know what I mean?
Yep. Well, that's the thing. Like I said, if they had sat down prior to the debate and they thought out, okay, look, I know he's going to ask me what my definitions are. I'm going to make ironclad definitions because he's most likely going to grant my definition anyway, because that's generally what Andrew does. He's going to grant your worldview and then he's going to demolish it. So at least create ironclad definitions that you can stand by and argue for. Nope, they didn't do that because they don't understand what they're doing.
But the trick, or there was a moment where they could have like clapped back, and like I said, like flipped Andrew on the back burner, where when Andrew's saying it's okay, like the whole morality case, like how are you grounding morality? Because then like the mistake they'd already made was saying that morality is relative, all this kind of stuff. When Andrew brings it into the realm of God and the fact that it's like Christian ethics and the Nicene Creed and all this kind of shit, that's the opportunity where you can flip or try to flip the argument in terms of, okay, well, what happens if we just copy paste Nicene Creed and just take out God? Like, what would be wrong with that?
Right, which in the after, some tried, right? Like Dusty and Fatty tried. But by then it's already too late. You've already seeded the
Yeah.
debate at that point. So,
Debate's technically over. It's just kind of like chilling with fans, basically.
yeah.
At that stage, you know what I mean?
Yep. So, Dan,
Yes.
the poll finished, and it was a tie, 46%, for 4 fish or 3 fish, or 4 trout or 3 trout.
Nice. Well, this is the place where I got the trout that had a mouse in its belly. So let's
Here
see.
we go.
That's scamp.
The monster trout.
And also when it gets dark, that's often when they bite.
They get hungry, you know. I guess. I don't know. I guess Bintuck said he thought that he was voting for 400 fish,
400. Oh man,
which
You
is
better
an
be quite
unrealistic
efficient.
goal. Yeah.
Unless you catch 2 fish and you multiply them.
Yeah,
Well-
like maybe if there's a fish that has a lot of eggs on it or something. I don't know. I know they
No,
just spit the eggs out. They don't have them on them,
It'd just be a miracle.
like the Bible
A
story.
loaf of bread and 2 fish. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a travesty, Teriak. I didn't think they were going to do very well, though. Right from the beginning, I listened to their openings, and they had shot themselves in the foot so many times. By the time they got through the 2 openings, I was like, "You're so screwed."
But man, as soon as any of these fucktards say more relativist or morality subjective, they just instantly lose the debate. Instantly. Because
Yep.
when it gets to this moment of Andrew, like when you push back against Andrew and say, what are you basing your morals off? Then Andrew says, Nicaea Creed, God, all this kind of stuff. Then you can't, in essence, give any other like objective standard because you've already said that there is no objective standard, which is retarded. Do you know what I mean? Because then you can't even debate which is better. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they literally shoot themselves in the foot. And Andrew, he's done it multiple times now at this stage. Do you know what I mean? But like the counter flip, if you say that you believe that morality is objective, but you don't believe in God, you can point towards, like I said, the Nicea Creed just without the God parts. And then it gets into a thing of like, why is
Right.
God important? Because if you're saying that God is what you underpin everything on, that means that God is your morality and your ethics. How were you able to understand it or realize that God or the Christian God was morally good and the rest of the gods were morally evil unless you already had a sense of morality?
I could take you down that route, but that is a long one.
But that's what I'm saying. That's essentially what the debate becomes. Now the debate is completely different to like this ass whooping that they got. Now it's
Right.
fully theological, but you have to have some theological base, and you have to be able
Right.
to point to something that you're going to go down the. Because I don't want to give the whole argument away,
Right.
and then, like I said, just like basically shoot our side. Or well, the people that I enjoy watching. I don't want to shoot them in the foot per se. Do you know what I mean? If I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it
Right.
like when I'm doing it, and like I said, I can give the counter or whatever. Like I was kind of doing the Book of Job, where it's kind of like, even if this interpretation that I'm saying is right, it still makes the fucking even better story. And I
Right.
wonder why it's been preserved over thousands of years. You know what I mean?
Well, that's like how the Gnostic informant one went too, because they were saying how could you say that it's the Christian God, and the Orthodox guys were trying to explain it through philosophy, which is fine. That's a fine route to take, but I would not have taken that tack, because you can go scripturally, and then you can go scripturally, and then go comparison by religion, and then you can go back from there and go, okay, this one's the only one that actually presupposes that intent exists within the scripture, and that everything was created with a design that has an intent, that has an intelligence, and all of these things. And I never saw that, and I'm like, why do we always go straight to philosophy rather than actually doing it in a way so that people can go, oh wait, that actually kind of makes sense.
But like what I'd be pointing at is that if I, like, when you're talking about higher power, you're talking about God. Like, I'm giving my higher power to God, and part of God is this rational thought and all this kind of stuff. Like, my counter would be like, why can't I just have my higher power as rational critical thought, and then from there say anything that is moral is rational critical thought?
Okay, so you could. I
Yeah.
would say for my side of the argument, then I would go down the line of why it's acceptable and feasible to believe specifically this God from this text makes more sense than gods from other texts. And you would still have your argument at that point to say, well, couldn't I say the same thing for anything that I've chosen? And it's hard to get around that. But either one is then equally feasible. You know what I mean?
Because the counter question that Andrew always asks, like, why is whatever you think, like the harm principle or whatever, why do you think that is moral, right? And the reason
Right.
why I say critical thought and rational critical thought is fundamental is because we would not even be able to have this conversation without rational critical thought,
Right.
without the logos, without logic. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's why it's foundational to the conversation. You're able to express that, and then, but like I said, if you're a more relativist, you're not able to do this shit. And now, like I said, all of a sudden, now the conversation is you have to explain to me why God is needed in these Nicaea principles. Because like I could see the ground say I agreed that like these are good principles to live by, except for this thing of where we have to say that God is the one true God and all this kind of stuff.
Okay, so but if you go down that route, then you have to come to a point where you go, okay, if I have a rational mind and human minds in general have the capability of rationale, where did the human mind come from? And then you end up tailing that into like tag or something like that. And then you go, okay, well, if things had to come from somewhere and it's an unexplainable event, then minds came from God. And if God created minds, then he created them with rationale so that you would have morals and you would have rationale.
What do you mean?
Like if you go down that trail, right? The human mind is capable of logic and rational thought.
Mm-hmm.
If the human mind was
like my counter,
then from the beginning of humanity, we've had rational thought.
Yeah, like my counter to the whole tag thing was like, yeah, you're kind of presupposing God though. You're kind of like saying that like without God we couldn't be able to even have rational thought. But then that's when I counter with, well, how do you know the Christian God was the moral true God compared to all these other gods? And in order for you to even
side.
No, but you're doing side by side, but you still have to have some sort of independent, your own moral system guiding you. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Sure, but that's what I'm saying. If you go back in time far enough, and if you do a side by side of the scriptures and you go, okay, if I take all of these, which ones actually describe the reality of what we live in today? And you say, okay, the closest one to the reality and design we see in the world today is the Bible. Then you would say, okay, if God created the human mind, he created with the rationale so that we could do the side by side to show that the Bible is the most likely one. You see what I mean? But you're right. If you go back far enough, you have to presuppose everything. Everyone does.
Yeah. But like that's what I'm saying when I point to like this whole aspect where God equals morality or God is morality. Like, how are you able to judge that God to being moral if he didn't already have a moral principle? And then when I point to that, I say this is me basically saying like God morality is separate, or you can at least have morality without believing in God. So then the argument back towards tag or back towards this whole concept of like the Nicene Creed. Why do we need to involve God into the likes of rational thought, logic, all this kind of stuff? Do you know what I mean? If you
then
can,
but then mine would be that he designed the brain with the capability to do that thing.
Yeah, but that's presupposing God again. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, we just designed it that way. Yeah.
Right.
But what I'm saying is that you don't necessarily need to have God. It's like it just simply is. Rational thought just simply is. You know what I mean? We're able to understand it and all this kind of stuff, and it's a useful tool to even facilitate this conversation. But it just simply is.
But if you put that into perspective, what are the likelihoods of life existing in the first place, and then it evolving into what it currently is, and all of those things? Then you'd have to say, okay, the astronomical chance of these things occurring are so off the scale that is it likely that these things would happen? Okay, but then, oh yes,
hey, my man,
beauty.
It's not a trout, but this is a good one.
Beauty.
Do we count it on the poll?
Decent weight to it too.
It won't count on the poll, unfortunately.
Damn.
Oh. But like you're saying, you're going to come to a metaphysical principle, whether it's logic or God, and either way, you can't prove or disprove it. So, you know what I mean? All you can do is argue better.
Yeah, like
whoever
can
argue it better wins.
My whole counter to Andrew's thing is that, because like I said, like I agree with like a lot of like Andrew's positions or his prescriptions. Do you know what I mean? Like I think that he gets a lot of shit for saying propaganda is the way to solve this birth rate crisis. He gets a lot of shit from a lot of people that's supposedly on quote unquote the same team, whatever the fuck that means. But like realistically, like that is the fucking solution. It sounds very simple and like it'll never work, whatever. But think about it. If you had Taylor Swift and the top 20 artists like Rihanna and all this kind of shit, you pay all them off to all they're singing about, all they're talking about, all they love, quote unquote, is babies, having babies, talking about babies, all this kind of shit. Then you will see a significant change. Imagine these stadiums full of all these Taylor Swift fans all getting knocked up because the girl Taylor Swift is talking about babies and family and all this kind of shit. Overnight,
and
it would switch.
we know that these record companies dictate a huge portion of content that comes out of them. So, like, what gets sung about is what they want sung about, you know?
Yeah, but like that's what I'm saying. Like in terms of like with Andrew, like I agree with a lot of subscriptions, but fundamentally, what I disagree is this concept of like needing a deity. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because like for example, right, like Heraclitus would say, like would this sound like God to you, right? God is the rational underlying structure or law that unifies and regulates the cosmos, despite the constant change and flux. It is the eternal truth or reason that permeates all things, connecting opposites like fire and water, day and night in a dynamic unity. Does that sound like God?
Maybe. I mean, you'd have to dig further, but see that for me, okay, I would say that those are things that would be included in, but not the epitome of.
Well, yeah, like it's the rational underlying structure or law that unifies and regulates the cosmos.
Sure.
Despite the fact that like the cosmos is constantly changing, the river and all this kind of stuff, you know, it, like daytime becomes nighttime, this constant change, like this underlying law is what governs everything. Correct?
Yeah.
God is the eternal truth or reason that permeates all things, connecting opposites in dynamic unity.
So you're saying all of ancient philosophical teachings would encompass it without the identity.
Yeah. Like the mere essence of reality.
Okay, but say you take those things and you just say there's a personhood. What difference does that make to you?
Like I said, like fundamentally it's the same thing. Because like I said, this is Heraclitus' definition for the logos, which is like logic, reason, critical thought. And he's like, the logos is like the underlying structure or law that, like, the only reason I'm able to explain what the logos is because of the logos. It is that fundamental. You know what I mean? And that's what, like, I think a lot of these communists or retarded liberals, whatever way you want to call it, like that's the essence that they're missing. And that's why postmodernism is cancer in colleges. Because like postmodernism is all about this whole like moral relativism. There's no objective realities, no objective truth. There's only your truth, my truth, all that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Whereas when they recognize, okay, when you go back to the ancient Greeks, like this is the same thing where it's like, okay, when you hear the ortho bros talk about God being logic, critical thought, like all these like metaphysical concepts, that is God. That's the same thing where we're talking about like this essence of the logos, this critical thought, rational thought. You know what I mean? Meaning.
At that point, you're just talking about a divergence in framework. Because if you're still saying that these things coexist as natural principles, and somebody else is saying these things come from God, you're still saying the same thing. You're just saying it a different way, and you believe differently because of that. But then there's the question that would have to be answered. And, well, I guess from one viewpoint it would have to be answered. From the other viewpoint, I guess it wouldn't even matter. You're worm food. But if metaphysics exists, if an afterlife exists, and you believe only that these things are principles that pre-exist or that the mind generates, and that we're just intuiting how things work, and they work that way because they work that way without a God, then one set of people will say, okay, well, if it's God, then I need that so that I have life after death. And the other people will say, okay, I'm just worm food anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but like, would you not still act morally even if there wasn't an afterlife?
I think that most people would have some moral action, yes. I by no means am I saying that every individual has to have God for morality to exist. What I would say is that God generated humans, and the human mind intuits the world around it, the universe around it, and logic is generated therein, and then morals come from that because God created it. Even scripturally, it talks about the law being written on your heart. I think that has to do with your moral compass in a human being. So you could say it comes from one thing or another thing, but regardless, it's there.
Yeah, but like I said, like I don't like when you're kind of like drawing the comparisons between like for example like you don't have to believe in God, but you can still have like the same structure, just absent of God. Like that's what I'm trying to point to in terms of like there is, let's say, an objective standard there that does not require God that would produce the most flourishing for humanity. And like
I by no
yeah,
means am I disagreeing, and that's part of the issue I have with some of the ways that I see these debates happen. I'm not saying that you have to have God to have morality. I'm saying that I believe that we have morality because we were created. That it's inherent in the human because we're created.
Yeah, and I'd agree in the sense of like that's why I point out is like, well, before you kind of rationally came to the conclusion that or philosophically came to the conclusion that the Christian God is the true God, you already would have had to have that sense of morality in you.
Right. Right. That's been in humans since the beginning of humanity.
Yeah. So like belief in God does not necessarily require morality then.
I don't see, and I would never argue that belief in God is what generates morality. I would only say that morality exists within humanity because they're created by a God.
Yeah, and it would be better for humanity, for example, to want to live morally, irrespective if God exists or not, rather than if humanity only acted morally because they believe God existed.
I think that humans should act morally in the world around them because they're human and because there's a God. I think that that's a better framework than acting as though you have morals because you believe in God, rather than saying because we're humans we should treat each other with respect, care, and kindness, and I believe that I should go above and beyond what I naturally would do because I'm Christian.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to get at, where it's like I point out where it's like fundamentally you can still have the same moral framework, but absent God. But then when
And
I
I'm
say
not
it's like which
disagreeing.
is better, because like fundamentally, if you're only acting good because you think you'll be rewarded in the afterlife, versus someone who just naturally acts good, I'd say that the person who naturally acts good would be the more moral one. No.
Well, I will say, okay, so for myself, because I don't know what's in another person's mind, right? Every person's kind of an island. I can't know how you feel or think, but I would say if I act irrationally and immorally, I feel wrong for doing so, regardless of whether or not it's about my Bible or my God.
Yeah.
So I don't want to do wrong to others just because, and I don't do right because there's a reward. I do it because it's what's right. And then, like I said, then beyond that, right, beyond what is natural to us to act in a moral way would come because I believe there's an even higher standard that I must hold myself to beyond the normal, right?
Yeah, but like nothing there has anything to do with God, though. That's my point. And like I want like more like humans like you, in or with that kind of viewpoint where it's like I don't need some sort of deity to keep me in line. Like I'm keeping myself in line. Like that's a better mentality,
Well,
correct?
I think that every human being should have morality and self-control regardless of their belief system.
Exactly. And like that's what I'm saying in terms of like getting a cohesion, because like fundamentally like you're never going to like there's so many different religions that it's like this whole like idea of like the whole world forming over one religion. it is like I said, the whole New World Order, like that's like okay, end times kind of thing. I think we can all kind of agree, like that's kind of like end times when there's like one ruler, like Sauron over the whole planet, all that kind of shit.
Well,
But fundamentally, like when you look at like all these different religions, there's not going to be one that takes over. So there needs to be some sort of objective underlying standard of like morals or ethics or principles that the society is governed by, which could draw in from like all these different religions. I'm not opposed to that necessarily, but what I'm saying is that like this is the main reason why like America being a secular state is such an important thing, or having secular states is such an important thing.
I think that I agree for the most part. I don't think that any religion should rule over governments worldwide or nationwide or anything like that. I think that morality, in a sense, enshrined is good. And I didn't say specifically that it has to be Christian-based morality, but I agree with you. I don't think that we should have a world religion. You and I both know, though, there is a certain one that will do it if it can do it.
Well, like that's why I keep trying to point out that the two greatest threats to America is communism and Islam.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
And like the danger in that essence is that like you see like let's say the Republicans or like the more religious folk of America which would be tied to Republicans, like that Islam's going to capture them, and then you're going to get communism to capture a lot of these
and you realize
liberals or communists.
You realize that's exactly what Andrew was pointing at when he said Dearborn, Michigan, when he talked about the grape cages, when he talked about all of those things. He was pointing to the fact that a United States city has already been entrenched, and that if one can, others can, and that growth could become exponential. And if it's not stopped, then it'll be bad for everyone. And they didn't catch that either.
Well, like I said, the reason why I'm saying communism and Islam is that look at the mayor in New York City.
Yep, I know.
Like
Yeah.
you would expect that the New Yorkers would have learned their lesson with Eric Adams,
No,
but they're putting in an even more socialist or
No.
communist, whatever word you want to use, Democrat.
they can't, because they're blinded. They're blinded by their liberalism, by their leftism, that states that they need that diversity, and so they will uphold diversity at the sake of their own life, at the cost of their own life, even.
And this is the dangers of like losing your rational thought, your capacity to be able to critically think. Because,
Absolutely.
for example, like I was on Jake's podcast, Product VO Pod, with Furby, and Furby was there like trying to make a case defending like the Iranian regime, like Hamas and all that kind of stuff. I was like, hang on a second, what pride parades do they have in Saudi Arabia? Not even like the extremes case. Let's say Saudi Arabia, the more modest country that actually interacts with the West and all stuff. Where's their pride parades? Oh, they don't have any. What happens to someone who wants pride parades in Gaza or in Lebanon or Syria? They get thrown off buildings. You know what I mean? So when you have someone who's so vehemently against the like Western or like anything good for the West, that to the point that they're supporting a regime that would throw them off a building, the top of a building, that's when you know there's something rotten in the state of Denmark. There's something else at play here because
Man,
Yeah,
I still can't understand how you.
Abe? I think you cut out, Abe.
Your Starlink went out. Hey.
They literally believe that.
Yeah, your
Yeah,
Starlink.
you cut out. All we heard was they literally believe that. We don't know.
Oh, I don't understand how leftism and progressivism can look at Sharia and the other things within the belief system of Islam and think that they can coexist.
They have in the past too, right? And the first thing the Islamists did when they took power was chop their heads off.
Yep.
Yeah.
But this is how Iran fell. The communists got with the Islamists and overthrew the government.
Yeah.
And then the Islamists got rid of the communists.
Yeah, now they're pushing for it worldwide.
Exactly, and like that's what I'm saying. Like it's such a goofy concept for like a Western American be standing alongside like these Hamas protests, like chanting like, you know, Intifada and all this kind of shit, when it's like they're supposed to be a feminist. You're supposed to be like women's rights, all this kind of shit. But Sharia law is the most detrimental thing to the likes of feminism, all this kind of shit. And that's when you realize, oh shit, they just want to destroy what we have. They just want to destroy the West. That's the only thing that unites these people.
Yeah.
And even they have taqiyya, Muslim lie. I mean, they're allowed to lie to further the cause of Allah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So they can.
So long
just,
as it's
you know,
not, so long as it's not a Muslim, then you are allowed to. Yes. It's kind of wild when you actually start dipping your toes into the writings and the teachings, because there's a lot in there that will never be said publicly.
Yeah.
If you are not of Islam, then you're not considered. You're just not considered.
No soup for you.
Nope. And whatever treatment is deemed acceptable for you, they can do. Period. It doesn't matter what it is. It could be anything they choose, because you are not part of them. It's that whole in-group preference, you know? Only it's real extreme.
Well, it's like fundamental. I mean, like you look at like Islam. Islam like not only permits slavery, but it has regulations for it, all this kind of stuff in the Quran. But there's also the hadiths, and you can't. The general trend across with Islam is that you can't interpret the Quran without some sort of hadith. I mean, there are some Muslims that like they only read the Quran and they're the moderate ones or whatever. But there's ones that like use the hadiths, and because Muhammad married into his family, that's why they have cousin marriages. Because Muhammad married Aisha at 6 years of age, consummated at the age of 9, that's why they have child marriages. You know what I mean? So it's like when you have like that level of thought and like that goofiness and superstition, that's like we have to copy exactly what this motherfucker done. That's when you have a severe problem. That's why I say Islam is way more one of the greatest threats to the West, because they have this aspect of like the founding principles in terms of like the fact that the West was against slavery. The West was like for women's rights in the sense of like treating them with respect, all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? So it's like those are key aspects that they want to destroy in the West. And then with communism as well, it's the fact that the West relies on individual liberty, whereas communism is always collective mindset.
Well, and that's a fundamental difference too, right? Because when you look at Islam and you look at Christianity, the fundamental difference is Christianity says that you're supposed to allow others to believe what they believe. You're supposed to talk to them about your belief, but you aren't supposed to force any belief on anyone. It's not the same. These two are not the same. But if you listen to the leftists or the progressives, in their minds, they're exactly the same. Only their belief is that Christianity is more judgmental and more oppressive to people. And that to me screams of like first world problems. That screams to me of modern day progressivism not realizing, or maybe they do realize. I don't think most average people realize though. Like most leftists don't know enough to even think the way that they do, but because they've been told this is how it works, they just go with it. You know?
It's NPC
like we saw yesterday.
Just repeat whatever Simon says or Karl Marx says. And like this thing, like why the shit going down in Iran is so important, because when you take Iran out of the situation, not only are you like cutting the head off the dragon, but it's like fundamentally there's only Turkey and Pakistan realistically as like two of the kind of like the next level down from what like Iran is in terms of like Islamic extremism.
I've had a belief for a long time they're headed there though.
No, 100%. And that's why, like I said, this is crucial, the shit that goes down in Iran. Because if you're able to handle Iran, then Turkey and Pakistan are a lot more threatened. Because all of a sudden, Pakistan, to the left of Pakistan is Iran, which will now be Western friendly, secular, all this kind of shit, anti-Islam. And then you have India, which is also Western friendly, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? And then with Turkey, you have the likes of Greece and Europe and all that kind of shit sitting right in front of it. And then behind it, you'd have the likes of Israel. And particularly if Israel is able to seal the gap and get Lebanon, Syria, and Iraq and all this kind of shit tied together in terms of like a coalition similar to likes of like the EU, but think like Greco-Persian Empire kind of level of like coalition, where it's like these are all independent states or countries, but they have like some sort of collective bargaining essentially. If they're able to get that on board, then all of a sudden the Middle East looks a lot more Western friendly, a lot less conflict, a lot more deals, business deals going through, and a lot more money being made. There's one thing that I'm thinking at the end of this Iran conflict, if it does become secular Western friendly, if they start taking oil sales in Bitcoin, that all of a sudden changes the whole fucking cooking game.
Probably, yeah.
Because like the reason why Bitcoin is so important as well is like when you see this whole thing of like, oh, the Jays control all the banks and all this kind of shit, Bitcoin is the greatest threat to all this like central bank nonsense essentially. You know what I mean? So if that happens, then it's like there's literally no conspiracy theory left on the table essentially.
Yeah.
Or major one, I'd say.
Well, there's always going to be something, but if you can diminish the ones that exist, then you're better off for sure.
But this is what I'm saying, where there's this general kind of like idea that Israel's the bad guy and the Islamic Republic is like the good guy. That's like a general thing that I see, not only on the left wing but also on the right wing. And it's like, okay, we can talk about like all the different massacres that are happening, how many hundred thousands of lives are like, and this is like Muslim on Muslim or Muslim on Christian, and no one gives a fuck. But as soon as Israel's doing shit, then it's okay. We need to prevent Israel from doing any shit.
Yeah,
but
don't you think, Teriak, that regardless, leftism as it stands is going to continue to project itself and grow itself no matter what? That this ideology doesn't just go away, that it'll just keep remanifesting and more voraciously than before.
Karl Marx has been dead how many years? And it's still here? Still an infection?
Yeah. Yeah. So the question is, going into, I don't know, infinitude, you just keep moving forward with time, we're going to have these same fights over and over again.
I don't think, man, like it is very difficult to ever predict, but like
even if we push back on the growth of Islam to its worldwide status, you're still going to fight with the communism and leftism into eternity, basically, because they're just going to continue. And the problem is that I've said this before. I think it plays on this idea in the human mind of compassion, and it turns it into a toxic version of compassion. And that toxic compassion overrides logic and reasoning, and then they utilize that to almost like a viral carrier for all the ideas that they want to project into these people. And so long as people have compassion, they will utilize it as a tool to carry ideas that are bad and wrong.
Well, like, you think about in business, being empathetic to your customers, to be able to put yourself in your customer's shoes and understand their needs, their wants, their desires, like that's like gold dust in the business industry. Because if you can put yourself in that perspective, then you know exactly what your customer wants, you know exactly what to build, and you're not wasting time on research development, all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? So like,
right.
Realistically, like empathy is a useful tool.
It is.
What the point you're making is that it's like this is basically the reason why we're seeing a lot of these problems is because there's been an exploitation of our empathy.
Absolutely.
And that's why you're seeing the likes of like this facade that gets painted against Israel and then all Islamic extremism is that's actually the good guys. They're actually liberation fighters. Do you know what I mean? But in reality, it's the complete opposite. And like that's why. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, how do you get the mass of the female population to be supportive and back abortion on the massive scale? How do you do that? Because that's anti-empathy, right? Yeah, you took compassion and you turned it toxic. You convinced them that the women are suffering and harmed by the pregnancy, and that compassion for other women now takes the front seat. And the children in the womb, they don't matter because you have to be compassionate to the women. It's using toxic compassion. You've turned their empathy against them as a weapon.
Yeah, and this is why I keep saying that like Islam is basically like the Joker. communism as well to a degree, but in terms of like Islam, because that's the major kind of like threat, like in Europe at least, in terms of like my thing. But don't get me wrong, like, communism is like a close second. But just to focus in on that, it puts you in a position where it's either you're going to die or your ideology is going to die. That's the exact same position that Joker puts Batman in The Dark Knight.
Yeah.
So it's either you're going to have to override your principles and do some fucked up shit to the people that like have technically invaded your country, or like you're just going to accept death. You're just going to
Right.
accept the invasion and basically
Right.
being wiped out.
And-
So it's such a
And
difficult
this is
position.
why
Yeah, go ahead.
This is why Andrew argues the Christian principles rather than secular principles, because biblically he can get to the point where he says, I don't care with empathy and compassion for this situation at all. There is right and wrong. And I am willing to do some wrong for the right to exist. For the right to be done, some wrong has to be done. And that's why he's arguing from that standpoint the way that he does. Because
Well, like,
if
even just like, sorry, go
you
ahead.
just take the secular tack, if you just take the secular tack, then you have to play all the sides and figure out how to do this in a moral fashion. And where's the bedrock? Where is the line? Where are the red lines at?
Yeah, and that's why Andrew takes it to like might is right. You know what I mean? Because like you like the
Absolutely.
fact that America is sitting there and it's like they have all this like military, have all this shit. Even with Israel, this is a common argument that Israel puts forward as well, where it's like motherfuckers like we secretly or unofficially have nukes and they have not used them. I mean, we have the power, we have the clear game here, and this is why a lot of like Iranians and Israelis are really pissed off at Trump the way he's handled this, because fundamentally what they wanted, the coup d'etat, the cherry on top of this whole Operation Rising Lion was after they wipe out the nuclear facilities, then they take out Khamenei and his son. But what I think Trump is trying to do is he's trying to basically let Islam die democratically on the public stage, where if they can get Pahlavi in to facilitate the transition, then you basically see it gets put to the people, and then on the world stage you see that the majority of the Iranian people are voting for a secular democracy essentially rather than this Islamic republic. That's what I think Trump's vision is. But this is a once in a fucking lifetime opportunity that they have, and a lot of the Israelis and Iranians feel betrayed because they're like, we could have just taken these motherfuckers out and then just went on to assuming secularism. But I think, like I said, Trump wants Islam to die democratically, because for like a lot of Europeans, the whole kind of mentality is we're fucked. We're already fucked. It's already gone. Like, we're all blackpilling. Whereas, like I said, I point back to look at Spain at 700 AD. It was like 90% Islam, and look at it today. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. That's what I've tried to explain to people, that this is like the rebirth of the Ottoman Empire. That's what it seems like to me. That it's being pushed for a second go at
Sorry
the
to cut you
conquest
off.
that once happened. Yeah, go ahead.
Just when you said the Ottoman, that was a beautiful thing, because it's basically Ottoman Empire versus Persian Empire. You
I know.
what I'm saying? Like you can have like
Yeah.
the Greco-Persian Empire, or you can have this horrendous shit show of like a basically Islam empire essentially.
But
That's
you
why
tell
Islam
me,
needs to be.
you tell me
Yeah,
how
what?
many Americans, or even Europeans understand what happened prior to World War One.
Oh man, they're not even taught history anymore. They're taught about how like what flavor dildo to use.
Exactly.
That's what they get taught in schools nowadays.
Yep.
And they don't want you to know the history, and this is why they say, "Oh, white people have no culture." It's like, okay, first of all, what the fuck do you mean by white? Because like white is like a wide range. Like it's like literally white can define both American and Russian. You know what I mean? And those two
Right.
motherfuckers have been at war since America's been founded almost. You know what I mean? Like that's how long like that conflict goes back. So it's like fundamentally like there's like is Latinas like or Latinx as the lefties were calling them.
That's
Yeah,
the
go ahead.
problem, right? Because you're gonna reclassify and declassify and unclassify and then put them right back into that group and that group. This is a game of stupidity. That's what that is.
But it's like Giorgia Meloni, the Italian Prime Minister, I think put it beautifully. She says Western civilization is Greek philosophy, Roman law, and Christian ethics.
Say that again.
That that Western society is basically Greek philosophy, Roman law, and Christian ethics.
I think that's a great quote.
You know what I mean? And it's
I think
like
that's a great quote.
and that's like a fundamental thing where you can point to where it's like this whole notion that white people don't have culture. Those are white societies.
True.
Do you know what I mean? And like the
Yeah.
whole aspect to, if we were to even flip this and say black people have no culture, like, oh, what about soul food? What about this? What about blues? What about this? It's like, yeah, like, but do you understand how disrespectful it is to say white people have no culture when we're supposed to be, quote unquote, you know, like fighting against racism, all this kind of shit. You know what I
Every
mean? And
people has a culture. Like, it's such a stupid take to say that there is no culture. No matter what color, no matter what creed, there's a culture from every.
Well, it's like,
Like-
the underlying or the entailment is that it's like this culture has no value or brings no value. You know what I mean?
That's absolutely.
But like I
right.
said,
Yep.
when, like there's videos I could bring up off like an African guy talking about it's like how in, I think, Ghana they call white people kaboom. like the same noise that the explosion makes, because they used to, like, if they're doing when they were putting in infrastructure and all the stuff, like back in like the mid 1900s or maybe a bit earlier, when they're putting in railways and all the shit, they had to like explode like mountains, things, all the
Yep.
shit. So like the white guy would hide all the explosives in the mountain, or he'd hide the switch in his sleeve, and then as soon as he'd point, he'd press the trigger and it'd blow up, and that's why they call him kaboom. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like this whole thing of like where white people came over just to colonize and like show how great they are. No, like they were here like to spread culture, because they understand like these tine principles. It goes past nation, it goes past language. Like ancient Greece, like was thousands of years ago. Same thing with Roman, where you get their philosophy, you get their law, and you have ethics from Christianity. All of a sudden, and you make a secular nation like America. That's why America is one of the greatest countries ever conceived. But Persia was once like what America stood for, and the principles that America stands for now. Persia once stood for those same principles. Believe it or not. Do you know what I mean?
I know.
I know you know, Abe, because you know history, but like a lot of people don't know their history, and it's like there was a lot of fantastic shit. Like because modern day, like anything with history, like we're even hearing now that Winston Churchill was the chief villain of World War II. Boys, can we calm the fuck down with this whole shock culture and
rewriting
all this
history?
Kind of shit, you know what I mean? That too. But like nothing in history has ever been good or great, even though, you know, the British Empire outlawed slavery, outlawed slavery in America. Like this is all great achievements, but we don't celebrate them, and it's because of demoralization. It's this whole
Welcome grid.
What's the correct grid? But it's Komrad Yanovich, or whatever the fuck his name is. The same kind of mentality: how you demoralize a nation, how you destabilize a nation. You know what I mean? Get them to hate their heroes.
Yeah. Get them to hate their heroes, but also get them to hate themselves.
Yep.
Good thing that'll never happen here, right?
Good thing.
Well, it's already there. Like NYC.
No, I'm just teasing. I know.
No,
Oh
he's
yeah.
being a smart ass. There you go with your troll again.
I know.
Yeah.
I can't help it.
But it is one of those things where, like you pointed out, the abortion as well. It's like, how can you have a million abortions a year in America, man?
Dude, people use it as birth control. It's fucked up.
It's so disgusting to me. I
try not to
sick
think
to my
about
stomach to even think about it. Honestly.
Yeah, same.
But that's the I'm pretty sure because I don't have the figures
guys.
on me at the moment. But like you could literally. Oh, did you get another one, Dan?
Just one of these.
Oh, nice.
Oh, hell yeah.
Hey, some food's better than no food, even if it isn't trout.
True.
That is true. The pike is actually pretty good. Oh, we got bats. Gotta be careful.
Those
with
little
the
guys
frog
carry
lure.
diseases. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that I've said this before, but I think that the more we're out doing these logical style debates and pushing people back on these tainted, what I would say is evil ideologies, the better. And it doesn't matter if you're coming from the Christian perspective or if you're coming from your perspective, as long as we're pushing back on it.
Yeah, but
Yeah, let's
but
beat 'em
Abe,
up.
here, do you want me to really mind fuck you, or do you want to just like keep it light?
No, let's get mine fucking.
Okay, so when you're talking about like these ideologies, and it's like, yeah, like we're always going to have to fight against communism. I would then ask, like, are you sure we've defeated Nazism, or could Nazism come back, or did Nazism
Stuff like
even
that
leave?
is always still going to be around. It's like in small pockets though, but it's never going to go away.
I'm a firm believer that ideologies don't actually die.
They don't.
And I dare say that America is that ideology at the moment, because if you wanted, because a Nazi is a national socialist, correct? So if you want your national policies, you get your Republican in. You want
Okay, so I
your
wouldn't say
social
it's the
policies, you
same
get your
thing.
Democrat in.
I wouldn't say
Oh,
it's
no.
the same thing, but I would say that the foundation system that is building and has been built is very similar. We'll say that.
Okay, well, hey, do you mind if I just do a quick rapid fire with you, just to test your history?
Sure.
Right. What happened in 1945? The Nazis were defeated, correct?
Yeah.
Well, kind of, yeah.
End of European theater.
I would say that the national were.
Yeah.
There were still people.
And then Operation Paperclip.
Yep. Where
So
we brought
for
all
the next 2 years,
United
we're
States.
importing in all these Nazis and all this, all these like technological advancements, all this shit, all this like Nazi tech. And then what happens in 1947?
Yeah, atom
National
bomb.
Securities Act,
Oh yeah.
Yep.
which formulates the National Security Agency, the CIA, based all the apparatus for what we now call the deep state, or what Alex Jones calls the deep state. That happens in
Yeah.
1947.
It came
And
out
they
of like
also
the
apply a bit
OSS
of-
after. Yeah.
And the cherry on top is they apply a bit of propaganda and change the Department of War to the Department of Defense, which I think
You
was just a
can't
nice little.
You can't take the
Purpose
greatest
defense.
minds. You can't take the greatest minds of an ideology and not expect the ideology to come with them.
Exactly, Abe. So that's why I point to in modern day when you look about this whole shit, and they were talking about preventing the military industrial complex, all this kind of shit. What happens if, like I said, not necessarily? I'm not saying that Adolf Hitler's still alive or any of that shit, but what happens if there was enough of the senior leadership of the Nazi Party were like, you know what, we could just go into hiding here. We can do a little bit of witness protection thing. We facilitate the victory. Like, think about Inglourious Bastards. That last scene where your man's sitting in front of the table.
That actually
the whole
happened.
bingo
a
scene.
shitload. Yeah.
Yeah. So like this whole thing of like where you best start believing in ghost stories because you're in one. You best start believing in Nazi parties because you're living in one. Do you know what I mean? And like this whole aspect of like we need to fight against these fucked up ideologies. It's across the board, and you can't really forget about any of these. Like April was saying, so you can't really forget about any of these fucked up things that come in. You need to be able to fight on all different aspects. But like this core theme of Western philosophy can still be saved, even though we're in such a bad system at the moment because, like I said, we're staring down the barrel of Islam and communism, and then from the shadows or from behind, you have this deep state, which is basically National Socialist. But like I want to give a bit of hope to people. Is like the way you fight against that is doing what Dan's doing at the moment. You know what I mean?
Hell yeah, dude. I agree.
And like I said, if we can get pushed back and we can get these victories, like Trump getting in office, like that was never supposed to happen. That was like supposed to be he was supposed to be the laughing stock, and he ended up actually being the fucking king. You know what I mean?
Well,
that's why I got hope.
They did everything they could. So,
and he's still standing. You know what I mean?
I don't think he's a perfect man. I don't think he's even particularly a good man in all ways, but I think that he was the needed man.
100%. Because again, it's like there's a lot of key moments, like Eisenhower when he's talking about the military industrial complex, like that's basically a hostage. I look at that as if it was a hostage video, where the dude's in front of the camera and he's reading out the demands. He's like he's basically trying to give the wink, kind of going like, these motherfuckers have you by the balls. But like I said, it's even though it's a sophisticated system and it's a whole web and all deep state, all this kind of shit, you still fight back against it. You know what I mean?
Yep. I do. I think we live in a very unique time, and we are walking a tightrope, and that we need to be very wise about what steps we take.
100%.
both in our government and in our personal lives. And I think that I don't know. I think like you're saying, I agree, but I also think there needs to be a wake up call at the ground level. And I
Yeah,
think
like
that
something bad enough would have
pushing
to
for that.
happen to wake everyone up. Yeah, that's like
There
really
is
the only
something
way.
rotten in the state of Denmark. Why are these
I-
feminists marching alongside these Islamists? Like that needs to be the main question being asked by everybody. That needs to be the topic of the week
Yeah,
across all the
Or it's
shows.
all just a
Why the fuck do we have
distraction.
this contradiction?
Yeah, it's stupid as hell. I try to like be careful when I talk about this because I could just go off about this shit, but I don't want to get the stream taken down.
Right.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you guys though. Yeah, I'm not happy about it either.
That's the other half of the game. The other half of the game is being able to speak without destroying what you're speaking from, right? And so
Yeah.
there's a game of tailoring your speech correctly to walk the tightrope and still get the points across.
100%. Like for example, if I was to had to start that conversation by saying the America is a Nazi party, you'd be like, okay, Teriak's gone full blue pill again. He's a lefty liberal. Donald Trump is a fascist. Is that what you're going to say? What I didn't notice, I explained like this is the actual system and the mechanism at play here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no,
This
you're
whole
saying
bollocks
it
of
in a,
Trump being the fascist or Nazi is like
in
that's
like a
the
correct
saddest
way.
thing.
Yeah,
When you look at the system, it's like no, these like quote unquote like old school liberals, like what we would have classified as old school liberals, like they're right in where they're saying is like there is a lot of like fascism here at play. You know what I mean? The likes of like Eric Weinstein, for example, typical guy that's hated by I think, but like fundamentally he makes like a lot of key objective observations at play here. Do you know what I mean?
Right, but you have to be able to think clearly to see these things, right? And so
Yeah.
one of the missions that I think is really important for us at this ground level is to help people be able to think more clearly and more effectively.
yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, like the truth is the light is the best disinfectant. Like the truth is the only way forward. And like I said, even as a secularist or an atheist should be able to agree with at least with Christianity on the fundamental principle. You might call it like truth, but I call it God or whatever. Like when we're talking about like the logos, the rational critical thought, if there's a clear contradiction in certain things, like that's that's basically your sword, your conceptual sword.
Yep.
Or as Jordan Peterson would say, that the flaming sword to slay the dragon. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's how you're supposed to walk. Because like fundamentally, like why bother kind of like stretching yourself out of like having to be the guy that like becomes that king and then like enforces all these changes and saves the world or whatever. Whereas you can just be with Dan, where it's like you go with the flow, and any changes you can make on the personal level, on the micro, can have that ripple effect where it affects on the macro.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Like, just have a happy life and just do whatever you can. Like, no one's gonna do everything.
And that comes back to like the principles, some of the principles taught scripturally, right? Like being the light in the darkness and to not hide your light under a bushel and having a reason for why you live the way that you do. Like all of these things are important because if you are being that light, if you are being truth to others, then you are doing the thing that which sets everyone free, that carries us forward.
Yeah, and that's why you see a lot of kind of like the way Jordan Peterson goes into the imagery and the distinct between the two, because fundamentally, like I said, the middle ground is where like all the chill heads are at. The extremes are rarely a very good thing. It's like the extremes of, let's say, physical strength and all this kind of shit. Like, that's why you have sports stars and all this kind of shit. But it's like, realistically, when you talk about like extremes of ideologies, like they're really extreme for the reason. Because it'll fundamentally kind of flip the whole fucking planet on its head, and then all of a sudden Africa is it's snowing in Africa and it's fucking a heat wave in Antarctica. You know what I mean?
Yep. True.
Yeah, we got about 20 good years until that happens.
Dan, it's getting pretty dark out there, man.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't want to miss the sunrise with you all. Depends
How
on how long
romantic.
you're going to stream.
Oh,
Wait, the sunrise?
In about maybe 3 hours. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be much darker than this.
The sun's gonna gonna rise again in 3 hours. Yeah, because like Norway's in like very northern.
Yeah.
Yeah, he lives in like a weird spot. I mean, it's very nice though. I didn't mean it like that.
It's fun.
Oh, it's a weird spot. All right.
I have to step away for just a moment. I'll be right back.
All right. Dan, did we even do 0 as an option on the poll, buddy?
I don't know. I didn't see the poll, but
It was 1, 2, 3, and 4.
well, I gotta get one. I have to get
Oh,
one
you did?
trout.
Oh,
No, I
okay.
have to. That
Oh, hell
other
yeah,
one
okay.
was it pike? You call it?
Oh, is that what it was? Yeah, I think I missed that. I was away for a
Yeah.
little bit earlier.
But it was a good size, so it'll be a good meal.
Nice. Well, I'm glad you got something.
Yeah, me too. I got her kind of late to the cabin today, but usually I go out around 3 p.m. and then I return like midnight. It's usually how I do it.
That's nice. That's a nice chunk of time. That's really cool that you make the time to do that.
Yes,
I don't do anything fun like that anymore.
I definitely need it. I think everyone needs a little quality
Yeah,
time every now and then.
it's hard. Like being constantly connected to like all the internet stuff is definitely makes people like fucked up. I think it's nice to get away from it if you can.
Even
Most
Jesus
people-
fucked off into the desert and didn't even have internet back then.
Yeah, exactly. Dude, Jesus was probably so chill compared to us.
Aside from when he were, tossing tables, I guess.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, everyone's got their limit, you know.
Sometimes you gotta toss some tables, man. You know what I'm saying?
I wouldn't like
I know.
walking into a place of worship and seeing what do they call it, like mud, like I mean they say like money changers, but they're just taking money from people, right, for like tithes and like not very ethically, I guess. That's what happened.
I gotta say, this is like the best thing ever, though. I'm like listening to good conversations while I'm out here fishing. You're all here fishing with me.
Hell yeah.
It's a real treat.
Well, I'm glad
That's
one
what
of
I'm
us is
saying.
fishing. I'm hiding inside
Technology
with my air
does.
conditioning. Yeah, no, it's good and bad for real.
That's what I'm saying. It's a tool. It's like that scene in Marvel, but with Thor, because like Dan's like getting into the Scandinavian myth. You know what I'm saying? Where
Yeah.
Thor is like standing there, and his father's like Odin's like it could be a hammer to build, a tool to build, or a weapon to destroy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's the same kind of like concept. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just sad that like it's so easily turned into a bad thing. It could be such a good thing, but I mean, ever there's always people that have like motives when they have like control over everything like that. Oh well.
Because like there's certain like acts, like for example, to go back to the debate yesterday with Andrew Wilson, like the whole kind of like aspect where it's like there's a lot of actions where it's like it's not necessarily moral or immoral. It's like the act in and of itself is amoral. But when you look
Yeah.
at like the concept of like taking land, like just for the sake of like spoils and war and all this kind of shit, that's one thing. But for example, this whole kind of like idea of trying to facilitate a natural revolution in Iran, if that's what's currently the tool that's being used against the West to try and oppress the West, like I said, put them in that kind of joker position where it's like either your ideology dies or you die. Fundamentally, I think like it's at least like all is fair in love and war kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? The whole kind of aspect too. It's like if we're going to go with the aspect that morality is subjective, then it's all relative. Do you know what I mean? Might makes right kind of thing. I mean, because that's what Book of Job teaches us. Like fundamentally speaking, if there's no morality, then all it is might is right. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's all there would be. And I mean that's kind of how like all the world like all the countries kind of like act like with might is right. Like they claim to have like some kind of morality, but they just do whatever they can to better themselves or their country or their position. There's no one up there that's actually being moral, sadly.
Well, when
'Cause,
it
like,
comes to, I'm sorry,
Sorry,
go
what?
on.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna like go into something else. When it comes to
Yeah.
Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson and their sort of take on the whole Iran thing, what's happened with Candace Owens?
Oh man.
She's pregnant or something, right?
Yeah, like there's there's basically like a temptation that's there, and I think Douglas Murray, it's not his original quote. He's pulling it from another source. It's a beautiful way to describe that. Basically, show me why you hate Israel, and I'll tell you what you're guilty of. All right, tell me what you accuse the Jew of. I'll tell you what you're guilty of. You know what I mean? So it's like this whole aspect where, like, for example, like a lot of these people like will say, "Oh, the Jays control the world," right?
Right.
Those type of people have no control over their life. They're basically in a spiral. They're like, and that's why like you see a lot of these people. They fucking spiral out of control. All this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? It gets wild. You know what I mean?
There's something strange about that because I can't. The only thing they have to go on are conspiracy theories, and they're
But
doing
here's the thing,
well.
Dan. Here's how well that saying computes. For example, like what does the Islamic regime in Iran accuse Israel of? What is Israel guilty of? Imperialism, colonization. What is Islam? What's its main mission? What is the one thing it seeks to do?
Literally all
Submit
those
the
things.
planet, conquer the planet. So, like I said, tell me what you accuse the Jew of, and I'll tell you what you're guilty of. It is such a beautiful, beautiful thing, and then once you keep that in your mind, then a lot of this shit, like you point out, like Candace Owens, like she clearly kind of went off the rails. But like, bear in mind, she was also like best those with Kanye, so it was kind of expected with her. But in terms of even with like Tucker Carlson, it's more so like what Tucker's not saying or what he's not willing to say, rather than the questions that he's asking. You know what I mean? That's the main point of contention. It's like, why do you have what appears to be an impossible standard for Israel, but then when we try to look at the other side of it, you don't seem interested in looking at like the actual enemy or the people that Israel faces.
And one thing, I mean, Israel's been bombarded constantly, and no one has said anything about it. And I can't, for the life of me, now Piers Morgan really pisses me off when it comes to Israel, and they keep calling it the genocide in Gaza.
Yep. And like he pisses a lot of people off because he flip flops. Like he literally tries to play like the studio host, so he has to like he basically has to play devil's advocate all the time. That's why people like don't really like him, because like he's kind of fake. But what he's really doing is devil's advocate, which is a fair point to be able to interact. But it's like his whole thing is like I just want to get your perspective. This is not the Piers Morgan in terms of like I basically mandate my opinion and just have the guests agree with me and all that kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? That's at least what he says his whole aspect is. But like fundamentally, like when
he seems pretty passionate about the Israel Gaza thing, though. He actually seems legit convinced that it's a genocide.
But this is what I'm saying.
I mean, it's not one. Yeah, but I don't know. It's complicated with those guys.
Like, but this is why I say it's like there needs to be better debaters on these shows, because like fundamentally, if I was getting paid shekels and I was on the Piers Morgan show, I'd basically give Piers that hypothetical of you're walking down the street in Gaza, because like bear in mind, Gaza has to be boots on ground because of the hostages. There's like no other way to get the hostages back, so it has to require boots on ground, right? So this whole aspect of I'm walking down a street in Gaza, next thing you know, I bullets start ricocheting, I dive behind a car, I peek up and I get a glance, and there's basically like 10 children there. They're all like 12 years or younger, firing like AKs at me. Do I shoot back, or do I just accept death? And if I shoot back, then I'm going to be portrayed as a child killer. So it's either be a child killer or accept death. And this is what I'm saying, that this position, that Islam, this is what they do. This is the whole concept or mentality behind them. It's like, put them in the position of the Joker, where either their ideology dies or they die. You're either a child killer or you're dead. And that never gets put in front of
course not.
peers, or never gets answered by any of these people that support the mass and all this kind of shit.
It's deflected immediately. They don't even acknowledge it. It's the truth, though.
Yeah.
And the counter question these could ask is, well, hang on a second, why are all these militant and extremist organizations like Hamas, Hezbollah, all the shit across the region, why are they training children? Why are they putting children on the battlefield? Would we if we were to judge a king or a politician, if we were to judge Donald Trump, and were to find out Donald Trump is putting 12-year-old kids on the battlefield in the Middle East, how many people do you think would support him?
Why are they hiding munitions in like hospitals and like schools and stuff like that? Yeah.
I don't get
Exactly.
how people can be so bad faith and not see it.
It's just yeah, it's to get everyone riled
It's-
up. Like they
It's a fashion.
report things. Yeah, they report things in a specific way to get everyone all worked up about shit. It's all just like a distraction. I mean, they're real problems, but I don't know. They just try to get people mad about everything except like for the what's actually happening with our government, what they're doing to us.
But that's what I'm saying in terms of like the perspective or the questions that need to be addressed. It's like I don't mind criticizing Israel or holding Israel to a standard. What I'm saying is like you also have to cover the other side and what the other side are doing as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, no, it's definitely justified what they're doing. I mean, it's horrible, but like, there's really, yeah, they like you said, they really make it so that there's no other way for them to get rid of those guys other than what they're doing, which is sad.
And this is what
Yeah.
where I say it's like, oh, like it's you're just racist or bigoted or whatever the fuck. It's like, no, we can look at Saudi Arabia. We can look at all the foreign investment that came in and the deals that they done and how they're able to use their exploit. The fact that it's like majority desert, but they're still thriving in the Middle East because they have a friendly relationship with the West. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like this whole aspect where it's like it's clear when you take Islam and you go extreme with it, all you care about is just wiping Israel off the map, and it's like that's like superstitious level of
Yep.
like bullshit. Because when you look at like stuff like Bitcoin, when you look at like the capitalist, it comes down to the monetary thing, and it's like people say, yeah, capitalism, like the greed and all that kind of shit. It's like no, capitalism takes a human voice, which is greed, and twists it into something divine. It twists it into a system that we're able to interact. And for example, have Saudi Arabia, which is an Islam government, you know what I mean, but they're very secular the way they approach it. They're very more so. We don't bother with hadiths. We just focus on the Quran, which is, like I said, a more moderate position, and that's why you're able to strike these deals and think of all the like the World Cup and all the sports events, the Formula One that's out Saudi Arabia, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think that the problem, I guess, the biggest problem here is that people cannot fathom how someone can be this evil, and I think it comes down to they don't really understand that ideology.
They don't. Yeah, it's 100%
understand.
ignorance. It absolutely is. Yeah, because if they actually knew, there's no way that any of those people would think what they do.
But
I
this is
think
the
that
thing.
comes back to that folding of people's ideologies and empathy.
Yeah, well, it's really effective. It's sad how effective it is.
And like the other thing as well is that like this whole kind of thing I see on the right wing, and like to explain what I see on the right wing is this whole thing of like America shouldn't get involved in shit. We're just going to focus on America. Not only is it America first, but it's basically America only. We need to secure the borders, all this kind of shit. I'm like, that's great. I appreciate that, but you might be a bit young, or you might not remember this, but there was an event in 2001 in September, where what believed to be non-Americans flew planes into buildings in America. So this whole aspect where it's like we can just like ignore everyone, like try to appease everybody, and we're not going to see shit at home. I suggest you look back at that event in 2001.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm
I
gonna
just
try
had a
not to
debate
touch
not that
that
long
one.
ago about foreign diplomacy and how we have to have diplomacy. We have to have foreign diplomats, and we
Yeah,
have to
there's
send
no-
out diplomats because otherwise things happen outside of the U.S. that we don't control, and it comes back on us.
Yeah, we get blamed for like an intervening, and we get blamed for not intervening. So like, what the hell? We might as well just do whatever we want.
Dan,
And
what
what's the point of
happened?
having the biggest army? You know. Trout got Dan, boys.
Trout got
Send
Dan.
help.
Unless he went into a dead spot. The fish got him.
It was the mouse eating trout that came and got him.
Dude, it came up and gobbled him up.
Must have been a big one.
Yeah. Like the fish from Resident Evil 4.
Right? Yeah, right. That's not even. I don't want to imagine Dan getting eaten by a monster trout.
No, I hope he's okay. I hope that didn't happen.
He's back.
He's back.
All right.
Yeah, it's drizzling a little, so this might
Oh.
happen again. Because then my sweater will keep pushing the buttons.
Sheesh.
I'm
Drinking.
dry though. I didn't fall into the water.
Good.
Bintox is calling you Captain Dan Hab from Moby Dick.
I guess that's a compliment.
Yeah.
I hope.
And the mouse eating trout is your white whale.
The Moby trout.
See, that's a good one.
The Moby
appreciate that.
trout. That's a good one.
What was it about? It was like an analogy for like it was a critique of the whaling industry or something, or I forget what it was. Maybe oil or something. Yeah, I haven't read it in a really long time.
Yeah. It's been a while. Dan just fishing in the dark.
Yeah.
I assume if he's doing it, then it's normal there, so I'm not worried.
Yeah, I figured as well. I mean, it's not
Dan,
pitch
as long
black
as-
at least.
Yeah, Dan. As long as you're calm, we're calm. All right.
I'll try and stay calm.
All right.
Yeah, no like fist fighting bears or anything.
Dude, he said bears are rare. I hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
He might fight a
that
badger
will
or something.
happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, those can be nasty.
You
Kicking
could take a
badgers.
badger. Yeah.
If they get a hold of you, they will chew until it breaks. They won't let go.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I'll break them, dude. I'm not afraid of badgers.
Well, that makes me feel much better.
Badgers
Yeah.
are just mini bears. They're just mini bears.
They're bears
Maybe.
that can't back shit up. That's what they are.
Yep. Used to be hunted by hot dog dogs.
Hot dog dogs.
Yep.
That's embarrassing. Um,
I'm just imagining a dog in a bun running around chasing badgers.
yeah, and actually successfully hunting them.
Yes.
Yeah, the dash
It's a big L
hounds,
for the badgers.
the dash hounds they used to breed dash hounds in Great Britain, I think, to get rid of
Indeed.
badgers.
Indeed.
There's all kinds of crazy dogs for different utility stuff. Like, what a world.
Yeah. We live in a weird time for like everything, I think.
Yeah.
Like everything's like a weird perverse version of its former self.
Yeah, well, it's like nothing like what we're supposed to be living. Like no, nothing about our lives is like the way it's supposed to be. Like from how we evolved. So everyone's just fucked up.
True.
But everyone's born into it, so they feel like it's normal, and they feel like there's something wrong with them that they're having an aversion to it when actually everybody is. It's like, all right,
Yep.
our brain's like slowly killing us because we're just not living the way we're supposed to.
Yeah.
Go to William
That's-
chat.
Yep. Welcome in, William. Welcome in,
What's up,
Smoking
William?
Spaceman.
I've been trying this frog lure for a while now. I don't know if you can see it.
I cannot see it.
Oh,
I think
okay.
it's too dark.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah,
It's probably fancy.
usually
I bet it looks
works
like a
well
frog.
at night. It does look like a frog. How did you know? Okay.
That would
Just a hunch.
make so much sense. It working good at night. That's when the frogs go in the water. So
Yeah.
If only I
except
could ribbit and wiggle around.
Maybe I should make ribbit sounds. I don't know.
oh, I can see
That
the
would-
shape of it.
Oh yeah, I see a shape of it now.
So the legs are all yellowy, and so they move.
Yeah. Creepy.
Ah, yeah, maybe the fish are creeped. They creep
It's
out.
not that creepy. It happens in nature with like the angler fish, Those things are creepy.
True. Those things are creepy, dude. Those are like the stuff of nightmares.
Yeah, those are like the stuff of nightmares. Yeah, those are nightmare fish for real.
Anglerfish, what are those?
They're like
They
this
got, like, the
massive. They have like 1,000 jagged teeth sticking out, and they have like these big ugly faces, and they have the little lights hanging off the front of their heads. They get things to come to the light, and then they eat them.
Oh, what's that? Oh, what's that politician called? The old hag.
Nancy Pelosi.
That could
No,
be so
not
many
her.
people. Hillary
Not her.
Clinton.
No, the one who started saying woke at first. The one
Oh
who invented
god.
the word woke.
Oh, fudge.
Kamala?
No,
she's African American. She's
what's
old.
her face?
Yeah, that's still. That could
I
be
dislike her so much. From California, Southern California.
She
That
sort of
said,
reminds me of an anglerfish.
Damn,
that
dude,
said
that's a pretty
if
savage rip.
Or some
calling
kind
her,
of fish.
calling her.
Damn it! Why can't I remember her name?
She is like an anglerfish.
What's her?
You know,
If you go to a gasoline station, you
Yeah.
go up to them. Her
Yeah, I can't
Like,
remember her name right now.
inciting violence.
She's so irrelevant that I forgot her name.
Yeah.
I guess we all did, huh?
I have so much incentive to not think about people like that I just don't think about her.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
You know we can't move on before we know the name, right?
I know.
It's gonna bother us.
Maxine
I
Waters.
was fine to let it go.
Thank you.
It's
Oh,
Maxine Waters.
yeah.
I was gonna type in something to try and find it, and I
Type in
I remembered it.
anglerfish hag politician.
Oh my god!
Like, oh yeah,
I wanna see
I
if
should
that
type.
works.
I should type Maxine Water. Oh, that's her name.
So she's already in the water, so she's already halfway to being an anglerfish anyway, right?
Well, it's all coming together.
Yeah.
It is. It is.
I didn't want to say anything when you said hag, but hagfish are pretty brutal too. If you know what those look like,
I don't. Actually,
they have
don't.
they look like worms,
hag.
and like
Hags a
yeah,
lot of problem with them.
I don't like them, dude. They have like the circular mouths with like a circular row of teeth all around. They leech onto stuff. It's really gross.
Oh yeah, you have those in the small aquariums, right? And they go and they
Yeah,
stick
probably.
to the. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, William
Yeah.
Chase was here a little bit ago. He had to leave though. He was here.
I heard Grid was on earlier. I thought
Yeah,
he
he
was
was
going to come
here.
up.
Yeah, they go
He
take care of
said he-
something. He said he'll be back.
Yeah, he said he had to get his kid from school or something, or somewhere. Oh, maybe it was the airport. I'm not sure.
Something about getting in a
Something
car
to-
and going somewhere and coming back.
Yes, that. Something about getting in a car.
Well, I know we can narrow that down at least.
Yes, true.
Yeah, it's karma.
Karma. Okay. Oh man.
There we go.
It's a car
Yes.
dad, but
Car dad.
He is a car dad.
yeah, not a car mom.
Karma, I guess, is his wife, right?
I'm gonna
Yeah.
fall into the water at some point.
That's not usually a good plan when it's dark out.
That's when the
No.
trout get you.
That's what
Dude,
it's
for real.
Mm.
That's definitely when you're the most vulnerable.
Yep.
Listen, Dan. No sleeping with the fishes, okay?
I'll try.
Yeah,
I'll sleep with the ants instead.
only my Sicilian ancestors are allowed to do that, I guess.
I guess so. Oh my goodness. So
I actually
anything
did.
crazy? You did what?
No, you can go ahead. I was just going to incriminate part of my grandmother's family about being involved with organized crime legitimately, but it's okay.
Oh my gosh. You guys see the did you see the craziness in Idaho recently with the firefighters and the holy
Yeah.
smokes.
That is so sad.
They're not supposed to do that
Intentional.
kind of firefighting, right? Damn.
Well, I guess there's like news reports in my area about it because that's
Because it was
the state next to mine.
That's really
And-
close. Yeah.
And like the story is wild, man. Like intentionally
It's so
started
shitty.
fire.
Yeah. Yeah. Starts a fire and then waits for him to show up and then starts just taking pot shots at him. It's like
That's
it's just
so
such
crazy.
a dumb thing. Like I don't know. It sucks when people like that young do stuff like that. Like below their mid-20s because like there's like so much shit they don't know and they just like do something stupid like that. It's just sad.
It is. It is really sad.
Like I
And
just
then you
remember how
have-
dumb I was at 20.
Yeah. Yeah, we have a tendency of doing a lot of crazy stuff growing up. But not like that.
Yeah, most people don't do stuff like that. I faked a kidnapping once with my friends as a prank, and I got arrested. That was the worst thing I did.
Shoot. That's not very wise.
Yeah, I was 19 though. We got arrested at gunpoint for doing it because my friend wanted to make it look like he was really getting kidnapped. So he was kicking and screaming.
Jeez, you guys making trouble. I did some crazy stuff as a teen. Nothing like that, but definitely crazy stuff. I used to go into grocery stores and I would grab random stuff and put it in people's carts and
Hell
then
yeah.
follow them and then follow them to the cash
See if they
register.
react.
And then I'd
Yeah.
pull the thing out and I'd yell, "Behold," whatever the item was, and hold it in the air from their cart, and they'd try to take it back from me and realize they never put it in their cart.
Yeah. That's pretty funny.
Oh, man.
It's a fun little social thing.
Yeah. Goofy stuff, you
One-
know.
One time, me and my friends, like in the parking lot of a grocery store, we did like there was like a challenge or whatever where you had to try to drink a whole entire gallon of milk without throwing up, and it just ended with both of us throwing up gallons of milk all over the front of the parking lot.
Oh my gosh, that's gross.
I know.
Pretty sure that was on
I'm-
Jackass as well.
I was just
Jackass
gonna
clip was
say.
hilarious.
Yeah,
I
that
was
show was
just gonna
funny as
say,
fuck.
that's some stuff from Jackass.
Yeah.
But the thing is that like they start off like always like so hyped, like yeah, let's fucking do this. This is gonna be easy, and then like it cuts to like halfway through, and they're like, oh, it feels so good, balls.
Yeah, they're like scared or like they're regretting having
dumb.
done it.
Hey, is my audio
Like
okay?
eating the eggs. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
just like 10 minutes of them just like constantly spewing. fucking
So bad.
Dude, that show was so funny.
Like-
I love those movies.
You can't look more stupid than those people, okay?
I just
They
want to
were
come
role
up with one
models.
thing real quick, and then I'm
Yeah,
popping
yeah.
back down and I'm listening. Abe, I figured I'd come in here at least because I don't really know how much you know, and I'm not really trying to put this person on blast or nothing. But lower class has got something really serious going on, so I'm just asking anyone here, religious, non-religious, keep them in your thoughts and prayers.
Oh damn.
It's a pretty, I mean, it's a lot. So I just want to mention it because I know he's going through it right now.
Thanks,
Fuck.
man. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
he needs
we
everybody.
had no
Definitely.
idea.
100%.
Yeah, no. It's probably best that I don't go into it. So I
Sure.
feel like it's an important sentiment to make, especially considering how much I care about the guy. So I just wanted to make sure that it was something that people knew, especially you, Abe, because I know that you like lower class too, and I know that your
Absolutely.
belief structure. So I prayed about it a couple times a day. I'm just kind of hoping that everything's going to be okay, with him at least.
Awesome. Yeah, absolutely. He'll
I'll
be in my
definitely
prayers.
pray.
Yeah,
he's
man,
a cool guy.
I'm listening. You guys enjoy.
Yeah, have a
Thank
good
you.
one, buddy. Thanks for talking.
Hmm.
Poor dude, I hope he's alright.
Yeah. Robert, you're not supposed to be reenacting Jackass. I don't know if you're if you know that or not.
That was like a lot of my late teens was doing stuff like that. I'm glad I got it all out of my system though.
Yeah, definitely.
True.
So you don't end up like, Johnny Knoxville or Steve-O.
Johnny
Well, he
Knoxville's
broke
like
his
the only
penis.
Johnny Knoxville's like the only kind of okay one out of that group. I feel like most of them are either like dead or just like wish they were maybe.
True. True. I've seen stuff on them recently, and they're not doing so hot, and they're not that old. I mean, they're older, but
Oh
than us,
yeah,
they're not.
I mean their joints and stuff. I can't even imagine.
Oh man, so many broken bones and surgeries, and ugh. It's wild.
Well, I hope they're all right too. Whatever's left of them, I hope it's okay.
It's wild that they did that stuff just for like television entertainment.
Dude, it was really popular too. Like
It
I
was.
mean, they really sacrificed themselves for it.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Like, there was guys when I was in high school that were doing some of that kind of stuff. Like, they do that stuff after school or like at lunch. They just bring out like crap tons of hard-boiled eggs and do the egg eating challenge and stuff. It's like
That's so gross.
so stupid, dude. So stupid.
Dude, I would have been one of those kids probably at that age.
I'm
I was
sure.
definitely doing stuff like that.
I'm sure. It's just wild.
Just had
Humans
a bored suburban childhood where we just did shit like that all the time.
Yep. Humans are such goofy creatures, man.
True.
Yeah, you can't put Jackass in front of like teenage boys and expect nothing like that crazy to happen.
No, and you're seeing like the further fulfillment of that in like all the challenge culture and stuff on the internet now.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's like I mean it's like serious. I mean obviously it's like deadly in plenty of cases with certain things. Because I think like sometimes people will say like, oh, this is a challenge like as a joke, and then someone actually does it because they're dumb and they die from it.
Yeah. That's the most extreme brand, right? When it goes too far.
Yeah, like the Tide Pod thing.
Yep.
And then there's a whole dedicated YouTube channel. It's like a medical analysis of like what happens to their body when they do stuff like that. It's like a whole YouTube channel about that. And the guy that did the channel made eating a Tide Pod sound really bad.
Yeah. Well, is that like I know one channel that I like is Chubby Emu.
Yeah, that was the one I was talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty awesome, and he does not just the challenge stuff, but all kinds of stuff like just people who did really dumb things.
Yeah, just like stuff that happened. Yeah. And then I remember like that 1,000 Ways to Die show. There's some pretty gnarly shit in that. That was all stuff that was on when I was younger. There was one guy who was out hunting and he put his rifle down like against a rock, and I don't know if you saw this one, but like a snake like coiled around it when he wasn't looking, and then he went to go grab it, and the snake tensed up and shot him.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Dan,
What
are
a
you
way to go.
swimming?
Huh?
Are you swimming?
If no, not yet. I am.
He's going
His
to.
behavior is fishy though.
Yeah. Something ain't right here, Dan.
We got the dad jokes. Dad jokes going. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, coming in with the dad jokes.
Gotta have dad jokes if you're fishing. You know what I'm saying?
That's
Yeah,
true.
yeah.
That's true.
right, that's
Deer
right.
and dad jokes.
It is a dad thing.
It is. It's like the international sports of dads.
That and like bowling.
Yeah. Well.
Or maybe bowling's like single guys at a dad's age. I don't know.
I don't know.
Maybe
Kids
both.
love bowling, so dads bowl because their kids.
I've always
bowl
hated
too.
bowling. Yeah. Bowling's boring to me. I like darts.
Dude, my kids love bowling. Like whenever we go, it's like they're so excited.
Yeah, it's definitely one of like those like kid things to do. Like, oh, let's go to the bowling alley with my friends or whatever. It's like I don't know. I skipped all that.
Yeah, you went straight to puke and milk.
I was puking on milk and getting arrested at gunpoint for faking a kidnapping. And then as soon as I got to drinking age, I just was living in the city and getting drunk and playing darts all night with my friends.
You good at darts?
Yeah, I got pretty good at it. I can hit that triple 20 like dead on like most of the time.
Nice. Nice. I should have brought out like one of those headlights. So you
Next
could
time.
see.
Yeah, you should have.
Next time I will.
Yes. Do you have one with you
Not.
at
Well,
the cabin?
yes.
I mean,
Yeah.
Okay.
Several. I just didn't
Okay,
think I'd
good.
need it. And I don't need it
You
for
did-
myself, but you all see darkness.
hello, darkness, my old friend. Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. As long as you get to hang out with us, that's the main concern.
I didn't know that was a word for a PDF in Canada. Goof. Is that a thing?
That's what I'm being told. I didn't know that either. We use that like commonly in my household, even.
Yeah. It's kind of like a sarcastically like mild insult that you call someone to be funny.
Yeah.
That's basically
Yeah,
what it
you
is now.
goofball.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
goofball. Yeah.
I think this is Canada's fault for having that kind of nomenclature.
Yeah.
The bad thing about when it rains and stuff is that all the stones become slippery.
They
Oh,
sure
yeah.
do.
Especially near water.
Yeah.
And they're all nice and smooth from all the constant erosion too.
That's it.
Yeah.
I've been like around water like all my life. I've definitely taken some nasty spills.
Definitely.
I was born in Florida. I was a Florida kid when I was little. And then I moved to
Oh.
New York. Yeah.
When did
I moved to
you?
New York. I was like 4 years old when I moved up here, and I've been here ever since. So I was only there for a little bit, but a lot of beach stuff, a lot of Disney World.
Wow. I'm a West Coast kid who moved inland, but that was like a long time ago. Probably almost half my life in each, actually.
Nice. Yeah, I've just been in boring old New York for forever. I don't hate it, but I don't know. I'd be down to move somewhere else.
Yeah. I literally don't do cities really. Like I don't mind visiting, but
I live in like a suburb outside of Buffalo. I used to live there when I was like college age. But I don't love them either. It was fun for like to do it at that age, but it's like I don't prefer it. Like I wouldn't want to be there in a city my whole life or anything. Mostly because I got my car broken into a lot of times. Like most of the time, it wasn't even my fault.
yeah, that's that whole thing though. Like city life is like the extreme version of what humans aren't supposed to live like.
Yeah, it really is. Homeless people are basically like human raccoons when you live in a city. They really are.
That's a good way of putting it, actually. It's messed up, but it's funny.
That's how I've come to know them.
I would completely agree with that, actually.
They're a little craftier. Raccoons are pretty crafty, but homeless people are crafty too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, now,
One time I was-
now, can you guys see this?
Kinda. Yeah.
'Cause I sort of
What
found
is
a
that?
flashlight.
Tree? Oh yeah.
Yes. So now you got to experience like a scary video game.
Oh. Scared alone at night in Norway?
Yeah.
Is that the video game?
I don't know. I guess this is one.
Yeah, alone at night in Norway.
Alone at night. Well, I'm not really alone, am I?
I mean,
Physically?
yes,
Shut
that's a
up.
good question.
Don't make me scared.
No, you're fine, buddy.
You're only physically alone.
Yeah.
You're only alone in such a way that if anything bad happened, none of us would be able to intervene.
Yeah, well, you could report it
Yeah, I mean, we would.
and get a lot of views.
Yeah.
I would rather that doesn't happen though, because I like you and stuff.
Well, that's very kind.
Yeah, don't like sacrifice yourself
Yay.
like the jackass guys for content.
No.
Okay.
True.
Well, there goes my plan.
So Teriak, what's your country like?
Mostly peaceful. But a lot of fuckery goes about, as they say. Like for example, the whole like shenanigans with like the plantation, or like the what like Americans would call it, like the border crisis, all that kind of shit. Like you're starting to see like tensions and all that kind of stuff rise. Like fundamentally, our politicians are just basically crooks. They're all kind of like in it for themselves, how they can do like the side deals, all
not
that
so
kind of shit.
different.
But yeah, not so different in terms of the whole kind of stretch of it. But yeah, it's kind of like similar to kind of like the European spirit in a way, where it's kind of like calm, peaceful, kind of go about your own business, but and you won't be interfered with. But like I said, there's been a lot of kind of like escalations and ramped up shit, like through both politically with like the hate speech shit you're starting to see in Britain. And yeah, like the whole kind of thing is like facilitating an invasion essentially.
Well, why do you think that all the European nations are falling prey to the same political ideology, or however you would call it?
Because I genuinely think there's like a global kind of like web or global system of play, and like there's certain organizations like the UN or NATO that kind of basically gets manipulated by what you call like the deep state or whatever that goes at play, because fundamentally we are a Western empire, but it is currently being controlled in a what I would describe as a negative way.
Do you think it's the politically active billionaires that are pushing most of it?
I'd say that would have a good part to it, but just to say that it's the political billionaires would give the impression that, oh, if we get rid of them, then everything will be good, and that's how you fall
No.
into the communist trap hole. Because I think
Right. No.
Yeah, it's a very small minority of these like wealthy or kind of like rich elite. But like I'd point to the likes of George Soros. He's not individually a wealthy man, but he has a lot of ties to a lot of nefarious organizations.
Right. And then you look at things like the UN and all of the old things, right? You look at the UN and you look at NATO and you look at the Club of Rome, and you look at all of these kinds of institutions that push all their ideologies into NGOs, and those NGOs then reciprocate and carry down all of the policies and the things that they want implemented, right?
Yep.
It's almost like coalitions of politically powerful individuals working together to create a worldscape that they deem fit.
Well, like that's the thing. Like having an aspect where there can be like a global alliance and all this kind of aspect, it makes sense to a good degree, but there has to be that kind of what is it like separation? Well, not necessarily separation. Like there has to be that priority where you have individual liberty as a key aspect to it. You know what I mean? That like being able to kind of get along nicely as groups of people is a good concept. But this whole aspect of having that one nefarious kind of group that's like controlling all the strings, that's what you want to be able to avoid. And when you look at particularly the likes of the USAID, all the NGOs that's been going on, like that's basically uncovering the web that like has been hidden for so long, or been hidden in plain sight for so long, I should say.
Right. Well, because you dress it up, right? You dress it up as multiculturalism. You dress it up as all of these different things, and it looks great from the outside. And the ideology that's supposed to be driving it is good, but what it actually is isn't what it's being shown as.
Right, like fundamentally speaking, like the points that I was pointing out with like postmodernism, where it's like this whole like we need to deconstruct, like we need to make sure there's no limits that are put on the human potential. Let's say, which yeah, you could say in one regard, but what you see happening in practice is just this deconstruction of everything, and that's why you see like it's all these like like if we go back 8 years, maybe a bit more, it's like these were all like the college students that were protesting on campus and all this kind of shit. Same thing. It's the same ideology that's driving them. Where it's like we just need to deconstruct everything. The whole Joker mentality. When you break down like postmodernism, that's where you get to with the Joker nihilism essentially. Because there's no actual like platonic form or like basically raft to hold you or to keep you kind of like stable when you go down the avenue of like you can never step in the same river twice. Like that's super rational thought. You can get lost in the weeds, and like I said, a lot of easy kind of like cliches like communism, all that kind of shit is what people fall into. They recognize, okay, there are these powerful people that have this wealth. They don't understand that that's only a fraction of the picture.
Right.
Because do you notice that the socialists and the communists never say we need to eradicate poverty? They say we need to eradicate billionaires. That right there tells you exactly what you need to know about their ideology.
Yeah.
Well, that's the game, man. That's the game. If we just eradicate poverty, then we don't get what we want. Man.
But that's even just the aspect of I'm jealous of people doing better than me. I don't give a fuck about the people that are underneath me. That's what that mentality tells you.
Yep.
Whereas if you're doing eradicating poverty, then it's like I genuinely care about the people beneath me. I want to see human civilization rise as a pyramid or as a hierarchy or whatever. Do you know what I mean?
Yep. We should seek to lift up all, not select few. Or select groups, or select, like, if you're going to help people, help all the people that need it, not just the ones you deem need it.
Sorry, I was changing my headphones. What were you saying?
I said, if you're going to help people, help all the people that need it, not just select groups that you've chosen.
Yeah, like that's the aspect. Do you know what I mean? You want to create an objective kind of that's why like statue any statue that's like Lady Justice or whatever is always blindfolded. You want something that's like so objective that there's no bias whatsoever in terms of it. But that's where you run the risk where it's like people's lives are going to bias them in certain aspects. So for example, if I'm a black dude and like every single time I've been mugged multiple times in my life, it's always been at a white dude, I'm naturally going to be very hesitant to trust a white dude.
Right.
You know what I mean? So there's going to be those natural biases put in place. But like I was saying, like when you fundamentally break down like the philosophies or the core kind of like ideologies behind a lot of this thinking, that's where you kind of understand where it's fundamentally flawed. You know what I mean? Like the aspect where a quote unquote feminist, a Western feminist, can stand right beside an Islamist and support their cause and their attempts to put in a state that would literally oppress women. Like speaks volumes in terms of like that's a fundamental contradiction in your philosophy. What are you doing? You know what I mean? But then, like I said, there's other aspects where you'd find the whole kind of deconstruct the whole thing of, for example, morality is relative. You know what I mean? This whole aspect where it's like fundamentally what you're saying is morality is just don't worry about it. Do you know what I mean? You don't need to be moral. And then you make all these bad decisions, these immoral decisions in life, and then wonder why you feel like shit all the time. A la the other dynamic to it as well, where it's we see with the trans movement where it's like, oh, like, man and woman is kind of the same thing. You know what I mean? A trans woman is a woman, kind of like a man can become a woman. essentially what you're doing is you're just removing the distinction between man and woman. That's the whole thing. You just want to remove all these distinctions, remove all these definitions, and deconstruct everything, and then you're left with basically post Tower Babel situation.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I had to connect the charger, so you're on speaker and I'm further away from the mic.
Dude, we're on speaker. Everyone's gonna hear us that you're around right now.
Yeah, all of them. Every single one.
Oh man.
It's what you say.
Yeah, we're pretty effed up. They did a good job of kind of retarding everybody. It worked too good. We're kind of screwed now.
Like that's what they're saying. Like I brought up the Heraclitus quote about the logos, rational critical thought, like how useful it actually is.
It's
If
it's
you don't
ridiculous.
you're like, for example, if Dan doesn't like apply a bit of critical thinking and kind of go, well, I'm not really getting fishes in this spot, I'm going to change up the spots. You know what I mean? Or maybe head more downstream. You know what I mean? That's the like you thinking critically, having a bit of forethought, all that kind of stuff. But if you're just kind of trying to follow a dogma of, I always catch fish in this spot and this one spot, and don't apply any critical thinking, you're never going to advance. Do you know what I mean?
Basically,
That's
train
what they don't
people
want you
to
do.
not use their minds anymore. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, NPCs. That's the main goal, is to create as
And
much
it's
NPCs as
just the
possible.
craziest thing. Isn't that they're doing it? It's that it worked so good. To me.
100%, and it's like it's what Nietzsche talks about with the whole overman and the last man, where it's like you're going to be confronted in a situation where there's a small group of people that are so technology advanced that it's like comparing them to the rest of the population is like comparing the rest of the population to like a monkey, essentially. Do you know what I mean? And you're going to have this, you're going to be confronted with this whole kind of like choice to be made, or aspect to be made, that do we basically destroy all the technology, or do we morph and do we evolve into the next aspect? Do you know what I mean? Because if you're an NPC, like you're already starting to see it with these bots, with all the technology coming out, that like these robots are going to be better at these jobs, these factory jobs, all this kind of stuff, than humans are, and it's going to be cheaper. So it would literally make no sense to hire humans anymore. Like that's the kind of aspect and the solution that needs to be put in place. That's why you're seeing a lot of like these figures try to push like universal basic income and all this kind of stuff, because they're trying to prevent this evolution to take place, essentially.
Yeah, well, and there seems to be a lot of different things that are coming together to lower birth rates pretty dramatically too, which would be useful if they're gonna replace humans. But I don't know. That's probably not a conspiracy. That's probably not real.
No, it's not going to be. They're not going to like necessarily replace humans. Like the goal would just to be like enslave humans to a degree of like think like back like feudalist systems, like the whole peasants like working the farm off the land of the king, essentially. That's what they want to go back to.
Well, whatever it is, it's not good for us. They definitely want less of us too. They're like poisoning us and everything in this country too. It's wild that no one cares.
That's why the likes of like RFK, like that's why that was such an impactful thing, that it's not just Trump, 2016 Trump. At this time, it's like it's a more sophisticated, robust kind of like package that he's offering. It's not just Trump and you're going based on like his old pals. You're going based on Trump and RFK and Vivek and Elon and, you know what I mean, like Tulsi Gabbard, like this round host of like former Democrats that were like, yeah, there is something rotten in Denmark. You know what I mean? The quote unquote classic liberals that had the balls to say, you know what, there is something up. And like we will stand with you to prevent what we deem to be a fucking catastrophic communist takeover, essentially.
Right.
Yeah. Who knows if they're if they're just like controlled opposition, even, like if they're even really doing anything, or if they're just acknowledging that we all know something's up without actually doing anything about it. Who knows?
But that's why I pointed down, is it's like it's up to you to live the life you want to live.
Yeah.
And having or getting upset of where, like I said, like society not going your way, like one could make the argument that actually the Yahtzees didn't lose the war. They just went to the hiding, and you're actually living in a Yahtzee utopia or whatever the fuck, or some sort of system
Yeah, well, that's what Russia keeps saying.
National Socialist. Yeah,
maybe they're more right than people think.
A conglomeration of things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I'd still
But-
rather live
but-
here than China, though. I'll say that at least.
But
That's
like
fair.
like I made the case that both the communists and the Islam want to destroy the West. Like, why is they want to destroy the West? Because the West has that sense of individual liberty. There shouldn't be this whole like enslaving of the population. Like that was the founding
Yep.
principle to it. So even if it was the Atis went to hiding and they've now seized enough control to have like to not necessarily completely control the political system, but to have a heavy influence over it. The mere fact of like the founding principles is what's keeping America alive, and the reason why Islam and communism will stand hand in hand against the West is because they want to effectively destroy the last mechanism in place that like, or the last ideology in place that prevents the humans being enslaved. And that's why it's so important that America never gets falls to communism or Islam.
Well, yeah, it's almost like you could say that individuality should be preserved.
It's almost
Yep.
like that.
But the issue or the tough thing that gets put, let's say, in terms of, let's say, this libertarian mindset is, and you've probably seen Andrew Wilson do this a ton of times, where because he's done against Dave Smith, they said it's like, okay, what happens if you have two consenting adult brothers that want to bang each other?
Yep.
Like, what are you going to counter that with? And my whole thing is like, well, that to me is called a genetic dead end, my friend. I don't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like Dan. I'm gone fishing. I don't give a fuck about that.
I mean,
I
two
think-
men doing it in general is a pretty genetic dead end, like pretty hard dead end. So
Yeah, it's one of those things where you stop what needs stopped.
Yeah, because you can only fix so many things in a given lifetime.
we got a big pile of things to fix, though.
That's crazy sport brand. That
What do you
comment.
say?
Yeah,
I'll put it up.
Sport's great. Oh,
Well, the first anti-slavery laws were passed in Greece to stop people selling themselves into slavery. That's what I say. George Melania quote: "The Western civilization is built on Greek philosophy, Roman law, and Christian ethics."
It's a great blending for sure. And that, it goes back to like the quote of, we've built a republic if we can keep it, right? Like, we have to keep it. We have to actually be willing to do what it takes to keep this nation. And the more that we let things go and slip through our fingers, the worse it gets, the worse it will be.
Mm-hmm.
people are so comfy though. They don't care about it slipping through anyone's fingers. They just want to be inside and like eat Cheetos and watch TV or stuff.
That's why I
They did a really
said,
good job of making everyone really comfortable while we're getting all our freedoms and just everything you can think of taken away from us, basically,
Well-
like even our own minds.
contentment breeds weakness.
Mm-hmm.
Contentment of too high of a stand, like if you're too comfortable, it is bad for you.
It is.
It is bad for a civilization. This is why you have like the Greeks wrestling and all of the things that they entertained themselves in ways that kept them tough and strong, and also philosophy, mentally strong. But if you get so comfortable that all you do is veg out, you learn nothing, you don't strengthen yourself, then what?
Yeah, all of the best things in my life have have been like overcoming something like difficult and like how that changed me and stuff. Like if I didn't have any of that, I'd be such a piece of shit.
Well,
It's so
and
scary to
I
think
have a
about.
theory that men specifically, I can't speak for women obviously, but men specifically need purpose. Without
Oh,
purpose, you fall to bits. And
women are a little
right,
less like that. They kind of need purpose too, but not like we do. Like we do need it, like for real.
it's why you see like old men with 100 cars in his yard. It's because he's got 100 different projects, and at any given time he can go out and there's purpose. There's something to do.
Mhm.
And then, eventually he can't do that anymore. But like you will find a purpose, and if your purpose is misaligned with the betterment of yourself and others, then it can go very, very badly. But the truth of the matter is, without purpose, you fall to pieces, whether it's mentally or emotionally or physically.
Yeah, yeah. And there's really not a lot of purposes around these days.
Right?
You kind of really have
But
to
that's what
like. Yeah, go ahead, Terry. Yeah.
Sorry, I was just gonna say that's what they mean by like that's what you get for fulfillment out of purpose. You have a sense of direction in life. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, it's your brain. It's the way our brains work. Like you need to have something to focus on and like be it like working towards achieving, or else like your brain's just gonna pick everything in your life apart and like just make you anxious as fuck about everything. It's our brains literally strangle us like in a lot of ways for living like in contemporary lifestyle like this.
Yeah. Yeah. It's to our great detriment that we've become as comfortable as we are.
Yeah, but it's like it's kind of sick because like we're also like as humans like we're driven to like innovate and like make things more efficient and more comfortable for ourselves, but we've reached a point where like we would like people wouldn't want to throw away those things because they're so convenient, like they wouldn't want to get rid of them, but at the same time it's like killing us. So it's like it's our own nature that drove us to this point. Like this was inevitably going to happen no matter what. It's kind of sick.
Well, we've fallen out of balance with ourselves. This is what the biggest problem is, that we don't know where moderation lies anymore.
Yeah, but it happened like so gradually and so naturally that like no one really was ever even able to see it.
Well, I would agree with that on the general. I'd say that there was
Yeah, I mean
plenty of
generally.
people warning along
No,
the
like
way.
I agree. Like I see it, but like yeah, the average person, like no one fucking thinks about stuff like that.
Yeah, I like to say that we live in a Venn diagram, and it's like 1984 Fahrenheit 451 and 1984 all put into one area, and we are living in the center of all of it. Because all these warnings were given and we didn't heed them, so now we live in the middle of all of them.
Yeah, well, all the people that really had any degree of control over what we do or don't do, like it's just everyone is like just worried about getting short-term like resources and power, so they'll just keep innovating and making money. Like think of it like capitalism, like with all of those technological innovations, like they want to sell them all to us. There's like a drive economically for it to happen. So like it was just going to happen no matter what, basically. I feel like in a lot of different ways.
True. The real question is, what drives that?
Greed, fear. Pretty much just that.
Yeah.
People want to have more resources than the next person that might try to topple them over, and like that just drives people.
Yes and
And
no.
like
I think there's two levels to it, right? Because like on the general level, you're worried about yourself, your family, your tribe, your group, whatever. And then once you get to a certain point where there isn't a concern
why is
anymore,
sorry
really, for your family.
sorry
ahead.
buddy, Nightbot is like timing out Sparkbrand. I don't know why. I just
Really?
read the comments. Yeah,
What?
like he didn't even say anything bad.
Hold on. Let me pull it up. I don't know
Okay.
what it's doing. It doesn't. Mine doesn't even have those
No,
permissions usually.
no,
What the
it's okay.
frick?
Yeah, I get it. I just wanted to bring it to your attention.
Thank you.
Oh, he posted a link or something. Maybe it said. I don't know. I didn't see him post the link, but Maybe it's just confused.
It could be confused.
Oh, I'm feeling some fish in this water.
He was only timed out for
There.
5 seconds, but yeah.
It's still goofy.
No, I know. All right, but yeah, sorry. What were you saying?
I don't remember. I turned that
Damn.
off though.
Yeah. No, that's all right. Yeah, I get it. I don't know. We were talking about like we were talking about like I was saying like I like
Oh,
people like
yeah.
fear and greed drives. Yeah.
So I think that what happens is once we have taken care of ourselves, and then we've taken care of our family, and then we've taken care of our small group, we're content enough to ignore what else could be done for the betterment of ourselves and those around us. And
Yeah.
because of that comfort and our lack of ability to see beyond, we become greedy, because we hit a certain point where it's like, oh, there's no worries anymore. So now
Yeah.
I'll just keep compiling for me, which is fine, right? There's nothing wrong with gaining. But if you're gaining for the sake of gaining, then what are you
Right.
living for at that point?
We're not meant to like be interacting like with with a population like on the scale that we have. Where like it's like we can comprehend it. Like there's like like millions and millions of people that like are in the country, but like our brains were never meant to make decisions based on like that quantity of people. Like a decision that a leader's making that affects that many people. Like that's not something our brains were really meant to ever do. We're like supposed to live in smaller groups. So it just gets fucked everything. It fucks everything up.
Yeah, there's, even if we make it through our current challenges, shall we say, globally and in our own nations, what comes next?
I don't know, dude. Something's gonna get us. It's really not. Doesn't look good. Like I've thought so much about like everything, and like it just there's not really a lot of good news out there. It's like if there's so many things that like could up us over like horribly, and then like if one thing doesn't, another thing will. But
So what you're
hopefully
saying
it
is
works
we
out.
need a big fat white pill.
That's kind of, dude. I literally, when I was young, I basically I'm not like I'm pretty like I'm not like that pessimistic of a person. Like I'm like friendly and like cheerful and stuff in chat and everything. But I black pilled myself so hard that I like went the other opposite way. Like that's kind of literally what happened to me. Because it just
So I
got
would,
to a point where it's like
I would say that we should challenge ourselves to make our life and the lives of those around us better in any way we
Yeah.
can.
that's the conclusion I came to. Also, I agree.
And let's freaking be incredible. Like, let's
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah, because like every little thing. Yeah, like I mean. I think we're all kind of like connected like socially and like a big like web kind of thing. So like if one of us like upsets someone, like if we cut someone off in traffic, that person's gonna go home and yell at their wife, and then their wife's gonna go like have a negative interaction with someone. So if we could just do like good stuff, like that's the most we can really do on a small scale.
I was just going to say that. So the opposite or the inverse of that is you did something kind for someone, that somebody does something kind for someone else, and that
Exactly.
trend is a better trend. So
Yeah.
just be a better damn human, dang it.
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly it. And then that's what made me like stop blackpilling myself, because I was like, well, yeah, everything sucks a whole bunch of dick, but like at least we can just be like, if I can be good, then that'll make me happy, I guess.
Yeah. And also, it seems to me that there's a whole generation where we're coming into generations that need that more than ever. They need better examples.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's nothing but horrible examples out there now.
Right.
Like in everywhere you look, in every possible like niche, like not like every, but like pretty much any like pop culture related thing is awful.
So it's almost like you could say we need better men.
Yeah, we just need better people, dude.
Teriak.
But
Do we need
like,
do we need better men, Teriak?
We need better women too. I'm not letting them get off the hook.
Well, obviously.
oh, true.
Obviously.
Gotta hold the woman accountable. But the whole kind of aspect is that like men basically are here to make things easier. Then making things easier makes easier men. And then where's that dynamic? Well, it's just a circle that
Yeah.
repeats that. Basically, the easy
So
men
we need
create
to we need to initiate the apocalypse so everybody toughens up. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
I'm just kidding.
I think what he's saying is we need to bring back the Colosseum.
I'm Italian, so I'm always going to be down for that.
like that is definitely one
Sorry.
solution. But
It's a
there is that
terrible solution.
aspect. Yeah, there is
I'm
that
down.
aspect. There is that aspect though where it's like you're stuck in that kind of like loop where it's like okay, it's the whole kind of like the
Weak men
Was
make
it
hard
Hindu?
times.
no, but even the Hindus have a similar concept where it's like you start with the golden age, then you have the silver age, then you have the bronze age, which is like the shittest age, and then it repeats. You know what I
Are
mean?
we in the fourth
And it's
turning?
like
Yeah.
yeah, and it's like
We're
being
definitely
stuck
not
this
in the
loop of,
golden
like,
age.
Chronos.
I know that.
Yeah, no,
honestly, the
but
golden
that's
age
why-
was like the 90s and 80s.
So
But-
I guess
but-
my question is: should we seek to break that cycle?
I don't
Or
think
should
we
we-
can.
Oh, well, there's ways.
There's ways, I guess, just with all like the technology and like just how we're all connected with the internet and stuff. I guess there's like things that we can do that we've never been able to do before. But I mean, it's hard to push back
Guys.
against that.
I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Okay.
can.
Yeah,
So, well, the thing is that the darkness is actually a force for good. The darker it gets, the easier
Yeah.
it becomes to show the light, right? And do something nice. It'll be so out of the blue,
True.
with something that people don't really expect. And so, the darker it gets, the stronger your example can become.
Yeah, that's true.
Feeling the hopelessness is sort of that is where the darkness gets us because we align with the darkness.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why like there's so many like circular things that happen throughout history. Yeah, I mean that's true. Like it's like the worse it gets, the more of a chance like for there to be like a big positive pushback against it. And also, yeah, I mean the darker it gets, like the more like a whole bunch of people are just looking for anything to like drag themselves out of it too.
And
Which
we always
sometimes is-
point at the darkness instead of thinking how can we change the trend, right?
Yeah.
Point at the darkness and we feel hopeless.
Yeah, I'm glad I kind of got out of the like super black pill stage that I was in my early to mid 20s. But yeah, I don't feel necessarily hopeless anymore. I do, like whenever I think about things on a mass scale, like I do, but like on a personal scale, I feel fine. Like I'm content with what I do.
Yeah.
I guess that's really all we can do. Maybe if we all do that, then things will be better.
yeah. Change on the
important.
micro affect the macro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I always say that each person being a better person makes a better family, makes a better community, makes a better state, makes a better
Yeah.
world.
It's just like it's just all like the shit, like the media that everyone's just consuming en masse, like is just so negative and making everyone so negative that it's hard for a lot of people to do that. But I mean, I
Well,
don't know.
If it bleeds, it leads, man.
Yeah.
Media is always going to be centered around what draws the most attention.
We're
and
just
what
there's
draws
so
the
much
most
going
attention.
on. No, yeah, you're absolutely right about that. It's just like that these days, though, like with the just like the way that we're able to interact with media and stuff like that, so much like more often and so much more directly and from all over the world. There's just so many bad things that happen on a world scale, and then we're getting like them pushed into it. Like if we lived in like a village and something bad happened in the village, it would just be like one thing, and that would be it. But now it's like there's people getting raped all over the world, and like there's bombings, and it's just like, so sorry, I didn't mean to say
You're right.
that word.
You're right.
So it's just
though.
we're just getting
You're right.
inundated.
And I would say that the best thing you could do with stuff like that is unplug for a bit.
Oh, I
Choose
do,
to
yeah.
yourself, because what happens is you're absolutely
Everyone
right. If you
should.
inundate yourself heavily with all of the world's news all of the time, you will crash yourself. You will
Yeah.
crash your own life.
Yeah, I haven't watched news personally in a while, but it's just like, yeah, just thinking about like the average person, it's just sad. They just need to take the needle out.
Yep. Like, go fishing.
Yeah. Basically, if we all are more like Dan,
Hell yeah,
we'll be
brother.
fine.
If we were all a
Not gonna
little
give
more
up.
like Dan.
I'm not gonna give up. I can't. I need 4 fish now.
Ooh,
Yeah, hell yeah, dude.
look at you go.
Technically, it was a two-way tie between 3 and 4. So if you get 3, that'll be fine.
Or 7.
Or 400,
Ooh.
like, yeah.
Nah, 7.
Or 400.
But if I get 7, then the other fish will also count.
What if every fish in the lake bites onto the tail of another fish and you catch 400 at once like that? Wouldn't that be something?
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
right, that doesn't work.
You know,
Yeah, I can imagine.
it would be epic, though. It would be epic, though, if Dan did catch 400 fish in one night in Norway on a stream, and he just became the legendary fisherman of Norway.
That would be something. Maybe we'll make a grok story about that.
Oh, now we have to. Now it has to happen.
My boat. See, one morning I was out in this boat on this lake that I was by earlier, and the sun got up, and around 4 a.m. they just huge trouts kept like getting on the lure, and I got like 14 fish. I think it was like 1.2 kilograms of
Damn,
fish, an old trouts.
that's awesome. What a good day. That's what fishing is. Like sometimes you just it's like you can't even believe it, like how well you're doing, and then other times it's just so dead. It's weird.
Yeah, and that's why I stay out fishing like 10 hours straight,
Yeah.
because I know that suddenly you get a fish. It's just how it is. And I can't wait to show you the sunrise.
I'm excited. Have you ever been tempted to dynamite fish? I've heard people do that. I've never done it.
No, oh man, if I was really hungry and I had no other way, maybe.
I can imagine that. That's kind of a like I feel like that would the degree to which that would scare all the other fish away that weren't caught in the blast would be pretty immense. That's kind of a one and done thing.
Yeah.
I'm just imagining that. That's like 9/11 from a fish's perspective. Like that's
The concussive blast, and they all just float to the surface. Game over.
yeah.
One sec, grid. Buzzing.
Got a link out there. Does anyone want to hang out with us? We're pretty cool. We're hip.
We're hip. We're with it.
Yeah, we're with it.
We're cool, right on, and groovy.
Yeah. It just reminds me of Austin Powers, like when Dr. Evil was trying to say he was hip to Scott. And he did like the Macarena to try to prove how cool he was.
Hey, Macarena. Sorry.
I know, it's okay. I mean, we were all thinking it, like you just said it.
Oh, it's so dumb.
What's up, Grid?
I'm just gonna sing the Macarena.
What's up, man?
Hey, Greg.
How
Very
art
good.
thou, Grid?
What are the haps?
Oh, not a whole lot of.
We're going all over the place. Yeah, we're
Yeah?
talking about fishing, bear attacks, how screwed up the world is, just everything.
I had literally just decided to not go fishing, and it started raining. Like literally, like I walked in, closed the door. The boat's hooked up, loaded, rods, reels, everything's ready to go. Batteries are charged, everything's set. As soon as I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna go. I don't want to go tonight.
I'm out
Boom.
in the
I guess that's that. I
Don't
heard
need a
that they
conundrum.
they bite more in the rain. I don't know how true that is. I've heard that.
I don't know about that.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah, maybe
I
that's
think
not
it's
a real
harder
thing.
for them to track food to grab onto if it's raining.
Yeah, like maybe that's incorrect. It's like a little superstition thing.
I do. Well, I mean, they don't care about the rain. Fishermen
Right.
care about the rain, but the fish don't care. It can like cool the water down and things like that. I mean, where I'm at, so I'm in the south, right? The
Yeah.
water temperature can be 78 degrees. You know,
That's hot. Yeah.
that's hot. Yeah. So,
Those poor
yeah.
fish. You're on
So
the
they can
east
just
end
go
with
into
me.
deeper water.
You
They
know how
just go into
humid it
deeper
is.
water.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they just go down there. Then it's harder to fish
Yeah.
them up. Who else joined? Welcome, whoever that is. I can't see. My
Mr.
screen's
Mister.
so small. Mister, what's up, dude?
What's up, Mister?
Hey, just looking into some things. There's a lot of crazy shit happening over the last week. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Bro, tell me, man. Tell me.
We're seeing the reversal of everything happening, and obviously, I've been archiving, as much of it as I can for other reasons, but a few of the more interesting ones that have been happening recently is like we're starting to see they're taking away the federal funds for a lot of the bullshit.
Yeah.
They're really going after Planned Parenthood, like they're trying to strip them of their federal funding.
Yeah.
And it's crazy. It's crazy how one of my theories is just if regular people knew the type of shit that these assholes were doing, I don't
know.
think we would be in this spot to begin with. I mean, is that just me?
No,
You
I
can say
agree.
that about a lot of things. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I mean, it's an interesting. I mean, look, you're right, and it's an interesting thing all the way around because no matter which direction you look, somebody's fucking shit up. My viewpoint right now is colored by that. No matter how hard the public cries for less corruption, more transparency, and all these things, the less I feel like we actually get, and it's getting to a critical mass, and the internet is part of that, right? By the it's and of course all of the naysayers are going to fucking cry that the internet allows information to be spread faster than ever, and fuck those guys. But the reality is it allows people to catalog things, make it easily searchable, um, and disseminate it really quickly. So I think that it's overall. That's why I think I think that's the real reason you're seeing the resurgence, if you will, of conservatism, of more, not, I hate to use the word traditional, but more rational, logical, stoicism ideals, because it's hard to lie to people now. It's hard,
Yeah, that's true.
Well, we grew up in a time when politicians could get away with saying things on television, and that would not get seen again unless
Ever.
that news rebroadcast it. And so they could get away with lying. They could get away with all kinds of stuff. They can't get away with it now.
Right. Yeah, the one guy that had a VHS tape of it, somewhere.
Yep.
That was it.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I mean I mean personally, I think it's badass, man. And basically, we're also living in a time where people bitch more than ever. And I've never heard so much bitch.
Yeah.
We have so many grown ass living, breathing pussies. I've never even considered.
It's embarrassing.
It is embarrassing.
Yeah.
And I mean, and not just the United States of America, all of England is a bunch of pussies. All of it.
Well, look what they did. They made it a badge of honor to
be a pussy.
gaslight yourself.
I told Briggs the other night. I told Brick the other night on here, I said, you know what? The only way your country's turning around is if every man in your country stands up and takes a stand against what's happening in your country right now. If you don't do that, you're done. You're done.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked it hasn't happened just with how bad things have gotten lately.
Well, I mean, the thing is that on the one hand, you have violent Muslims who have no problem beating the living shit out of non-believers. And on the other side, you have a bunch of grown-ass men who don't have one full set of balls between them. They literally kowtow to these Muslims because they're literally afraid they're going to get their asses stomped. Right? And so I say it, and obviously, there's probably 2 or 3 good Englishmen left. But
and it doesn't help that their government's backing it too.
Yeah, the government. Well, I mean, the government is. I mean, look, they're electing Muslims, man. I mean, and nothing against the Muslims in and of themselves, right? Like, I'm sure it's a fine religion. I don't really care.
Right.
It's the mentality of the people when they get into office, right? And how they use that power. France is the same way. And honestly, I think that chick who was chancellor or whatever the fuck she was of France, she had more balls than all the Frenchmen combined. Like seriously, she's actually stood up. That blonde chick, who stood up and said,
Marie Le Pen. Marie Le Pen.
Yeah, and who said, no, we're not. This is we're not going to have this. Of course, she got outvoted. She got overruled. She got run over. But she tried, right?
Yep.
So I got to be honest with you, it's a hell of a fucking day when a woman stands in front of a nation of men and is more of is feminine and more of a man than they are.
Yeah.
Well, that's a hell of a thing. That's a hell of a thing for me to have to say to you gentlemen.
Yeah, hopefully that shakes people up and makes them kind of like realize that they need to do that too.
Yeah. And the thing is that, how far do we have to sink to that has to be the case, right? How far does it go?
Hopefully,
I mean, I got to be honest, because obviously this isn't my show, so I can say whatever the fuck I want, and hey, if you feel like kicking me off, man, just hit the button. But
no, I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, we're with you.
But it's an interesting thing, man. I look around and what's really truly interesting to me is I look around at the people in my neighborhood, in my town, my state, and it's not bad,
Same here.
But
yeah,
then
same.
All I got to do, man, all I have to do is go to the coast. Just it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which one.
That's right.
Rid, I'm from the Northeast.
Any coast.
I'm from the Northeast, and
I live in New
both
York.
of my brothers. Yeah, both of my brothers are in the NYPD, so I can tell you firsthand. Yeah,
I'm in Buffalo at least, so I'm not in New York City. Thank God.
Yeah, it's a fucking shithole. Let me tell you. And my brother, you want to talk about a man? I said to him, I'm like, I'm taking my kids. We've had some bad years in recent times, but it's getting better. And I'm like, I'm moving south because I'm just sick of the shit, My brother,
That's
on the
smart.
other hand, he's like, yeah, my brother, though, you guys will laugh at this. He's like, fuck that. I'm not going anywhere. He's like, I'm going to raise, if I have to get married 6 times and have them all Republican, I'm going to do it.
He's going to be miserable trying that.
I got one, guys.
You got another?
Nice, Dan.
A trout.
Got 3.
Yeah.
Damn, it's a pit. Oh, well, this is a nice one.
Good.
Sorry for interrupting. All right.
No, good work, Dan.
Good.
That was what
fine.
the stream was supposed to be about originally.
Are you fly fishing, Dan?
No, it's with a lure.
So like a spinning rod?
No, just a plain lure.
No, yeah,
He has a reel, yeah.
he's got a reel.
Yeah, it's a spinning rod. Yeah.
Yeah.
In the U.S., we have many kinds of rod. We have spin casting, spinning, and bait casting, and fly casting. Obviously, I do them all from time
Nice.
to time.
That's cool.
Yeah,
I've only ever used the spinning one.
yeah.
I want to try
No,
spear fishing sometime. That looks badass.
I had a friend of mine who did that in the ocean. It looks cool. I actually have a friend of mine who like teaches people how to spearfish. It
Yeah.
looks cool, but I don't think I'm that cool. I mean, I'm cool.
That's fair.
I'm not that cool.
I'm probably not that cool either, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, it's an interesting thing, man. It's sorry, my phone all is. I'm not like on my own time here, so.
You're good.
But yeah, that's what's up. And I mean, I'm in the South, so I look around and I'm like, I mean, most of the people here are still pretty fucking normal, like you'll see some, some chick with half her hair dyed blue and like fucking, a hog ring through her nose and shit like that. Yeah, you'll see that, but it's far and few between, my brothers. It's far and few between.
It seems like it's pretty normal in a lot of places. I mean, we just get that shit thrown in our face all the time on the internet. Like,
Right.
it just makes people think things are worse.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. Is that so? What happens is that in all right. So if you read either Mein Kampf or Lenin's whatever the fuck
Yeah,
I cannot think.
I forget, but I know what you mean.
If you read his Communist Manifesto is basically what it is. Basically one of the 10 things that you have to do to turn hey, that's a nice fish,
beauty,
nice fucking fish. So, but one of the things you have to do is you need to. I mean, there's a list of things you have to do. And one of them is to convince people that there's a new normal and make it seem like this is normality, right? Like there are literally people that believe that it's normal to walk, for chicks to walk around with, their, half-ass naked, with their tits showing, and that's just normal.
Literally,
And what's interesting is that I'm in Tennessee. And I'm not in a rural area, but I have property in rural areas. I get there quite often, and you'll see people that move here from like California, and they're kind of freaked out.
yeah.
And then they realize that normal never really changed. That all of that shit is aberration. Right?
Yeah.
It's not real. It's not normal. What it is it's the flavor of the month club, right? It's no, and so my biggest disappointment as a man is that the women don't dress like the hot ass chicks back in the 50s. Or the 60s, where they were hot. I mean, hot. Like they weren't
still feminine. Yeah,
exceedingly feminine. As I'm trying to do this show with Kinetic Kel and Gia McCool about why women seem so much less feminine. Where has the femininity gone? And I think it's going to be a really great conversation.
That sounds like it'll be good.
It's a good question to ask.
Right. Because Gia is a former, maybe she still does a little bit of it, but she's a fitness model. So, her entire job is to look smoking hot. Right.
Yeah.
and but at the same time, she's been married to the same guy for 20 years. She's super based. You know, he is the leader. When he took 3 years off of his career to figure out what he wanted to do, what direction he needed to go in life, and how to get there, and what training he needed to get, and all of that. He took 3 years. The entire time that he was fucking around and finding out, she earned the money. She went out and made it happen for the family, right? For them.
That's so cool.
Obviously, they don't have a family.
Yeah, she's
right?
a good one.
Right. And this is, you know, and that to me is fucking normal, right? My mom did that when my stepdad, you know, he got laid off, and he went every day to find work and couldn't. And in the meantime, she did what she had to do. She went out, she got a job, she had a second job, you know, and she did, you know, other stuff. She did dialysis for this woman on the week, you know, on the weekends, whatever. So if you're going to, and one of the things that really pisses me off about a lot of the new conservatives is they have this weird fucking idea about women working and not working and shit like that. And none of that shit ever really existed, except in storybooks, fairy tales.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the lure I'm using. Sorry to interrupt.
That's a
The
spoon,
frog?
man. That's badass.
Yeah, these are really good for trout.
Oh yeah, there he is.
What's your rod look like? What do you got?
Let's see.
It's a nice spinning rod. Oh, yes, it is. What brand? It's a Fluger?
Let's see.
Is it a Fluger? I can't read it. It's really
It's a
small.
Berkeley.
Fenwick?
Berkeley.
Berkeley?
Yep.
All right. That's like a mid-level rod here, man. That's pretty cool.
It's a lightning rod.
Yeah. We don't have that. We don't get those here. They don't sell those here. But you know, it's just really fucking interesting, man, how men so a lot of men are such fucking babies. They're just, you know, not even adolescents, man. And they whine about so much, right? I just can't, man. It just drives me up the fucking wall. Like it really does.
Well, me too.
And at the end of the day, man, it's rough, right? Like it's hard. It's hard to be a grown up and listen to whiny ass bitches all day.
Oh, can I ask you a question, Grid?
Yeah, man.
So have you ever been confronted by other male family members on some horse shit? Like
man. Well, I mean, I don't have very many male family members, right? My youngest brother, you know, he was a half brother, and he, you know, he had a real problem drinking that nobody knew about. He hid it from the whole family. I mean, I think my mom had an idea, and like there were signs, like he got a DUI a few years ago and played it off and all this other stuff, right? And he ended up dying of alcohol poisoning on his kitchen floor. So that was never really confronted him about anything. But the thing is that I confronted my parents all the time on the fact that they ruined his fucking life. I still tell my mom to this day that because they never let him grow up, right? In their mind, he was the youngest, he was the baby, and he was going to be the one to take care of them in their old age. And so they made sure he never really had to work hard. He started off good. You know, he started off as an electrician's helper, and he could have gone on and been an electrician and had a family, girlfriends, all that kind of stuff. But no, I think my parents, I don't think they did it intentionally.
Yeah.
But they train wrecked his ass. And he ended up working at O'Charlie's, which is a restaurant chain here in the South. And he never grew up. Like he just never did.
I've seen that too. It's sad.
Yeah. Yeah. And he, just the reality is that he never he never really wanted to do much except, and of course, I'm sure, well, let me rephrase. I'm sure there are things he wanted to do in life that he never realized, and was never going to be able to realize, right? Like he was never going to be that guy.
Yeah.
And, but that explained to me, the alcoholism, and my other brother, my middle brother, he, I've confronted him several times over the years about, in a gentle way, right? Because look, he's married. He raised 2 kids that weren't his. He did the best he could. I'm sure he fucked up like 10,000 times, but he did the best he could. The kids don't hate him. They're grown men now. But there's so many opportunities in his life that he never took. And he and I call him out on it when he starts bitching about, which he doesn't do anymore, by the way. This is an interesting thing. So my brother's a welder, and I think he makes $28 an hour or something like that as a welder.
Wow.
He welds. I mean, he's pretty good. It's a good job. He's done well. No shade thrown his way on that. But he's never aspired. I mean, I'm sure he maybe at some point aspired to more, but he never really did what it takes to be more. Right. Whereas I got out of college. I looked around the day I graduated college, man. I looked around at all the drunk fuckers around me, and I'm like, well, this is fucked up. And then the next morning I woke up, I went into work, and I'm like, what do I do? And then I realized, the more I thought about it, the more I realized that I didn't want to sit in an office all day. I fucking, first of all, I can't sit still anyway. You guys can, look at me now. I'm fucking twitching like hell.
Yeah.
I can't sit still. I got to be doing something. I've got to be moving. I've got, and moving forward usually. And so, I made a really hard decision that I wasn't going to I never even applied for a job in my field. The worst money I've ever spent in my life was my college degree. 100%.
I could see that.
If I had
a
all that money,
lot of people. Yeah.
Yeah. If I had, of course, I paid for my college for the most part. And to be honest with you, it was cheap. Like I think I paid $1,200 a semester or some shit like that. I paid.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's not too bad.
Yeah. Not like the 20 grand a semester other fuckers are paying these days.
Yeah,
But,
for like nothing.
Well,
right.
For a credit.
Yeah. So I basically decided that I wanted to. I was really into sports car racing, and I wanted a career in sports car racing. I wasn't really sure what it was, but that's what I wanted to do. And so every step I took after that it needed to lead to me either owning a race team, working for a high-end race team, or something like that. And that's what I did. And I suffered I suffered a lot, dude. I went through I've told people on my show that, when I was I had 2 fiancés when I was in college, and neither one of them worked out. It wasn't it wasn't that we hated each other or anything like that. It just, shit happens. You move on.
Yeah.
And I actually, at that point, and I think I said this on someone's show the other night. I was like, at that point, I figured that God, it was just a message from God, just not to get fucking married. And so I went out and I made a decision. I'm not going to get married. I'm going to focus on my life and career, and everything else will take care of itself.
Yeah, it's tough at that age.
I really truly believe that, right? Like I really believe that if I just put my head down and I worked really damn hard and I literally learned, I didn't care how much money I made. I didn't care if I had a house. I didn't even, you know, I really didn't care about any of the possessions that I had. I had to have more experience. I had to have more knowledge, right? Like I needed to be the absolute fucking best at what I did. 100%. And I needed everybody in my community to know that I was the absolute fucking best at what I did.
Hell
and so it took sleeping on the floors in shops. It took working for almost no money. Sometimes it took basically for like 5 years, you know, it was just probably as close to hell as you can get. Right. And because, I mean, I was working so much at one point that I was I was technically homeless. Like I did not have anywhere to live. I was on the road so much that my mail went to my grandmother's house. What's up, Mr. Mister? My mail went to my grandmother's house. And when I was in town for the 24 hours or 48 hours I would actually be in town, I slept on my buddy's couch. And I was, you know, and I would, you know, once again, you know, as soon as another contract came up, as soon as another team needed me, as soon as a job was available, gone. And so before I had even heard the expression, live like others won't, so you can live like others can't, I was already doing that.
Hell yeah.
Yep.
And I don't advise people do that unless you really understand what you're getting into.
Yeah,
Right,
you have to
just
have like a pretty
don't-
powerful drive for that to
You got to have the
work
kind of
out.
self-confidence that doesn't even allow you to acknowledge failure.
Right.
And every failure is just a step towards not failing.
Right. Well, I mean, like I remember so I was working for this Porsche shop in North Carolina, and the owner and we got along pretty well. But there was, you know, he was a hard guy to work with. And I remember I had a rough weekend one weekend at the track with a client, and I got to the shop and he's like, "Hey man, you've got to." Well, actually, let me back up a minute. So I was working on my own stuff in the shop, and he allowed me to do that. And now this is a Porsche specific race shop, and mostly we did vintage Porsches, right? So 935s, 930s, 356, all the models of the 911, 914s, 914.6s, all of it. We did all of them. And at one point in time, I was the only, I was the youngest person in the country that could adjust a mechanical fuel injection on a 935. I'm probably, at this point, with the number of people that have died, I might be the only person that remembers how to do it.
Didn't you say that that story you told about how you guys took apart that engine?
Mhm.
Like you had the next day, that shit cracked me up. So you drove across the country to get parts, came back, got no sleep, and then put that shit together right before the race.
That was like normal for me. Like this is why I can't take any of you motherfuckers. And no offense, this is why I can't take half of the motherfuckers I meet seriously. I shit you not. This was my normal. This was my normal operating condition. Was everything was going to fuck up and I'd have to fix it. Like what he's talking about is we were testing. So we had the driver fly into Denver. We went out to test. The engine lasted 15 minutes before it blew up. It was an engine that we had bought from another from a guy who had run in the series before. he was like, oh, and I'm not gonna like, so and so built it, it's great. I'm like, all right, fine, we'll do it. Put it in a car, start it up, everything's great. Take it to the track, 15 minutes, bam. We have to leave the next morning for Sears Point. Now we're in Colorado, Denver, Sears Point, California, north of San Francisco. So we get back to the shop. Well, we take the driver back to the hotel or to the airport. He gets on a plane. We literally don't even unload the car out of the trailer. Go back to the shop. I get every engine part in the shop. That, like, literally, like all the gaskets, every bearing we had that would fit, all the spare parts. Put them in the trailer. Put the engine crane in the trailer. Everything in the trailer. Went home. Got like 3 hours of sleep. We finished up at 2 a.m. Left at 5 a.m. 5 a.m. we head to California. 28 hours straight.
Wow.
Did not shut the engine in the truck off. I kid you not. We'd roll in. We'd start fueling up. One guy go take a leak. The other guy's sitting there fueling. Swap out. Get back in the truck. Fucking roll. 28 hours straight. Bam. We're at Laguna Seca, or not Laguna Seca, Sears Point. We're at Sears Point waiting to be parked. We finally get like 3 hours of sleep. They wake us up, load us. It's load in. They tell us where to be. As soon as they load us in, we don't even have the canopy out. We've got nothing. We roll the car out, roll the engine crane out. Car goes up on jack stands, and I'm tearing the engine out. Or actually, Colin was tearing the engine out of the car. I'm putting up the canopy, doing the other stuff because there's only two of us at this point, right? There's only me and Colin, and we're getting shit done. We get the engine out of the car. It takes 2 hours to get the engine out of the car. I tear the engine down and decide that there's no fucking way we're going to be able to use any of this shit. And one of the things that, and I'm getting ahead of myself. I decided there's no fucking way we're going to be able to use any of this shit. So we pulled the engine, or we had the spare engine from the Pikes Peak Hill Climb car that had crashed. So we put it in. What we didn't know was that the first engine had sent material all through the oil coolers. So that engine lasted like 5 minutes on track. Done.
Holy sh!
Bring it back. I tear it down. Same thing. Engine comes out, tear it down. We're like, fuck, we're fucked. In the meantime, I've already ordered all the parts for a brand new oil system. Every hose, oil cooler, thermostat, fitting, all of it. I've ordered it. FedEx overnight. It's going to be there 8 a.m. the next morning. Then, so I get on the phone. I start calling around. Hey, I need a fucking engine, or first of all, I was looking for engine parts. I'm like, hey, is there anybody in fucking Northern California that has any of these things sitting on a counter? I don't care what they cost. I just need them right fucking now. And nobody has them. So finally I get a hold of this guy. This guy says, hey, the so-and-so is there, and they have a Formula Mazda team. It's basically the same engine. The Pro Formula Mazda engine was the same engine with some changes. And I think they've got some spare engines. So I call the guy up, and by the time all this is happening, this is like midnight. So I try to call the guy. He doesn't answer. I call him at like 6 o'clock the next morning. Hey man, and he's like up. He's like, because race car guys get up early. And he's up, and I'm like, hey dude, this is my situation. Run through the whole thing. Now, at this point, I don't have an engine. I didn't have an engine crane, so we had to borrow an engine crane. We'd already borrowed an engine crane, and I had sent my guys to Harbor Freight to buy an engine stand because we didn't have an engine stand to assemble an engine on. And we had this table laid out, and I had all of these engine parts everywhere. And this is an open paddock, so there are people walking by all the time, looking at this train that I got going on. So the dude calls me up and says, hey man, I've got some engines. I've got a couple that that they're fine. But of course the thing about the Pro Formula Mazdas is if they were even 1 or 2 horsepower down, they consider that out of spec. They can't use anymore. So he's like, yeah, that they're fine, but they're just down on power a little bit. And I'm, of course I knew what that meant. So I'm like, all right, I'll come look at them. So I get up there. He's got a row of engines on pallets, just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And he says, "Just pick one." I'm like, "All right, I want that one." We load it into my. They had a forklift there. They loaded it into my truck, and he said, "You were never here. I never saw anything. This doesn't exist." I said, "I got you." I literally stole an engine with permission at Sears Point. Literally, like, "You weren't here. I don't know who you are. Just get the fuck out of here."
That's so good.
So we go down to the paddock. I tear everything apart. None of this shit actually works with our stuff, but I have enough pieces out of the 5 fucking engines I got apart to assemble an engine. So we go back to the hotel, and by the way, we were known as having our shit together, and we left the paddock at 6 to 7 o'clock every night. So we were off track at about 5 o'clock. It took about a couple of hours to make sure the cars were okay, do all our shit, and get the rest ready to go for the next day. And then we were gone to the fucking hotel. Other teams would be over there fucking fixing shit. They got cars on fire over here and all kinds of. Not us. Not my crew. No. We 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, we're headed to the fucking hotel. We're headed to the fucking steakhouse. We're gonna get some food. We're going to fucking bed. Be back at 6 o'clock. We'll see you boys at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. And but this time, I remember all the Cadillac guys strolling by, and they're like, "Holy fuck! What are you still doing here?" And I'm like, "I don't know, man. I'm just." The Cadillac were known for being the last motherfuckers leave. Matter of fact, if they even tried to leave before 10 p.m., they were docked. Their pay was docked.
Oh my god!
And they were like strolling by, and they're like, "Holy fuck! We never see you here." And I'm like, "Yeah, I know what you mean." And so I come in next day at I don't even know, probably 6 o'clock, and I've got to be on track. Now, this is the thing you have to understand. I had to be on track for morning practice at 11. We're at 8 o'clock in the morning. I assembled the engine with a crowd of people around me in the paddock at Sears Point, turn 7. A crowd of people are sitting there watching me assemble this engine. I assemble the engine, stick it together. We slide it in the car, fire it up, and drive it on the track. I kid you, it drove up, turned around, and drove down to the track. And as far as I know, that engine's still running today. I ended up putting it in a streetcar.
Damn.
That's a cool memory to have. That's neat.
I got a lot of shit like that. I mean, a lot. Like my whole life. Like I'm telling you, man. I tell people this all the time. I don't think they really understand how fucking ridiculous my life has been. But I never had an adult job, and I never wanted one. For sure.
That's good. That's good shit.
I never wanted an adult job, but I never had one either. Like we were driving to we had the MX-5 and the RX-8, and we were doing a test day and a club race down at Indy Motorsports Park in Arizona. It's on the fucking border. Like I probably could have thrown a rock and hit Mexico. And so we're down there, and this Nowheresville fucking, this is like nowhere. We get down there, everything's cool, go out on track with the MX-5. The MX-5 is a badass motherfucker. Matter of fact, the footage from my intro video of the MX-5 on track, that's from that event. We smoked everybody into the dirt, 100%, cleaned it. And we're having a great time. The weekend is just going so great. And the only reason that it did is because on the way down, we had one rule, because my truck and trailer, I had a crew cab dually, full size Silverado, and I had a 52-foot gooseneck trailer. And so the rule is we only stop at truck stops, period.
Right. Because
we couldn't get into or out of anywhere else because of the trailer. I mean, you could, but
it's it doubles, hard. Right? You can't park in certain areas.
Right. Yeah. It's really similar. I put pictures of my. Here, let me see if I can. Let's see if I have pictures of my trailer here. I'll Give me a second.
Tell me about it. Not finding places to park with doubles.
Yeah. I didn't have doubles, but I'm just gonna, but I put pictures of my truck and my rig up before, and this is because, by the way, I had this because I had a semi, and the semi cost me money sitting still, and I had to hire a CDL driver to drive it because I don't have a CDL. I never wanted one. I don't need one. Yeah, whatever. But so it gave me so much trouble. I just got sick of it, and I went back to the I just went back to a dually. Now I'm gonna share this with let me share. There we go. And then Abe can bring it up.
Hey, Grid, can you send it to
Yeah.
me? I can't look at it.
Oh,
I can't look
wow.
at it right now.
That's a big
It's a
boy.
monster. A freaking house on wheels.
Look at that fucker, right? Oh, wrong way.
Dear
Yeah.
God.
Probably fun to merge
Oh,
onto a highway
yeah.
with that thing.
Look at that.
Sweet.
So in your
70
case, you
feet.
were taxiing a 747.
The funny thing is that it was so funny because the legal limit is like 72 feet. And I was 70 feet. Like, right there, baby. Right there. And
That's a
So-
monster.
yeah, right. And so I had this kid that that was part of the team, and this dude could drive all fucking night. He would get his fucking Red Bull, and he had this EDM dance bullshit, and he'd put his earbuds in and just fucking he'd roll. But as soon as daylight hit, motherfucker's a vampire. He's gone. He's dead. He's like fucking I'm asleep.
That's
It was
how
very
I am.
funny. It's hilarious. He
Me too.
literally drive all night, straight through. So we're driving, and I wake up and I'm like, have we stopped for fuel? And he's like, no, there's a gas station up here. And I'm like, wait, whoa, gas station or truck stop? He's like, I don't know. And sure enough, it was sure fucking enough, it was a gas station. Couldn't get diesel there. So we ran out of diesel on the side of the road in Nowheresville, fucking Arizona. There's no traffic. There's literally no traffic. Like I clocked it for like 10 minutes. There was not even a car went by in either direction. So we unloaded the MX-5 race car, taped a flashlight because these cars don't have headlights. They have brake lights and they have marker lights, but they don't have headlights at all. So we taped the flashlight to the dash and gave him and put a fuel can in the wedged it in the cage and sent him fucking off. And he drove down and got 5 gallons of diesel and drove back.
Freaking take the race car to get gas. Where's the truck?
And the funny thing
Sweet.
is like I was like, he's gonna get fucking arrested. If any of us, that kid is the dude that's gonna get arrested. And so that was fucking crazy. And sure enough, we pumped up because it's there's no lift pump on that year Chevy, so we pumped it up, fired it up, drove on to the next fuel station, and drove on in, and everything was fine. But I mean, I have literally so many stories like that. Like most people would like one of those in their lifetime would be cool. But this is
Sounds
every
like my
fucking day.
childhood. That sounds like my childhood. My dad was a lot like you. Shit like we're throwing 2 heads in the back of a freaking Chevy Cavalier and driving 14 hours, jump out, rebuild an engine on the side of the road so they can get moving, then drive all the way back home 14 hours and go to bed. It's like
Wow.
that was my whole childhood was just like that. Like just got to rebuild this Detroit on the side of the freaking road in the middle of Washington somewhere.
Yeah, well, you do what you got to do, but I think that's what really shaped that has always really shaped my personality, and we've talked a lot about my show, and I don't know that I've really made this really clear, and I probably need to like really cover it. But you have to have. So there's a lot of bullshit in red pill, black pill, blue pill, green pill, whatever the fucking pill spaces about confidence and projecting confidence in your image and all that bullshit. The reason I am the way I am is because since my entire fucking life, I was so poor growing up that anything was better than where I was at. And second, I never, ever felt like I could fail. Ever. I never sat there and went, I'm going to fucking fail. It just never happened. I've literally watched a car get wadded up. I'll share pictures if you want to see. But I had a car get wadded up and destroyed. Like, this is $60,000 at that time, probably, maybe a little more. And I knew the guy couldn't pay for it. And it was just like, yep, okay, move on. But part of that's because my unique point of view of I can always make more money. I've never gotten stressed about debt or, being behind on bills or anything like that, because I'm alive. I have marketable skills and I can fix shit. And so I will always make more money. Right. I don't care. Today I went out and looked at at a house to buy. We're going to call it the dog poop house because it was fucking nasty. But, we're going to make some money. And,
That's what it's about.
I mean, I just think that people just get wound around the axle and up in their feelings and all kinds of bullshit that just doesn't fucking matter. Right? Like, it just doesn't. And I mean, I don't know how. I just don't know how other people think. And I've tried a long time to understand it. And that's why I listen to people so much. I'm literally like, I really want to understand, because to me, I don't understand shit you're saying. Right? Like, to me, this is the, to me, it's.
I could get it. Like, yeah, like I can understand why people would have that mentality. A lot of bad shit happened to me, but I never gave up,
Yeah.
Wow. Damn,
See that shit? Now you smile after that one.
Yeah.
Look at that.
That thing got
Look at that. That's the wheel. You see that? It put it through the fucking wheel. By the way, it came off the car. It's no longer on the car. Also, it's no longer around. Look at that shit, huh? Yeah. Yeah, look at that. Yeah. Just that's broken. Lost a whole fucking side of the car. That's a battery. I should have sent that to fucking Optima, because that motherfucker didn't leak or anything. I think we could have started the car.
Damn.
But yeah, it fucked it up.
Thrashed it good.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, I did $100,000 worth of damage to the military base when I was driving. Did I tell you about that one? Right in front of the base command. Right in front of the base
story.
Right in front of the base commander's building. And he comes in the next day and he's, who the fuck did that? We were hauling construction equipment, and I had it on my lowboy, and the grass was high, but the fuckers didn't cut it. So I'm thinking, hey, I'm going to cut across the grass, right?
Oh.
The back end slides into the fucking ditch and tears up the whole fucking asphalt in the process on the side. So imagine, this is like, 10 hours after the fact. We got like probably about 20 or 30 soldiers and Marines with like, D7 dozers and shit trying to pull this fucker out of the ditch.
Shit.
But yeah. So imagine you're the base commander and you just roll in and it looks like someone fucking dropped a bomb right in the middle of the fucking entranceway, because the asphalt has this huge fucking hole in it.
Damn.
Yeah.
Never live that down. Holy shit. Did they NJP you over that?
No. my they were laughing. They're like, how the fuck did you do that?
That's the
Jeez.
Yeah,
best
it-
time when people just are like laughing and they're like, "Yeah, that's awesome." How do you only
have
have
to
178 subscribers, man? We're gonna have to pump those rookie ass numbers up.
I know it.
you know, I made, that's the thing. Like, you make mistakes, and that's how you learn, right? You know?
Yep. I'd say oftentimes the best teacher is your failures. Because you better learn.
Right,
You know,
right.
that's
Don't be afraid.
That's the two best words in English language. Next time. Next time
Yep.
it will be better.
Yep.
Next time you will not fuck it up.
Absolutely. Yep.
I almost fishtailed a front end loader too, because the road was too small for the fucking wheels. Oh, gee. Yeah. You ever have that happen, K2? You ever have that happen? You're driving down a road and it's fucking way
No.
too small for the. So you see a car coming in the opposite side and you're like, oh shit! I have to like have half the side of the wheels hanging off the side of the road.
Never have I had that happen. The only time I fucked up, I was coughing for like 3 weeks straight. I've never been sick, like severely sick before. And I started coughing behind the wheel and it went black and I went into a ditch. The nurse, or not the nurse, the paramedic that came put the thing on me and my oxygen levels was at 80, went to the hospital, found out that I had bronchitis and it can't do that to you if it's bad enough. And then I went to my doctor, also found out that my vitamin C levels are at was severely low too. That's the only time I've fucked up.
Grid, you fence?
I used to, a long time ago. I used to. I think it's cool
nice.
how many people have adopted my strategy of posting guest channels in their stream when they're live, or if they've ever been there. People didn't used to do that, Abe. Before I started doing it.
I didn't.
Everybody it used to be that you weren't allowed to if you posted a link to somebody else's stream or something, you get shit on about it and all that. And when I started my stream, I'm like, if you come on here and you hang out with me, that's cool, and I'm never gonna forget it. So we'll promote your channel. The rising tide lifts all the boats, and
I agree.
all of that. So
I think if people are going to give you that, then you should return the favor. And the more you spread it, the more everybody succeeds. So why wouldn't you?
Yeah, and it's awesome because it's really spread around. Like
most of the people that are in our circles all do it. It seems like now.
Yeah.
Well, maybe because I come from another circle, but I remember Destiny always doing that.
Oh, you did?
Well, there's
when the kill stream was there. The old days of talking on the internet, they used to do something like that too.
Well, that makes sense from the liberal side because they want to spread their message as much as possible.
Yeah,
I could see people garnering their own attention on this end.
Sport brand, I really can't say that. I really can't. But if and unfortunately I'm in Tennessee, so I can't run out to the Home Depot and find a Mexican that can.
You killed my father. No. Prepare to die.
You killed my father. Prepare to die.
Oh.
Where'd Emmett go? Emmett, you're there. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
My name is Íñigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die.
Prepare to die.
Oh, that's good. Oh,
That's my favorite movie of all time. You can't beat it.
yeah, you
You
said
really
that on my.
can't. It's one of the faves.
It's so good.
No,
It's just good.
Emmett, what do we think about the I don't know if you heard about this alligator Alcatraz. What do we all think about this?
There's probably not enough alligators there. That's all I'm saying.
I may
You're awesome,
have
man.
missed that. Can somebody help me out with that?
Li-
What's up?
I didn't hear about it.
My real problem with all of this is that you guys still wasting your resources. You went on and bombed Iran. Okay, 3 good bombs that we could have used in Sinaloa. Okay,
No,
my God.
Emmett is based. No,
gotta
Grid.
say- I gotta say that,
There's a story. Let me
Alligator
explain it real quick to Grid. There's a story. They opened Alcatraz, I think it is. It's a holding ice facility, and supposedly there's alligators and shit around it.
Yeah.
Alcatraz?
No, they
Yeah.
called it alligator Alcatraz. It's a nice
Oh.
facility.
It's in the
Florida.
Everglades in Florida, is where
Oh,
it is.
okay.
And there are alligators around, and the left is like crying because
Yeah,
there's
alligators
around.
everywhere in Florida.
Why
Literally,
are
if the
they
body
trying,
of
though?
water
Dude,
is
here's the
big
thing.
enough,
This is
Go ahead.
the right meeting the left. They're being green. They're being using nature. Why are they crying?
I mean, the thing is that it's really fun. It's really interesting because, I mean, it's interesting to me. It's probably not interesting to anybody else, but it's Florida. Every puddle that you see big enough to like walk through it probably has an alligator in it. Just
Yeah,
assume
even
that it
Disney
does.
World. Yeah.
You know,
Yep.
like, and you know, so it's not like ICE imported them and put them there. They just happen that that's where they live. It's like
A lot of
living
big
next.
pythons too. Down
Hey,
there.
you know what? I can't discriminate if I move in next door to any of you fuckers. So the alligators were there. You moved in. Just deal with it. It's their neighborhood.
Hell,
Okay?
I say we import some Gila monsters while we're at
Well,
it.
you don't have to import them. They're already fucking there too. You know that? Have you ever watched? My wife was watching a show the other night, and it freaked her out. And I'm like, "What the fuck are you watching?" And she's like, "It's this show down in Florida where they go and hunt these like lizards and boas and all this stuff that are invasive species, right? And they're trying to get rid of all of these pythons and shit."
Oh, gator hunters on the Travel
I'm on
Channel.
Discovery. Yeah, I thought it was on
Oh,
Discovery.
yeah. I love that show, and they cook them up and they eat them.
And they, I mean, it was like, oh, and they had this guy like in a boat shooting iguanas because they've like taken over the, you know, because the iguanas like swim and you can't really, you can't catch them on land really well, but apparently you can shoot them in the head in the water, and that's cool.
That makes sense.
Nasty little fuckers, they want us.
Yeah. So
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. Or not.
Anyone have
yeah.
gator? Anyone ever eat gator meat before?
I have had the opportunity, but I didn't. It's one of the few things I haven't eaten. I've eaten rattlesnake, and some other really weird shit, but not that.
I've had shark once in
Shark
Iceland.
is. I like shark. I like sailfish, man. Sailfish is good.
I haven't eaten sailfish. Is that good? It's real good.
It's good. Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Shark was
Selfish is great.
Yeah. We do eat whales, though. I'm in Norway. They do eat whales.
I mean, how could you not?
Yeah, right?
It's a big meal.
Delicacy. Delicacy. of Norway. Whenever you go to Norway, it's like, yeah, have you tried that whale? It's the best whale around.
It's a salted whale, freeze dried, powdered.
Think about how much jerky you could make out of that.
I've had whale in Alaska before.
How was your trip to Alaska, Greg?
I was in Alaska just a few weeks ago. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, how was your trip?
It was good. You know, it was very interesting how commercialized the tourism has become is
Where'd
my
you go?
biggest comment. Well, I did a cruise from somewhere in Saskatchewan on the coast there. I forget what the fucking city. We flew into it. It's shit. I can't think of the name of the city now. It's important. I mean, it's like the capital.
Oh,
but
BC,
Anchorage.
British Columbia.
No. Yeah, whatever's on the coast there.
Oh, I know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Fuck, I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Uh,
Flew into
Sitka,
Canadian
whatever.
land. Huh?
Oh, okay, okay. Go ahead.
Flew into Canadian land. Got on the boat, and then we went north up the coast, and we just stopped at these little ports along the way until we got to Anchorage, and Anchorage was the last one. But it was like Juneau. Fuck, I don't remember. I could look it up. No, not Sitka.
It was that
No.
good.
Yeah, it was that good. Well, they all sound
It's all
weird
kind of
to
the
me.
same. Yeah.
It you know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of a Caribbean cruise, but a little bit cooler. So we stopped at Skagway, Juneau. I forget what the first stop was. I can never remember what the name of the first stop was, but it was cool. And then so Skagway, Juneau, I don't know. But the problem with it reminded me of being on like a Caribbean cruise, because you pull into port and right out of the gate you got all the t-shirt shops, you got all the little gift shops, and then you can go do something, but you have to be back on the boat in like 4 hours, so you can't go do anything cool for so
Right. Not enough time.
there's just not enough time to do anything like actually cool. And so I don't really get much out of the cruises. I mean, it's easy. That's the nicest thing is it's easy. But beyond that,
Would you say it's more for your wife?
yeah, I mean, absolutely. My wife and kid loved it. We took the
Yeah.
little guys.
Yeah. That travel aspect is a big deal. My lady loves to travel, and the interests along the way are far different for me than they are for her.
So
but
my wife and I have two
very
entirely
enjoyable.
different ideas of stuff like that. Like my oldest son and I, if we were going to do it, we would fly into fucking Anchorage, get a dog team, fucking go, 30, 40 miles in the wilderness, or get a float plane and fly 100 miles out the fucking site. But my wife will not do that. So I've come over the year. So my wife went camping with me one time.
Wow.
And that's it, because she does not like the tent. She doesn't like the idea of the bugs. She doesn't like the idea of any of it, really. And so so I know better than to ask her to go do those things.
That's fair. I just bought a car top tent, actually, so that we can do some overlander stuff.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. It's a big old clamshell, opens up, has reinforced bars, an annex underneath.
Is that on a car or is that on like a truck or something?
Well, you can put it on either, but we're going to put it on the Subaru so that we can go out in the desert and play.
Oh. Which lesbian did you buy that off of?
I bought it new, actually.
Did you really?
Yeah. I bought it outright, but yeah. We bought a 2021 Subaru Forester. So, and we bought the premium so that it's got a higher wheelbase and everything else. So, but
you're skewing the statistics, man.
Yeah. What do you mean?
To be all lesbians.
I guess, but the truth is, I wanted something that was all wheel so that my wife could drive it whenever, because we live in northern Alaska or northern Montana, so it's ice here 9 months out of the year. So all wheel drive is the way to go, and so it needed to have enough space to be able to get around and do some stuff, but not be too over the top. So.
I used to have so in my tuning shop, I did a bunch of Evos. I'm an Evo guy. I've had a few of them, and I had a before that I had the Mitsubishi Eclipse all-wheel drive turbo, cool guy.
Oh, they're so fun,
dude. I had this, so it's weird, and I warned everybody. Like, I'm like, look, I have like a completely different outlook on this, so don't egg me on. Don't give me a reason to do anything more than normal. But I got caught up in some internet bullshit and some internet dick measuring, if you will. And so I built this, and at the time I was doing a lot of street racing too, and these cars are so cheap, right? And comparatively, so I had this Eclipse GSX, and I dynoed it, and it made on pump gas, like the Colorado piss water pump gas, barely 90 octane, made 500 horsepower to the wheels at like the lowest boost setting.
Holy
at literally with the wastegate basically open, it made like 3 pounds of boost. It made more horsepower on like 3 pounds of boost than it made stock. It was an insane vehicle. And this is what I drove to work every. This is what I drove to work every. You would, if you floored it, it would change lanes. It had so much torque steer that it would literally all four wheels would just light up, and it would change lanes.
Oh.
It was the greatest thing ever.
That sounds like fun.
It literally was the greatest thing ever. And
I owned an Eclipse once. They have excellent traction. Like the steering on them are amazing.
So we're test driving, and my friend Austin, who he's a really cool kid. Austin was test driving it with me, and I'm like on the lowest boost setting, and I just put this thing together, and we just make sure everything's going to hold together, right? And I just got on it a little bit, and like it was probably like maybe a little bit more than a little bit. I mean, it wasn't like a hard romp, it's just like, let's go. And he's like, is your clutch slipping? I'm like, man, I fucking hope not. It's brand new, man. Like I just put it in, and everything's brand new on the car. And he's like, I think your clutch is slipping, because it literally would just went zap right up. And I'm like, wow, that's pretty cool. So we do it again, and he's got his head like hanging out the window looking to see if the tires are spinning. He's like, the tires are spinning. And it was like all four tires are sitting there spinning. He's like, this isn't supposed to happen. And like, you're not supposed to do that. And so the same kid, I did a track day. I used to do track days for my customers. So we did a track day at Pueblo Motorsports Park. And most of it was road racing. We're just driving around, but we took an hour for lunch. And during the hour for lunch, we opened up the drag strip down the front straight so that we could, so guys could do the drag race stuff. And Austin had his R1 motorcycle, and he had just run like a 10.6 at Bandimere. Like that weekend, he'd run a 10.6.
Damn.
Which is pretty fucking fast on a bike, honestly.
Yeah, that's a fast bike. Yeah.
It's a fast bike. And I mean, he had it like he'd done gearing, and he had done a flash, and he'd done all this shit. And he just thought, he was like, let's race. And I'm like, fuck yeah, we will. And so we line up. And now I'm not a drag racer by any means. I'm a street racer to some degree, but not a drag racer. And obviously you can't do a 4-wheel drive burnout. I probably could have, but I didn't need to do a burnout. So I line up. Now, remember, I drove this car there. I line up with him, and they drop the flag that they were using. They drop the flag. We go. He gets out on me, but I have all four tires spinning until I hit third gear. And when I hit third gear, it finally starts really accelerating. And I'm chasing him down. Like I'm catching him in the quarter mile. And he's like, I could hear your wastegate through my helmet. Like the whole time. He's like, I knew you were there. I just wasn't gonna let off. I'm like, I
Finally
was
grabbed.
this close, man. And I'm like, if I hadn't, like, I should have just kind of come off the line easily. And there were some things I could have done in the software to make it work. But that dude, I mean, it was great. It was a great time. And it literally, like, he was like, that's not cool, man.
I haven't done drags in a really long time. I actually missed that. Drag racing.
I never really got into it. I got into street racing because I could make money at it. And and that was really the only reason I did.
I worked at SIR1 for a few summers in high school, and it was a blast. And it was only because a family friend actually ran cars, but I got to meet like John Force, and it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun, and I learned a lot during that time too. But ended up doing some high school drag races there and stuff. And I haven't raced a lot since, though.
Yeah, I'm an evil person, or I was an evil person. So this is gonna be a story. So I came to understand that no matter what car I built, I could only get about a month of use out of it before nobody would race me again, and I couldn't make any money.
Gotta build
What do you like?
sleepers.
What do you like better? The Mitsubishi or the Porsche?
I love the Porsche, but the Mitsubishis were a lot cheaper. But I did it. But I honestly didn't care because I can make anything fast. So I had an Eclipse, and I was cool until somebody started asking on all the message boards, who has the red Eclipse with a roll bar in it, and they had a picture of it. And I'm like, fuck, I'm blown. And I'm like, all right. And then and they're like, oh, it's got faded paint, it's big fucking intercooler. And I'm like, yep, it's me. And so you know when you're taking pictures and putting it on the local message board saying don't race this fucker, it's a thing.
You done screwed up.
So, yeah, I've gone too far. So
got the shabbiest looking car, made it as fast as possible, beat every single one with their cool looking cars, and then they put the photo there.
That's the best. Line. That's the best, right? Like, like a guy rolls up and and they're like, "Oh, look at he's got a fucking a Mustang."
Yep.
Meanwhile, it opens up and there's fucking blasters on the back.
Finish my story. I'm going to tell you how I picked on all the Mustang guys.
We know your story. We know.
I want to tell you how I picked on all the Mustang guys. So I was still able to race the Eclipse for a little. I knew I could get a little bit more mileage out of the Eclipse, and then I had a Mark I Supra that we did some stuff with. But I had this 300 ZX, the long nose mid body style between the 280 and the cool Z32, and they're kind of shitty cars, but I was free basically, and so I cut the car apart and I tubbed the back end of it, so I was running a 24 or I think a 24-inch tire in the rear. Who's calling me from fucking New Jersey? Is that you?
That's Mr. Oh wait, no, that's Bob. I'm sorry.
It's a fucking idiot wanting to buy one of my houses.
Yo, I'm not New Jersey. What the
Anyway,
sell it. Sell it.
Anyway, all right.
Do it now.
So I have this. I have this 300 ZX, and I tub it, but I tubbed it in such a way that when you look through the rear window, it literally looked like it had like bazooka tubes on the side or a subwoofer box or something. I had a subwoofer box with a nitrous bottle in it, and I had I had the rest of the car had what looked like an interior, but was literally like speaker carpet, which is like basically felt, but it looked like it had carpet in it. Didn't have any carpet in it. We had gone in and put tubing down the sides and made it like super stiff so it wouldn't twist because those cars really twist. And then we took this V6. It came with a single overhead cam V6. We got we got one of the twin cam Maxima motors, the DOHC, whatever. I'm drawing a blank on the engine code, but it doesn't matter. Put the twin cam motor in there, turbo the shit out of it. So it's turbo nitrous. Didn't really sound like much. I mean, it sounded good, right? But it didn't sound like angry, which I like angry cars. And
not a deep cam sound.
Yeah, no, it didn't have, it just sounded like, it just didn't sound like anything crazy because you can't use big cams in, or you shouldn't use big cams in turbos anyway. And I put traction control in it. Because I was using the ECU that I love to use was the D8, the P8 Pro from DTA. And it's actually an ECU that was used at that time in the British Touring Car Series, and it had traction control, anti-lag, all that shit built in. And so I did this, and the car, it was kind of primered. It didn't have big ass wheel flares on it. You could tell that the wheels were wide if you really looked at it, but it had that roll pan on the back, so you really, you had to kind of like really start looking at the car to understand what it was. And so finally I'm ready. I've been out, tested it. We redid the suspension in the back, and my only concern was the rear end was going to hold together. So I did and I've got enough nitrous on this thing, man, like it was crazy. And there's an interesting thing about turbos and nitrous. If you put a 50 shot on a turbo car, you end up with 120 horsepower at the wheels because of the effect of the nitrous chilling the intake charge for the turbo. So so I go out, and now we're ready to go hunting. So I have a friend with me. Now, I have to say that this is before the days of everybody having a cell phone. Right, like a few people had cell phones. Not everybody had a cell phone. So we go hunting, and the first place we stop is this place where a bunch of black dudes hung out and raced, and they all raced for money, and they were idiots. And I knew that. I knew this going in. So I go, and of course they're loudmouths. They think they're cool. They aren't, but they think so. And I show up. I've got this cool car. And people. The funny thing is nobody really. It was interesting. I beat all these fuckers, but they didn't realize it was like me doing it. They always thought it was the car. It's always a car. It's always a car. And I'm like, so they weren't really afraid that I showed up.
Wait a minute. So you came with a different car this time?
Yeah,
I came with the 300ZX.
Came with the monster.
I built this 300ZX specifically, and I did this with a lot of cars. Like I would build a car, it would get too famous, and nobody would race me, and I would either part it out or I'd sell it or whatever, and I'd build it. And the whole time I'm racing that car, I'm building the next one, because and I was making money street racing. I'm not kidding. I was go ahead.
But they didn't know it was you. That they didn't know it was you. Is what you're saying?
Well, they always thought it was a car. They always thought they were getting beat by the car. Right. Yep. Which they were, but what they didn't realize is that I really understand how to make cars fast. That's what I do. And at the time I was working for a professional race team. Like I had access to, I could literally go in I had keys to the shop. So I could go into the shop in the middle of the night, machine ahead, do whatever I wanted to do and leave. And my boss didn't care. So I had access to all of the shit from a pro race shop, right? Like if I wanted to lighten something, if I wanted to make aluminum versions of it, if I needed to weld shit, and this is back before everybody could TIG weld. Like right now, this is the golden age, right now of tuning cars. Nobody could do that shit back then. Like nobody had the cool shit like they do now. So I roll up, and I kind of knew the kid that I was going to pick on. Right, he had a Mustang. It had some nitrous on it. Wasn't a lot because the guy was a chicken shit. He was afraid of blowing his car up. but it was he was, you know, and he talked a good game, and he was, you know, he was a pretty good guy. So I invite him to race. He's like, nah, I'm not really into racing, man. And I'm like, oh, come on, man. He's like, all right, well, let's do it for like $100. And I'm like, $100? I mean, race gas costs money, tires cost money, nitrous costs money. I got to do it for like $1,000, you know. And he's like, $1,000? That's a lot of money. I'm like, well, patch it up, man. I got $1,000 right here. Let's go. We line up. He did patch it. He got all of his buddies involved. Line up. We race. He wins. I let him win, by the way. But it looked good. And I'm like, man, I'm sorry. We lost. Man, I'm lost. I'm going to go find somebody else to race, man. You're too fast. Right. Now, keep in mind that this guy's not fast. He is not fast. And everybody knows he is not fast. But I just lost to him. Right. So now we go to the next spot. And by that time, everybody, the pagers are going off. You guys don't know what pagers are, but the pagers are going off. The guys are burning up. The guys are burning up their monthly minutes on their T-Mobile or a Radio Shack phone, and they're literally it's like this dude's got some money and he's not fast. So roll up next spot. Guy's like, "What's up? Want to do some racing, man? I'm gonna whoop your ass." I can talk a good game. And you know, and the next guy was another Mustang, because that seems to be like just the fucking bane of my existence. Another Mustang.
Same guy?
Another nice car.
Different guy.
No, it's a different guy. No, this is actually, and I know that went to school with that kid. His name's David Nightingale. And so we line up, and he's got black Mustang because they're always black. And line up, he's got nitrous on it because turbos weren't popular back then. You know, it wasn't the thing. And I'm like, hey man, I just lost $1,000. I gotta get my money back. Let's go for $5,000. I got $5,000 right here. I want to beat your ass. And he's like, no, I ain't gonna do it. But all of his buddies are like, dude, he just fucking lost that dude. I mean, that dude's slow as fuck. And they're all like talking amongst themselves, and they're like, I mean, I'll give you 500. I'll give you 100. I mean, they patched up their $5,000. I had $5,000 in my hand. We went out, and I smoked that dude. But I didn't smoke him by a lot, right? Like, it's a fish. You got to play the fish, right? So I let him think he was going to win before I just edged it out. And he thought he had a chance, but he didn't. And I'm like, dude, what happened, man? Did you lift? What's going on, man? You had me, bro. But I still need that $5,000. I still need that $5,000. I don't know what happened. I don't know how I won, but I fucking won. Man. And I need that $5,000. And he, you know, they coughed it up, right? So I did that all night. I would go from one spot to the next. I would barely win, and I made like $15,000 that night.
That's beautiful. It's the way to do it.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's back when like $15,000 was like $15,000. Like it, you know, like
big money. Yeah.
Yeah, it's big money. Yeah. I was living like my paycheck was like $400 or $500 a week.
Yeah.
Can you give us the inflation numbers now there, Abe?
No, I don't know. It was great. It was really, really great because it was one of those things where, and I did, and it taught me a system of how to do that over and over again. And then I built this Honda. That because I'd never seen anybody build one. Like, of course, I'm old as fuck, but I was working in the Porsche shop. I drove a Honda every day, and an opportunity came up to buy this really cool engine from Japan. And I bought it, put it in the car, put a turbo on it. I ended up making like 400 horsepower to the wheels out of this car. It was nowadays that's nothing, but back then that was fucking insane, dude. And like I literally carried a pair of axles in the car at all times. I could destroy a set of axles in an intersection.
That's nutty.
And because I mean, like now we got drive shaft drive shaft shop axles that will fucking take it. But now, back then we had stock Honda axles, and again, I went, I did all kinds of crazy shit. I went out and I was using the DTA P8 Pro again. That car didn't come with wheel speed sensors, so I went out and got Integra hubs and I like made a bunch of shit work. So I had actual traction control where literally to launch this car, it was the best thing ever. You just put it in gear, put the clutch to or you put the clutch to the floor, put it in gear, put your foot to the floor. It would hold it, and you could watch the boost come up, and you would just step off the clutch, and it would launch, and then the traction control would hold you.
Oh man.
With the limited amount of wheel spin, it would spin just enough to keep from bogging the motor. It's fucking awesome.
That's
it was the greatest thing ever.
Fighter jet.
Sorry?
So that's like a fighter jet. Like you're just ready to go.
Now it's normal. Like the Corvette started doing that a few years after that, but it was like this is like cutting edge shit, like I'm doing this back in like that was probably what fucking year is that? It's probably 90. No, that's probably like 2000, 2001. Like Fast and Furious hadn't even come out yet, bro. And which was funny when that movie came out. I was like, it's like they've fucking been following me around with a camera, bitches. And it was funny. So I had this Honda. It was a cool car. I cut a set of steel wheels in half and welded in a 1-inch strip so that the front wheels were looked stock, but they were an inch wider and they had bigger tires because I couldn't buy bigger steel wheels and I didn't want to put aluminum alloys on it and just make it look really good. So, and I had like pretty narrow wheels on the back because the back's just a trailer, and turbo nitrous, water injection, all of the stuff that people do now was just. That's what I did. That car was insane. It ran a 10.6 or 10.6 at Fallon in outside of Reno, and like it was one of the first ones to get in the 10s. And actually, what's his name? What is his name? I have to look his ass up. I don't fucking remember his fucking last.
Did you ever get pulled over in one of these cars?
Oh yeah. 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 I've yeah. Absolutely. What is his fucking name?
Great. As you're telling the story, I just hear like the Danger Zone song in the back of my head.
Yeah. Yeah. That's funny. It's kind of true. I cannot. I'm really pissed that I can't remember this dude's name because he's such a cool dude. He was like an innovator in import racing, and he ran for. He was sponsored by AEM and a bunch of other people, and he he had like. He did cool shit, and now I'm actually drawing a blank on his fucking name. Like everybody else's, I got, but what is his fucking name? Got everybody else's goddamn name in here. But it's a different life, man. It's just the way it is.
Got a unique history.
Yeah, man. If you go out to live every single day, like it's just, going to be the end of it, then, honestly, cool things can happen. But I never really thought I could get hurt. I never thought that anything was bad was going to happen, like ever. Like I never got like super wound up about any, like it was all just normal to me, right?
Yeah.
But other people nobody would live the way I live. Nobody would put up with the shit I put up with. I mean, I say that very few people.
Well, that's what makes the exceptionals, right?
Yeah.
That's generally what happens. Like people that make it to the top of things are the people that suffered hard at the beginning.
I'll have to look that dude. Anyway, this guy out in California, super cool dude. He had a CRX, which was lighter than my Civic, and he ran like 10.2. And that was like nobody thought an import could get in the 10s at that point.
10-second cars used to be really rare, real rare.
Yeah,
especially for an import.
Yeah. Yep. So what? I've been talking too much, man. Somebody else talk.
I don't even remember. Oh, we were just talking about random. Miss what?
I was gonna say, Mister. I was not fixing on it. I found a pair of rusted out spring hangers.
You're cutting out. K2.
You are robot
one
mode.
building that I go to. Oh, how about now?
Try again, yeah.
Clearing up, or I gotta come back.
Yep.
I'm good.
No, you're good.
All right.
Good.
The little leaf springs hangers were rotted out, so I had to go to the shop, have them decide. Then I had to call management because the one building, the leaf spring hangers look bad. They will try to get you a letter to get you in trouble, and I had to call my dispatch manager, have them decide what to do with it. Today
You own
was
your own
not
truck?
a good day starting out. No.
You own? Okay.
No.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I had to do DOT stuff last week, so I'm good for the summer now. I'm ready, So, but I've had shit days like that. So yeah, I had to do the whole radiator, the fucking. Then I get out and I'm going down the road and I see a fucking coolant sign. I'm going, what in the fucking hell is going on? And it was this damn sensor.
Yeah, that's what
it wasn't
mine's
even
doing.
the coolant.
They won't.
Yep.
It's not the coolant. It's just the sensor goes bad in these Freightliners. All the.
Yeah. I trade it.
They won't fix.
Trade it gladly.
They won't fix
because
it until it like stays on. This low light.
Yeah. They're owned by Mercedes, so I don't think they're the worst. Like, the other trucks suck ass. Like company trucks. I mean, not when they have their own built engines and shit like that. Like the guys that do it themselves. So, but now being in a company is better in the current economy because hourly rate is way better than fucking owning your own truck when under the shitbag libtards, gas prices we're insane. So when you're owning your own shit and you have to pay your own gas, and they raised everything. The fucking the insurance rates jumped from like if you owned your own truck. One guy was telling me it was like anywhere from $4 to $6 grand a month to it jumped to like 12 fucking grand for just insurance to own your own shit.
Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's outrageous.
Fucking yeah. So that's what Biden did and those assholes. So
Like usual. Rather good at that.
I think I sent you a picture of the truck.
I've seen your Discord or whatever.
Yeah, that's the company. I don't want to say it out loud, even though I Grid. Yeah.
I sent Grid in Discord. We were just nerding out one day, and we were talking about, like, vehicles that kind of look stock or whatever. And this company, Resvani, this Italian company, makes a street tank, and it looks just like a fucking SUV, but the damn
Yeah, I've
thing
seen
is a
that
literal.
thing. That's
It's a
sick.
tank.
Yeah,
It has
literally.
a
It's like an
sm-
armored. Yeah.
That's
it has
badass.
it has a smoke screen. The door opens up, and you can have it has this, like, uh attachment that you could put a Gatling gun on it. It has
Hell
it
yeah.
has fucking electric door handles, puncture-proof tires. Like,
Yeah, dude.
it's like the zombie apocalypse vehicle. I would that would be my, because we were talking about dream cars, and I was like, that, yeah, I want that.
It's not too big either. You can like maneuver that thing around. It's not huge.
I'm a firm believer everyone should have a vehicle with a turret and a
Yeah,
pivot mount.
armored and like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
some kind of
Yeah.
heavy machine gun or a cannon.
Oh yeah.
Brandon
But
Brandon Herrera
just
did that to
imagine,
his Tesla truck.
just imagine
Yeah, I saw
you roll
that.
up, you roll up to a street racer, and you got this vehicle that looks like a SUV, and they're like goofing on you. The light is red, and then you hit the smoke screen. They can't see shit.
Dude, that would be so badass.
I've seen
They'd have to change the rules after that.
I've seen a street racer lose to a diesel. I don't know what he did to his diesel pickup truck, but it smoked them.
Like
I had a friend
literally.
Maybe Grid wouldn't
like
know what
that.
to do that. Yeah.
I had a friend that had a
Yeah.
Dodge minivan in high school, and he'd pull like, I think he was pulling like 14s or 12s in that sucker. It just built to the balls, but he had gutted his mom's old minivan, bought a motor, built the sucker, and put it in there just for drag racing, and he'd drag race a minivan.
That's
Sounds
funny.
like the guys from Street Racer, the farm truck. Like it looks
was-
just like a beat up. Yeah, that's what I imagined right now when you said that.
So great. It was so great.
I used to think the Rumblebees were like, really good, but the Chevys, the SRs, those are fucking beastly.
Hell yeah. Dan, you catching any more fish? Can you still hear us?
He might be asleep.
He's gonna show us the sunrise though. Damn.
Yeah.
It's going to show
I
us
was
the
looking forward
sunrise
to
in
that.
Norway.
I bet it's beautiful.
He said it was.
There's a Chrysler 300 that went 100 by me.
Oh, that's always good.
He'll soak up the place for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Use
just
them as a
go-
rabbit.
I'll go 68 and a 60 while he's just
I saw
That's what we used to do
a
when I was in the military.
what you used to drive stuff, or
No, we'd wait for somebody to be the rabbit, somebody who speeds like wild, and we'd just tail them, and we'd use them
Yeah,
as the trap.
I do that
everywhere we
too.
go.
There's always one.
I was in an engineer unit. That's where I learned to drive. Like, you could, we had every bit of construction equipment you could think of. We took out a forest with a D7 dozer in 10 minutes. It was awesome. Of course, they weren't too
Damn.
happy because they were thinking, like, what species are inside the forest when you have to, like,
Not anymore, right?
but they're like, okay, this was during the first Trump administration, right? And I was cracking jokes. Like, they hated my guts because I was like, I'm very open about, I'm honest. I'm an honest guy. So I would go by, they have all the pictures on the walls of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the leaders and shit like that. I would just like walk by and do like the salute signs and stuff, just mocking stuff. And they're like, we need volunteers to go down to the border to help build the wall. And half of them just came back from deployment, and I'm like the only one raising my hand. I'm like, yeah, I want to go down there, and I want to throw them all over the wall. And they're like, no, you're not going.
Damn,
They're
dude,
like,
they cut you out.
anyone else but you.
That's kind of awesome, actually.
Yeah.
All right, you can hear me now, right?
Yeah, we could hear you. Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, thing
I'm
is,
going to.
my line broke, so I have to reattach it, a new one, on the
Okay.
rod
Alright.
because this line is from last year, so it's kind of
Yeah.
rotten, and yeah. So I've been doing that, and I thought you could hear me, but I've been sort of offline, but I've heard you. So
Oh, okay.
yeah.
We're here, buddy. You gotta go, Grid?
No, man, I'm cool. I was
Oh, okay.
I was going to say I'm going to get up in the morning. I'm going to get up at like, I mean, I will go soon because I'm going to get up early in the morning, but I'm going to get up at like probably 4:30 and be on the water by 5:30. So I'm only 20 minutes from the
Sweet.
ramp.
You gonna
Nice.
do a live out there?
I'll see if I can. It's I can only, I mean, I can use my phone. I do have a laptop that I could take with me, but I'm not really sure how stable it will be.
Right.
So we'll see.
We need to start
We'll see.
making fishing streams a thing. That'll be fun.
I don't
I mean,
imagine it
listen.
would be as bad as Lake Erie when it's windy.
No,
that lake.
I mean, I'm going to go out on the lake tomorrow. I've got. I went out yesterday, and I had a couple of strikes, but they were they were hitting a top water, and so when they would hit it, they would actually blow it up and push it away, and so they weren't actually. I needed to downsize, and I just didn't. But so I'm going to try that area again. It's a really good place where the bass push the bait fish up and corral them, and then just wail on them.
Oh wow.
And
Nice.
so I'm going to try that area, and then there's some other areas that I was out the other day, and I was going to stay out and do some deep water fishing and stuff like that. But my electronics, I have a lot of electronics on my boat. I got enough sonar to find the Red October. I'm just telling you. And,
You ever
and
What kind of
start a
what kind of
charter?
fish? What kind of fish they got out there? Like where you're at?
I do mostly bass fishing, but I mean we have walleye and crappie, and we used to have chain pickerel. I haven't seen one in a long time, but we used to have chain pickerel, which is a kind of a pike, and we used to have a lot of stuff, but we got striper and hybrid. And we got a lot of different kinds of fish, man. It's big lakes and big deep lakes, and so I'm probably the plan is I'm going to get up probably like 4:30, something like that. The water, I mean, the boat's hooked up, ready to go. Like all I got to do is unplug the charge cable and roll. And I mean.
Beautiful.
I'll be out. And so I'll see if I can't stream. I mean, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it, but the other thing is that when I'm running in the boat, it's not a slow boat. So everything has to be secured or it was fucking gone.
Yeah. That's fair.
Are you bringing some brewskis?
No, I don't
No?
drink, man. I don't drink.
Oh man, that's the best time.
I don't drink
I don't
at all.
drink
I never
often,
have.
but
I've never.
I'm having fun.
She had dual
You should
outboard.
get
What's that?
zero alcohol. Oh,
Zero alcohol.
Is your
yeah,
I've
zero
never
alcohol
boat a
beer.
dual? Oh my! Why? Why drink piss?
Just for the experience of drinking
Just
and
for the
fishing.
experience of drinking and fishing. Just for
Yeah.
that experience. Yeah.
I'm going to put it in my normal place. I'm going to run around the point to where I know where there's going to be fish. There's always fish there. and then we'll see how I do. And if I don't do that, don't do good there, I'm going to make a run up or down lake towards the dam and fish some where I think they're going to be, and it's going to be pretty cool. But when I'm running like that, I mean, technically the boat will hit about 70, but I usually run around 50, 51, 52 miles an hour. And
That's cruising.
Yeah, that's fast for a boat.
that's fast for a boat, yeah. And I mean, it's heavy. It'll run 70 if I take most of the stuff out. Like because I have a lot of weight in it right now. Plus, I added batteries.
Do you crabbing?
No.
Do any crabbing? No.
No, we don't. I actually don't even eat fish. So
Wow.
I just catch them.
Yeah.
It's still cool.
Oh, that's for
Still
fun.
Yeah. I stopped eating fish in like probably around 2005 or so because the biggest problem with fish, unless I actually catch it, is fish is the easiest food to get food poisoning from.
Yeah.
Oh, yep.
And I got food poisoning from shrimp once.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, seafood will get you.
Yeah, don't eat fish.
That's understandable, though. If it's a bad enough occasion, I could see you.
Yeah,
Dude,
food poisoning can
warding
turn
that
you off
off.
anything. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I had like
We used to
real
go-
bad food poisoning, and I was like puking all day, and
Oh, God.
is like I'm like never fucking again. And to be honest with you, it's been never fucking again.
Yeah, your body
What?
remembers that whatever you ate before that happens.
Yep.
It's hard to go back.
Yep.
Yeah.
True.
But yeah, so I catch fish, and I'll bring. So normally, what I do is I bring home like one fish for my wife, and they'll have it. So, but I don't eat fish. So
Plenty of other stuff to eat. I said plenty of other stuff to eat. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. And I don't. You know, the thing is that I don't eat. I mean, there's we have far too many choices in like what to eat now anyway, that
Right.
you just have analysis paralysis, so people just overeat all the time.
Yeah.
So,
That's the thing.
Steak's better anyway.
I was gonna say red meat's the way to go. Yeah.
correct. Steak is where it's at. And yeah. Who dropped off?
Mr.
Oh, Mr. Yeah.
Oh.
Those truck drivers, man, they're rolling down the road and they have signal and then they don't.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah, they deal with me all the time.
Yeah, K2, I hadn't seen you in the chat much lately, man. Where you been? What's up? What you doing?
I've mostly been at like Chris Lestrange
Oh yeah?
right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I try
That's
to jump
cool.
in your chat. I
He's
don't
a
think you
good
see
dude.
me sometimes.
Yeah, Chris is great.
Sometimes the chat starts moving, man, and it's rough. Like
I try to do my degenerate coom just so
yeah.
people can see me. But I get it when the chat's jumping. It's hard to tell.
It's been pretty good lately. We've had some slow nights. So, and now I've got the bad actors out there telling people not to come to my channel. So we're gonna see how that works out for them.
Oh, that's lots of
Damn.
fun. Lots of fun.
Yeah, there's been a lot of that like negativity going around lately.
Well, it kind of centers around a couple of people, and
Yeah.
I'm just sitting back and just watching at this point.
I did a stream not that long ago, and I flat out came on here and said, "Look, if you ain't got something, if you're going to cause drama, then don't talk. If somebody's causing drama, ignore them. Nobody needs that shit. Just
Honestly, that's like the whole
I
reason
mean-
we're like doing this. It's just to get away from shit like that.
Hey, Grid, is it true Anson nuked his channel?
It is.
What?
Yep.
I actually
Yeah.
liked his channel.
Yeah. It was
Yeah. So
You know?
I don't. I mean, all right. So I can only tell you what he has said.
Oh,
Right.
You don't have the. Oh, I was gonna.
It's
say
not
you
that
don't
personal.
tell me anything.
It's
He was
cool.
really public about it. All I can tell you is what he said, and that is he literally said he's on the internet too much. He's getting way too involved, and it's affecting his ability and time to go find an actual relationship in real life, and so he really wanted to like kind of ground himself again, I guess you would say. I'm saying that he never said that. I'm just saying that's what it sounds like to me. And I didn't think he was going to nuke his channel, dude. Like, he was on my show. We did the show. It was great. It was a really good time. And he basically, I rated him. He asked me to rate him, and I rated him. And, you know, and from what I heard, it was, you know, he was having a great time. And then he's just like, okay, I'm done. And he clicked off and done.
Wow.
Huh. I hope everything is going to be. Hopefully, we see him again.
Well, he said he's going to take 2 months off. So in 8 weeks, we'll know.
All right.
Yeah.
One way or the other. So
Maybe he'll find a lady and forget about us.
I'm surprised Bob has
Good for him, then.
I got to be honest, and no offense, you're all perfectly nice people. You're wonderful, wonderful, really. But I hope all of you find someone to drag your ass off of this internet and just go do like real world shit all the time.
Yeah, I've had some of that
I'm
lately.
retired. I'm retired.
Bob.
So, you know, I'm done. Stick a fork in me. You know, well, I say I'm retired. I'm still doing a bunch of shit, but you know, I have an excuse to be on the internet a lot. You know, but I fervently hope that all the young ladies, all you young men, get the fuck off the internet and go, you know, have great relationships and you know, have families.
No, that's cool. I think that's what we all would prefer anyway. I just recently got a girlfriend a little bit ago, so I've been getting dragged away a little bit recently, but
That's good.
Cool.
Not all the way.
She's taking Bob away from us. We're getting jealous.
She's eating my weekends up, dude.
Well, don't show her how much you super chat. How about that?
Okay, I won't.
I change your name, Bob. So
she's taking all my money anyway, you know.
I'm a little bit like you, Grid. I'm a little bit like you. I'm only 41, but I've been married 17 years. I'm technically retired as well, but I still run all over the place. So, so when we start going out again, we'll probably all be gone for a while, and then I'll be back again. And so, but
yeah,
I agree with
absolutely.
you. It'd be nice if all of our young people would go out and make babies.
Exactly.
I would like to.
Exactly. There's a good argument that's being waged among some of my friends that I should only do 1 hour shows because, you know, when I'm doing a 3 hour show or even if I'm just on like this, I'm entertaining people who should be getting the fuck off of the internet, and 1 hour is enough. Like, tell them to go do something else. My comeback is that well, they're going to be on the fucking internet anyway. So
right, yeah, they'll just go to a different
I was
stream.
just about to say that.
I might as well be here. But it is a really good point, though. It's solid, right? Like,
yeah.
I've even thought about ending my show from now on and be like, you know, get the fuck off the internet and go do something cool, you know, because I understand that as a creator, you know, I should be wanting more eyes on me for longer, you know, get those watch hours up, do all of the things, all of the bullshit. But the reality is that I would rather, I mean, personally, right? Like, I can't speak for all creators, but I personally would rather literally every person in my audience go find somebody cool. Like, all 14,000 subscribers should go the fuck away. And I mean, still be subscribed. That's cool. But
yeah.
But go away, find someone, you know, have some kids or, you know, be a good uncle or, you know, whatever. What's up, Kissy Cat? I see you slipping in here. You following me.
Hey, Cat. Cat, is that true? You're following Grid?
and stalking. It's called stalk. Cats stalk. Cats stalk.
Yeah, they
I just
do
wanna-
stalk. Yeah.
And but I mean, honestly, I mean, I really would prefer that. I mean, I really think that people need to, especially young men, I think that they really need to be more involved in the world. But I also understand that young men
You're not wrong.
need to talk to amongst themselves and to their peers and to their to some degree to their elders, so that they know what's going on and they know how to look. You can't take a young man that's never had a meaningful conversation with a man in his life and expect that young man to understand how to handle when a woman rejects him, when a woman makes him angry, when a woman says hello, right?
Yeah.
How do you do that?
It's either
Yeah.
I guess you talk to people or just through like your own experience, like trial and error. I guess that's kind of how I learned.
And there's an ever-increasing
Trial
number.
and
There's an
error.
ever-increasing number of those young men who don't have that.
But
That's right.
It's hard. There's not. I
Greg,
mean,
what really-
most
what
there's a lot of
really-
women that aren't that great these days too. It's hard.
Yeah, but the thing is that
Great.
and I battle with a lot of other men, and when I say this, but I don't give a fuck what the women do or don't do.
Yeah.
I'm here to help men. I'm here to
That's
help
fair.
young men be better young men. I can't help a young woman. I am not a woman. I'm not, and I don't really understand them, and I don't think I ever will. To this
Yeah, I don't
day,
think
my
any of
wife-
us will.
Right. And so what we need is we need women to talk to young women and prepare them to be good young women. And we need men to talk to young men and let them be good young men.
Yep.
And what we have a severe lack of is young men being able and feeling comfortable enough and being honest enough to say, bro, I have never had an actual date with a chick. Can you help me?
Yeah, that's
out?"
sad.
Right?
Yeah. Well, it's
And
such
they
an embarrassing
can't.
thing
They
for
can't
guys to
say that, right? Because it's too embarrassing.
Yeah.
They don't, or the person that the person they ask doesn't know the answer either because they've only had one day. I mean, come on, it's rough out there, kids.
No, you're
It
right. They should be
and
the getting experience instead of just being comfortable not doing it. I agree.
like I've had this discussion, I think, with you, Grid. The thing that disappoints me now, where I don't even want to try anymore, is they seem like they like me. We're having a good conversation, and then
Mhm.
when she asks me, "What do I do for work?" You know what I do,
Mm-hmm.
and I tell them that I drive because I don't want to say the company either because there's
Sure.
a thing,
Yeah.
and you can see that interest just immediately die in their eyes
Mhm.
as soon as I tell them I drive.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that.
That it really
Dan
just
That sucks.
Poor guy.
it really sucks. And it just
I mean, I understand.
I don't know what to do about that either. What
Dude, I get it. I understand. I mean, for years I told people, I literally just told people I was a mechanic. Because if I tried to explain people my actual job and how fucking cool it was,
well, that's what
they wouldn't
that's a-
believe me. They'd think I was making shit up.
Yeah.
that's
I get
that's
that.
what I try to do. I just try to say I just drive, but I'm home every night, and now you still get the same response too. I tried that. I tried saying the company.
You'll
blah, blah,
yeah.
blah, and it's
You'll find
just
one.
I think
there's
it's
cool ones out
really
there.
frustrating.
See, I think that look, I don't know where you're pulling women from. I don't know what your dating pool is or anything like that. Kissy Cat, you should jump up here and talk because
Come on,
I don't
Cat.
think you're a terrible woman at all.
No,
I
Cat's a
don't
good
think any
one.
of us do.
Yeah.
But the interesting thing is, K2. I mean, if I were in your shoes, and I'm not, but if I were, and someone asked me, "Hey, what do you do?" I'd be like, "Well, I'm a professional and I'm a trucking professional, and I drive, but I also do other, whatever. I don't know that I would get too involved in it, and plus I don't know. I guess the problem is I feel like that there's probably something else going on, because I mean, I used to tell women I'm just a mechanic, and nobody ever really like the light didn't die because I was a mechanic. You know what I mean? And the way I said it, it wasn't like I'm a, I didn't say, hey, I'm a Porsche racing technician. We won at Daytona. I'm a bad son of a bitch. I didn't say it like that. I would just say I'm a mechanic. But it's the confidence that you portray and the mannerisms that you show more than the way you verbalize it. Also, if the way that you talk about it yourself, and look, I'm not trying to blame. Obviously, I'm not trying to blame you. I'm just trying to give you some feedback here, right, or some insight.
Yeah.
And I would tell anybody this, right?
Right.
Women always talk about how they want vulnerable men, and they're fucking lying through their teeth.
Oh yeah,
They're
don't ever
lying
listen
through
to a
their teeth.
woman. Yeah.
I'm
They
sorry,
are-
you broke up there, Grid. They're lying.
Oh, I said-
I didn't hear what you said before.
Yeah, they're lying through their teeth because they don't
You
want
said-
vulnerable men.
Yeah,
They
he said
want
that they say they want vulnerable men,
yeah.
and they don't.
Oh no.
Yeah. They
No,
want
don't. They don't want that.
comfortable, competent, confident men.
Absolutely.
They want assholes. Okay, you can't go in there and be over the top and try and do Myron Gaines, whatever fucking course
Yeah.
B or whatever. You can't do that shit. You've got to. It's got to be real, right? Like you need to know that you're good at your job, regardless of what that fucking job is.
Yeah.
Oh, I know I'm good at my job. I
Right?
got that.
And that imparts a little bit of swagger.
Yeah, you need to know you're good at like talking to women too. Like that, they pick up on shit like that really crazy. Like if you're confident talking to someone, that goes a really long way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know
I'm that bad when I'm.
No,
Maybe.
I think that you're. I mean, I'm not, and I'm not
No,
being critical. I'm just trying to give you some insight, right? Like I'm not being critical at all. But confidence and actual confidence, like you are competent at your job, you're not getting fired tomorrow. It doesn't matter what you do. Matter of fact, I would, in today's market, if somebody asked, if I were in the dating market today and somebody asked me, hey, what do you do? I'd be like, it's not important what I do. I make money.
Hell yeah.
I take care of my business. Not important. I don't even want to know what you do. I don't want to talk about your work. Let's talk about the things you like to do when you're not working, because that's way more important.
Yeah, for real.
I'm sorry. I just stuck working, going home, then 3 days.
There's nothing wrong with that.
3 days.
I did that for
gym.
you.
Being comfortable is like poison. Like you gotta
that's
make
what
yourself uncomfortable always a little bit to improve. It's
Yeah.
tough.
I just wanted to talk, see maybe what I'm from. I don't know why I brought that up. I'm just saying, like, it just.
Dude, I've heard you express this before, and actually, I think the last time you talked about this, I didn't really give you an answer because I think everything was just busy, and I just never really answered your question, and I haven't really answered it now. But I'm doing the best I can.
No, I kind of like that answer that you gave me. It's none of your business what I do, and I don't care what that.
Well,
that
I wouldn't say it's none of your business. I would just say, it's not really important what I do. I'm a professional.
If you sell that, they'll buy it.
Yeah, I kind of like that. I actually kind of like that. Now, if I meet someone, just go.
It's just not important, let's have a conversation about what you like to do when you're not working, because talking about honestly, to me, talking about what I do for work is really boring.
It is.
It's just
an
because you're not gonna.
Yeah. It's just a thing people go for.
And she doesn't care what you do for work. All she cares about is if you can pay your bills.
And conversation works a certain way too. Like asking the right questions. You got to leave breath and room for them. If you ask her a closed question, she's going to give you a closed answer. You let her tell you about herself, and she will open up.
Yeah, they like women
Seriously.
usually. Yeah, they don't usually put a whole lot of effort into the conversation. They kind of leave it up to the guy a lot of the time to kind of guide it the right way. Yeah.
There's also a
just
saying
seems
that you
like
can be.
ever since I went full time, just dating aspects have gone down the shitter when I lived in my mom's basement. I'm just saying that's how, and it's just frustrating.
Yeah.
I got a really good
look,
career,
in
all
fairness,
that, and it's. I just that's where I kind of am with.
In fairness, women that will ask you about what you do for work, again, realistically, they're asking you more that, hey, do you make money?
Right.
So, because they're really not that interested. So if you give them some and plus they're used to hearing literally
anything,
piles of dog shit about, I'm an investor. I do, I'm in software. I'm a software engineer or whatever. They're used to being lied to. And again, if I were in the dating marketplace and I'm out on a date and we're talking, the conversation is going pretty good. And all of a sudden, hey, so what do you do for work? Or maybe even before we go out for a date, it's like we're setting the date up. Hey, what do you do for work? Well, it's not that interesting. I'd really rather talk about, some other stuff. I get my bills are paid. I make, I put away some money, I do okay. And if she pushes it, if it becomes a source of a sticking point, then you've dodged a bullet. Just count your lucky blessings and don't feel bad at all.
Absolutely,
right?
Not the right.
But if she
kind
moves
of girl.
on with the conversation and says, "Okay, oh, that's great. I'm glad you get your bills paid and everything. What do you, where do you live?" And then you say, "Well, I live in such and such part of town. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to tell you exactly where I live because crazy bitches." And a part of it is developing the lost art of witty repartee, because you want to be funny without offensive. You want to be, you don't want them giggling, but you want them to kind of smile. Because if you don't, because I'm telling you, man, these chicks have heard all of it. What's up, Flow State? The man himself. Flow State, you got to hit that like and subscribe button, buddy. You have to. It's your mission.
What's up, Flo?
But I mean, seriously, like I just, I think to me that was never an issue. So I see where it's an issue for you, and I hope I'm giving you an answer. That's more, like that helps out.
I kind of like those responses actually. So
now look at that head net. He's in the mosquito country.
Yeah, there's some flesh-eating gnats all around.
Damn, dude.
I gotta.
Shouldn't talk about women
phone.
like that.
That's right.
This is the phone I've been using to film everything. It's out of juice, so I just have to, before the sun comes up, I just have to charge this. So I'll just put this in my pocket and just tag along, all right?
Oh, okay. Sounds good.
Yep, cool.
Yeah,
dude. We'll be
K2,
here.
K2, I would say, just like Grid is saying, there's very specific. Conversation is your best friend when it comes to this. Like, having good conversation makes a world of difference.
That's exactly what I said, Bree. I said you got to have the witty repartee.
Yeah, having a good sense of humor and a good personality is important.
I got some witty shit. I'm not worried about that.
You got to be witty, man, but not offensive. Don't be offensive.
Unless they're cool like that,
then
you can be a little offensive.
Yeah, it's a thin line.
I'm sorry, Bob. I said you were from Jersey as a joke.
You son of a bitch. I remember that.
I have an apartment in New Jersey. Thank God we rented that.
Oh, man.
My only experience with New Jersey is just watching The Sopranos.
The Sopranos. So I went and looked at this house today. to buy. Get this. This is really funny. You guys are so people think there are no deals left out there, right? Like you can't do anything, can't buy anything. So this is it's a 2-bedroom house, 2-bath. That's weird, but it's actually not bad. It's got a garage, it's got a workshop, it's got a really large backyard. They were asking 180 for it, 189. The problem is that the dude's son has been living there, and that dude is the biggest idiot. And I literally called this the dog poop house because there's literally a room that he lets his dog shit in.
Dude, how do people live like that?
I don't know. And it smelled like dog shit and
God,
dog piss when we went through. And I didn't go back into the house. I was like, once I was through, I was like, once I got to the backyard, I'm like, hey, I'm not going back through that shit. So we went out the gate.
Literally.
But it's gonna need and there's smoking in there for like 20 fucking years. It's dim as fuck. We're offering, I think we're gonna buy it for 120. We're gonna stick about 30, maybe 40 into it, and we're gonna sell it for about 250. That's still a hell of a deal. We're also gonna, and in that we'll probably make it a 3-bedroom because we're gonna knock out a wall and add a bedroom. Build on
that'll be cool.
Yeah. So I think it's gonna sell
dog shit out of there.
Yeah. Oh, dude, we're gonna it's gonna have to go down to like the floorboards and shit. Like it's gonna be
absolutely.
We're getting real with it.
Hardwood it and shit.
Deep clean.
But I literally call it the dog. Like when my wife and I are talking about this project, I'm like, it's the dog poop house. So
probably the dog poop house for everybody that walked through it.
Yeah, well. But it's weird that people always say, well, there are no deals. I can't find anything. There's no starter homes anymore, all of that. But I'm like, I literally found this one in honestly, it took like 5 minutes. I was like, hey, let's find a cheap house to buy.
Nice.
And and literally like the owner's in complete fucking denial. He's like, oh, I have it. I thought 189 was low. And the realtor's like, No.
No.
You're like in the condition it's in. It'll literally cost us probably $2,000 to clean the house.
Damn. Yeah, honestly though.
Guarantee it.
I need enough.
The amount of shit in, not just dog shit, but like the amount of like trash and just piled up debris from souls of Christmas past and shit.
Refuge.
Yeah.
Just,
I've been in houses like that.
I'm pretty sure they have a couple of sets of the Encyclopedia Britannica, back in the day.
Yeah. Knickknacks and stuff.
Yeah, just shit that from like the 40s. It's still there.
Hoarder stuff.
Oh, Kissy Cat's looking at another. You can get really good deals right now because nobody can get loans right now. Like Trump has put a stop to that shit. Like you're not getting investment loans. And I met the guy who's bought the house across from ours at where we have our Airbnb. I met the guy who bought it today, and I'm like, yeah, we looked at it. We thought it's overpriced. He's like, yeah, I probably paid too much. I'm like, no, you really paid way too fucking much. So he's asking me how much occupancy I have and how busy I am and all that. And I said, well, I have a couple of things that other houses here don't have. I've got my driveway is such that you can, because I'm on a corner, people with boats can just pull straight through, right? And we're on a fucking lake. And so, so that's an important consideration, right? Like people bring their fucking boats. I leave an extension cord hanging out of my garage so they can charge their boats. And I have a slip at the marina that, if they're nice to me, if they're cool, I'll be like, and they tell me to bring in a boat, I'll be like, oh yeah, I have a slip in the marina. If you want to use it, it's what the slip number is. And
yeah.
And so, and I was like, I had this one deal where the one conversation where, or towards the end of the conversation, I felt like he and I had talked too long and I was pretty done. So, he was he bought it because it has a dock, but it's not a year round dock. When they drain the lake, it's on his dock is in the mud, right? And I don't have a dock at all, which is fine. I don't need one. And I'm like, yeah. Or he said, oh yeah, I looked at your pricing. It's really competitive. And I'm like, yeah, I don't need to be one of those guys who strolls into his country club talking about, that he gets $500 a night for his Airbnb. I'm perfectly happy to get $250 a night and actually make money. I don't need to be the biggest swinging dick in the room. And I will just take the money.
That's
and
what
he's like, yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, my friend was looking for his vacation up at the UP, and he's like, yeah, they really, really upped their prices by a shitload for renting a cabin up there.
Yeah.
It's like used to be like maybe I forgot what he said, but now it's like 15,000 for not 15,000.
Gorilla Biscuits. Sorry, Gorilla Biscuits bought 300 pounds of books for $20.
Wow!
And it included a 1985 edition encyclopedia. So you know what you can do with those is you can buy bookshelves and put them around the walls in your house, and they become a very good bullet stop. Just
no, that's true.
And pseudo insulation too.
Yes, kind of insulation, but more importantly, it'll stop bullets if
it's like sandbags.
If you have enemies, if people are looking for you and shit. So,
unless you get a 50 BNG.
I'm just saying, it's cheap. It's cheap ballistic armor.
Yeah.
Abe's like, what the fuck?
It's
no,
true.
that's a good idea.
It'll work.
You'll be glad they're there if you ever need it.
Yep.
Yeah. Kissy Cat, I understand why you feel like it's your fault. It's not, though. Believe me, it isn't your fault. Chase let his behavior of being the VK villain spill into other shit. I don't know what the fuck.
Oh, there's a thing. I guess someone called him like. Should I not say?
It's a different channel. Nah, it's just a different channel.
Different channel.
Okay.
You can probably say it.
No, it's just really. If it's what I think it is.
I have a Discord, bro. Just
okay. All right. I got you.
Abe's looking uncomfortable. Let's keep Abe looking.
Yeah, Abe. I'll be good.
I just don't.
No, yeah, it's too bad. Like, I think it's a misunderstanding, but.
Yeah. Kissy Cat paid $16K for a week in the Outer Banks, North Carolina last year, and everything kept breaking. I actually had an issue with my electrical in the house. I didn't have kitchen lights, and it was basically when they had installed one of the switches, the ground had gotten too close to the positive, the black wire, and so just over time, it had actually. It had actually gotten close enough that it at some point somebody turned it on and it shorted and popped the breaker, and it took like it took some investigation to find it. I had to call an electrician, which I never do, and dude was super cool though. Came out, charged me a sweet $150.
That's not bad at all though.
No, dude, that was like I was happy to pay. I was like, hell yeah, dude. So. Yeah.
You're gonna speed up when I get into the lane to pass you. Really?
Oh, he's road raging right now.
Just random.
Well, I had an incident of road rage when I was a youngster.
Sorry, Greg. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're cool, man. I had a you guys aren't gonna believe this of me because I'm always so chill and cool and everything, but I used to have like a really bad temper. Like I had a bad temper. I used to
too also. Yeah.
And so I lived in Lake Tahoe for a while, and I was driving up from Reno, and I came through Incline Village, and I was coming around the lake, and somewhere along where the Bonanza like theme park or farm or whatever the fuck it is, somewhere as I was coming through about there, this truck got behind me with its brights on, and it was like really fucking close. Which we all know what I mean. It sucks.
I like to
And-
point my mirror at them.
Yeah. So I slowed down. I pulled over, and the guy went by me. So as soon as he went by me, I gave him a taste of his own fucking medicine.
Yes, I've done that before too.
So he then slowed down. I passed him.
Of course, yeah.
He did the same fucking thing.
Oh
So
my
I'm like,
god.
okay, fucker. Okay, all right. So I sped up and I was like, all right, fuck it, I'm done. I'm moving on. And he kept pace.
Oh,
Yeah.
Like, okay, all right. Then he passed me. I passed him. And, got playing a bright lights game. And I'm kind of, I'm young at this point. I'm not gonna lie. This was probably.
It's getting heated.
This was 98, 99.
Yeah.
I was a young man. I had a lot of youthful exuberance. I was also armed.
Yeah,
And,
exactly. Yeah, it's good to have that with you.
And so we get out on the highway, and it's a 4-lane highway. So I figure that this fucker is just finally going to get the fuck away from me. But no. Gets behind me and bright lights me. So I'd had enough.
Yeah.
So I pulled over, angled across the lanes, got out with my gun hanging down by my side.
Yeah.
Like, just come on, bro. Like, let's.
Yeah, honestly. Dude, up that guy.
If you want to, okay. And they didn't get out of the car.
Of course not. Because they're pussy.
And I got back in mine and drove off. No, it was not.
Yeah.
I wish it had been though. That'd been fucking funny. I'd have gone to jail.
Oh god. Yeah, that would have been rough.
I had a female police officer pull her gun on me once. That was the scariest 5 seconds of my life.
Oh yeah, yeah. You never know what's gonna happen in that situation. They feel threatened.
Oh man. So I get pulled over because for some stupid reason, my Tennessee license plate in Reno didn't come back that it was stolen or anything. It came back that it didn't exist.
oh,
Right? It was not in the system. And I'm like, obviously it exists. It's right there.
Yeah.
So I get pulled over and I'm like, all right, whatever. And so being from Tennessee, the cops always come to the driver's door, but in Reno, for some reason, they came to the passenger door.
That's weird.
So I'm sitting here looking, I'm winding down the window and I'm looking where the fuck this cop is. And all of a sudden I hear tick, 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 tick. And I look over and the cop's like, open the door. So I stop rolling up the window. I open the door. She opens the door and is sitting there and says, hey, your tag doesn't exist or whatever. And I start rolling the window back up and I have my hand on the wallet. And I'd look back at the cop and she has her gun pointed at me. Like,
ridiculous.
oh my gosh.
and I'm like, okay,
Wow.
what the fuck? And she's like, you have a gun. And I'm like, I do. It's under the seat. And she's like, yeah, I can see it's under the seat. And I'm like, okay.
Gun too. Yeah.
Am I not allowed to carry? This is America. I thought this was America.
And I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, there's a gun under the seat of my car. I'm, 1,000 miles away from home, and I don't know fucking anybody here. So
Yeah.
And so she, which was probably breaking like so many fucking rules. She had me get out of my vehicle while she's holding her gun on me.
Oh my.
Walk down the side of the vehicle with my hands up where she could see me through the glass, and then meet her at the back of the vehicle. And she put me in handcuffs and put me in her car. And she gets a gun from underneath my seat and runs all the numbers on it, does everything. I come back, everything's cool, obviously. And she's like, okay, you can go. And I'm like, Okay.
Okay. Thanks. Thanks. Yeah.
So she's like, I'm gonna put your. So she obviously cleared the gun, and she's like, I'm gonna put it in your glove compartment, and she put it in there, and it was a 1911, and it was a 1911 had been shot a while, so it was a little, you can get that slide rattle on a 1911. Yeah. And so she's like, this is a Mickey Mouse piece of shit, and I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. And there for a minute, Sport Brand, I thought about telling her that I mean, obviously you can see I'm white. Why are you pulling a gun on me? So, what's going on here? Obviously you're on the wrong side. And but no, I didn't say that, Sport Brand. I thought it, but I didn't say it. I thought a lot of things. In that moment, there were so many like really smart ass things that I was like,
I can imagine.
Right?
I can't say any of these. And that was good. But no, I behaved myself. I went home.
That's crazy.
It is nuts.
Probably
right?
for the best. Yeah, that's nuts for real.
You can gun wrong.
Did I get her digits? No, I did not.
She's probably gross.
I did not. I did not get her digits. Why would I want? She pulled a gun on me.
Yeah.
Can't get worse than
That's
that.
not a good start to a relationship.
Who
That's
asked
not
you
the one.
if you got her digits?
Yeah,
Mr. Mister.
Maybe
K2.
Mr. Yes.
If K2, if a woman pulls a gun on you, she's not the one.
Oh,
Yeah.
I know.
Okay.
Nope.
I've had one pull a knife on me before.
Yeah.
Listen, can't get worse than that.
It can't-
Okay?
It can.
Can't get worse than that.
you hit rock bottom on day one.
We have all the way up.
That's awesome.
Yeah, move on to the next one at that point.
Jeez.
Oh man, that's terrible. Somebody asked if I got a lot of tickets. I haven't had a lot of tickets, but I used to get pulled over all the fucking time. I got pulled over in Utah on the way back to the hotel from a race weekend, and it was one of those things where I had we had the driver with us and two of the crew guys, and then I was driving the truck. So and I knew when I passed, I knew we were going to get pulled over. 4 dudes in a truck, out of state plates. There's no fucking way we're not getting pulled over.
Hold on,
Right.
Grit. I got a question. Was it a bench seat? Was it a bench seat and you guys were all in the front seat while the back?
Dude, that's
seat was
not funny,
empty?
bro.
No.
Okay.
No, the front were buckets, and the other 2 guys were in the back. So no, but I knew that I knew we were going to get pulled over because I know what a DUI checkpoint looks like.
Yeah.
I know what a DUI checkpoint looks like, and I knew that there were 3 strikes, right? Like 4 dudes, pick up, out of state plates. Like obviously, we're in town to party, right? Like,
hell yeah.
it is. And so we get pulled over, and the cop says, "Hey, I saw you swerve back there. How much you had to drink tonight?" I'm like, "I didn't swerve."
Hell yeah.
And I don't drink.
I don't drink.
I've never drank in my life.
Yeah, nice try.
And he's like,
Good try, buddy.
"Where you guys coming from?" And I'm like, "Yeah, we're out at the racetrack. We're here all weekend. You're gonna see me coming, going by if you patrol this area, and I'll wave at you when I pass your DUI speed trap there." And he, I was having a good time, and he was being businesslike, but he was still kind of, he's like, he knew, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, "All right, man, license and registration. Let's get this going." I'm like, "Well, I'll give you my license, but my registration is in the glove compartment with my gun, and you probably want to get that yourself."
Yeah, that's fair. It's safer that you told him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I do. I really appreciate you saying that. And so
yeah.
he went over. Obviously, he went over, and the passenger rolled down the passenger side, and Colin was like this the whole time, like I ain't reaching for it. I'm not reaching. And
they don't
so
like that kind of stuff.
The cop came back after he ran everything. Obviously, everything was cool, But the cop comes back and he's like, hands back my license, my registration. He hands me the gun. He says, "Hey, listen, just so you know, state of Utah, if you don't have a concealed carry permit, it's legal to have the gun. It's legal to have the mag in the gun, but you can't have a round chambered." And I'm like, "Okay, thanks for telling me that." And he's like, here's your chambered round. I'm not gonna let you, we're not gonna give you a ticket for it or anything, but just don't do it. And I'm like, "Yep, gotcha." So he goes back to his car. I chamber the round. I
Immediately, yeah.
put the Barney in the back of the mag and put it back in the glove bar. What the hell? You want an unloaded fucking gun?
Yeah, how long does it take to
that's
chamber around? That's a dumb rule.
That's
Yeah,
dumb.
well, it has to be 2 steps. You have to be 2 steps from pulling the trigger. So in the holster counts as one, because you have to draw it, and in racking the sides counts as a second step.
Yeah,
So that's their law that allows you to effectively carry without a carry permit.
Mormons.
Right? And,
None of them created like a cool gun.
Hey,
yeah.
that's what when we were doing sleeper. When me and my my friend here at my work friend, we were doing sleeper team. We were in Salt Lake City, the building, and then he's like, "Well,
Yeah, we
you
were right
guys got a
outside,
long wait. You got a long wait." And he goes, "What can we do around here?" He's like, "Well, probably get yourself another couple wives."
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Oh man,
You can do it. Probably.
That's pretty funny.
you can do it.
That's what the dispatcher told my co-driver.
I don't
Listen,
know if the truck drivers here go through Nebraska, but every time I go through Kansas and Nebraska with the trailer, I get pulled over. It's hilarious. The one time was so funny because, all right, so we're coming back from Mid-Ohio. We're coming through Nebraska. I see the police SUV go by, and then I see it hook the U-turn, right? And I'm like, it's got to be us. It's got to be.
They got nothing better to do.
Yeah. Well, we have the trailer and it's an out-of-state truck and whatever. So I'm like, every time, and I told the guys, I was like, every single time we go across Nebraska or Kansas with the trailer, every single time we get pulled over for something. Let's see what it is this time. Yeah, I had Colorado plates. That may have been part of it. So we pull over, and the guy driving had just he was an Army veteran, and he had been on a sniper team in Baghdad or wherever the fuck. And he was a cool dude. He's a really cool dude. But obviously he still had all of the cool shit in his wallet. So when he gave the officer his driver's license, the officer was like, "Oh yeah, it's cool," And so he asked, and we told him, race team traveling across the country. And he said, "Well, the reason I pulled you over is because one of your tires looks low on that trailer. It's a safety issue." And I said, "Really? Which one?" Because we're a race team. We literally had the tire pressure gauge in the center console of the truck.
Yeah, he's full of shit.
We're literally checking tire pressures, like, every time the car comes out every time the car comes in off the track, we're checking tire pressures.
Michigan.
And so I literally grabbed the tire pressure gauge. I'm like, "Let's check. Which one is it?" His face was just like, "What the fuck? Who does that?"
Yeah.
So sure enough, we went around there, and I checked the tire, and I'm like, "Nope, it's good." And they're like, "Yeah, okay. What are you hauling? It's fucking race cars. What are you talking about?" So yeah, that was funny. I've been pulled over so many fucking times. I don't even care anymore. Like, whatever.
Yeah, well, if you got your shit in order, there's not too much you got to worry about.
I mean, you say that, but you can have your shit in order. And so I had my shit in order. I get pulled over by this cop he thought I was speeding. The one time that I really truly was not speeding, I get pulled over.
Damn.
And I get pulled, I pull over, I pull into a parking lot, park the car. Rule number 1 is we never park, especially if I'm in a cool car, never park the car on the street. I'll put the flashers on and I'll go to a parking lot. I'm not fucking leaving the car on the street because they'll tow it every single fucking time.
Yeah.
So, you know, guy comes up, hey, what do you know, where are you going? Whatever. I'm headed to the shop. You know, I own the shop. It's right up here. Blah blah blah. I've been there for how many years, and he runs everything. And he's like, there was something wrong with the tag on the car. Like I had not renewed it when I thought I did or whatever, but it was some like minor shit.
Yeah.
And he actually, no, I'm wrong. It wasn't that car. So I had gotten a ticket on another car in Colorado Springs for having, and it wasn't even my car, but it had blue lights in the windshield washer, the nozzles, right? Like this was a thing back in the day, and it's gay, but it was my car. And
Right.
so I got in this ticket, and the cop was being a dick about it because he thought, and he was right. We were a bunch. I was part of a group of people street racing that night, but not in that car. So how he singled me out, I don't know, but he was a dick about it, and he wrote the ticket in such a way that I had to go to court in Colorado Springs. I couldn't pay it, and I forgot it, and I forgot about it, and so they had this bench warrant out for like a $25 fucking ticket. And
$25? Yeah, I guess back then.
Yeah, it's a $25 ticket, and
That's like nothing. Though.
Yeah, so I missed the court date because I didn't even think I had to go to court over it, right? Like I thought it was like a fix-it ticket or some shit.
Aren't they supposed to tell you? I mean, I guess maybe.
Yeah, I'm sure he told me, but
yeah.
I'm sure he told me, but I just didn't give a fuck. And so because I was an idiot. Well, I wasn't an idiot. I was just whatever.
I know what you mean.
And so I get pulled over. There's something wrong with the tag on the Evo. Like it was just slightly out of date. And the guy runs my license. He says, hey, you've got this bench warrant out in Colorado Springs. What do you know about that? I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And he's like, no. He's like, well, it's you. You're going to have to go to jail. And I'm like, you're shitting me.
That's ridiculous for $25.
Yeah. And he's like, yeah, I've got to go. And so I had to go. I went down. I bonded out. They towed the Evo. And they weren't going to let me. So the stupid thing is that they weren't going to let me have the Evo back because of the way that the issue with the tag, right? They're like, well, it's got to have, you either have to tow it out on a trailer or you've got to have the tag has to be right. And I'm like, okay. So I went down. So I'm like, they thought they had me. And I'm like, all right, that's fine. So I went and got the dually, got the small trailer, came back, loaded it in the fucking trailer, and took it with me. And but that cost me like $300 to get the Evo out of
That's bullshit.
It is, and that's how cops fuck you. The one thing I understand now better than ever, after I lived in Colorado, I saw so many dudes, especially customers of mine that were young men. They would get in the system, and it was so hard for them to get out.
Yeah,
it was awful. Like,
and then every time you get pulled over, they're like, "Oh, hey, this guy."
Yeah, I mean, it was like, especially the worst thing was the DUI, right? So I had this kid, I had this kid that got a DUI, and he had to put a breathalyzer in his truck, and he had to, go to meetings. And if you missed a meet, so the insidious thing about this is you're on this weird form of probation that just doesn't end. And if you miss this, and part of to get off of it, one of the things is you have to finish this these alcohol abuse courses or some shit. I watched this kid because and they don't do it after hours, right? Like for people at fucking work. So this kid worked in concrete, so he could only miss so many days of work, and he would go in and like do as many of the classes as he could, but then he couldn't then he couldn't make it and he'd have to start over.
Oh my
And it's
God.
another, and every time it was like $1,000 or however much his fucking course cost to start over. And it took him, like, this is something that should have been done in 3 months. And it took him like 1.5 years to finish it. And the
That's
whole time he's on
brutal.
probation. Yeah, it's brutal, dude. And every time, every time he doesn't do it, he's got to go back to court. He's got to get reassigned. He's got to get, he's got to be sent to another school. And I realized at that point that, especially for minor infractions, once you're in the system really wants to keep you in the system.
Yeah.
And it's so fucking hard to get out. It's so hard.
That's disgusting.
And so I realized that that's actually probably when I became my most like anti-government.
Yeah, well, it'll make anyone anti-government if they stand up for themselves in any way.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm not making excuses, right? Like it's wrong for him to drink and drive.
Yeah, once they get you on the hook, then they can every time they get you, they can
you
get
should
you for
be able to get
bigger
off
shit.
of it, right?
Yeah,
and I would see guys that once I started paying attention to it, I would see guys that would get off of like probation, right? Or pardon me, get out of jail for some stupid shit, go on probation. And then they would just get violated off for probation. It never fucking ended for them, ever. And they weren't like bad dudes. They were like construction workers and shit. And they would get violated because they went out with their buddies after work to have a beer and came in the next morning for their weekly meeting smelling like booze, right? Or whatever the fuck it was. And I was like, dude, this is crazy. This is crazy. Like,
they're just milking people. Yeah.
And I'd always kind of felt like that our legal system is purposefully obtuse and purposely overly well, it's not purposely
overly punitive,
but it's overly punitive. And what we've done is culturally. So the reason that we don't put people to death or chop off hands or anything like that is because of prison. Like when the Americans came here as Europeans, they were in prison. A lot of them came from debtors' prisons, or they were in prison for hitting somebody, or having a fight or whatever, or just because they were too fucking poor.
Yeah.
And so they didn't like the idea of prison at all. And the only way that they developed prisons in this country was because they didn't want, because it became kind of like unpopular or whatever to kill them, right? Because that was really the only two things, like, or make them pay large sums of money, like fine them, right? And the idea is once you paid your debt to that if you do something wrong, you owe a debt to society, right? You fucked up. It's just like your dad, right? Think about that. Well, my dad. When I was young, my stepdad was, obviously he was cool, but he wasn't that cool. And if I fucked up, there was consequence for that. But once the consequence was over, that was it. Right? Like things were back to normal. Like he didn't continuously punish me. Like the idea is that I learned my lesson. I did the crime. I did the time. Whatever. And dude,
they make money off people. I honestly think that's
no, a lot of it is
Yeah.
financial now. And the thing is that you do your time now, you're never done. You're never done. And Glenn will know. Glenn's he was a corrections officer in California. He'll tell you the same thing. but it's fucking terrible, man. And so I'm really against it, you know. Like, I'm really
Just
against
sound
the
like-
whole.
You convinced me, Greed. I'm pro death penalty again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, right. Like, look, if you do the crime, if you kill somebody, you should die.
Yeah.
Like, what
Yeah.
debt to society? What debt to society is your imprisonment paying?
Yeah. It's just the private prison industry just wants, they get a whole bunch of money and lock people up. But I mean, yeah, if you're kind of forfeiting your life if you do something maliciously like that. I agree.
Yeah, but I mean, so if you run a stop sign and you could have killed somebody, is there a victim of that crime? No,
No.
there isn't. You broke a code, you broke a rule. So why is it that people get tickets for such things? Like why is that? Well,
I've got a ticket for that.
in the olden days, a ticket meant something because it was punitive, right? Like you would think, man, I don't want another fucking ticket. That shit, God, that's expensive. That hurt.
Yeah.
Now it's like now tickets are only punitive to the poor,
Right.
because the rest of us just pay it. And we don't give a fuck. What's up, Glenn?
like you plead
Percentage
down.
pay-
Yeah.
I got a small version of whatever's going on in America. I overstayed my student visa by like 10 days or something.
You bastard.
And then when I
Monster.
got back, yeah.
Filthy
You
illegal.
monster. Kick him out.
Yes. All right. Lay
No,
it
I
on
have
me.
to do it.
Lay
It's
it on
always
me.
me, the
Yeah.
illegal one. So
Yeah, it's a pecking order. I get it. But the thing is, I went back since I have reasons to come back to New York. I always go back like once or twice a year. And every single time I enter, it's like, why don't you use the ESTA system? Why do you have a visa? Well, I overstayed because I was applying for my O1 visa and it got rejected. So I needed to leave. And I had my plans in the US and I wasn't ready to leave yet. But I had explained all that to the American Embassy in Norway. So I got a 10-year visa, like business pleasure, come and go as you want. And why can't that just be erased? They have to like ask every single time I have to go to the room and wait and be asked the same questions. It's kind of discouraging.
Yeah.
I mean,
Shit.
I get it, but just have some system where, you know, you get it sorted out. Wasting their time
Well, at least
too.
you can wipe it away, because there's probably people in the past that have done the same thing and then continued to do it or utilized that in some way that was nefarious. But they should have a way for you to get that cleared off so that you don't have to keep doing it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a big deal, but it's a waste of time. You know. Anyways, I just thought of that when you mentioned the more severe stuff,
I mean,
like a ticket.
yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just think that it's, yeah,
Well, if
our
you think-
system's really messed up.
You think
Yeah.
that's messed up? When I'm not on duty, I can only have a 0.04 BAC, even if I'm not working.
Wow.
What does that mean? I didn't
It's
get
blood
it.
alcohol content.
Means you basically can't drink, like ever.
Yep.
Oh,
That's why I was going to that one bar. I told you guys about that, where I just go to that liberal. It was more of a liberal hippie bar, because that was like the closest place I
Oh,
could
yeah.
drink and walk home.
Yeah, that sucks. I'm sorry about that, dude. That sucks.
That's why I won't drive. If I do drive anywhere, I will hang out there for like an hour straight, and I'll stop drinking an hour before I leave the establishment, go for a walk. An hour if I
That's
don't
a-
feel good,
Time
and
killer.
then I'll just
I mean,
It
I
sucks.
was kind of picking on the I was kind of picking on the DUI because pretty much everybody knows somebody that's had a DUI. But I mean, overall, the problem with the system, right, is as it was intended, it's not bad, right? You do a crime that's a serious crime, you go to jail, you go to prison, you serve your time, you get out. You know, it's like your sins are washed away. You get to become a new. You're go out, you do great things. But our system has become so twisted that people go out better or come out better criminals than they went in.
Yeah, all the time.
When they come out, like they're branded for life. Like every job application they ever do is going to say, well, yeah, they have a felony for stealing something over $2,500, whatever the fuck it. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not up on crime, but whatever it is, they have possession. They got caught at a party with drugs one time, and now for the entire rest of their life, they're labeled as a drug dealer, right?
Yep.
And this is the reality, I think, of what of what's really going on.
Well, and I think it pushes more recidivism by branding.
Absolutely,
it forces them to go back to crime because there's no other options.
Yeah, because they'll grab them faster, and then they'll be less willing to care because they already feel the consequences and they can't escape them anyway.
Well, it's designed that way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Designed to keep the people down.
It literally is.
Some of the hippie stuff's right, but
man, I almost had one. I almost had one, guys.
Oh, you'll get them.
Right.
What's up, man?
I feel like every.
So, how's everybody doing today?
Doing good.
Are we talking about the thug life of crime?
Right now, yeah.
Yep. That was the idea.
Very good. Very good. I just finished up, in other news, I just finished up my monthly men's meeting with my men's community, talking about the importance of enlightened self-interest.
Enlightened self-interest?
Yes, enlightened self-interest. Why is that important for men to have? And it's a quality of a benevolent leader. Because, I'm all about providing guys tools for success, not bitching about shit.
Right.
I let the bitches bitch about shit.
Yeah.
True.
It's the
best way to do it.
And they're better at it.
True. Yeah. What's that whole thing, right? Like, what's the point in complaining? No one's going to care. No one's going to listen. And it's not going to help me any.
Yeah, especially if you're a dude.
Yeah, if you have a penis,
like,
you don't have the right to a bitch.
No.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why we have so many trannies.
Yeah, there's actually something to that.
There might be something.
That's legit. There's a lot of androgyny kind of being filtered through the society, like making women more manly and men more womanly.
I just think that it's a way of people to get attention.
Well, it's like mental health.
It has nothing to do with making the frog gay. It's just a way of getting attention and getting like a leg off.
That's a big part of it. Yeah, because you get to be like a different class of like citizen, just about when you're like trans or something these days. Like,
well,
everyone kind of
try to think it as a lefty. Try to think as a lefty. You see the world as a bunch of people that are oppressing each other, and you are the oppressor in this case just because of who you are. And there's a way out. You can just stop being you.
Yeah.
I'm finally glad you called it out. Rob is the oppressor here.
Dude, I'm not the oppressor. Come on, man.
For a modic, for a price, you can stop being the oppressor and you can become, I don't know, Martha.
The
I'm your
oppressed.
Huckleberry. I'm your Huckleberry.
I'm just joking,
But
Bob.
yeah, I just see that. I
I
just
know.
see whenever I see
I
these
get
kind
it.
of things, I think there's a libertarian side to all of it. Whenever we think about markets, and that is a market. The market.
Where
of,
did Glenn
you
go?
know, business.
He dropped off. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe he just got
Well,
bored.
he's usually on his phone, which California.
Got another pike. Hey.
Nice.
Nice.
Like,
very nice.
Careful with
Yeah.
toothy critters, man.
Yeah.
When you don't see it as a lefty, it makes no sense. But if you just look at it from their perspective, it makes a lot of sense too.
It does. Yeah, it does. It shouldn't, but it does.
That'd be it would be a great debate prompt. I'm sorry, it just occurred to me because I was like reviewing some of the previous conversation. A great debate prompt would be: is it reasonable that SA people convicted of SA have to go on the registry and all of their neighbors get informed and everything of that nature? Is that
No,
reasonable?
I don't think that's reasonable. I think a rope and a tree are way more reasonable.
Yeah.
In some
think most
cases,
people would
I
agree
don't
with that.
disagree with you.
Yeah.
In some cases.
I mean,
Yeah,
it
some
depends on
cases
how.
When we're talking about if we don't use the feminist definition when looking at someone, is to say, okay, we're going for
Right.
the actual thing. I don't think
Right.
it's reasonable.
There's still a problem with proving that the thing happened.
I
That would
agree.
be my
Like,
issue.
but if you cannot prove it, then there's a crime. Like, that's
Right.
how the system works.
Yeah, well, like that's a good reason why that system works that way too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of actual crimes, Abe, what do you think about my show recently? Has it been pretty good or bad?
I've
or
liked
what?
it. I think
You've
it's been
liked
pretty good. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Anybody
The
else? have
debate
any-
thing.
Yeah.
I've been enjoying
Yeah,
it. Yeah,
you-
every time I've been
yeah.
over there, I've had fun.
Yeah,
I like
something
how
I've
you
watched.
guys are. You guys kind of like build each other up afterwards. Like you critique and everything. I think that's a really cool element of it because I've seen people get better and better each time.
Yeah,
Honestly,
I like
Grant,
it.
if I didn't like it, I don't think I'd come.
The thing is
on,
it's
so.
that helping aspect of it just started organically. Like it just like I think Anson like proposed it at some point, but in a weird way. But then what just kind of evolved was like really cool. So
Yeah,
when
I
you have
agree.
the judges, it makes sense to come to that point, right? 'Cause the judges are there to say what you did right and what you did wrong, and becomes a positive feedback loop.
You got one there, dude?
Was that?
You got a fish there or not? Did I mishear it?
Yeah, pike. Yeah.
Oh, you still got that guy.
I'm rinsing it.
You got to be careful with toothy critters. Pike will get you.
Yeah, I mean, it's been all right so far.
I hope we still do that charter. What we do.
It's cool to have like a determinable like winner and loser too with the judges. Like it's not just like they both go at it and then
Population contest.
yeah,
Population.
exactly. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
With voting.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I need to expand it into different markets. Like I need a bunch of people to go out and in other types of streams and talk about it and stuff like that. I may have to like really do some promotion because it's not just for debate bros, man. So
yeah, I feel like Sarah would be good to work with in that regard because she's got all the people coming through her channel.
Yeah, I mean Sarah would be
Uh-oh.
right.
What?
Well, we know he's been spending too much time on the internet, and he decided that he's gonna take a couple of months off.
Oh,
Yeah, he said he'd be
yeah.
back in like 8 weeks. Yeah.
Yeah, he wants to get X number 3, and the internet is not allowing him.
Some people, when they make a decision, like they really like want to force themselves into it. So like he probably just nuked his channel just to make sure he does it, which I guess makes some sense.
That makes sense. Some people are like
True.
that. They
Yeah.
gotta go all the way in, like. all the
Yeah.
way.
It works.
Alligator Alcatraz.
That's so
Yeah.
funny. I like it a lot.
Alligator.
Yeah, it's just in the middle of the Everglades, like just surrounded by pythons and alligators.
Seems based.
Yeah, I mean it would
More-
suck
more
to
like
try to escape
Australia,
from. Yeah.
Yeah,
Use the
I
Everglades
think-
for something good.
Yeah. Yeah.
How's that sunrise coming, Dan? Is it getting
Well,
close?
Yeah, the thing is, it's kind
Yeah.
of getting bright here, but it's cloudy.
Oh,
Hey,
It's
so
been
it's
raining.
good fishing.
Yeah, well, it's been raining all night, and so
yeah.
my other phone is it's been out hanging out since I was doing the the camera stuff, and now I can't charge it because there's water in the lightning.
oh,
Oh yeah,
So
maybe.
I gotta put it in a bag of rice when I get home. But
I
I
see.
still
You
have
know,
the
if you had a
other phone.
Samsung, it would work, just work.
yeah, true,
All right.
true.
I literally so
I like
actually-
the iPhone.
a few years. Well, was it last? It might have been last year. I had a load my boat with a trolling motor, and I had to like lean way over the side of the boat to grab a rope, and I leaned a little too far over, and I fell out of the boat in like 3 feet of water, whatever it was, and had my phone and everything in my pocket. Didn't care, didn't matter, because it's a Samsung. No,
That's good.
Well, actually,
Yeah,
I
I know. Good.
had one of my
iPhones either.
iPhones. One of my iPhones actually fell down in the water, and it was just fine. I think I can hit the
Depends.
override emergency button to make it charge, but I guess it's just one of those features that it could ruin the phone if it goes ahead and charges.
Depends on like where it gets into in the phone. If it's not like
it's
waterproof.
it's like it's like the charging part.
Yeah, the charging port.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just don't want to take any chances.
No, that's probably for the best.
Yeah, you don't need
That's
to wreck
fair.
it.
But if we get some good sunrise here or some nice, scenery, I can still use the phone I'm talking from now and just show you guys.
But we'll be
Fair.
here. I'm waiting
Really
for it.
Pissing me off.
Well, I'm probably not going to be here because I'm going to go to bed because I'm going to get up at 4:30.
Damn.
He was own fish.
And go fishing.
That's right.
More
That'll be
like go
fun.
boating with the side of fishing, right?
Yeah, I mean, so I don't know. I'm sure that most of you guys understand that a bass boat is just a racing boat, thinly disguised as
Yeah.
a fishing boat.
Of course.
Very thinly disguised.
Emphasis.
Yeah. I actually I almost bought a Bullet, which is a branded boat here that's like it's stupid fast.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
They regularly do like 80, almost 90 miles an hour on the water.
Damn.
And I was like, yeah. And then my wife
What's
was
that in
like,
knots?
are you sure? And I was like,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, 90
Are
in
you
a boat.
sure?
That's so fast.
Yeah.
It's like
It is
hydroplane
really fast on
territory.
a boat. I'm sorry?
I said that's almost like hydroplane territory.
Yeah. Like skipping
don't
on
watch
top
the
of the
hydro
water.
boat.
When I'm on pad literally like only the back, like 1 foot of the one, maybe 2 feet of the boat are actually touching the water.
Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah,
Stand up.
yeah, it is really fun.
I've
Yeah.
seen it where a sailboat, and it's on YouTube. The lake freighter, the Cuyahoga, almost ran over a sailboat because they were in the shipping lanes in the Great Lakes
Yeah.
near Detroit.
Oh god. Yeah.
I kind of want a sailboat again. When I was a kid and I was like stupidly athletic and had zero fear at all, I had a Hobie cat, and it was like one of the coolest things ever. So, smoking spaceman, I've never swamped out a bank fisherman. I generally don't even go near those guys. But there's an interesting thing. The faster I go, the less wake the boat makes, which is everybody's like, slow down, and I'm like, really? You want me to slow down and wake your ass up? I mean, I'll do it. I'm not gonna argue with you, but yeah, I'm
less
not.
boat touching the water.
Yeah, less boat touching water, less water moved. But I really love that Hobie cat, man. And the thing is that I'm old now. So have I ever caught a shark before? No, I don't do saltwater fishing much. So. I seem like a man who would have caught a shark before. I know, right? I want to. It's not for lack of trying. It's just I just have.
There's a
catch
group
all
of
the
us
sharks.
from.
You could.
There's a group of us from work that gets a charter, and we go out, perch for a yellow perch on Lake Erie.
Yeah, I mean, I got to be honest. Unfortunately, at my age, I can't catch sharks the way I would want to. With the, in a bathing suit and a skin and a diving knife. But
Very badass.
like you, mono shark.
Do it the Jaws way with like a compressed air tank on its mouth and a rifle.
That would be cool too.
We're gonna need a bigger boat.
I mean, I could tell you guys about shooting prairie dogs in Colorado is like the best thing ever. It's the most fun.
Or they just stand up like that. Yeah.
Are there any women left? Because the women will be really pissed. But so
I don't think so.
The funny thing is that prairie dogs are awesome in a lot of ways. Mainly because they're rodents that people want you to kill. And so
right.
And there are lots of them. And so we would get on these we would try to get up on like a hill or something overlooking the dog town and just wail on them. The funny thing about them is they're cannibalistic like most rodents are. And so you would shoot one and his head would explode, right? Which is awesome. And his buddies would be like, Bob, your head just exploded. Bob, are you okay? Bob's head exploded. He's fucking dead. And then they'd all come eat Bob. And when they come out, they'd do that after we would come out the next day and Bob would be gone. But the thing is they all stand there looking at Bob being dead, and so you get to shoot them too.
Oh, they don't have like that instinct to run away.
They're just like, wait, what? Did Bob die? Bob's head exploded.
Evolution didn't prepare them for this.
Everybody gather around. Something's making head explode.
Something's happening. Yeah. Something big has happened.
We have ground squirrels here. Ground squirrels are like mini prairie dogs. Same thing. They all come out of their holes. My boys go out in the backyard with BB guns. Well, break barrel BB guns. And pop.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very interesting. I mean, I love shooting prairie dogs. The furthest I've shot a prairie dog, and which, by the way, they're rats, right? These are rats.
Rats
And,
of unusual size?
No. I mean, they're maybe
I
a
don't think
foot
they
tall.
exist.
Maybe a foot tall, right?
Yeah, they're
Got
pretty
it.
tiny.
For the big ones. The furthest I've shot one was about 600 yards.
Nice. Damn.
Yeah.
What'd you get it with?
I believe that was with a 6.5 Grendel.
Oh, nice. Hell yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's toolbox. You just take out what you need. And yeah.
ROUSs.
There you go. You got it.
But yeah, it was very fun. I loved to shoot prairie dogs. Prairie dogs was like just so good. Now coyotes are really good too to shoot coyotes, but mostly we shot those at night with night vision or FLIR.
Yeah.
Yeah, infrared is badass.
Yeah, they said no chance. They can't hide anywhere like that.
No chance.
I've never
The-
gone
the-
hunting like one of those things that like a species where they want you to actively get rid of them, like a lot of the boars in Florida and stuff like
Dude,
that.
down in Texas, there was a bounty on bobcats and coyotes. Like
Wow,
I had a
bobcats.
buddy of mine who was making money shooting,
Yeah.
predators. And
Up.
go ahead.
I was going to say up here, it's open season on coyotes year round.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Coyotes are. Yeah, I love to shoot coyotes. The best thing about shooting coyotes through night vision or through the infrared is they usually a lot of times you can get them to where they're kind of like walk. They have like a point man, and then they're spread out like 4 or 5 of them, and you can shoot the one at the back.
Oh yeah.
And if you get him like right in the head, it goes
They won't
down.
know.
And then the next one, and one night there was a string of like 5 or 6 of them, and I got 5 out of 6.
Hell
And-
yeah.
Oh man.
But it was just like and they were gone. They were done.
Yeah.
And
They'll run away otherwise. Yeah, that's how you got to do it.
yeah, I like the. That's everybody. There's a lot of justifications for suppressed weapons, but predator hunting is one of the best. So,
I agree.
Yeah,
I
that
agree.
and like ear protection.
yeah, the HPA may pass. Getting close.
Good.
That'll be nice.
Do they have prairie dogs in Montana?
We have
Oh, yeah,
ground
it's a
squirrels. I
ground
think they're
squirrels.
just
Yeah,
I think they're just smaller version of the same thing.
Yeah. Bye, Kissy Cat. Have fun.
Oh no, Kat heard the prairie dog conversation.
No, she probably shoots prairie dogs.
Yeah,
I forgot. She actually is pretty based. Yeah.
So, did Kat ever hear about our story?
Oh,
What story?
I don't think she did.
Oh, really?
Or she might have actually. We might have told her.
her.
We might have told her.
Well, she's gone now, but
Yeah, we'll get her.
I mean,
Yeah,
she
well-
says she's gone, but she's probably still there.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
true,
That's
yeah.
true.
well,
She's
she'll hear
listening.
it when it's out.
Yeah, I can't wait for you to finish editing that.
It'll be a lot of fun. I think I'll be done in kind of a couple of days. I
Hell
really
yeah.
want to put work into it.
So funny.
It really was.
It'll be
man.
fun to do more of those. We did. Dan put like a story prompt into like a AI like story generating thing, and it was about Cat hunting a few of us in the woods. It was almost like the movie Predator, except Cat was the predator, and it came out really funny. It was like me, Grumple, K2, and Bricky.
What happened with Grumple the other day?
What happened when?
When he
Something
fell-
about what's that?
You mean when he fell asleep on stream, or
I remember that.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
that happens often?
yeah. It's
Oh
happened
yeah,
a few
yeah.
times.
That dude's burning the candle at all the ends.
Yeah, he doesn't get a lot of sleep.
Somebody was like giving him a bunch of crap or something.
I think that was another channel that was giving him shit
Oh.
for streaming them because they saw somebody because they saw somebody they didn't like in his chat that was watching him.
Wait,
on
what?
the-
Oh, that I remember. I was there for that. Yeah, I remember that K2.
Yeah, that's what
Okay,
happened.
what happened, Robert?
And then
So I guess like he was restreaming Joss, and then I don't know, a fight ensued, like because they showed up at the stream or something. Because I don't want to say a lot of names, but it was just like drama
that's what I
stuff.
don't.
Yeah, I was
Uh,
trying to. I mod in his channel, so I was just trying to keep it cool with everybody. I didn't really
So just-
understand what was happening.
I don't understand what happened.
The usual thing with yes, kind of.
Yeah, I mean, I'm friends with everybody still, so yeah, I try not to pay attention to whatever it is, but yeah.
Well, I just mean that
Always.
there's always drama with Just Wine. There's always some kind of drama going around.
That's what I've been
I was
hearing.
thinking about
Yeah,
taking a break from YouTube for like maybe 2 weeks. I'm thinking about just hopefully all the drama passes.
I've been pretty in and out of YouTube like the last few weeks because I've been like busy with real life stuff, but so I think I missed a lot of it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I took little chunks of time off too.
I still don't
like,
know what
didn't
you're
stream for a
talking
whole
about,
week.
but it's cool.
Drama between people,
Just little drama stuff.
We'll Discord you. I'll Discord you on my
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I've had my own drama lately, so you know it's fine.
Yours was fun. I was there.
Were you there?
Yeah.
I think I was there for that. I was there too. Yeah, that was
I
interesting.
just literally gave. I mean, people say
Yeah.
they give 0 fucks, but I didn't even have 0 to give. I was like fresh fucking out, dude. So,
Damn,
that
that was
Oh.
cold.
It's yeah.
You know what? No, I can't. I'm not going to do it. On
It
this
reminds
show.
me of that.
There's way more funny stuff.
It reminds me of that song.
I like drama, and it's amazing every time I hear it, and I just love.
It's funny
People-
sometimes, but I hate having to deal with it, like when I'm modding somewhere. Because like
No,
I
I just love it. I just love people bitch slapping
Yeah.
each other on the internet. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's fun to watch sometimes.
So that's whenever I put on something like Flow State, and I told him this, like his drama is amazing. If he's talking about anything that is not drama, I'm not interested. But the moment he starts talking about drama, my God, 10 out of 10 content, amazing.
Oh my gosh.
Flow.
Flow
I
State.
love it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He goes on his rants about the Bible, and I'm gonna go ahead and listen to other stuff. He goes on how much he hates anybody. Great content, amazing. I just stay there for a while.
I've been there for plenty of those. Yeah.
You know what's funny is Flow State was on my show yesterday when all that went down, and he was having fun with it too. So right after all that shit happened, and I was like laughing, and I was having like a great time. Some more shit happened that I can't tell you about on this channel, but it was really fucking funny.
Damn.
It was amazingly funny. I was like laughing my balls off. And then to top it off, Flow State sends me a video.
Oh, no.
Oh my god.
And I'm like, and it's like, why? So here's the thing: you're a streamer, or you're appearing on a stream.
Mm-hmm.
This shit's forever, motherfucker. Let's
Honestly.
leak it. And even then, somebody probably has it. So if you're dumb enough to do something while you're live on fucking YouTube,
Don't do that.
Own that shit, because what's going to happen is if you deny it, some motherfucker like Flow State, who literally, it seems to be his life's calling to dig shit up, or to have it at hand. I honestly think he's just like, where's this motherfucker right there? Yeah, I remember. There it is, and he just pulls that shit up and pops it right out into fucking everywhere.
Yep,
and it was funny.
And
I was like, holy shit, is this real?
Yeah, he's great.
And it was, in fact, real.
Damn, dude.
Throw hands over on Discord if you want it, because I got it. It's really
Damn.
fun. But I was like laughing, and then look, the hits did not stop yesterday. Just
Holy.
the hits did not stop.
Yeah.
I
Just
was
kept on going.
laughing all day. I still kind of laughing, but now I'm bored because it's not fun.
Not enough.
Yeah, it's hard to
Pretty
like
fun
sustain
stuff.
yourself for that long on just like the same thing with drama stuff.
Right?
I don't know. I have a thing that sometimes I rewatch the stream with Destiny and Vosh get angry and starts fighting with each other just because how fun it is for me.
They start eating the self-eating snake.
Yeah, it's so
You-
fun.
So who gets to mute who in Bosch versus Destiny?
No one
Yeah.
has, no, they don't mute each other. They just start going into
Oh.
weirder and weirder hypotheticals, and at the end of the stream, they're like,
Weirder and
buddy.
weirder hypotheticals.
"Bye, bye, buddy. We'll see each other soon, right, buddy?" And then the next stream, they just hate each other so much that they cannot see each other ever again. It's they just
Well, I
keep
mean,
talking trash to
sounds
each
like
other.
women.
It's amazing.
That's how they roll, bro. That's
So
that's
stupid.
how they roll.
So,
All right,
Ian,
Emmett, I'm
if a
sending you
person-
this. Remember
Yeah.
that you asked
I did.
you asked for this.
Yeah. I said I love this kind of bullshit. I love it.
You asked.
The amount of glee in your voice, I've never heard anything like it.
Oh, I love. If I like, I can't do it. I'll enjoy it too much. Okay, I just enjoy it too much. I need to stop singing every time I
Yeah, I
think
need to
about it.
stop.
I just
Yeah.
love it.
He's addicted. All right. There it is, Emmett. You got it. You can laugh now. The funny thing is that what you have to remember is there was a lot of denial that this
Yeah.
event ever happened.
Oh yeah.
A lot of denial.
I can't talk about it because I enjoy going into panels late at night.
Don't. When you're on the internet, videos for fucking ever.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't ever have my
True.
video on.
Don't deny that shit.
Yeah, it just makes you look worse, honestly.
Right. You can say, I don't fucking remember that. In a lot of people's cases, they should say, I was drunk as fuck and I don't remember that. I can't
Yeah.
say that, but most of you guys can,
Right.
Oh yeah, I remember that. I was up
I
in my
don't-
fucking feels. And then it's
I
just
don't
like
drink
whatever it
either.
is, it's just like, yeah, whatever, who cares?
Yeah, like if you just say like, yeah, I don't remember it, but that's funny. Like then, like there's really that's it. They can't really go anywhere else with it.
Yeah.
Or you just say, "Yeah, I was a dumbass."
Yeah,
Remember?
right. Yeah, I fucked up, dude. Not my first day.
Right.
First day on the internet, I fuck up a lot.
I've
I don't know
seen
if you
some.
know
I've
me.
seen some fuck ups on live streams for sure.
I don't know if you know me, but it happens a lot.
So Emmett, did that hit the spot or?
Yes. This is amazing.
It's not amazing.
Oh,
Lightly.
It is amazing.
Oh, mate.
I'm like,
It's
Yeah,
one of
dude.
those things that you can have in the back pocket someday.
Yeah. Well, the
You
thing
grow
is
big
that
and you're like,
if this is what amazes me, right? Especially if someone tells you they have the receipts. Like, look, like when someone says, "Hey, don't fuck with me, bro. I have all the receipts and I will use them." If someone says that and you think maybe they've actually what did I say? Then more than likely you need to shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
like whatever point you were making, you need to stop. Like you need to be like,
That's a
okay.
tough situation to be in for sure.
That was-
I'm not I usually don't get into drama myself. I'm very calm, and collected.
Yeah, I've seen you.
But if I ever went into drama, I wouldn't go into the chat of the other person's channel when he can just talk trash about me. and I cannot even reply. That would be
Yeah.
something I would never do.
It's an
I
awkward
would-
position. Yeah.
What I
Well,
would
it seems
do,
to be a
I would
tactically.
fund the fuck out of that person and then get into a neutral platform and then fight them there. That would be like my
Well,
like what I
so
would do.
there seems to be a tactic lately of specific people who go into other channels chat and talk mad shit or harass people and then
Indeed.
leave, right? And they it's kind of like the way Andrew does the TikTok invasions, except these people are trying to invade the chat, right?
Yeah.
And then if you ban them, they call foul, they call, whatever. And and it's there's a purpose to it, right? I think I know what the purpose is, but
well, the purpose is engagement. That they're trying to gather some kind of engagement.
well, they're
But-
trying to
but
build,
again, I wouldn't do it.
build a channel, but they're trying to do it on all drama.
Yeah.
And you can't
But
build a
again,
channel.
my point would be I wouldn't do it that way. I think that's completely dumb. A completely dumb way to try to do anything.
Yeah.
And even if I got or if I block someone or ban someone or anything like that, who cares? Like, it's my channel. I can do whatever the hell I want.
Yeah.
The reason why people got so mad at the beginning, like before all of the lefty instrumentation of what the internet was because at that point it was seen as like bad manners kind of.
Sure.
You're here, you're talking a lot of crap, you can take a lot of crap, and that was that. But that has changed because now it's not even that. It changed into something completely different.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I just
If you want to sow shit, you're gonna get shit. That's
That's always
agree.
the case. Yeah.
But I would do that. Like if I get into a fight with Abe and Abe can start a channel and Abe goes into my chat and starts talking mad shit about me, and I don't even want to address it. I would just ban him.
well, actually,
and when he
what's
starts,
worse is let's say that
You lose.
start a channel. Let's say that you start a channel
yeah,
and Abe has a channel and I have a channel, right?
yeah,
And Robert is an audience member in all the channels, right?
yeah.
Sure.
You see him in Abe's channel and you are mad at Abe, like you are sick of his shit. When you see Robert in my channel, you come in and start harassing Robert about going to Abe's channel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It gets
But-
messy.
At that, like I said, that if
That's
I go into somebody,
bitch level shit right there. I gotta be honest.
I agree. But what I would
And-
do
and so-
if I was the neutral party and I see somebody harassing anybody, I would just ban them. I don't care. Like,
But
I would ban them for less.
So in my, if you come into my channel and do that, and I'm not saying anyone did this, but if somebody did come into my channel and do that, I would be like, hey, shut the fuck up about Robert, right? Like you
Hell
guys
yeah.
need to talk about the subject at hand. I don't give a shit about what other streams that Robert comes through. That's actually one of my biggest problems that I had with Easy, and he thinks that I'm mad about it. I'm mad about it still, or whatever. I don't know. Actually, I don't know what he thinks, but
I
it's
remember
relevant.
that where you're talking about. Yeah. That was
Well,
tough too.
He would come in to my channel and tell me who I could platform. It would literally be like Sport Brand right now telling Abe, hey, you've got Robert and fucking Emmett up on stage right now, and those two have talked mad shit about me before, so I can't come to this channel because Abe, you fucked up, and have them up there.
right.
And
Right.
and you'd be like, what the fuck? Like, you
I
know.
would.
Yeah, I
would,
don't
yeah.
start shit with anybody. I just try to be chill and hang out with everyone. So it sucks when there's like infighting like that.
Same.
Yeah, I don't start shit with anyone, but I don't take shit from anyone.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
you start shit with me, that's the worst possible thing you can do in your life. Just saying.
Yep.
Jack is an exception. I ban that fucker. Fuck that guy. That guy. Fuck that guy.
I haven't seen
Every
that
time
guy
he
in forever.
opens
Maybe
his-
he's just banned.
Yeah, everybody's banned him. But if I ever, well, the other thing is that if I'm on a show and he pops his head up, I go after his ass. And if he says anything, especially if he says anything to me directly, I go
Yeah.
right after his ass and I tell him he's a lying son of a bitch and he's a thief and he needs to stop his shit. Right. So
It's fair.
because
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm not
just see
restreaming this right now. I'm not restreaming this. This is Abe's
Oh,
content.
this is a big one, guys. Oh man.
Hell
Good.
yeah.
I'm just,
Good
What do you
work,
got,
dude.
man?
Drama,
Another
I think
fight?
I have an idea.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
the
I
fight?
think this is a trout.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Oh come on, come on.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
But yeah, I mean, it's just
Got it.
I try and get along with everybody, but if you can't get along with me, that's your problem because I personally have no ill will towards anyone.
Yeah, that's kind of how I am too. That's the way to be.
Yeah. But once you try and fuck with me, there's no feeling here one way or the other. Right? Damn,
Good.
buddy.
That's a good
Look at
Oh,
you.
nice.
Is that dinner? That better be dinner.
Oh yeah, that's one of them.
Good.
All right.
How many you got now?
Got two now.
Okay.
Yeah.
One more and you get the pole.
Oh nice.
right.
Can't let the pole down.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I like some drama. I like debates. I like shit talking before debates. I like telling, I don't mind, trying to get in somebody's head before a debate or telling them that they don't know shit or their viewpoints suck ass.
I have a
that
debate on coming.
that their parents really fucked up by not getting them a better tutor. And
I went off on Mel and Ryan lately.
Those two are
that's
easy to go after.
Yeah, that's every day. I'm going against Space Tweaker.
Well, no,
on
I'm not
Thursday.
usually like that, but they really fucking pissed me off those days.
They say a lot of stuff that's kind of it can get you agitated. I can see that.
The Rob debate on Sarah's has so many good moments.
It does. It does.
Fucking idiot, and then just laughs.
Well, it was
Amazing.
funny because Mel was trying to tell me that I have estrogen, and I was like lifting weights when I was on with Abe, and then I just got sick of it spewing its bullshit.
Hey, it's the N word. I saw that dude the other night on my channel.
Oh,
He
yeah, I
didn't come
saw
up
him
in
earlier.
debate though. He didn't come up in debate. I thought he was going to come up in debate. So.
What I saw your debate with Cleaner.
Oh yeah.
Cleaner's cool. He's a good guy. I like him.
What do you think about that, Emmett?
I think you both are wrong. That's what I think.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think part of the problem that we're seeing is we're putting all the responsibility on men, and we see that as part of the responsibility. But the way to go ahead and fix it is not something anybody wants, because it's imposition of force. And the other side, which is we just don't hold any woman accountable for anything, because supposedly they have no force. And in reality, the way that would go ahead through that argument is similar to trickle-down economics, but it's trickle-down ethics. Like what we're seeing
again,
is ethics.
so there's no way to make a case for this without men ultimately being responsible. Either women have and obviously women have agency and can do whatever they want, but either men guide women into the correct path or they don't. If they don't, then that means that men are not leading. They're not doing their work.
Yeah, but I
So-
don't think men guide. I don't think men guide women. I think men guide men. And
No,
one
no
of the
problem.
problems that
We're
one of
literally,
the problems that we're
told
seeing.
we are literally told to be to guide women. That's
No.
literally patriarchy.
That-
Ideally.
when we're talking about how the society is being run, it's not based on how
Abe, throw me a link
men
so I
guide
can
women. It's
get
on
somebody
how
up.
men guide men.
I will say this for you, and there's an issue with that, and the issue is if men did their job and didn't coom the way that they do today, men would have control.
Yeah, simps are ruining everything. They're like my least favorite group. Just they ruin freaking everything because they're gassing all these like not even good looking women up so much.
Hold on, grid.
And they don't
Austin,
Yeah,
deserve
but it's
it.
an ethical problem,
I
and
mean-
the ethics problem is a problem of literal corruption of institutions, and the fact that we don't have a proper institution of ethics. All of our institutions of ethics are just completely engaged with left wing destruction
Yeah.
of society.
It's true. I used to be like an atheist before like a lot of this shit started getting really bad, and that actually like pushed me back towards religion, just because I saw how much shit was falling apart like without like morality in society anymore.
Yeah. And the proper like the solution to that is application of force. And I like one example I like to use for that is are any of you in favor of enforcing marriages? Like, if the state will have to go and enforce the marriage. If someone leaves and they catch you, they're gonna take your ass and put you either in jail or get you back into the home that you belong.
I think if people, there should be. Well, you kind of have to like make marriage like mean something again because it really doesn't anymore.
Yeah,
But you should make it harder to just split like that. Yeah.
Let's start there. I'm not even talking about the system. It's just a philosophical question. Are you in favor of enforcement of marriage?
I don't know about jail, but like I agree that we should get rid of like no fault and stuff like that, and not make it so easy to just leave once you do get married.
But what
Like,
happens is that you just want to leave and there's no consequence.
Well,
What were historically
I
the
think-
consequences, Emmett?
social ostracization.
Sure. Yeah.
Not
I
necessarily.
agree
There
with
were more consequences on that because
what?
you would think. Well, one of the consequences was first the church was part of an enforcement arm of the state.
Sure. And I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm asking
So,
specifically
depending
what
on-
were the consequences.
Depending on when, okay, you could have been burned at the stake.
Yeah.
There were consequences up to that point. At some
Sure.
point.
She's a witch.
But not for leaving a marriage.
Yeah, for leaving the marriage.
Or
Really?
like it's like infidelity.
I don't
stuff like
remember
that.
that.
Well, depends on how back you went. But there were different consequences. Okay, some of them included like if a man did not provide for its family, they could go to jail, and this happened before.
Sure.
Most of the people that leave a marriage in the past were men, and they did it because they didn't want to work or they had lost their job or something like that. And there was enforcement for it that they will bring you back. They will try to do depending on where you were. And a lot of the enforcement was done directly by the family as well. Because there was different times.
Sure. I agree. But when we talk about enforcement for marriage, especially in modern times,
Yeah.
Well, I'm all for there being consequences to leaving a marriage, right? Like I really am. Like there should be consequences. Me personally, I think those consequences should be largely financial, and they should be, punitive in other ways, right? Like because I think that for the most part, if those consequences are in place, and by the way, they really are. in most places now, right? Like women do not get rewarded financially for leaving marriages anymore.
Good.
But for the most part, but there is a lack of social stigma, right? There is a lack of men holding women accountable.
Yeah.
And saying you failed as a wife, to a divorced woman, right?
Absolutely.
So in when we see the best marriages, right? Which, by the way, I think the best marriages probably really were in the 40s and 50s, right?
Yeah.
I can't say that 100%, but it seems to me like that's what it is.
Well, they took it really seriously and they stuck it out, even if things were rough.
Sure.
And that doesn't happen anymore.
Well, but they were the same generation that instituted them. Like the whole kind of systems that we have right now, it's the same generation.
I mean, you can go back all the way to the Pilgrims, really. But
the no fault divorce.
Well, no fault divorce didn't come around until the 70s or 80s, actually.
Yeah, when they were the older generation and they were the most in power.
The boomers.
The people.
But again, the best marriages were in the 40s and 50s, right?
Yeah. And
as far as this country goes, and the reason that they were really kind of the best marriages, in my observation, is that there was enough social stigma if you got a divorce that most men had no interest in a divorcee unless there was like some external reason, like she owned a company, she had a bunch of money, her dad was a fucking king of France or whatever, right? Like,
or like a widow or something.
Well, because
widower is different, but definitely men looked at divorced women as flawed creatures.
Right, tainted.
Women looked at divorced men as suspect as well. We don't have such social stigmas anymore. Women don't look at a divorced man and go, is there a reason he's divorced? Why is he divorced?
Yeah, it's just normal now. And yeah, it should go back to the way it was.
But again, men are responsible ultimately. We have to be. You can't make an argument that men as the patriarchy are the leader in the household. We are the leader in society. We can't, and by the way, we really are. I mean, absolutely do not. There's no argument that can be made successfully, which is why feminism fails, right? Feminism can't make the argument successfully.
Yeah, but the reason why you cannot make the argument is because of force, and that has been
it's not even forced doctrine. We don't even have to get to forced doctrine. It's just simply the way it is.
What is the big difference between men and women when it comes?
There's many differences. Hey, it's Kel. What's up, Kel? You finally made it. Welcome. I am so glad that you combed your fucking hair. I saw like 5 minutes of your Twitch stream last night, and I literally wanted to smack you.
Listen. You tuned in. It's not a show. Yours is a show. Yours is a little more organized. This is a stream. This is like a crash out stream, okay?
Nobody's crashing out here.
Not yet.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
It's organized.
That's fake news.
Knock on wood, bro. Knock on wood.
Yeah.
No, I don't have. It's knock on glass to save your ass.
Kel, is that your
mic? Is that a trucker thing?
Yes.
Somebody's mic is going nuts.
What?
Hey guys,
somebody's mic is going
sunrise.
crazy.
Whatever.
Check.
We're gonna get a sunrise, guys.
Oh hell yeah, nice, Dan.
W nature,
It's
touching grass.
He's in Norway. It's a Norway
That's in Norway.
sunrise.
He's in Norway fishing,
It's-
which I'm going to
it's
be.
just a
I wish I
fishing
could
stream.
see this. I wish I
It was
could
a
see this,
fishing
Dan.
stream.
You can come back and watch it, K2.
Do you like say prayer for the fishes that you kill? Their souls.
I haven't heard a single prayer this whole time.
Meat is murder.
Prayer.
Meat is murder.
I
Prayer.
I think
Don't
that's
pray.
compliment enough.
So, if you haven't noticed, Kel is a major league professional troll.
Oh, I
Yeah.
thought you were gonna say that.
Major league.
And I was like, yeah, I noticed.
Have you ever put a 9-volt battery in your ring? In your
No, I
nose
put it in my
piercing?
Damn, dude.
Yeah.
There's a lot of gnats though. Like the gnats are getting the best of me.
Ew, you fucking nasty
Yeah.
ass dude. I'm like,
No,
I don't know
the
maybe
gnats
Launch
are
them in the
nasty.
water,
The-
bro. Drown them.
the-
Drown those fishes.
no,
Yeah,
The
ground them.
gnats.
because his diet's dog
gnats-
shit, and that's
Yeah, yeah,
uncontestable.
All right, but the gnats are nasty. I mean, they want my flesh. I think that's nasty.
Because your poor diet.
I told you to stop
course,
talking
of
about
course.
women like that, Dan.
Look, I have a study. Look, gnats only eat people with nasty blood that eat nasty things. Here. That was in the New
Ah,
York
well.
Times.
Oh well.
So what's up? What's your show about besides crushing?
My show. I don't have a show. I just stream. I do my thing. I make some commentary videos on YouTube. I just
Hey,
started
wow.
on Twitch, and I'm apparently doing debates now. Yeah.
You're doing debates.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's started.
Yeah, she actually came. She like tactically pulled out a win on my channel because she came in late.
You put me against a geriatric old man.
And
Oh,
Anson was
damn.
the judge. Anson was
Well,
the judge, and he
That's
simped.
that's the
And
one.
then somebody else was a judge, and they simped.
I can
So-
see Anson simping, yeah.
Glenn.
She got the simp vote,
Handing
and
out kinetic
and
L's
it
everywhere.
made Abe took the L. It was not an L that was earned. It was an L that was given.
Big difference.
That's the
Yeah.
problem with biased judges sometimes.
Shit happens.
I'm
Yeah.
Oh no, I think
So
we're
Lamb
trying
might
to
be
figure
onto
out which-
something. I think the AI
So-
judge.
So, Kel, could you tell us which man in your life has failed to lead you to being a good young woman?
You. I've taken all your advice verbatim.
No, you've not taken any of my
Damn.
advice.
I did, and it failed me, guys.
You
Unfollow.
literally
I have a
literally
great
have not
actually.
taken any of my advice. If anything, you invert my advice and then wonder why you fail. So, which I haven't. Have I given you any advice at all? Actually,
No, Dad. Please help. Save me. You can fix
I
me.
am.
Oh God.
You can fix her grid.
I
Dude,
cannot.
No.
I cannot. I actually have
No.
something for that. Give me 1 second. I got something for that. That's I'll yeah. Give me 1 sec. Let me find that. You can continue. I didn't mean to screw up the whole
I'm
thing.
such a bad streamer, dude. My shit has been like literally hidden this entire time. No one could hear us or anything. I'm like, why is my stream bombing? I'm like, oh, that'll do it. That'll do it, bro.
So
I'm merely a woman.
sad.
Get to
Get
take
him
your
offline.
Adderall again.
So
Dude,
about
that's not
that
funny. I have a
leadership-
double Adderall script.
Oh, sounds like you are selling some.
Hey, Glenn.
I would never.
Welcome, Glenn.
Bob,
Welcome.
maybe. I'm not.
Sounds like you're getting robbed then.
Oh
I
my
would never
gosh.
do that if my
You would never
My
get
doc-
robbed.
any of my doctors
yeah, most
are
people
listening.
don't fucking plan to get robbed, you dipshit.
doctors are listening.
Thank you. Kelly, thank you.
Hey,
Not
what's
all
up,
you.
Glenn?
What up?
Welcome back.
Are you talking about people you banned?
I didn't ban anybody. Well,
Oh,
except for Jack.
earlier, Jack. Yeah,
Except for Jack, yeah. He deserves it though.
he does deserve it. I've seen him in action.
He's a thief.
Everybody has a
Liar.
reason to ban people, you know,
I don't really need a reason, but
and you don't need to justify it. That's the other thing. Like, if you
Yeah.
decide to ban somebody, you don't need to justify it. It's your reason.
Yeah, that's fair.
absolutely.
It's your prerogative. It's like 1984, and you guys are all about free speech until you're not, right? But none of my business.
Hey, it's your world. You made it this way. I like it. I'm gonna be an authoritarian. Fuck your fear speech.
All hail Emmett.
Fuck your
Everybody has
speech.
the right to have free
You're
speech.
gonna
I'll vote for
shut
you
up
on
and
that.
put you in the kitchen with
The
a chain, and you're gonna
misconception
make me
with free
offended.
speech is
That's
that
how it's
people
gonna
think
work.
that
I'm sorry. What? I don't speak
the
respectfully.
misconception with free
Ow.
speech is
Yes,
that
you Hey,
people
do.
don't think
Yes,
it's
you
free
do.
of charge.
Ladies and gentlemen. Lady and gentlemen. One at a time, please.
Yeah, you do.
Sheesh.
The
No, you're
problem with
please.
free
You're-
speech
Make me
is
a
that people
sandwich, you
don't
stupid bitch.
realize is that free speech
There you
doesn't
go.
mean freedom of
There you go, Abe.
consequence.
Got you, bro.
What we got?
You know what? I mean, what? They let you talk, Glenn.
Well, because I'm a man.
Anyway,
Because you're stupid. Because you're
this is
because you're a respectable
self-explanatory.
young man.
Hey, Abe, I'm gonna
Yeah.
send you a cash app to mute.
Nice.
Oh man.
Okay.
Throwing out the bucks.
Oh, shit.
Mewtwo.
What's the damage?
Okay,
to
so I
find
should
out.
speak my shit while I'm not silenced. Okay, well,
I'm almost
I have my
100% sure
platform
it's you. Yeah.
But she was so young.
Who silenced you?
But she was.
I
so
wish you
young.
did.
It's crazy. It's crazy work. Genuinely.
Who's got the scratchy mic?
It sounds like a rocket's
Something
taking
silent?
off.
You guys hear me?
I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, we
but
can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, I thought I was fucking muted. I was like, damn.
No, you're
Sexism.
good.
We must fight back. We must flash our no.
Please don't.
Do you have any other
should
shtick
probably
besides
put-
Abe Lincoln?
I've lots of stick.
Yeah, he does Abe Lincoln quotes too. It's not just the look.
No, I didn't say it was just a look. I said, do you have any other shtick?
Why is she muted?
Oh, now she got
Because,
her.
She doesn't realize
because
she's
K2
muted.
made them.
Yeah,
K2
now you're
paid the
muted.
meter.
That's
That was
pretty
ice
funny.
cold.
K2 did it, not
That's
me.
pretty funny.
Kel, your mic is fucked. You need to check your mic.
It sounds like
It's
maybe it's
really
like a cable
scratchy when
thing.
you
Like
do
one of the
that.
cables isn't like plugged in all the way or something. Maybe it seems like one
Yeah,
of
you
those
need
things.
to check it. It's popping and shit.
How long is the mute for?
Yeah. I'm sorry, it's 10 minutes. I just wanted the men to speak.
Oh man, she just got here, buddy.
Just wanted the men to.
You couldn't take it.
We
She gets invited,
Maybe
and then
she
you
go
just
take her
mute her.
Adderall,
You're
calm
so
down.
Mean. You're mean, Kate.
I'm a dick. I
too.
am. I am.
Could have had a date.
Elle's in chat
now
for
you
me.
can't.
Yeah, come on, K2.
Oh, that's never gonna. I can't stand that bullring shit. I always
Dude, my girlfriend has one of those right now.
I sent you a video file, Abe, so that you can play the public service announcement.
Oh, good. Perfect.
Oh, Greg, yesterday's show was kind of interesting, huh? Well, I mean, after the show was interesting.
Oh yeah,
huh?
I was. Yeah. After the show was wild. It was pretty
Respect my authority.
Your authority.
My
What's up with
authority.
this? I don't know
Is
who
that
Chase
shit?
is. Why do people? Who is Chase?
Chase,
Angry
angry.
Beaver.
He's
Angry
Angry
Beaver?
Beaver. Yeah,
Oh, Angry Beaver. I have seen it. Yeah. Okay. All right.
yeah. He's cool.
He got into an arc of hating chat and stuff.
I
don't
missed
think he
that.
comes to my channel. He probably doesn't like me. That's okay.
I never heard him say anything about you. He only goes to certain channels. He goes to like he's with us at Chris's channel a lot. He's been doing his own streaming lately.
You got to turn the volume up.
Oh man, it's in a weird window.
You
so-
got it muted. It's It's muted right there.
Is this like 60s vibes here?
Well, it's not. It's
You
not
gotta
muted on
get
my
Sarah
end.
to do a voiceover.
It's not muted on your end. It's weird.
I think it was just
don't
really
think-
quiet.
Hold on.
I thought I heard it a little bit.
Yeah, it was like very quiet.
Oh, Grid. I forgot. I don't think I told you. I'm happy I got my triple endorsements now.
Oh,
triple
you can
card.
drive out west.
No, just on the Indiana and Ohio Turnpike. That's the only far I go with them.
I don't know why it
They have
won't let me share the
triples
volume
there.
on that.
I thought they only did triples like out west where they couldn't get in
No.
trouble. There you go.
Only on the
Just try it that way.
only on the Turnpike.
Okay.
Everyone does it. Now you can do it too. Shut the fuck up. Shut your mouth. Shut up. Shut the hole in your face. Like that. You can do it. Shh. Shut up. And shut the fuck up.
That's a good cue.
Now, triple endorsement. Already got
Public
that.
service
My,
announcement.
my triple.
All right, guys. Well,
cards
I'm about to
from
walk
Indiana,
into the
Ohio.
gym, so I will chat with you guys later if you guys are still on.
Have a good one. Yeah, we'll probably do.
Sounds good.
You need to
Take
talk
a
to
go-
us while you're at the gym. We need to hear that iron.
Yeah, like K2 does. Bro, what happened to that security guard girl you were talking to? It didn't work out.
No, I
Damn,
won't
dude.
talk to any chick at work.
No. I met
No,
my
she asked
my
me, like my schedule and shit like that. Like, no,
Yeah.
I dealt with a chick at work and it went bad.
I am.
And I won't do that.
Was she allowed to talk?
Oh, Abe, you got her.
I muted
You got her
her
whole card.
right as she started.
Oh man. Dude, I feel bad now.
I don't. Why would you feel bad? Why are you feeling bad about that? That was funny.
I like to feign like I like to pretend to feel bad sometimes.
That'll be a great clip.
Yeah.
Sorry.
She was
Ignore that.
singing us the song.
Ignore it.
No, it's clipped, baby. It's good. It's gone up. You're done.
Forever. It
That was
happened.
gold.
Anyone, hold on. Did anyone
Is that better?
flip
I'm
when
still fucking
Brian
listening.
said I used to say
We
the
hear you
word
fine.
a lot?
It's just like a really light rumbling in the background. I haven't heard it since you came back on though.
Oh, let's go. Connecticut, W Autism. Let's go. We love an ally. Thank you. Thank you for your service.
For your autistic service.
No, for being an ally to the autistic community.
Are
By
you
tuning into Grade
autistic?
1 Motorsports. No, he's tuning into
Are
Grade
you
1
autistic or you're stolen valor?
No, I'm just hanging out with a
Rhythm
bunch
with
of
I think
Autism?
she's
autistic
stolen
people.
valor.
Yeah, it's like a stolen autistic valor. You just call
It's, like,
yourself
cool-
autistic.
It's like
I'm
cool
sorry,
to be
I can't
autistic
hear you.
now,
It sounds
right?
Like you're, I hear like you're talking through a potato.
Uh,
I know. Actually, maybe I shouldn't talk shit when everyone's been shitting on my audio this stream. Sorry.
yeah, shut up.
Let's talk.
I have shit on
Respect
you.
my
We're talking about
thoughts,
potato.
No. My headphones. I'm like,
Oh, man.
GB, he is a good guy. Guys, you're whoever. Yeah, your mom. She's
Kel,
mad.
Yeah,
She's
Kel,
mad.
calm
She's
down.
angry.
Kel,
Who's pissed?
Kel, serious question.
Uh oh, state trooper got him.
Serious answer.
Good,
Serious
dude, good.
question. How many domestic violence cases have you drawn?
Uh,
How many boyfriends'
Whatever.
asses have you beat?
Whatever.
How many of your lesbian partners have hit you? That's the question.
Okay, domestic violence W? No, I haven't beat anyone. Do I think that's wrong?
That's shit.
You
cap.
haven't beat anybody?
so you
You-
would beat
That
someone.
shit's cap.
I've beaten women,
Wait,
of course,
wait.
like all of
There's
you
no
guys.
way. There's no way with that attitude you haven't beaten.
Beating
some
women
dude.
doesn't count. That's fine.
Yeah,
No,
that's
Woman
like
beating
nothing.
woman doesn't count
don't
either.
call me out like this. Don't call me out like this. That's the caveat. That's the caveat. Wait, you found my loophole. Fuck.
Who was the?
I
Somebody
got a
remind
feeling
me
she's beating dudes.
when
No, I've
Kel
never
jumped
beat.
on. When Kel jumped on yesterday, who was
That was
the
funny.
dude that was Yeah,
He
who
goes,
was the
"Who
dude that
sent
was
her the
like,
link?"
bring back Kel and her hot blonde friend? Who said that?
Oh, I missed that. I was there for that though, but
so
I forget
funny.
who said it.
That dude got ripped apart in the chat. I'm trying to remember who it was.
They don't like
can't remember.
simping around these parts. People get pissed.
Dude, yeah, right. It was just crazy.
This is how the liberal agenda is winning. Because
That was so funny when she just joined. Like, what? Like, and you didn't mean to invite her though. That was good. Good stuff.
He goes, "Who sent you the link?" I was like, "You did. What the fuck?" I was like, "Zoe, sorry. Turn down your music. I have a very important thing. Someone sent me a link, okay?" And he said, "Who the fuck gave you the link?" I was like, "Damn, Zoe, I'm sorry." I was like, I don't know who gave me the link. Damn, I'm just popping in where I'm uninvited. Sheesh. Just like the immigrants.
It was funny. It worked out.
That's right. Just like an immigrant.
It's like an immigrant.
Exactly like that.
Panel immigrant?
Yeah, I'm Latina, bro.
Obviously.
You're Latino?
No.
Latina.
She's like Irish something.
Can you
She
say
has like
one word that is
just from
Spanish?
talking to her,
Just one
she
Spanish
has ginger vibes going on right now.
Are you ginger for real?
Right?
Yes, I am ginger.
Have you met EOD ever?
Kissy Cat says that she likes the dark hair. Kissy Cat says she likes the dark hair.
Welcome
Are you
back,
part
Kissy Cat.
of the EOD clan?
Hair's red.
The
Ginger.
EOD clan.
But I dye it black. The bangs.
That's literally my girlfriend does the exact same thing. She's ginger and she dyed her hair black. You guys are afraid of being gingers.
True.
Be who you are.
Yeah,
Okay.
embrace the ginger.
They don't want to know their
not having a
fullest.
soul.
Did you come out the one with an American flag behind you? The AK? You came out with the gun. You're like, brrr.
It's not an AK.
AKs are communist.
No, I
We
know.
have pulled
Someone
1911.
told me that it really irked them that I called it an AK the
308.
first time, so now it is an AK-47 every time.
That's the only gun you know.
Oh.
Is I think the
She's a
only.
commie. I can tell now.
Well, she does.
That's
live in Cal-
big
Let's
communist
go.
energy.
Let's go. No, I was called. It's crazy. I was on a stream earlier and someone was calling me a fucking Israel sympathizer. I'm like, you can't win. You can't win on the left. You can't win on the right. Where are my moderates at? No, I'm kidding.
Are you so Kel? Where are you exactly in the like
California?
Which
No,
part of the
she's
worst state are
definitely
you
not
in?
on it. No. On the political spectrum, you
Oh,
dudes
yeah.
keep trying to home in on her. Jesus, she's got a boyfriend already. What's up?
What's up? Grid.
Calm
What's
down,
up?
guys.
I don't know.
Man.
He needs to do a better job.
He needs to do a better job. Damn,
He needs
son. That's cold.
Oh my
That's
God.
cold.
Society's failing us.
Oh,
We all agree.
We can see
okay,
it.
so
I'm like, it doesn't work, bro. I'm polluting your culture. I know I'm a symptom of the problem.
I mean, you pretty much are just a problem, but
I'm glad Grid say that because I was going to say something.
Good one. Good one.
What a weird world. we live in.
everybody was thinking it. Don't lie. You can laugh. It's cool. It's cool. You can laugh.
Can you read it?
What is that? No.
We can't. Can you just read it instead of trying to make
Don't
us
stop
read
being mean to me.
fucking
I'm
4
gonna fall in love
pixels?
with you.
I got you, Abe.
Yeah,
Maybe.
that's probably right.
Fucking-
She probably will.
First attempt at grid ones, Riz. I got you, babe.
No, I said Abe. Abe.
Oh, I thought that was your
Jesus,
attempt at
what is
Riz.
wrong with you?
She hasn't
I
taken
heard-
her Adderall. That's what's
Just the top
California.
10. We don't have time for the whole list.
I heard Babe too.
California.
Daddy Newsom,
Abe, there's a picture.
Ew.
hero,
for you
American
pictures up.
hero,
Let's see
Ew.
it. Let's see it. Let's see
Ew.
it. Oh,
free Newsom.
You mean the cuck?
When did you
God.
post for this one?
oh.
Is that
Like,
true?
come on, I have more eyebrows than that. Naturally, come on. No.
K2, is that real?
No, this is for every person that I convert.
Oh, that's a
Oh, I'm
good
talking
one.
about Gavin
bro.
Newsom.
Look at this. This is why California's fucked, bro. This is from my donos last night. Like, it's so crazy. Also, I didn't know how Twitch works, and so people were redeeming their. You can like earn coins from watching people on Twitch, and then you can like make a message highlighted. So I thought every time someone was like doing that to me, they were doing a dono. So they were all pranking me and making it seem like there was like more donos than I was. And then I wrote their names in Sharpie, and I'm like, wow, I'm actually slow.
Twitch is kind of complicated. I kind of hated it. I like YouTube.
It is complicated. All of a sudden, it's like
Do you actually
there's-
make any money on Twitch?
Yeah, it's honestly, I feel like the monetization bracket was a little bit faster, but it's like it's a cool ecosystem as far as it's like very encouraging of collaborations. So like the kind of format that you do, it encourages like a lot more people to participate because you share all your viewers in your chat at the same time. So
See,
like
that's
your
what I've
hours
heard
and stuff
too.
away.
Which
I've
is
heard
like a
that.
good
There you go
it's
again,
a good
Abe.
startup. It's a good startup for streamers.
I'm curious about the monetization because the
That's a good one too.
Yeah. Okay, I live streamed my first date on YouTube.com.
Wow.
That seems a little.
That's pretty cool,
rude.
actually.
Very strange. Very
No, I
strange.
think
I
that's
heard
that's
that
based.
Yeah. We also had our first fight and our breakup. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, I was leaving you.
divorce.
That would have been sick.
Yeah.
Well, at least got confirmation of one instance of.
What?
Oh, we were asking you how
Whatever.
many times have you been
Whatever.
beaten by
Whatever.
your
Whatever. Stop falling for that.
significant other. At least we have confirmation of one.
Whatever.
I think we're about only a couple decades away from just televising all of our own personal lives on the internet.
We're just gonna have a global
Decades.
Oh
Truman.
God, no!
Couple of
Global
decades,
Truman
baby.
show.
Yeah,
I was live
maybe like
for
5
24
years.
hours last week. Let's go.
Nice.
It'll be a
Abe,
global.
you need to
Truman.
you need to
We're all
throw
just
this
gonna have
one in
GoPros.
your you need to throw this one in your repertoire.
I love how
need
you
that
just pull
one.
up
That
memes
tier-
throughout the show. It's so good.
It's a good one too.
That deer was looking around.
Continue. I gotta-
like-
What did
You
you?
gotta
Oh, the
send me
Twitch
these.
monetization?
What was that? Did you
What am I
miss
lying
it?
about?
No, I pulled that up.
Yeah, we saw
Wait.
the chimp with the cigarette.
It's so
Yeah.
Wait,
good.
I know, but I'm confused. What am I lying about? Is it the Twitch monetization? Is that what you're lying about?
I don't know. What
No.
are you lying about?
You're
What-
lying
I can't
about
pull up the meme.
live streaming
A
your
lot.
divorce. You were lying about.
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm a big capper. Call me a big capper.
All right.
Nah, capper.
Indeed. Guys, look. I got myself put on my own mouse pad. Isn't that crazy?
That's actually cool. I like that.
That is
Strawberry
funny.
shortcake.
A little
It's very
narcissistic, but whatever.
But whatever.
It's
get
really
it,
like
yeah.
narcissistic. It's
Ooh,
cool.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Do
Crazy.
people call you
That's
shortcake?
The armchair. No, they call me Irish pancake.
Strawberry short. No, they should probably call you strawberry shortcake.
Irish pancakes. It's more like a crepe, if you will. Not much there, you know. Thinner than the average.
You just gotta own it.
My God, where my shapeless shotties at? If you're built like a little boy, it's okay. You're still hot. Embrace your A cups, girl. I wanted to quit halfway through, but it was too late. I was like,
You're
No,
already
you're good.
committed.
The nice follow through.
no. Oh, I'm so bad. Darn it.
So, Kel, where do you fall on the political spectrum?
On the which spectrum? Sorry.
Political. Are you super lefty?
Sorry, I'm too on every other spectrum to even know what the political spectrum is. You'll just have to keep guessing, bro.
We'll have to figure it out. We just have to tell when she's being sarcastic and when she's being real, and then we can figure it out.
This is literally Kel.
Okay, fuck. I'll get rid of the bangs. Shit. That's definitely worse. That's definitely worse.
Yeah, that's definitely worse.
Bring the bangs back.
I'm gonna fix it. Don't. Yeah, don't fix it, please.
All right. You got any more memes, Cred?
You got any more memes, Grit?
Please.
I love it. Grid's like
Women
fascinated.
can
He's
make
like,
me a
I don't know
sandwich.
what the hell is going on right now.
Yeah,
I don't care.
he's studying.
I'm just like,
Here, let me be like that one guy on your show. Do you take me more seriously now?
No.
Yeah, a little bit.
You're a
oh,
woman.
you're not Anson?
You're a woman. I
Who
can never
does?
take you.
Who does
serious.
that? On the
Soft white
show.
underbelly. I'm
Oh,
about to tell you
Anson
about my
does. There's
career.
somebody else that throws down the black and white look.
He does it like a side profile too, doesn't he?
I feel like
Yeah.
I'm on soft white underbelly. Like,
Yeah,
I'm about to tell you
that's
about
like
my
based.
life as a career prostitute. You know.
Hmm.
You guys,
Sports.
I'm sorry, my back is really hurting from the weight of this fucking conversation. When I was muted, your stream was so boring, you can't even lie, bro.
Dude, shut up.
okay.
Dude, we were having a good time until you got
Or
here.
what?
Yeah, we were having a good time until you decided to
You
Okay, and now
ruined
you guys are
it.
just
The
nervous
fun.
or
Having a
what?
discussion.
bring the
Like
fun.
fucking
So
How
scared.
dumb you are.
You
Running.
ruined it.
So scared.
Kick me. Isn't it your show?
I don't have a reason
Why
to
would we
kick
kick
you.
you?
You didn't do anything wrong.
So I'm making it better. Let's go.
I mean,
Oh
you're
my
making
God.
that either.
something.
Winning?
You're definitely
Wrong.
making it
You're winning.
something.
It's like
Wrong
going to
You're
the
answer.
making
zoo.
it something, but not better.
like-
Better's the word that should not be used.
It's like going to the zoo. You just watch the animals.
Welcome, John Barrett, John Mosman, and
He
Bill
said it's a
Hicks.
fucking
What's up,
handmade
guys?
top hat. So funny.
Now, John Burt's McDonald's story was freaking hilarious. He should get up here and tell it again.
I missed it. I
Say
believe
what?
you. That was good though.
It was good. It was funny.
Let's see. Do they have a link? Dave?
Who? What? Who wants a?
Oh no, I was just wondering if they, because a bunch of people just came in.
They can have a link.
Grid, you're sending it out to everyone in our polycule?
What?
You're not a polycule.
You guys are in a polycule? That's so cute.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Okay.
Grid,
No denial. Interesting.
You're a psycho.
you're a psycho.
Grid's wife watching this, like shitting her bitch. She's like, who the fuck are they? I'm gonna find the harem of Grid women, bro.
She probably doesn't know what a polycule is. They're probably good.
Polycarp.
Respectable woman.
Gorilla.
Yeah, most people will be better off not knowing what the fuck
Oh
that is.
man.
And I'm proud to be an American.
Are you though?
I know.
I don't think you are.
great.
Are you
She's
really
not-
an American?
She
if
must not be
you're
left
a
if she's proud.
Californian?
I got the feeling she's a Canadian.
Proud to be-
No,
She has
I
one
haven't
vote.
heard her say a boot or story yet.
Well, hold on. She's probably from Ontario, where it's kind
Hey,
of.
I told you where I'm
American
from.
accent.
Cerremos buenos tratos y hagamos el dinero, güey. No seas joto.
Speak
That's
English.
Cap.
She just
I
told you a
wish
second.
Bree was
You
time.
know what that means?
I wish Bree was here to translate for us.
She's probably in the chat.
No, they actually like name towns and stuff, Spanish stuff in California. She's probably telling the truth.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm on the East Coast. I don't know anything about that over here.
Okay, here we go.
El Gato.
Dude, I love these. These are funny. There's just
I
like
know, I know, I know.
Grid, Grid is just full of. Full of
I'm bored as
memes, man.
fuck.
hell
You
yeah.
know, I
Whoa.
understand that you think you're being like really like, I don't know, something, but you're not, and you can be way better. Try harder. Try harder.
What?
She's funny. She reminds me of when I first started taking Adderall when I was younger.
I might be back later. Have a good one.
When I was
She reminds
like
me.
5 years old,
All right, Emmett.
No,
Later,
when I was taking Adderall.
I was gonna say something really, really inappropriate and mean, but I'm not gonna.
Oh my god.
Should not.
That's what being an adult is all about.
So true.
Yeah.
Very
Yeah.
based.
Intrusive
Or
thought
making money
control.
on calling people names.
Sometimes.
See, the problem is not my channel, and poor Abe is not even monetized yet.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
Don't get
I'm
him
so
nuked.
Did you?
I'm
Hey,
so sorry. I didn't even
did
think
you
about
join? Did you sub? And did you like the stream? What's wrong with you, Cal? Come on, be a
that.
team
Let me
player.
do that.
Once in
Oh
Look at
shit!
that.
I forgot to go to the Hypno Toad to Hypno people.
K2, what the
Like and
hell, bro?
subscribe.
We
I
let
let-
you in
I
the
let Abe
panel with
down.
us.
Well,
I
wait a
let
minute.
Abe
Wait a
down.
minute. Wait a minute. We have
We've been
K2
talking.
and Kinetic Kel, which is 2 Ks next to each other. What kind of universe is
I
this?
said it
Get out of
earlier,
here. No, this is
and they're
not
both
okay.
gingers.
I don't condone this.
And
my
they're-
at all.
God.
Are they both gingers?
They
Yeah.
are both ginger.
That's
Long
how I could
lost
tell
brother.
she was a ginger.
Long lost
This
brother.
is a match made in heaven right now.
In heaven.
I mean,
I
it's
could probably
something.
fix her.
Hey, it's Octavius. What's
I
up,
could
buddy?
probably fix her. Wow. K2.
A mash made in
I
heaven.
don't even know what is happening right now.
We're just
Where did
joking
Emmett
around.
go? Where did our resident Mexican go?
He
Oh,
jumped
he
shark.
said. I thought he
He
said
rage
he was leaving.
quit. He just
jumped
rage
shark.
quit.
Did he really?
You quit, you lose. You quit, you
Well,
lose.
technically, he did an Irish goodbye.
No, he said
No,
it.
because he said
Oh,
goodbye.
he said it. Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah, yeah.
never mind. He rage quit.
He said, I can't handle being around women. I'm out of here.
I'm not Latino. I admit
You're
it.
not?
No. I'm
She's
sorry,
not.
I'm
I believed you.
I'm sorry.
I knew
Irish.
it.
You
I'm
really, duh, you're Irish. You really can't take anything that Kel says seriously.
If you haven't been on a show with her already, you should
Yeah.
know this.
And
I haven't, but it's fun. I dig it. I don't really take anything seriously
You
either.
dig it? That's
I
kind
say
of
a
weird.
bunch of dumb shit.
Sexism?
Well, you're right below him,
Sexualizing?
so he's digging it.
Don't tell me what you dig.
Shut up.
You
For
dig?
what?
Well, the question is,
He's
if
nuts.
K2 can fix you, can you fix K2?
No.
Probably
Absolutely
not.
not. What do I look like? A fucking. This is not Make a Wish. Absolutely the fuck
He's not that bad. He's not that bad.
I don't care. I'm not signing up for a
Make a wish.
project. I'm not here for fucking arts and crafts. I'd be at Michael's if I wanted to do some arts and crafts.
What art? So, hey, by the way, did you watch any more of the whatever stuff last night? Did that
Okay, yeah, let's talk about that. Okay, I'm on my way to work. Okay, good. You know,
Okay.
we might have some differentiating opinions on some things, you know, but
Sure.
I'm sorry.
I
you're
kind of,
supposed to?
when
I'm
I get
walking
to
out
the
the
yard,
moment,
I
too.
kind of want to crank my gears when she's talking.
Sport Grant's dropping bombs about her being Irish in chat. I've been loving it. So she's not real Irish. Beating your own mother in a game of poker to pay rent. Now that's real Irish.
That is true.
No, I had to drive
You don't
my
know
mom
how she
to
pays
the
rent,
hospital to get her
Sport
stomach
Brand.
pumped twice.
You're
Don't tell me
making
I'm Irish.
assumptions.
Second generation
You know,
immigrant.
she gets her rent on the street corner like all the other Irish girls.
Oh,
Selling
damn.
crack
That
to
is
your
true.
grandkids. Selling crack to your grandkids, Grid, by the way.
Damn.
I think you pointed the wrong way.
And
No,
Grid,
not my
I
street.
don't think she
Pointed at
could
Abe.
fix me.
I
'cause
don't have
I'm
any
more than
grandkids,
she-
so
Yeah, I don't have any grandkids
Yes.
either. It's weird.
Well,
Anyway.
you could have fooled me. You could have fooled me.
I don't have any regular kids.
Well, you're not real smart then, are you?
I
No, you just look
wouldn't say that
old.
about her.
No, you just look old. Old L. Old L.
I-
Old L.
Anyway,
Oh,
so what about
oh.
whatever?
Oh
Come on,
yeah.
back up.
No, sorry.
Focus,
Walking,
come on.
walking. No, I was
Someone needs to get the belt. Seriously.
Oh, that excited her.
I know. I
Don't
figured
do
it
that,
would.
K2. Don't do that.
I could tell.
No, you
Ballot?
just need
Why is it
Subway
inappropriate?
Surfers. Like have Subway Surfers playing, and then she'll pay attention.
Dude, I thought that Grid and I were friends, and then I'm like, okay, yeah. He's like, do you know this podcast? I messaged like my buddy to see if like you'd be a good guest, and I'm like, okay, cool. I watch it like on my lunch break. If you guys know the Whatever podcast, you know exactly what the fuck I beared witness to. I was like,
Yeah.
I've never heard of it.
I thought we
I've
were
seen
friends.
it.
About. I've never heard of it. What are you talking
Dude,
about?
he's trying to set you
What
up.
is-
It was a
hold
trap.
on, What
I'm
is
not
this
trying to set
Whatever
her up.
podcast?
Yeah,
What is
it?
this Whatever
Actually,
podcast?
Actually, I didn't think that she would be on the right side. She would be on the
Yeah,
side of Brian.
she would be like one of the cooler ones that's not like a 304. I could see it. They
Oh,
have the
for sure.
both sides of the
True.
table.
I would not be one of the cooler ones. I'd be one of the ones that fucking get kicked out right on the spot because if you couldn't guess, I
They
have a
don't
little
kick
bit of a
people
hard
out.
time with like my temper. Like
You have a
bruh.
filter.
No,
problem.
that's normal. You would fit in there, honestly.
Yeah.
No, I know.
You should
I would
go
give them
to-
exactly the kind of content they're looking for, and that's part
Exactly.
of the problem. I'd be
You should
contributing.
message-
to
Why is that a
society.
problem?
Message that guy. You should
It's
message
you
that
being
guy.
you and like driving a bunch of traffic to your channel, you silly little girl. What's wrong with
I think it would be a good
We're
opportunity.
trying to get you views.
Well, they get paid. That's part of why they stay, even if they get angry or they're like,
Yeah.
"I'm going to get up for 10 minutes," but they have
Like,
to
I
come
get
back
paid.
if they want to get paid.
I get paid
Right.
on my own, but
It's
Oh,
exposure.
she's a boss, babe. Eh.
no. In the marketplace of intellectual ideas, I am not
You're not a winner. I got you.
I'm retarded.
You're a
What makes
loser.
you think that most of the women that
Is
go on
that-
whatever are
Did
winners
you-
in that way?
Wait,
Like, what are we talking about?
Let's not gloss over this. Let's not go. Did you just say you're retarded, like with a Boston accent and everything? Did you do
Like
that?
Bugs Bunny? Like, is that what that was?
Did you just say that?
No, did you? I would never say that. Don't platform that. It's
You
weird.
just said that.
It's very weird.
We're gonna roll back the footage and clip that, and it's gonna be very popular.
Send the footage to Brian. He'll get her on.
That's right. That's right.
No, I am. Look, I have autistic struggles.
Most of the girls that go on there are either on the autism or autistic.
Is
You're gonna
autism's
fit
like
right
a cool
in.
thing
Like-
now? I
like,
think.
literally, you're. When the minute you ran your mouth, I was like, "Oh yeah, I know exactly what show you need to be on."
Yeah.
Like, that's so bad. No, I feel like, dude. No, I feel like. I don't know. I get frustrated in shows like this where I can't speak my piece, bro. I'm like, I
But
would
you're
have
not.
to
But
press
you're
so
not.
hard.
But Kel. But you're not a 304 ho. You'll be on the other. So you'll be on the non-ho side.
The cool side, yeah. There's two sides of the table.
Can we verify that though?
Oh, I didn't get that they like separated it by. Oh, it's like hose and not hose.
Yeah, like the right side of the table is
Yeah,
host.
the entire
and
right
the
side
left
of the table are OF girls.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I've been like talking about like sexism and
dudes.
stuff this
No,
entire
it's
time, but I'm like,
staged
yeah, fuck
right.
those OF bitches. Yeah, I'm not a hoe. No, I'm just kidding.
And when you
Sometimes
look
they're
at it-
just act straight up
That's
prostitutes.
when you look at the screen, it's the girls on the right hand are the more like liberal, progressive, woke, or 304. The ones on the left, close to the host or stage right, they're the more conservative, based, sane. Even though they're wild and crazy about certain things,
None of the
they're at
things
least
that you
not a
actually
304.
are, but you're close enough.
Yeah,
I think she'd fit in.
Yeah.
you could fake it.
I know.
Fake
Look,
it
I
till
know
you make
talent
it.
when I see it, and I was like, Brian, I think this girl will be good for the show.
Maybe I just start my OnlyFans first and go on the wrong side of the table. Just
No,
kidding.
don't do
kidding,
that.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
All right.
They'll play you through the ringer.
We're not there yet.
If you
We're
do
not
that,
there
you're
yet.
not allowed on this.
So
Yeah,
so
no, I would
why
not-
don't you have an so before, because I know everybody's like super excited to ask, when are you
course.
starting your OnlyFans?
Damn.
As soon as it's the average person makes more than like any sales job. What the fuck? I heard the average person on OnlyFans makes like fucking like $400 a month or like 4 to 2 bands.
Not even that.
If you're if
Yeah.
you're not making like if you're not making
No,
at least
it's
like
like
7 to
400
10
a year. No, it's 400 a year.
a year,
They barely
yeah.
make any money.
We're not there
Yeah,
yet.
it-
When am I
Yeah.
starting my OnlyFans?
because nobody
When,
knows who they are. You'll have
it's
like
a
a
less-
few of the girls. The
When it's
top,
economically feasible.
the top
and
3
I
to
don't have
5% of
any
girls
concern for my
make
future.
more than the NFL does. Almost all the other girls barely make. They show their butthole for free. Like they never make
Yeah.
any money.
You know
Literally.
the best part
you
about
forget the
OnlyFans, and
people
I
that-
say this all the time, is that the owner of OnlyFans that in 2024, 24, had to pay himself $1.3 million a day.
What?
Yeah, he made so much money off of OnlyFans that the least amount that he could pay himself and not get in trouble with taxes and shit was 1.3 million. That's with an M.
A day? That's
day.
ridiculous.
Hey, big pimping ain't easy.
Kel,
People
Damn.
have to- I feel like
And,
there's a
and
lot
it's
of-
all on the backs of OF girls.
I was gonna say, I
Yeah,
feel
they
like
think
with,
the
What
only
a- what a
Andrew
G.
Tate was bad. Like the guy who
With a-
runs OnlyFans is
Well, they're
1,000
pretty
times
used to
worse.
being on their backs, though, Grid.
all right, take
Yeah.
turns.
no,
the
with a lot of
guy-
these inflammatory issues, it's like not actually applicable, bro. There's
Hold on. Slow
like, 2
down.
people in my high school.
You're way into chipmunk speed. Slow down. Slow down. Calm
I'm trying to
down.
word
Take a
it.
breath.
Sorry, I had to wait for that guy and that guy and that guy.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Ladies first. Ladies first. My bad. Where are my manners? No, I
Shut
feel like
up.
with a lot of these inflammatory issues, you know, they're like not actually like real life applicable. I don't know how many people know. Like,
Yeah, they are.
Okay, but like with a modern like sports league, how many like
Over
sports league
10% of
listen,
girls your
sports league
age
in
have
your
either
town,
tried or are doing
right? But like I just said,
OnlyFans.
if you would let me finish, you stupid fucking piece of shit. Like I just said, like with how many
That
people in
was
your local
uncalled
sports
for.
team? In your local sports team, do you have like a bunch of trans athletes trying to compete? No, that's like an issue. That's like a non-issue.
You
But as
don't
far as
have
OnlyFans
10%
stuff,
of
I'm
people
just
my
saying like
age
literally
in the
3
NFL.
people. Can you
Or the
shut
local
the fuck
sports
up
team.
for like 2 seconds, dude? Oh
Can
my
you
god,
make
I
a
need
point?
to.
Stop
I
being
wish we were on
rude.
Discord
Can
so
you
I could
back
turn
and
you
forth?
down. I wish I could just mute you. You
Yeah,
little
I wish
political-
you had like discipline.
Yeah, and I wish you had a face cam, you little fat fuck. Anyways, no, but literally, there's been like 2 people from my high school with
How much?
OnlyFans.
How
That's my
much the
point.
kick now?
Okay, so anyway, Kel is already in finance and sales.
Abe.
Huh?
Abe Mosman's in the back.
Oh. Well, hello, Mosman. No, she's already in sales and finance. Why would she go do something stupid that doesn't make any money? She's already on a path that makes her good money. And she knows it. So.
Well, makes
she
her
said
okay
it wasn't
money.
relevant.
In California, she's
If-
still below the poverty line.
Oh,
And
right.
the point I
Yeah,
was trying to
Callie
make-
takes all my money. I'm just a commie whore, etc., etc.
The point I was trying to make is that people her age, it's like something like 10% of girls her age either are doing
That's the
or
point
have
I was
tried
trying to
it.
make, but you didn't let me finish. I was like, I have 2 friends that I know that made OnlyFans. That was my point, which is crazy. Like statistically, that's a statistical anomaly. That means way more people than we even know have OnlyFans. That's
So
all.
hold on.
Oh, you
So
cut me off, you little asshole.
two people that you know
Calm down.
do OnlyFans. Do they make money at it?
My one friend Christiana does, but it's only because she was literally like in a girl group. Like she was on The Voice and stuff. Like when she like literally my senior year, and she went and like was signed to this little girl group. Got like she literally had like 1 million Instagram followers before she went and started OnlyFans. So it was like obviously you have the automatic market to it. So she got to be like one of the exceptional few. But my other friend, she doesn't post like anything raunchy, but she's like, yeah, it's an extra $400 a month. I'm like, for like your bikini pics or whatever the fuck, even if it's not like inherently like tits or whatever, for your bikini pics to be like out there, like searchable, clickable.
See,
if you ever
left
want to
side
have
of the table. Can I call it? Can I call it, gentlemen? That's W's.
That is a W.
That W's for me. That's right.
Yeah.
Well, first
But
of
I'm
all,
like, yeah,
Molly's right.
honestly, if you have over 1 million subscribers or followers on Instagram already, you're trying to leave your little shitty girl group that it was like, whoever has the car on, you should mute yourself.
What do you mean, girl group? A band?
Yeah. They were like doing like
Shut
a
up.
little pop group, and then their manager had to like breach of contract, like to be like an egregious like point where like plenty of like 2 lawyers were like trying to take on their case, so they end up like winning their case. She breaks off, doesn't know what she wants to do with like her life or whatever, but she's like very naturally endowed. Like she has a great body, like naturally. Bro, I'm sorry, that seems like an obvious path. Like if you already have the audience, don't know what you want to do, and you can post like bikini pics and actually have it make millions of dollars, fuck it. I get why some people are enticed to do it, but if you don't already have an audience, it's like posting to YouTube for the first time. It's not gonna fucking get like your first YouTube video isn't gonna get like 30 subscribers. Like
Right. You're just showing it off for nothing at that point.
Is it me or is she sounding like Frost from E3 or whatever that show was?
E3.
That video game show.
Oh, I don't even know what that is.
Yeah.
Oh, like the video game like convention thing.
Yeah, she was a blonde-haired gal, and she was on the show, and it was like her mouth would go 0 to 105 like in 3 seconds. She had that.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of girls like that.
lots of women. Kill them.
Stay
In Minecraft. Sorry.
Abe, keep keep an eye out for Wicked Wally. He may show up.
Subscribe over here to Abe Dinkus's channel. Have you guys dropped a subscription yet? Have you left a like on the
Have
stream?
you subbed? You subbed up? All right.
What is it? Is it Abe Dinkus? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
It sure is.
All right. Let me
subbed, Abe.
ask myself and my recent YouTube searches for you. Okay.
Let's do it.
Abe Dinkus.
By the way, Abe, I just want to let you know I posted some pictures in your Discord from my time on the farm this last week.
Awesome. Very awesome. I'll have to check it out.
Mosman, are you still doing the Christian anarchy thing?
Am I still doing Christian anarchy?
Sorry?
Oh man, you're cutting
Somebody's
in and
mic
out.
is like.
Sound like you're in a windstorm, Mosman,
You sound like you're going through a wood chipper, buddy.
or in a hurricane, maybe.
He might be outside.
Yeah, it's probably just wind.
I mean, he is on a farm.
Yes, the farm.
Is that better?
It's not.
Yes.
Yeah.
That sounds better.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, though, I hit some storms coming home or coming towards back to Colorado. So yeah, it was pretty intense.
I don't doubt it at all. We had a bunch
Were
of
they-
storms through.
Were they naders or regular storms?
There were a couple
What
of
did
them
you
that
say?
were, and then the rest of them were just like walls of rain, like
Like a
Grand
tornado.
Island
N
got
N A
flooded.
D E R.
So
not what I
Mosman,
That's not what I said. I didn't say what you heard.
Mosman, I have a question for you.
I'm starting my Twitter thread already. It's too late.
Kel,
buddy.
Kel,
It's too
Kel,
late.
Kel.
Or what?
Go ahead.
Mosman,
He's gonna
I got
mute
a
me.
question for you.
Me?
Is John Mosman still here? I had a
Go
question
ahead.
for
Yeah,
him.
go ahead.
So you said it was intense.
Yes.
Like when
At
your
what
dad
point-
booked
At
me
what
last
point
weekend.
is it in cabins?
In the cabins?
Yeah.
Like your dad last weekend.
Wait, what happened in the cabin?
It's okay.
It's crazy.
Damn.
Mosman got
we
it.
don't
No,
wanna
he
know.
got it. That's all that mattered.
I hope everything's okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right.
Riveting, gentlemen.
Riveting.
Yeah, that's railroad tracks.
That's a metal joke.
Better than
Okay.
heroin cracks. So, what else is new, everyone?
Well, the 4th of July is on Friday.
That's true.
True.
Anybody got any big plans?
Nope.
Going fishing.
Kat says she's going on a cool trip. She's gonna go to the top of a lighthouse and watch fireworks. It sounds cool.
I
That is cool.
bought a shitload of fireworks. It's the only holiday I celebrate.
I bought 0 fireworks. I'm just gonna mooch.
Well,
Probably.
you are in New York, so
My neighborhood.
I
my
go to Pennsylvania,
neighborhood here puts an amazing show on every year. Like I don't have to do shit.
Nice.
They make a massive, massive display.
Do
all
they
over.
use like the
You know what else
remote?
is massive?
Like is
What?
it
Not
big
you.
enough they have to use the remote launch and stuff?
No, they just. I don't know what they do. I'm not a fireworks.
Well, for like
guy.
the really, really big display, like where it's coordinated and choreographed, and you spend money to get it set up.
I think somebody probably does because like in that direction, probably about a half a mile. It's legit. It's
Yeah,
real
well, there's like timers, like because some of them, even like summer camps, they're dropping 10 grand a week, like for a celebration. They'll have it set up with timers, and there's like a technician. I don't remember the name of their job.
And it
but, like,
goes for like
they'll get banked to do it.
my buddy used to
Pyrotechnics.
do that. Yeah,
Yeah.
my buddy used to do that. Yeah, it was fun.
Very lucrative field.
Be cool if there was a firework like the one from Lord of the Rings that the Gandalf had. That would be pretty sick.
Well, they do like.
Oh crap! I gotta go to bed.
Oh yeah,
you had
you
that,
got to
Red?
fish in the morning.
Yeah, I'm gonna go fishing in the morning. I'm gonna get up at 4:30, something like that.
It was good hanging out though.
You know what? Actually, Fred, you always read your mean chats that your chat says about me. So let me read what my chat is saying about you guys, shall I? I always like mute myself out of politeness, but you know what? A bunch of white men discussing race. Crazy.
When were we
It's not
discussing
gonna-
I
race?
need to. Who?
I'm gonna mute her
I don't
again. She needs.
Tell your chat to shut up. They don't know us.
This is kind of cringe. Not gonna lie. Definitely boomer energy. Boomer energy.
You're not
my
dad. X
Well-
actually. So.
Well, great. You
Oh
have a
shit!
good
More
night.
political discourse.
Yeah. Thanks, man. Thanks, Norwegian
running?
Dan.
Running?
So, are you doing it like
My
on the
cat's
shore? Or are you
scared
going on a
Norwegian
boat
Dan
or a dock?
I'm gonna take the boat out. It's already hooked to the truck, ready to go. So.
Single or twin engine?
Hey,
Oh, single.
Whoever's
Yeah,
the
I'm on the
mouth
lake. I'm
Who's
not
the
on
mouth
a.
breather?
on
Oh,
the-
I get you.
Yeah.
who's the
I'm
mouth
on the-
breather?
I'm on
Turn
the-
down the mouth breather.
So is it just going to be like you, or is your son going, or?
It's just me. It's just me. My son's hiking the Philmont.
Oh, is it
thing this
Philmont?
week. Yeah, he's in Philmont.
Hey, that's awesome.
I was
Yeah.
smoking. It might have been me. I was smoking.
My
Excuse
dad
me,
and
excuse me.
both of my brothers went to Philmont like every year for a long time.
Yeah, it's he's doing what I forget which version of the trail he's doing, but because it's his first time there, but he's doing a 70-mile hike.
Yeah, that takes a couple days. It's a really good experience to like go out and kind of get away from everything. It's awesome.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's his whole scout troop, so he's not getting away from much.
Well, yeah, like but the whole troop as a group, they have to like navigate and like set up and orienteering and like self-reliance. It's just an awesome
It's
like
great, man. It's just awesome.
Is
And
the breathing
so,
gone?
sorry.
Is the breathing gone?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
is
think
that
it
you,
was.
buddy?
Hey, look, I'm good right now. I'm grabbing this and I'm like, don't come to chat tomorrow. In Minecraft.
Do you have ADHD?
Do you have autism?
I have
You
ADHD.
actually sound like you have autism.
I'm not an armchair psychologist, so I wouldn't guess what you have. But
She
So,
does. I can
Grid,
tell.
if you have a chance to suggest to the adult leadership, there's a program where the troop can actually stay on the battlefield
Boy Scouts,
of
sorry.
Gettysburg, and you can actually like walk and see like where Pickett's Charge was and Little Round Top, and you go to all these different sites and someone reads it aloud. You get this really awesome patch for your uniform. It's like it's kind of expensive, but like an entire troop can like that's one of the only ways to actually
that's
camp.
rad.
Yeah, like to actually physically stay on property. It's phenomenal. Like I'd recommend any troop should try and do that.
Yeah, they that's actually something my son would really love. He's really into like historical battles. So
There was actually a well that, despite the battle going on for 3 or 4 days, there would be like Billy Yank and Johnny Reb would low crawl over to this well, and then one of them would be like, "Okay, I got boots and I got pots and pans." The other one would be like, "Hey, I got tobacco and I got alcohol," and they would backdoor trade despite the fighting to like service their officers and like NCOs and stuff. Like, there's a lot of that kind of information you find out from doing the tour. It's really cool.
that sounds cool. That's super cool
Yeah.
that your son's into like political history. Do you think he'll have to fight in like World War III because of your choices? Kidding. I'm kidding.
there won't be a World War III, Kel.
Knock on wood.
Yeah, what is World War III?
My son is going, but to answer your question, Kel, to answer your question,
You
my
promise?
son is absolutely
Promise
trying to
me.
go to West Point.
Promise me.
We promise.
Someone pinky swear. Grid.
What? What?
That there will be a World War III. I'm scared.
I don't think there will be.
There definitely will be.
I don't think there'll ever be another World War.
Promise.
I think I just don't believe in that.
Promise.
I can't promise you, Kel. I'm not in charge of it. I'm sorry.
Did you say
Anyway.
he's bound for West Point?
Yeah, he's doing
That's
his best.
awesome.
Yeah, he did the tour at West Point, and he did the and he absolutely decided that that's where he wants to go to school, and he is absolutely like
Somewhere in the stipulations for West Point, they want people to like volunteer community service hours. It looks good on your
Like jail.
whatever his
Or
Eagle
Provo,
Scout
whatever.
project is. If he's able to get enough people in the troop to volunteer enough hours to participate with his project, he can check that box at the same time.
Yeah, that's something he's already looking at, and obviously there's service projects that he has to do with the Scouts.
Yeah.
Even outside of Eagle,
like
and
they could like we got
Am I
200
still
hours from just like putting wood chips down on like nature paths like around the town we were at, and so like there's all kinds of creative ways you can
When you could
if
have
you
been making
organize
actual
it
change.
you get credit
That's
for
crazy.
all of them.
That's crazy. There's no Planet B.
Am I still muted? Because
No.
you guys
No.
are about to hear.
Not anymore.
I'm not. Fuck.
but yeah.
Hey,
so,
mute me, Abe. Mute me. I'm about to crank the legs.
Okay, hold on.
So the at any rate, he's one of my good friends, Robert. He is
Gay lover.
he's
Whatever.
part of the
The
leadership for the
molecule.
combat. He's part of the leadership for the combat weapons team at West Point. So,
Okay.
so he's my son. Once he heard combat weapons team, he was like all over it. So
Yeah. There's some stuff while he's still in Boy Scouts. Like it's somewhere in the Northeast. I don't remember it. It moves locations, but there's the junior leader training course that's up there with Philmont and Ben Delatour and the Jamboree. That's usually a good idea to try to go to because they come from all over the country.
K2 with the mouth breather.
To get like leadership training. And stuff like that.
Yeah, so he's doing. So my son's already done Sea Base. He's done the Northern Tier, and now he's doing Philmont. And next year he's going to do if his grades hold and everything else, he'll do Sea Base again, and he wants to after Sea Base.
Hey, I'll be back.
I'm not really sure where he's going to go with it, but the big thing with Scouts is it's such a great organization for young men to be young men, and certainly it's he has a great time with it. We have a great time with it, and but I mean he's doing all of the things to get into West Point. Like he shoots on his school sporting clays, skeet, trap team. He's going to start shooting multi-gun competitively with me probably at the end of next year. Obviously with West Point, it's not just about your grades; it's about all of the things you do outside of the grades, and
it's the whole picture.
Yeah, it's the whole picture. So,
and
he's like super excited about it, and we're behind him all the way. So we went and toured West Point, and it was really cool for us. It was a really cool experience. My wife really liked it. So it's
a really neat location. And the best thing in my estimation about Boy Scouts is kind of assuming it works correctly and you're in a good troop, that you have a lot of what it takes to be a man with if you do have problems, you go to the older men and they'll give you advice or set you straight, and it's important to listen to them and ways to be leaders and to figure out how to do that with people your own age or people that are younger. There's just so many great things that you do, and you're kind of away from the humdrum of society, like when you're camping or doing projects, that you can have a lot of time to practice that.
So my son, he just turned 15 in June. Okay. He's already he's right at 6 foot, and he's 190 pounds. And he's just he doesn't realize how strong he is, because he was literally small just a year and a half ago, right? Yeah. So he's full grown man size right now. And we've had a couple of conversations about how he can't get angry and hit people because he's so much bigger than he thinks he is, and he'll hurt somebody. So we've had a lot of conversations about anger and all that kind of stuff. So, but
does anyone hear there's a sound like a rat munching on a cord?
Can you guys hear me better now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me better now?
Cool. We could always hear you.
Well,
yeah, you're super loud.
There's good ways to try and work on that, especially while he's still young, and that there's a certain amount of stoicism that you put in, but it's also, if you lose control and get emotional, you actually lose respect, even though you're hey, I'm getting what I want, but you're destroying your reputation socially, and it has long lasting repercussions. And it's good while he's young to be work, because I was real short and small, and then I got to be right at about 6 foot, and I was 180, 185, and then when I went in the military, I was about 194 with an 8-pack, and it's I was like a monster. I could have legit hurt people, and it took me a long time to learn to be careful, to measure your responses, to be above, even if other people are getting emotional, to try and remove yourself just to protect yourself as well as the group. And it's important to learn that when you're young.
that's a big part of it, and the fact that he grew so much so quickly,
Yeah.
is obviously he's more cognizant of it, right? Than I think other people. So, but he's I mean, right now he's hiking Philmont with his pack's probably 40 something pounds. And he's going to do 70 miles in 10 days, right? And
Yeah, the frame is probably at least 4 because he's got to have his tent, his bag, all of his food, his spare boots. It's a lot of weight.
Yeah, it's like I think we measured it here at 32 pounds, and they're obviously they got to put food and then crew gear in there. And so it's
32 pounds.
What happened?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you, Kel. What?
It was really good what she said.
Pounds?
Why are we only getting one word at a time? The pack weighs 32 pounds.
It's
there's like a serious lag.
You're cutting in and out a little bit.
I tried to fix it. I don't know what to do. Fuck.
No, it's okay now.
Well, call a man and he'll help you.
If I just whisper, is that better?
I mean, if he's one of the bigger ones, he might have gotten tapped to carry the Dutch ovens and help with other things.
It's not lagging anymore.
Yeah,
it was for a second.
His tent mate is, I kid you not, probably like 5'2" and 95 pounds. Like he's he's normal size 14-year-old. Right?
Yeah, I get it.
It's like it's funny, and I'm like don't count on Evan to carry anything.
Communicate with some persons that I can't hear. Maybe I should just sign off and on. Maybe something's going on.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you, but I have to go. I got to get up in the morning.
It was great
Abe,
talking.
awesome. Thanks for inviting me onto the stream. You've been on now for a long ass time, 8 hours, bro.
Yep.
And
hell yeah.
So I'm gonna jump off. I'm sure my wife is wondering what I'm actually doing.
All right, man.
So,
Thank you for coming.
Have fun fishing, dude.
I hate to unleash Kel on you and then run, but that's exactly what's going to happen. So,
like you said earlier, you're evil.
Yeah. As always, be cool. Be cool.
Later, dude. See ya.
Look at this hedonistic liberal sign. It says feel good.
You quit, you lose.
No principles.
You quit, you lose.
Hey Abe, by the way, I'll also put it in the Discord.
Yes.
I went to a museum and they had Lincoln's chair from his law office, dude.
Man, why'd they take my chair?
I don't know.
It's my chair.
They've got a bus to be there too.
Go get it back, buddy. It's yours, right?
Looks like tomorrow's a road trip.
Just drive up to Council Bluffs.
Nope.
Abe, do you stream on Twitch?
Nope.
You should co-stream.
I should, but I don't.
You should, honestly. I know, I don't either. I kind of abandoned my YouTube channel a little bit. But the cool thing about Twitch is when you co-stream, do stuff like this, if you were live, we would all be sharing our viewers in our chat. So you can co-stream with people and it builds it a lot quicker. You feel?
Do you work for Twitch?
Yes, totally.
Damn.
We love Hassan. We love Hassan.
Yeah. Everything right there.
That explains everything.
Yeah.
As the Twitch moderation team, we love Hassan. Happy birthday, Hassan. No, I just started on Twitch.
You started working on Twitch?
No.
She started streaming on Twitch.
That was funny, Emmett, dude. That was so funny.
Happy birthday, dear Hassan. Yeah.
She sold. Oh wait, never mind. She doesn't have a soul.
Ginger joke. Thanks, South Park, for ruining my people.
They were already run.
That's ginger on ginger hate. I can do what I want.
K2, she called you a mouth breather earlier. Are you just gonna take that like that?
Yeah.
I didn't. My chat did. I was just relaying chat. They said mute the mouth breather, and I was like, "Who is it?" And they were like, "It's K2." And I was like,
"Well, I wasn't. How could I mouth breathe when I was breathing out my nose the whole time?" Explain that.
I don't know. It just sounds like that. I don't know why you sound like an elderly.
Explain that one. No, you're trying to start shit.
I thought it was
No,
me
you're
because I
trying
was
to-
like walking over terrain and stuff.
No, it's because he sounds like
I'm
an
just
elderly
liking this
pug.
ginger violence.
Oh my gosh. I'm
not
pretty
my
sure
fault.
we could
I'm
just
sorry.
put the two of them in a stream and they would just yell at each other until somebody
Yeah.
like
Pick it up with your vape,
That's
bro.
how
Sounds like a
gingers are.
respiratory issue. I can't breathe. Like,
Hey,
oh,
time to
sorry.
do the
I'm
fire.
I
Okay,
have
put them all-
zero idea
put them
what you're
both in
talking
the-
about.
What?
it's
Yeah,
because he
Yeah,
smokes.
he muted
he
himself. 'cause
smokes
he knows
regular
he's a mouth breather.
cigarettes, not
He knows
vapes.
he's a mouth breather.
It's because
Even
he's
worse.
like cranking landing gear and stuff on his trailers and
Yeah, he's working right now.
He's actually working.
That's crazy.
Well,
Imagine
working is
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
for
The
you,
idea,
right?
the idea
Yeah.
of working is crazy. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Anybody,
Making a
anybody
good
under the
living
age
is
of
crazy.
for anybody under the age of 32,
You
that's a
don't
crazy
have to
thing.
work to make a good living, though. That's the irony.
true.
Yeah.
They said that. Fucking
It helps,
sick.
but
I
you
know
don't
how
have
fix
to.
it. I'm sorry.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I think it's someone else. I don't think it's me. I'm sorry, guys. All these degenerates that I'm streaming with. Oh, am I not muted? Sorry.
Oh,
Dude,
yeah,
that
right.
was fucking. That was
So
a cool.
embarrassing.
Get
That was a
out of
good
here.
skit. That was a really good skit.
Good try.
Thank you. Thank you. And the Oscar
pissed.
goes to. I'm absolutely livid.
Nice
I think she's
target.
talking
for
to the
next
voices
meeting.
in her head.
So do you have like an XLR cable that is
You have, like,
that
lights?
needs that has to be
No.
replaced?
No, this is a brand new mic. I don't know what's wrong with it. It's because my settings. So here's my thing. I
Wait,
had
do you have a
bunch of people-
preamp for your mic?
No,
Oh,
it's a
what?
Blue Yeti, I'm pretty sure.
No,
It's
let's
a
hear.
Yeti. I don't know. It's literally brand new. It's literally a brand new microphone. It's like a $200, like 150, whatever. I don't know. It's a nice microphone. Like I did not cheap out on it. I swear.
How do
I
you
don't
say
know.
you're
That
an
sounds a little
amateur?
cheap.
Yeah,
How do
but
you
it
say
sounds,
you're
I
an
don't
it sounds
know.
amateur
like
I don't know.
podcaster
350.
without saying you're an amateur podcaster? How do you say you're an
Sound-
amateur
Is that better?
streamer?
it sounds
Or
like
no?
a cable issue.
Yeah, are all your cables plugged in good or not?
Yeah, there's just so many. I just got a PC. I was like live streaming like vertical live, like IRL.
Whatever you just did, it made it worse.
Really loud.
Whatever you're doing is making it worse.
Yeah, so that means you
It sounds
found
like you got a
found the
cheap
issue.
headset.
You found the issue.
Oh, okay, one sec.
The Japanese
People in her
ghost was
chat need to
screaming
give her
at me in my
money so she can get a Logitech.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it does actually sound like a cable thing. It sounds a little bit better. Now it sounds worse
Oh.
again.
Hold on.
Holy shit.
Can you replace the cable?
Can you mute yourself or you
It
check
doesn't
your
need a
cable?
replace-
Mute.
One sec.
Well,
Yeah, it's really
Mute
loud. It's
yourself when
getting
you
really
check your
loud.
cable.
Sorry. When you move
It's
the
your
cable,
cable.
it's really loud.
Is it still?
Yeah.
It is. Yeah. It's definitely the cable. There's some spots where you had it that were good, and some that made it worse.
Did
That
you
sounds
get the
good right
cable?
now.
Did you get the
It does?
cable at a Dollar
Yeah,
General?
that's quiet.
yeah.
Yeah, now it's
There you go.
quiet.
There
Don't
you
Yeah,
go.
move.
yeah.
Just
I just
stay right
isolated
there. Don't move. Don't move.
Okay,
That's good.
it sounds good now.
Okay, I
don't
just
touch the
isolated the
cable.
cable from everything else. Wait, I have to move it up a little bit. Let me mute myself real quick.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god.
I think it might have to do with interference too of the cable or something.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think so.
I
have
mean,
I have
you-
the
you
same.
can-
I have the same thing with like 6 cables around it, and it doesn't sound like that.
when
Yeah.
I record a podcast, the funny thing about the cables I use, if I put the cable of the guest mic in the other outlet on the left instead of the right, it makes a sound. And when I switch them around, it doesn't make a sound. It's kind of strange with cables sometimes.
What a time to be alive, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Indeed.
Wait, who
The
uses cables?
inconvenience
So
of
isn't
convenient technology.
everything Bluetooth now?
Guys,
Yeah,
I bought.
the least tech issues I've had in forever, and let me just say, I literally just got a PC, and I fucking have so many fucking issues all the time. I didn't even know a cable could affect your mic up until this point. I've been fucking with my
Yeah,
mic for an hour.
It totally can. Yeah.
I bought.
I
I
said
bought.
I'm
The
learning
normal issues are not related to the PC, okay? Don't confuse.
Basically, every part of it can fuck it up.
Yeah, I bought a new mic as
I'm
well,
so
and
bad with computers. I'm really bad.
it's got like the control arm and everything. And if I plug mine into
Let's see,
my
is it better?
laptop, it's terrible sound right now.
You know, she should probably get some coaxial cables, and that will probably help it.
I just have a Bluetooth headset, and it seems to work.
Yeah,
Guys,
that's what I use.
I just figured out because I don't have a cable that connects my router to my computer because it's in my roommate's room.
Oh, yeah, you should.
No, if you plug your phone into your computer, it lets you use the Wi-Fi from your phone.
Oh, yeah.
So my streams have not even been restarted.
Yeah,
like my internet's been way better. I know I need to get an Ethernet cable in general, but for right now,
yeah,
it's
you
like-
do, you do.
Some mics are just like supposed to be plugged into a mixer board as well, and
Yeah.
if it tries to plug into a laptop or
I
your
have a
computer,
power
it's not going to
all the
handle it.
fucking stuff I need. I have like a
No, it's like
mixer.
Abe was talking about, like his new mic put in the laptop sounds like crap. It's probably
Yeah.
because the laptop can't support it, and you might need a mixer, like a box, so you
Well,
plug
I
it
can-
into,
I
and
can
then
run
it
it
goes
through
into your
this.
laptop.
I can run it through this. I have a 4
No,
track.
I'm talking like Abe said he had a problem. I was just talking to him about his problem.
It's not about you right now.
Now hold on.
Yeah,
Kel-
it would be a
Kel,
box like that though, Kel. It would look.
But I
kinda
probably
like
need
that.
a box just like you have.
Yeah, that
So
would
Kel,
probably fix it.
you have a
Shut up,
microphone. when Kel, when you speak, there's a lot of room noise. Are you
which
speaking close
means
to the
she's
mic?
not.
I can't see
She
Hold
needs
because
to
on.
I'm
get
walking
needs to get
around.
closer to the mic. Yeah.
That might be the tractor next to me
What do you want me to do,
trying
boys?
to air
This is
up.
not
So-
OBS.
so
Your
here's
audio
the
is going to
thing.
be so sorted out by the end of this.
I don't know if the mic that you're intending is picking up the sound actually.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta check your settings whenever you.
Is
stream.
it? Yeah,
Are you using
like
a-
it sometimes. Yeah, go ahead. You're going to say what I was going to say, Mosman.
Are you using a stream client, or are you just how are you streaming to Twitch?
Right now I'm using Streamlabs. I know, don't make fun of me, please. I just transferred from OBS because I don't know how to work the update.
Okay.
So I don't know how to
Alright.
work Streamlabs at all either. OBS was like my thing. Like I knew how to work my OBS, but it updated and it didn't save any of my settings, and I don't know how to work it anymore. But I feel stupid because
Okay.
everyone's helped me so much that I feel dumb being like, help me set up my shit for the 5th time. Like, it's
Well,
Okay.
No, that's
let's-
cool.
I have a Google Doc.
No,
My
no.
Google Doc?
Let's troubleshoot it until we get it working though.
Wait,
Yeah, that's
I
because
have my
Dan's the
Google Doc.
nicest
I
guy
have a
on the
Google Doc.
internet.
Do you know what your because sometimes it'll go to a default mic and not the mic you're
Yes.
plugged in if you have your audio input.
Especially if you have a mic on your camera too.
Yeah, so like you should try to check that too if you can, because you might not be using your nice mic. It might be using like a shitty inbuilt one.
It should be under detect input.
No, I'm pretty sure it's using the correct one because whenever she moved the cable, it started.
Oh yeah,
No, I heard the same room
Hello?
noise all this time.
yeah.
It's because my room
There
is
it
echoey.
is.
I have to- Is that better or worse?
Unbeknownst to her,
It's
she
wor-
doesn't
it's-
realize
It's
she's
worse.
using a signal. It's the aliens are using her internet to signal.
Dude, are you bugged?
Oh no!
Do you got federal agents
Don't
bugging you right now?
complicate
She's
it.
glowing.
Don't complicate
She's
this.
glowing right now.
Can you guys shut
It's
up?
your glow.
Me?
She is glowing.
Is that better?
She needs to
No.
find a Vault Tech immediately.
You need to find
Um,
a dick to suck.
damn, got him.
It's a little gay.
Got him.
It's okay.
No, it's not.
Y'all are making my damn hat come off. No.
She's tapping us in to the federal database right now.
Yep. This
She's
is
a
all
fed.
being encoded.
No, sorry, you
This
did
is
that
all
when you
being
looked up.
She's
encoded.
glowing. She's a
Pizza.
glow agent.
I can't. We can't hear you anymore.
Your your cord got bumped or something. It's doing that thing again.
Are you fucking serious?
You're in the
Nah,
rocket.
dude.
Like, why?
That-
Crazy.
You sound like you're in a space shuttle. It's about to take off.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
You guys, I don't know if all of you guys remember this, but do you remember the sound dial-up used to make? It's kind of like that. It's
That
like,
is kind
Yeah.
of.
Yeah, I remember.
No, it's like the explosions on like an 8-bit or 16-bit game.
It sounds like she's on the
Yeah.
Challenger.
It does sound like that. An explosion.
does,
from, like,
it
Hold on,
does.
two
doesn't
people.
it
The bad
blow up at
guys
the end?
shooting at like. the
I
Teenage
gotta
Mutant Ninja Turtles.
I gotta say that the 8
Space
bits
Invaders.
game. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah,
Hello?
yeah, 8-bit
Hello?
gaming.
Hello.
Yeah, we
Hello?
can hear you.
We can barely
This-
hear you.
Fucking hate
The sounds, the weird noise is a little bit better. We can hear you,
Oh, I accidentally bumped the cable. That's why.
dude. I told you that.
Okay, so go into settings
Sorry,
and see if you can access the microphone that you want to use.
On my Yeah.
Or here's what might help.
Okay.
You go to the nearest truck stop
Here it is.
and you get a blue
I need
parrot.
to
Oh,
wear my
come
glasses
on,
really
come
bad.
on. Someone gave some good advice earlier. Who was that? On how
Oh,
to do
I
the
said.
settings?
Oh,
Mosman.
I'm here in settings right now.
Okay. What are your audio
I'm in settings
inputs?
for my. Yeah. Okay. Sources. Okay. Here, wait. Let me pull up my Google Doc. Balance XLR for my headset. Okay.
The cool
Because
thing
I
is
don't
once you
remember
learn it,
all the
you'll be good.
terms.
There's like I have this somewhere on one of my
No,
Tumblr
it's not
pages.
true. I have definitions. Look, audio input capture, audio output capture. Like I've been taking notes. Okay. Okay.
Nice.
Lisa, what's my output input?
What's your
input.
audio
My input.
input?
My microphone
No.
is a Yeti.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
It's-
so and that's the one that's selected.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
okay.
the cable. It's the cord. It's the
It's the
cord.
cable
Also-
then, yeah.
Oh, it's also because Discord. No, it's also because Discord is the same volume as my Yeti. If you look at my stream on Twitch, like,
Right.
so should I mute
Can you
Discord
please
or my Yeti?
can you please tap
Like-
your mic
Would that help?
with your hand? Tap your mic with your hand so I can hear.
Yep.
Yeah.
Man,
So yeah,
oh, the mic isn't that good then.
your input's fine then. It's the cord on the mic.
Question mark?
quick fix. If you got Bluetooth,
There's an
you
echo
go to the
now.
truck stop
Question mark?
and you go get a blue parrot, and then you pair it to your computer.
Are you playing like the stream somewhere else on your computer maybe?
No, it's a problem with the
Testing.
problem with the cable and how it's set up on the physical side of his computer.
What did I just do? Oh. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
You might
Barely
want to
Okay,
mute.
this is not an OBS stream. Guys, I literally just dropped to half my viewers. I always do this. This is my 5th OBS stream this week. I'm sorry. I suck at this.
No,
Okay.
dude, it's
Stop
all we
reading
don't care. It's fine.
Guys in the back.
I do, Bob.
Into the kitchen. I do. I
I'm
don't want
just
to.
joking.
I don't want this to be an OBS stream. Abe, take the reins.
What?
Come on, aren't you our president? Like one of the first or something.
He was.
Not anymore.
So what
You might
doing,
want to
Abe?
get a new mic too because you want a more drier sound.
It's
we get a
probably
lot
just
of
the
re-
way the mic's set
We get-
up. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, no, I mean, hey, I don't think you can like set up a mic so it sounds different.
Yeah.
You can. It's not that. It's
So
I
you're
had
saying
some advice.
filters are doing this?
no, it's not a filter. It's just the cable.
I mean,
Just-
No,
I
I'm
mean,
not talking about that
separate
sound.
because these
I'm not talking.
I keep crossing these over each other. That's why it sounds bad, probably.
I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm
don't
not
do
talking.
that.
I'm not talking about the 8-bit sound. I'm talking about the room noise.
Yeah,
And the
yeah,
fact-
yeah. There's
yes, we're talking about the room noise.
That might be me and my tractor.
Bro, if that's you, I'm gonna kill you.
It's probably because I don't have any furniture
I don't know,
in
have
here
you heard
too.
the
I live
whole
like a
time?
frat boy.
I've just gotta ask, have you heard that the whole time, or?
That actually.
No, it was when she came on.
Oh,
When she-
then never mind. I
when
thought
she-
my tractor
Well, I'll
might be
give you
loud.
guys your piece then. Okay. Okay. All right. Thanks for having me, Abe. It's been a pleasure. Nice to meet you, gentlemen.
Have a good night to you.
You have
Take
a
it
good
easy.
one.
I'll see you around.
Have a good one, Connecticut.
Enjoy your Fortnite.
Have a good one. Nice to meet you. I need to figure out how to.
Later.
Talk
Might take
about
a while.
ginger on ginger violence that could occurred.
Could
Thanks for
occur.
having me. Guys, make sure you
Shame.
drop, if you have not already liked the stream, drop a like right now. However many viewers and this many likes can we even out the disparity. Thank you. Abe, some shilling. Do you have anywhere to donate?
It pops
You have
up
a
in my
Streamlabs
chat.
link? Yeah, come on, guys. Streamlabs link. Get some donos going. Come on. Where's your hourly shill? Come on. Make sure you subscribe. Come on, Rising Stars. You guys are here on the ground floor. If you guys want to see more liberal on conservative content like no, I'm just kidding.
Have a good night.
Oh, have a good one, Kel.
Oh,
I can
my.
stop losing brain cells now.
Oh.
It'll pass. It'll pass.
Will
Well,
it?
it's just a slight
Yes,
discomfort fizzing in my
because
brain.
once
Yeah.
you have lost all your brain cells, you cannot lose anymore.
That's
it
right.
will pass.
They'll all be gone.
I've
It
only
will
got 2,
pass.
and they're struggling to spark.
Oh,
I'm
Oh.
protective of them.
I got
Shoot.
the same. I got the same problem.
Yeah.
now that will be a clip for a liberal.
I don't have any because I'm not
All
alive.
Well, it's because we're conservative. That's why, guys. On their views.
Say
I'm
what?
just messing. Nothing. I was saying how the liberals think we don't have any brain cells and we're all
Oh,
dumb,
right.
uneducated. Yeah.
Right.
I was doing. Yeah. I didn't stick the landing.
Yeah, you gotta deploy the landing gear. And
If
then-
you
I
if you
dropped
try
the
to be-
trailer without putting the landing gears down, guys.
If
I'm
you
sorry.
try to be a smartass and you fail, you're just an ass.
Yeah, you're probably right. I am.
I thought you would just bend over asking for it, not be an ass.
Yeah, Caldy, I think you're right. I think I do need a mixer. When I plugged it into the laptop, I get extreme whine from it. So I figure I probably need a mixer and a preamp, or just a preamp. But either way, I need something because it's
just need a
pissed
box.
if I plug it in.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
I
just
just
need
need
a
a box.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It could also be like a dongle as well, that you just need a thing that it plugs into the plug.
So
it's just the one, because a box is for a lot of different channels.
So I have the dongle, and I tried it. It doesn't. So I've got to.
You tried a better dongle?
I mean, no, but
What is your new mic?
this, what I'm using right now, or
That's your new mic?
it's like a crap. It's not a good brand. I wanted to buy a Shure or something, but I didn't want to spend all that money. So
The shirts, the two shirts that we got for the podcast studio that we have, they were just bought. You know, they were used. People sell stuff like that.
I mean, it looks okay.
It's a decent setup. It just, like I said, I need to figure out how to run it, and this laptop does not like it right now. So I'll just get a mixer box and then we'll try it again. For now, the headset works pretty good. So
It's gonna be DJ Abe Dinkus.
I mean, like, this headset is a good Razer headset, and the sound quality is really good on it. So for now, it'll do. Although it's hard to wear this hat. It's hard to wear. Yeah,
How
for
long?
gaming.
How long have I been fishing, Abe?
A lot. 8 hours.
8 hours.
Yeah. 8 hours and 25 minutes to be exact.
Ooh.
So what do you want to talk about, Abe?
It looks like thick sideburns. Thanks, Kat. I just got big old sideburns. That have
Let's
my-
talk about how Kat is bullying people on panel right now.
Hey, Kat, please come on.
Wait, I thought that was Kat's job to bully us on panel.
Yeah,
Thought we
Kat
made
has-
that agreement.
Why are you
Kat-
following
Just
Kat-
because you like it.
Kat has to come on panel because
Well,
we need
Kat-
to tell her. We need to tell her about what we did.
Kat is the acceptable bully. Buff birds. Yeah, big ones.
But seriously though, what would you want to talk about?
I have no idea. I've been going for about 8.5 hours so far. So
We've talked about everything.
we talked
What
about a
else
lot.
is there?
I don't think that you talked about everything.
Yeah,
We
probably
talked
not
about
everything.
How we're gonna rule the world.
Oh.
Okay,
Anything but
what is
smoke
the
and
most
bad.
superior kind of ocean-going bug?
I have no idea.
Ocean
Like-
what?
The king
Going
crab.
bug, like crabs,
The king crab.
lobsters. Like what's the
What are those
superior,
little
like,
those little shrimp that like break the sound barrier when they punch things?
mantis shrimp?
Yeah,
Yeah, man.
those guys are badass.
That's
No,
a
it's
terrifying
it's
shrimp.
the king crab. The king crab for sure because it's an actual bug.
It is a
of nature.
crustacean.
Yeah,
Or-
almost all the little things that we eat, they're bugs. They're just water
Yeah,
bugs.
no, but it's like a bug in the system because the king crabs were they were genetically modified, and now they're spread out and they're like a pest.
Coconut crabs scare the shit out of me.
Dude, those things look so intense.
I know.
They look like they came straight out of an Aliens movie.
I don't want one of those things grabbing onto me. Like they can crack
Most-
coconuts.
Most aliens are actually based off
Say
of
goodbye to your
ocean-going life forms because
That's
they
fair.
look fucked up.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Kind of like octopus. Oh, the boss
pie.
bully has arrived.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Who's
great.
that?
Taco pie.
I
Who's the
pledge
boss
not to
bully?
help you with anything.
Hey, what's up, Cat?
Okay.
What's up?
Hey.
What did you want to tell me, Dan?
Hmm?
What
Oh
did you
yeah.
want to tell me?
Okay, so
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, no, you can tell the story.
Oh, well, no, I forget if I told you. I think I might have told her a little bit. All right. Do you remember if I told you? We were talking about how Dan programmed his AI to tell a story about you hunting us in the woods.
No,
Oh.
this is all new to me.
Okay. Well, that happened. So it was Grumple, Bricky, and me and K2. And Dan put into like his Grok AI. Like it was kind of. Have you ever seen the movie Predator?
No, I don't watch many movies.
Okay. Well, you were basically
sorry.
hunting. No, it's okay. It's okay. You're basically hunting and killing all of us, and the AI was telling the story. It was great.
Yeah, so in more detail, what happened is, you remember we talked about, I think a month ago or some weeks ago, a funny prospect of a YouTube stream where you would hunt down K2 and Rob,
Oh,
basically.
yeah, I was excited about that. Yeah.
Yes, and so what happened is that on the stream like 3 days ago, we were talking about that episode, and then it went over to maybe we should just like do like a D&D campaign about it. And so everyone chose a weapon to defend themselves, and a reason why they chose the weapon. And I put into Grok, the AI, that only one will survive in the end. And that's basically it. The only thing that messed up in Grok is that I wrote Kissy Cat, and Grok thought it was a real feline. That's the only thing that messed up, but it's a really funny story, and the video will come out on Brick's channel as soon as I finish.
Yeah, I died
adding sound
first.
effects.
And Grumple blew himself up with a grenade.
Oh, that was funny.
Somehow I'm not surprised.
So you were a big cat hunting them and eliminating them.
It's a really funny video.
I fancy myself as more of a dragon, but
Oh.
A dragon. We can make Rock make you a dragon.
Oh my gosh. When did you become a dragon, Cat?
Wait, European dragon or Asian dragon?
I've been a dragon. I'm American.
There's no American dragons.
Yeah, there are. What are you talking about?
Yeah, there
Really?
are. We like gold.
All right,
sounds like a European dragon.
Yeah, European.
No, there are American
That
dragons.
sounds like a
Nah,
Really?
there's no American dragons.
Yeah.
small hat.
Southern
dragon.
American
No,
dragons.
That's
I breathe,
that's a
I
myth.
breathe red, white, and blue flames.
Wait, isn't Quetzalcoatl like a dragon?
It was like a serpent thing.
It's a
It was like a
serpent.
serpent with wings.
It was a snake god.
Yes,
Yeah.
but it's a reptilian
Technically,
flying,
the god of rivers.
but it's a flying reptile.
Yeah,
It
it's
doesn't
little, like,
Abe,
his
Abe,
little
it doesn't
tiny wings on his
exist.
back.
Not limbs.
That doesn't exist, Abe.
How's it not a dragon?
It's a myth.
It
It's,
has
it's
a
more of a
dragon.
it's more of a flying snake than a dragon. They're different.
How?
Well, that's the same as an Eastern dragon.
Exactly.
Yeah, but they have like well, I guess.
No,
I
I
don't
have
know.
one. I have one.
Maybe I'm the only
About the
American.
Chinese.
Maybe I'm the only American dragon.
You're not the
Oh.
only one.
Cat's like,
Yes,
and
I think
I'm
you
the
probably are.
only one.
No.
You should replace the bald eagle with the American dragon.
I think that's a great idea.
No, I kind of like it.
Now we have to.
Did anyone else get pissed off when they heard Ben Franklin wanted to make our national bird the turkey instead of the bald
No.
eagle? Can you
I think
believe that
that's
shit?
fantastic.
I don't think you were there for that.
I think.
Yeah, but when you heard about it,
I think we should.
Why
have
would
been
that
the
piss
turkey.
you off?
I was like a turkey, dude. Turkeys fucking suck. That's why.
I don't. Have you ever fought a turkey?
Don't you eat that shit every Thanksgiving though?
Yeah, but like, yeah, that's the point. You eat them.
Isn't
you know?
it delicious? Yeah, that's the point.
Chickens are better.
Like the whole family savors the turkey. Why would that be bad?
Yeah, but we
turkeys are
don't.
kinda-
It's not threatening to have a bird, their national bird, be something that you eat, though. You
Well,
know.
they weren't.
But bald eagles are like endangered, right? So
Yeah, but they're cool.
so
would
they're
still eat one if I
but
could.
maybe they're kind of weak if they're
I would
endangered.
have picked a raven if I was going to pick one. Honestly,
A raven.
I like harpy eagles, but they're in South America.
Just like harpies.
Vultures
Oh,
are
yeah.
kind of mean.
Ospreys are cool.
ravens are intelligent and communal and like.
See, I would have picked a dog in a bird suit.
That would have been too much. That would have been too hype for them back then. They wouldn't have did that.
I always thought pelicans were pretty cool.
Do you mean like the ones with the gigantic mouth, or no?
Yeah, I think they're cool.
Yeah, the bay ones.
They're
Yeah.
gluttonous.
Do you mean that America should have swallowed up the other nations, Kat?
Well, I am a dragon.
Yes, that is the problem with the whole
Yeah,
thing.
you got to pay attention to the lore, Abe. She's a dragon.
Well,
Abe,
obviously.
by the
My
by the
bad.
way, I agree with you. You won that debate. AOD is wrong, and that AI can go F itself.
So I did have a question about that, Abe. By the way,
Yes.
that specific debate. Did you steal that argument idea from me?
I don't think so.
Because the first time EOD and I were talking, you were modding in the chat, and I was like, "Well, if we're gonna attack other countries, we might as well annex them and have the 51st state, or do the things with territories."
Oh no! So EOD and I had already talked about that in the past on my channel, and EOD jumped on and he's like, "Dude, we don't need that. Don't even say that." And I was like,
okay.
"No,
I get
we're gonna take it all." We're
I
just gonna
remember
take it
that.
all."
I was there for that. That was funny.
And
Because
he's-
I was thinking that was
We're just
awfully
gonna
close to
swallow
my
them up.
argument.
He was getting so sour about it too, and I was like, "I'm kidding, EOD. Calm down."
Yeah, he's
I
like,
don't
"You're gonna
actually-
annex them, and they're all gonna be liberals." and
Guys,
we're like,
guys.
"Yeah."
I got a big one on. I got a big one.
Oh man.
Nice, man. Awesome.
Get it, Dan. Get it.
Is it going to work out okay in the end?
I think the
it
only
should.
thing you're missing is a little word with G at the beginning that needs to be done before you annex anything. Oh, we're safe. Where'd it go?
I don't know.
Oh, one of the reasons I came up here, I was gonna tell y'all that it was really cute. It was a cute bit. You guys all trying to help Kel with her tech issues.
Even though she didn't deserve it. Yeah.
I don't think she needed it. I think she's good. She's good. She's
No,
I said she needed
went
the
to the-
belt.
she
I
made
You
would-
think she was playing us, dude?
No, I went to the
that'd be
Twitch
great
chat
footage for her.
after she
No,
left.
Kel's smart.
and
I like Kel. She's smart. She made you guys all feel needed.
I went to the Twitch after she left, and she still had the same problem. And the Twitch has been trying to tell her how to fix it the whole time too.
I
Oh,
don't
you
really
watched
care
it?
if she needed it or not. It was a nice gesture.
I
It
didn't
was
do
annoying.
shit.
Emmett.
I said she needed the belt.
That was a little weird, K2.
You know that's when you're married to them, right, K2?
Who was the most and least weird during that?
Grit said apparently her reaction, she kind of liked hearing that. So
I don't even if she liked it.
Yeah, I know.
What
We're nice
girl
guys, even
doesn't
though we
like
hate
being the
women.
center of attention, though? That's the real question.
That's true.
And it kind of just
I'll make it
rewards
quick.
bad
I'll make it
behavior,
quick.
honestly. So
That's modern society for you.
I know.
Were you gonna say anything, Abe?
K2 did say he could fix her.
Why would you want to?
I don't know.
All right, we got three. We got 3 trouts.
We win.
Yes,
Cole
yes.
wins.
He
46%.
even has his name as K2 for kinetic Kale.
I know. KK. K2.
Okay.
I'm glad there's only 2 Ks.
No, there's 3.
If you add K2 into the mix, there is 3. So maybe that's a bad
There's 3.
idea.
Damn, dude.
Maybe that's what she needs.
Oh my gosh.
That's
Crispy,
racist.
She is Irish. I don't know.
Oh my.
Crispy Daddy's in the chat, like freaking out about me.
Why?
I don't know. They don't know. I've had a bad few days, but whatever.
Sorry to
Oh no,
hear
you
that.
could tell
Don't
the
feel
Irish
down
on Irish.
if it's
You could,
about
you guys.
YouTube
Oh.
drama, just laugh at it. It's amazing. Okay, enjoy the fact that you're in YouTube drama. Enjoy
Not
it.
everyone is like you.
Yeah.
I don't think
Sometimes.
so.
I think drama is a little bit gay. Is it just me that thinks that? I think it's kind of gay.
It's
No, I
super
agree.
gay.
I think it's.
It is
So
gay.
what's
No, it's a requirement. No,
all right,
drama
so-
is required, but when it's too much, then it becomes very, very effeminate.
So
Yeah, that's
Kat,
true.
Kat, what's been going on?
It's fine.
Like, if
All right,
you,
all
if you
right.
want to look at dramatic tension, have like two like champions from two different armies, and they're about to like eliminate all of them to a man, and they're like going head to head, and like, is fighting going to break out or not? Like, that is a huge amount of drama. Like, that's actually really, really good tension. But if it's just like Desperate Housewives or something, then that's too much.
Yeah, I can get behind that. That's true.
Yeah.
Drama is only allowed if you're at war and people
But what
live
if it's
in danger.
What if it's a dragon versus a flock of eagles?
Like
Dragons
Lord of the Rings
shouldn't have
eagles?
like roast turkey. What the hell are you talking about?
I don't know. I watched Indiana Jones one time, and the seagulls
Wait,
took out
which
an
Indiana
airplane.
Jones? Which one?
The one. What's the? Oh my god!
Is
I
it
forgot what
one
the
of
name
is it 1, 2, or 3? Because those are the only ones that
I think it was two.
recognize.
I think it was two where the
Temple of
he
Doom.
rescues his dad.
No, that's 3.
No, maybe
No,
that's 3.
What are you
Where-
talking about?
I'm getting confused with them. Where he rescues
No,
his dad from the
No,
Germans.
his dad-
Temple of Doom's the first one, right?
No, it's not. Ark of the Covenant's the
Or-
first one.
You sure?
I'm like almost 100% positive.
You should look it up.
I'll look it up. I'll look it
Uh-oh,
up.
Because I
Rob.
was almost positive the whole thing where like the heart gets ripped out of the shade.
Yeah, that's Temple of Doom.
Yeah, that's.
I thought
yeah,
that
that's
was the
first
third.
one.
Oh my
Uh,
gosh. This is.
I don't
so
know
cool.
anymore.
No,
That's
the
not
third
again.
one has,
I
has
just
Sean
came up
Connery.
to hear.
They
I
have like
appreciate it.
Sean
Story.
Connery gets shot.
Thank you, Miss
I
Cat.
appreciate it, Kat. Oh, also, Kat.
Hey, take it easy, Cat.
We'll make sure, Kat.
Ark
I'll
was the
talk with
first
Bricky.
one. And
hold on,
Temple
hold
of
on.
Doom.
Hold on.
Can you hear me?
I can
Yeah,
hear
so-
Sam.
Yeah, so I'll talk with Bricky, and we'll make sure that you're able to see the premiere of the clip. It's kind of
Okay.
funny. It really
Right.
is. So, thank you for coming on. It's very
That
nice of you.
sounds good. Yeah, I just wanted you asked me to come up, so I came up. Y'all have a good one.
Hey, you too,
All right.
Cat.
You too,
for
Kat.
coming.
Nice talking to you. Bye.
Bye.
No, because the third one, Sean Connery like almost dies, and like
Yeah,
Harrison
that was the
Ford has
third
to
one.
save him. That's the Last Crusade.
Right,
third.
right.
It's Ark of
Yeah.
the Covenant, Temple of Doom, and then Last Crusade. Just look
Yeah.
it up.
Wait, which one was the first one again?
Oh, guys,
Raiders of the Lost Ark.
The Ark.
I'm almost
Raiders
out
of
of
the Lost
battery
Ark?
on this
Okay.
one too.
Yeah, that's the one. Raiders of
Okay.
the
So-
Lost.
If I drop, give me like 15 minutes, and I'll be back.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Now the
All
real
right,
question
continue.
is, of those three, which
No,
is the
not the
superior
Lost Ark.
Indiana Jones?
Oh, that's
They look for
hard.
The Holy Grail.
I like Temple of Doom the best because it's like it's just it makes me laugh the most.
I don't know. Last Crusade is, I'd argue, is
Last
by far
Crusade
the
is
best.
probably genuinely the best one. Like if I'm just
Yeah.
going for like all around.
No, you look at the way it began, like where he gets the whip, he has to fight the lion, and in the
Yeah.
end, he's fighting like the Nazis, but it's also a faith thing and like doing stuff he's not used to.
And he
out of his
picks
comfort zone.
he picks the meager looking goblet. You know,
Well,
he didn't pick the
everything
fancy one.
you need to know about the movie is from that first scene. Where
Yeah.
like he's running out of the house and then he slips onto the train and there's all this crazy stuff going down and then he's using the whip to fend off the lion and he's like overcoming it like Daniel in the Lion's Den, and that's like an echo of the whole rest of the movie. That's how good like Last Crusade was.
Yeah, that's how good they used to make movies, and now they don't.
Yeah.
And now
As
they
long
don't.
as we
That's-
don't acknowledge any of the ones after the third one, then I'm good.
Yeah, I didn't like the runt from Transformers being his like the new Indiana Jones. That bothered me.
Yeah, what's this? I forget his name.
Shiloh.
Shia LaBeouf.
Shia LaBeouf. Yeah.
Shia LaBeouf.
Dude,
He's
F
a,
that guy.
He's a runt. He's a runt.
Yeah.
I like that
It was
people
lame.
keep finding his flags. Like he had a flag, and then people.
Yeah, he did a lot of like viral stuff.
And all
How
the
many-
trolls came out to find out where he.
How many fish did Dan catch?
3.
He's at 3.
Yes, I won.
I picked 3 also.
It may not be over. Is Dan
I won.
hanging it up?
I don't know.
You know,
Still
I do
fishing?
have to agree with Smoking Spaceman that in Ark of the Covenant, it's a futile movie because if you remove Indiana Jones, everything still happens the same way.
Basically,
Except he wouldn't have punched the big Nazi guy into the airplane propeller though. That wouldn't have happened the same way.
Yeah, but his face would have gotten melted. He still would have died.
yeah.
Oh, the other guy? Yeah, he for sure would. Yeah, they all would have
Yeah.
got.
It's way better he got propellered, but he still would have
wait.
died.
That's where he got his son from, the Shia LaBeouf, when he hooked up with.
We don't talk about that, K2.
Yeah, that whole thing came of the weird commie one.
I didn't watch it. I refused. As soon as I heard it opened up with him getting inside of a refrigerator to survive a nuclear blast, I decided not to watch it.
I went to go see it because, like, I'm a big fan of Indiana Jones, and like, I barely sat through it. Like, it was just I didn't even see the next one though. It was just like, this is stupid.
Yeah.
The last one was way dumber than that one. Like,
It's,
he lost
it's
his
retconning.
son.
No, it's retconning so a
bad.
woman can be Indiana Jones. That's all it was.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds brutal. I'm glad I
Yeah, it
didn't
was
even.
horrible. It was dumb.
True.
So you should watch the fourth one, Bob.
Guys, how
I
about The
never see
Mummy
That one.
with Brendan Fraser? How about that movie?
The
was a
Mummy
great
and The
movie.
Mummy
That was
2, great movie. I like
It
how you
was
treat
one
the
of
subject,
the
Bob.
better popcorn movies where it's like, oh, it was good, it was enjoyable, the effects were practical, but also 3D smoothing. Like there was just a bunch of that kind of stuff going on.
Yeah,
It was
it wasn't like a
actually- it was well done.
masterpiece or anything. Yeah, the
no,
first,
no,
the
it
first
was
one was
fun.
good.
For a popcorn movie, it was actually pretty. It was really good.
It was
As
just
long as
cheesy
it's just
fun.
like you watch it and then you do something else.
Yep.
Like it was a good movie.
Yeah, I agree. Second one was all right, except for when me and my friend calculated how fast Brendan Fraser would have to be running to outrun the sunrise in the second movie, and the ridiculous speed that he had to be running at.
Hey, it's
Or
George
next
of
to
the
the
Jungle.
camel.
He gets a pass. He's George of the Jungle.
I guess.
I guess.
I guess.
Really, that's what
Bob,
gets you
stop
off that
ruining
movie.
that movie for me.
Yeah, that's what got me.
that is the thing that got you off that movie. Okay.
That's what pissed me off.
It's like it didn't make any sense.
Like he
ran
has to be
faster
running
than
like
the
multiple
sunlight.
thousands of miles an hour to be outrunning
know-
the sunrise.
You know
Right.
what pissed me off about the third one?
I didn't see the third one.
Oh,
The
I think the
kid.
third one. Oh, go.
It was the
Sorry.
kid, just the kid being in the movie. That pissed me off.
That was weird.
Yeah, I only saw the first two.
Oh no,
Yeah,
I have
his-
this
Yeah,
thing on
the-
my arm. It's draining my
No,
life
that's-
force.
No, that was the second
that's
one.
The second. That's the
That
second
was
one.
the second
third
one.
one's- The
Yeah.
third one is when the kid's grown up, and I think they used a different character for their mom.
Was
Their
that the
mom.
Chinese one?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it was the Chinese
Okay.
one.
Yeah, that was the third one. Yeah. And then
I
there
didn't
was the
think it was
Scorpion
that
King
bad.
spin-off with The Rock.
I guess it was the second one then.
Yeah,
They
I
all
didn't
are
think the
dumb.
third one was that bad.
I mean, at least he didn't survive a nuclear blast in a fridge.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
True.
I mean, as long as
We
you
don't-
don't do that, the movie can't be that bad, right?
Well, hold on.
Right.
The refrigerator had a whole bunch of lead in it because everything back then had lead.
Dude,
in it.
I
So
don't
if
want to hear it.
That doesn't. That
So,
doesn't
outrunning the sun.
I'm just gonna throw
Not
this out there.
okay. Surviving
Inertia.
a nuclear blast on a refrigerator acceptable.
Inertia is a thing.
I didn't
okay?
say. I said I hated the sun. Like, that was my least favorite part of the movie.
I said I hated the
Well,
The
sun.
thing is, it's like if you punch enough Nazis as Indiana Jones, then the fridge can actually save your life. But someone else,
Oh.
they would have died. So it was
Oh,
He
just
had
gonna-
plot armor.
Yeah. plot armor.
Oh, yes.
Uh,
yes.
And oh, the other thing is the fridge belonged in a museum, so it couldn't be destroyed.
from punching
Was
so
it a
many,
magic fridge?
he was
Yeah, it's a magic
sanctified.
fridge.
Sanctified by the punch.
Yeah.
It's the
Exactly.
sanctification.
It's
of
his
the
hat.
country.
Like, it witnessed, like,
Oh my
that many Nazis getting offed.
Oh my gosh.
How many pits of snakes did he fall into to survive that
All of them.
blast?
All of them.
A lot.
Why did
Every
it have to
single
be
one.
snakes?
Oh,
this
that
is-
was funny in the fourth one. He's like, grab the rope. Don't call it a snake. Say grab the rope. Because he's like, because his son gets a python to use as a rope.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Fuck
And he
that
like
movie.
closes his eyes
Oh
like he's
my gosh.
even though he's fought off snakes.
You know, they
How
actually had
weenie can
a
you be?
really cool, like, special effects practical show at Disney World in Hollywood Studios where it's like a 35 minutes of Indiana Jones and like stunts that they do and just like it's like a live action thing. It's actually really cool.
What about the Indiana Jones ride? Or sorry, the Mummy ride. I meant to say. My bad.
Like the one at Universal?
Yeah, yeah. I don't know why that one always.
I don't like you'd see it on VHS tapes. I don't even think it's still there.
No, I don't think it is either. I just remember like me and my friends thinking it was hilarious and going on it a bunch of times when
Like,
we were younger.
I remember that for a while on VHS home video and other things, they advertised the Jurassic Park ride. And finally, I go to freaking Universal Studios and it's not there. I was highly offended.
Yeah, yeah. It was. We were supposed to be paleontologists going on a hadrosaur exhibit tour, and the things went wrong. I remember.
Yeah, I mean, it was like 25 years after the VHS tapes came out, but even so, it still should have been there.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, they got rid of a bunch of rides there that sucked. I mean, the Jaws one was old, but I missed that one too.
Are you from Florida?
Yeah, I was born in Florida.
Okay,
I live in
I get you.
New York now, though.
Well, I mean, I was like half a country away. It took me like a long time to get there. So.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've been there a shitload.
Well, yeah, if you're like in state, aren't like season tickets dirt cheap?
Yeah. I definitely got my fill of those rides. I'm still pissed that they're gone though.
Yeah.
Especially the Back to the Future ride they got rid of to make room for the Simpsons one. That was bullshit.
Did you go to the Harry Potter one?
Yeah. No, yeah, not when it was fully built, but like before, like just before they finished it. I was there, yeah.
Opening weekend, it was nothing worked. It was hilarious.
Damn. I went there after that, I think.
Like they had this nasty ass butterbeer and like the plumbing was messed up and they couldn't get pressure into it. Like there's like 800 people clamoring for this like disgusting drink and they couldn't sell any of it because it was broken. Like nothing.
Yeah.
It was bad.
That's rough. Damn.
Yeah.
They should have refunded your ticket or something.
Well, it's only like a corner of the park. It's not like
I know.
its own thing. And so, you know. I mean, I was there with my kid, and so we just went to Seuss Landing, and we just like did other things, but it was still like, you know, it would have been nice to, you know, go on the ride or like do the things.
Yeah, they had like that dragon ride or whatever. I forget.
Yeah, but it was broken. Like it didn't work.
Dude, they everything was broken. That's fucked up.
Everything. It was like hours and hours that like people were about to riot. It was nuts, and we were like, yeah, we're going to the other side of the park.
Yeah, that's
They were
probably
also
good.
going to riot when Popeyes ran out of chicken too.
Oh damn, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, good thing you made that joke after Kyle left. Her chat would have roasted you.
She could have tried to roast me. I don't think that was going to happen. The Irish on Irish ancestry was going to hash out right there.
I always thought more gingers were Scottish than Irish, but I guess it's both.
It's both.
I'm half Scottish. I ain't ginger though.
Hi, half Scottish. Yeah. I'm Dad.
Hi.
Hold on, I gotta get some milk. I'll be back.
Okay. Dude, he's not gonna come back. My dad said that
he's
too.
not gonna come back.
No, that's when I go for milk and cigarettes. That's when you know it's a problem.
He didn't say anything about cigs.
Well, yeah, it's as I go spend time with my other family.
Comes back like 10 years later.
Yeah, it's got a son that I'm proud of.
Damn, dude.
He's like Cotton Hill. He's proud of his like son that's like 30 years younger than Hank
Yeah.
Hill.
Something like that. So, what do y'all think is the best movie that's ever been made? If you had to pick one, like you're going to Mars, and you have to pick one movie, and it's playing on repeat, and the ship won't work unless you're sitting and watching it. The only times you can get up is like bathroom or eat or sleep. The entire rest of the time, you have to watch the movie over and over the entire trip to Mars.
So like our personal favorite, not like what I think is actually the best movie, but like which one do I enjoy the most?
Wait, wouldn't your favorite be the best movie?
No.
Sure. Your favorite movie then?
The Thing, 1982, John Carpenter, The Thing.
Okay. They're really good practical effects. Who's next?
I think, yeah, I think Jurassic Park, the first Jurassic Park, is probably the best movie though.
I saw that shit 12 times in theaters. I had to paper out with money. I went by myself to go see it.
Yeah, that movie is so good.
I would pick the trilogy of Lord of the Rings.
But you
Lord of
can
the
only
Rings
pick
is boring
one
as fuck.
movie.
I
One
asked
movie.
you like 3 times and you didn't answer. That's a concession. I picked the trilogy. You're fucked. That is what I picked.
The
No, but
most
you can
boring
only-
trilogy ever.
So if you're gonna pick the trilogy, is it like part 1, part 2, or part 3?
The trilogy is the 3 of them. That's what it's called, the trilogy.
No, but they're sold individually.
Oh my
like
God.
they're separate movies.
I pick the trilogy. That's what I pick.
Okay, so Emmett's spaceship wouldn't get off the planet like you.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Okay.
Fuck that. That was
Fucking
bad.
stupid, man.
I don't have to survive this bullshit. I just
As soon as he puts in the 2
why
towers,
do
it
I
would just.
want to survive? You want to survive a fucking
Alright, so
spaceship that needs
K2,
to be
what would you
playing a goddamn movie all of the time.
What would you pick, K2?
I'm not really a movie guy, but my favorite, well, it's really a tie.
I swear, if you say the color
know
purple,
what?
dude.
No. It's either Slapshot or Miracle on Ice. I'm just a hockey guy.
No, so not the Mighty Ducks?
No, that's more of a kids movie. No,
It's a hockey movie, though.
I know. I gotta go with
All right, that's
the
fair.
tie between those two. If I had to pick, maybe Miracle. It's a little bit more serious.
All right, Tweaker, what would you pick?
A trilogy?
No, it's just a single movie. Like you're going to Mars, you have to sit in the chair and watch it on repeat.
Yeah,
Goodfellas.
Okay, I can see that.
Easily.
Nice.
What's up,
I think
Glenn?
if I had to pick one, it would be Memento.
Memento's a good one.
Yeah, because it's all disjointed and it's backwards and
Yeah, it's a really,
watches.
really good movie.
Guys,
Yeah.
I gotta say, if you gotta see something on repeat for that long, it will be like torture.
Well, it doesn't matter what you pick at that point. That's why you pick the thing that would be ideal given
I
circumstances.
literally picked The Thing.
I mean, you could pick a Mystery Science Theater 3000 episode with a really bad movie and just memorize all the commentary and just like say it as you're doing other things. There's ways you could stay sane.
Like I have Goodfellas memorized, and I still would choose it.
Right?
Here's the thing. When you have to do things to stay sane. That sort of just, you agree with me. It's gonna be torture.
So is
Of
life
course.
torture then? Technically?
Everything
Yeah.
is torture because it's all monotony.
No, because is life
All right.
torture then?
Yeah.
Because you have to do
Yeah.
stuff to stay sane.
It's a little bit torture. It's not
Life-
torture.
Okay. The truth is death's the easy part. Life's the hard part.
Well, it's what we have right now.
I mean, unless you choose the opposite.
Sure.
I would hope that nobody does.
And then
No, of
you'll
course
think,
not. But
you
I'm
know,
just saying it's always an option.
well,
People
just
always
as
act
it-
like it's not an
I
and
know,
option.
then
but
you'll probably
one
figure
sec,
out.
because it got
but-
brought
but
up,
right
I will
now,
say that if anyone is having trouble, please feel free to
Don't
reach
say
out to
anything.
someone.
Well,
It's
well,
a- it's a
Octavius,
hor-
Octavius, I am a part of that demographic. I can
It's
can
a
plainly say that
horrifyingly
like every single day of
increasing
my
option.
life.
Yeah.
No, I'm just in case someone's listening and they're having trouble with it. I'm just
No, I
saying
am.
that-
I am saying I am.
Yeah.
I'm actively admitting that that's me. So, like, when I make these jokes or these comments, it's coming from a real place and not me making fun of someone else.
Oh, I'm not saying you are, but it's just since the topic came up.
Yeah,
'cause
sure. I just wanted to make
I've
sure that I
lost
made that
over
point.
A dozen of my battle buddies to self-deletion and other friends. So
I
it's just-
understand.
Like
understand.
anytime that happens, like there is the national hotline for it, or reach out. Like you're not
Yeah.
alone, and you matter and are valued.
No, I get it. I just like to make
I
sure I
know.
preface that so that people don't think that it's just me being inconsiderate. You know what I mean?
Oh no, you're 100% fine. Like I'll make jokes about it, but it's just in the
Yeah.
beginning I preface it where it's like, hey, it's okay. Like you can make it.
Oh,
Well, that's why I like this kind of thing. Finding that I could just join these and debate and talk and do things. It's helped a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it's just best to not really take life that seriously. It's really not. It's all a bunch
I
of
can't
bullshit.
help it. I can't help it.
Well,
there's
here we
also
are.
There's
Here
the
we are.
perspective that is granted to you when you're able to interact with others, and like, if I were to tell you something that happened to me, you might be like, "Oh wow, that's
Yeah.
way worse," or you're like, "Oh, you think that's bad? Wait till I tell you about." And then
Exactly.
we're now having a communion of fellowship with each other, which is sometimes that's enough. Where you're like, you'll have a spike. It's really bad, but then you're like, "Hey, I got to talk to Tweaker," or "I was hanging out with K2 or whatever," and like, I have that to look forward to, and sometimes that's enough. Because people, you'd be amazed at the little bit of like decency if you share that with them, that it will pay back dividends you wouldn't believe.
The
quite
Princess
often.
And as
Bride.
someone who's a part of that demographic, I can say you'd be surprised at who's there too. You'd be very surprised at who's having those thoughts.
Yeah,
The Princess Bride.
It's a good movie.
I could say that if I had to go to Mars and that was the requirement, I probably could do that with The Princess Bride. It's
me too.
hilarious.
Me too. It's a good movie.
Or
Yeah.
The Court Jester with Danny Kaye.
I don't think I've ever seen that movie.
I haven't heard of it.
It's really funny.
That's literally the movie I said was my favorite movie when we did the night where I asked everybody their favorite movies. I said The Court Jester with Danny Kaye.
Okay,
Hey, we're
I don't
friends. I
remember
wasn't
because I
around for
haven't.
that.
I still haven't. So I haven't heard of it because, yeah.
Danny Kaye
Great.
is
Oh.
hilarious.
In one,
He
in
was
one
the-
era and out the other.
Okay, so if you've seen White Christmas, he was like the corporal that saves the captain's life in the beginning. He's like one of the two guys. He's like one of the two main guys from White Christmas. That's Danny Kaye.
Sounds like a racist movie.
About
Dude,
snow?
we like
How is that
racists.
racist?
Why couldn't
No,
it have
it's white,
been
that's
a
why.
black
The song.
Christmas?
Oh,
Imagine,
Yeah,
imagine
what-
dreaming of a white Christmas. Oh my gosh.
Right?
It's yeah.
I gotta
Peaceful,
agree with
your town doesn't stink. Everything's serene. You're kept in your house. Where you have
Why?
to, like,
Because
spend
it's white?
time.
Hmm?
Exactly.
I didn't
Yeah.
say that. I didn't
Look
say
at these
that.
white supremacists.
That's racist.
K2 likes my sense of humor. That makes me
Imagine
happy.
being in London dreaming for a white Christmas. You're not gonna get it.
I'm always dreaming of an all-white Christmas. I mean, sorry.
Me too.
Excuse me.
Imagine being in London, being a minority in your own country.
Right? That's so
Yeah.
fucking annoying.
Dude, Jesus.
Well, I mean, we're the minority of the world, so.
Well, yeah, there's a little less than a billion white
Yeah,
people.
but
No,
we're the coolest,
I
though.
have to say this because this is something I don't think I mean, there's just no one that I can admit this to. I didn't actually know that white people were the minority of the world until 8 months ago, and I'm 34 years old.
Yeah, there's a little
Yeah.
under a billion white people.
I had no idea. I
Wait,
genuinely
We're definitely
didn't
the
even know that.
coolest, though.
Like 7 out of 8
we
people are non-white.
Well, I lived in that like leftist bubble for so fucking long of my life that like I genuinely just thought that I was privileged and had to do good for other people. Like I genuinely thought that like we were like the majority of the world. I didn't
Nah,
even think
dude.
about it.
No,
Like
it's one
logically, I
thing-
know that doesn't make sense, but I wasn't thinking
It's
logically.
one thing to say that white people are the people that matter, but we're not the majority.
Yeah, I just
By
didn't
any
know.
stretch of the imagination.
I didn't
And
know
I'm not
that.
saying that white people
Guys.
matter. It's just like
Well,
we're
white
so
lives
far in the
are the
minority.
ones that matter, right? I'm-
I mean, if we're gonna be
guys,
honest,
I think all lives have value. Like all.
I agree. I agree. I'm just
Guys,
being
guys.
a contrarian.
Yeah, you're good.
guys.
What?
Your
Peterson
answer.
was right. We need more white babies.
I agree. Even though I prefer black women, that's very hard for me to.
whoa, get out of the panel, dude.
Hey,
Yeah,
I'm gonna say this right now. If you've
yeah.
never had a black woman, you just don't
My
know.
God.
No,
That's all I
Dude,
gotta say.
I've never had one, and I'm fine with it, dude. I don't know. There's some of them are hot, but not that many of
It's
them.
not about being hot. It's about what they do for
Yeah.
you.
No,
I'm
here's
saying
the
it's
thing.
it's a
I
completely
don't-
different world.
Oh my God.
What is
It's a
it-
completely different world.
What is it in a TOS friendly manner that you find so appealing about them?
No, exactly what I just said. What they offer, the way that they are towards me, the way that they treat me, like it's almost as if they actually appreciate me. Like it's hard
So,
to like put it
is
into
it only
words.
black women that have done that to you?
Yes, absolutely. And I've never had
Damn,
a. I
dude.
mean, I've had.
And you
I
had
have a
like
body count. I have a body count of 150, like at least. Like it's around that realm. So.
okay.
And I've probably had 9 black women, and I've never had one black woman treat me anything other than like I was like a fucking king. And all the white women,
I don't
except for
know.
maybe like 2, I don't know.
They like
Well,
the feeling of being conquered.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong.
Damn, dude.
I'm trying to keep it TOS friendly.
I
You're
would
not
say
wrong.
that Tweaker, in that sense, for your anecdotal,
Well,
like,
same with
sure, I would 100%
Hispanics,
agree with you,
Asians.
but I'd also say that there's just a lot of trashy people in general.
I
And
agree.
I'm glad that
Yeah.
you ran into 9 black women that are awesome. It's a shame.
Yeah, no,
you run
you're
into
right. You're right.
9
I've
That's
had
white
probably
like
women.
I've
anecdotal.
only dated like white and like Hispanic girls, and they've been pretty awesome. I don't know.
Well, Hispanic women are great. I'll agree with
Yeah.
that. But white women, I haven't had good luck.
See, I
Hey,
think all
my
women are
current
great,
girlfriend's
but
white.
they have
She's
the
cool.
capacity of being garbage.
I just said I haven't had good luck. I wasn't dismissing your white girlfriend.
I know. I'm just kidding. I was trying to be funny.
No, like all.
Oh no,
all
you
women.
clearly saw the Irish on Irish where
Let's see.
I almost gave her a Irish shiner. I'm just joking.
I don't know, that leftist that was on the
That's-
panel. I
that's
kind of
in our
wanted to fuck
culture.
her. So
Yeah, that's kind of the Irish
The real question is,
way,
what else are they
like,
good
give-
for?
Whoa.
And
Well,
they're not
probably
even really
not.
good at that. Well, like quite often, especially because the mindset like infects the body, which plagues the soul and manifests as who they are and what they think they can treat you and how.
we're talking about
even with their
leftists.
memes and jokes. Yeah, leftists.
Okay,
especially
I can say that
conservative
half
women.
my body count was leftist, at least minimum. Again, because I was a leftist for most of my life, and I've had better sex with leftist women than I've ever had with conservative women.
Have you thought that maybe you're doing it wrong?
I don't do it wrong.
Well, see, there's the thing that's like the cheat code that if you're
They're
really
just
good
more
at it,
open-minded to
you
what they're
can
willing to
get
do.
you can get the good behavior by like the cheat code.
No, it's just about what they're willing to do. That's just the truth. They're willing to do a lot
But
more
if
than a
you're good
conservative
at it,
woman
you're
does.
willing to do almost anything if you're actually good at it.
No. Conservative women have limits most of the time. Most of the time.
Unless you're good at it and they trust you.
It's not about trust. It's about they're against
It's
it
entirely
ideologically.
Surprised
Comes
what
down
you
to
can get with trust.
I guess I don't have like wild fetishes or anything, so yeah, I don't really need to get
I don't
people
really
to
have
do weird
wild
shit.
fetishes. It's just more of a mindset.
I
Listen,
guess.
kind of sounds like you do. Okay.
No, I've tried just about
Really
everything.
fucking sounds like
CNC,
you do.
you name it. I've tried it
Oh,
all.
there you go.
I've
Okay.
tried it
You
all.
tried
It's not
everything,
my
then.
thing. It's not my
You tried
thing.
everything. You know, it's not like I'm a complete
So
drunk.
Abe,
I get
how are
drunk
you,
every
Abe?
day.
He said,
are you
Abe, how
okay,
old
Abe?
are you?
Yeah, Abe's
you
back
okay,
is
Abe?
all.
Are you okay, Abe?
Yeah, I'm good.
Abe, you married a
Cool,
white
cool.
woman, right?
I did.
How is she?
She's amazing.
Lucky
but the
Probably
one,
why you married.
the one, my first wife was very much not.
What was she? If you don't
She
mind
was
me
white.
asking.
She was also white, but she was
Oh,
very
okay.
much
She
not
was
the woman that my
not awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's my
And
point.
to be fair, um, I'm sure that I was at least part of the problem because I had dated my first wife during high school and married her after high school and went into the military and went to war and came back and was probably not the same person.
That just proves that you're a real man, considering you're willing to admit that you were probably part of the problem.
Oh, I know that I was part of the problem.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, like, most men aren't going to sit there and be like, oh, yeah, well, it was
can't-
me too.
You can't understate that you like went there, came back, different person, and that's not like who she married. That's not what she signed
Exactly.
up for. And now there's how they handle it. That like if they leave gracefully or they're like amicably, like I can understand and respect that. I've known some dudes that they're like tied to a spit and left in a middle room over a fire, like because they came back and then their wife does them dirty because they're like, I
Agreed.
didn't sign up for this. And so
Agreed.
it comes down to how they treat you.
I agree.
Especially that dude that like had his face melted saving his buddies, and then find out that his wife is like horrified and then left him. I mean, I get it, but at the same time, that's pretty shitty. You guys know who I'm talking about, right? You all seen that, right?
What?
Yes, I have. I've seen that.
I think we inhabit different corners of the internet.
He's talking about the vet who lost a lot of skin tissue and his.
In his face.
I mean, I'm from 4chan, so.
I'm from Batman, so what?
Oh, you mean the shittiest superhero ever?
I mean, there's definitely shittier superheroes.
No, I disagree. Rich boy, crybaby with no superpowers. I'd please.
You want
Dude,
the way
you think
home?
Aquaman? You think Aquaman's cooler than Batman?
Absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt.
Nah, dude, Aquaman's gay as hell.
Hey, it's Glenn Lawrence.
Perfect timing for DGen Story Hour.
Let's do it.
All right, Glenn.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you're the king, so.
I don't know, man. I've got some stories.
I don't know, man.
Please, I'm not a DGen. I'm a reformed DGen.
Well, that's
Yeah,
why
me
I
too.
said. That's
Me
why
too.
I said.
You done any race play, Glenn Lawrence?
Oh yeah.
That's my favorite.
You know, I dated this one black chick. She's like, I want you to, put me in bondage and treat me like a slave. I was like,
That's it?
say less. Back in the day, I had slaves, whips and chains. It's tradition.
I have one that I own right now.
Well, see, this was when I was.
I
living
think
in
it's
Texas.
technically not illegal in certain states.
Oh my gosh.
Well, it's not illegal if they consent to it.
I am.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for that.
I've seen Pulp Fiction. I know what people do.
Pulp Fiction is
Careful where
great.
we go.
It's an instruction manual.
It is. It is.
The destruction manual.
I don't think I've
But
ever met you,
who
Glenn
was
Lawrence.
saying? Who was saying that like they can't get conservative women to be as
Oh no,
freaky as-
Glenn. I'm talking. It's not about that I can't change it. I read what you said in chat. It's not that I can't change them. I'm saying the natural proclivities of women on the left are just a lot more open. I don't like having to make women or convince them or train them into things that they're just not. They're just not the same as when women just naturally enjoy it. So I think leftist women are just more geared towards that mentality. It's not that I can't get conservative women too.
Well, see, like to me, like I can't tell the difference. Like every time I get with the so-called conservative women, I think she's just as leftist as those leftist women.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
You know?
Most of the conservative women you're probably fucking, to be completely honest with you, are probably hidden feminists. Like, let's just be real. They're probably just faux conservatives.
I personally don't believe that there's any conservative women. Honestly,
I would agree with that. I would actually agree with you.
I would wait. I'm going to preface that a little bit because I think if a woman is married and stays married for the whole long haul of their life and they're married to a conservative man, they're probably a conservative woman.
Well, I would say that most likely
What
a
if
Christian
she's
conservative woman who's married is probably actually conservative, but those are not really as common as people think they are.
And if they are married, that doesn't mean they have not stepped out on their man.
Well,
Doesn't
that's
mean that,
possible, Glenn, but I'll say this. Like my lady, we've been married 17 years. She hates feminism. She thinks most women are retards, and she won't even hang out with other females because she hates them that much.
Well, no offense, Abe. It doesn't mean that she's not behind closed doors going and, banging a whole room full of black men.
Well, no, it does because I don't have a job because I'm at home, and so is she.
Well, I mean, that's fair. I guess I don't mean necessarily at you.
I know what goes on at home.
But I'm saying in general.
I know what goes on in my house because I'm here.
Yeah, but she's over at the casting
There
couch.
are
That's the point.
legitimate conservative women, but it's rare.
No, you don't get it. Like if I go somewhere, she goes with me. Otherwise, she's here. Like
Nice.
that's literally
Nice.
she
So
chooses.
you got it
that.
right. You got it right.
That sounds
I think
my
like out
friend's
of all the,
marriage.
how many people do you think how many conservative women do you think are truly conservative out of all the conservative women?
10.
I'm saying maybe 10%.
10, yeah.
No, just 10.
I agree.
Just
10. 10.
They're just not really vocal. Like they just stay home and don't talk shit.
No,
on
no,
the
like
internet usually.
in this space, like you guys are probably going to be more biased because you talk to these people more frequently. You can't name me a single person that comes on panel or is a mod in a channel that is an actual conservative woman.
You're right, because I don't.
And that's including like that cat girl that you guys like, and I like her too. But I'm saying that 100%, she's not a conservative.
Well, I think there's a nature that dwells within men and a nature that dwells within women, and I
agree.
There's a certain something in there that makes. Well, how about this? I think there's an Eve presence in every lady.
Yes, there you go. You know what? You know what? Leave it to the Christian to talk some sense.
So since you're talking about this, what you have to keep in mind is there is an attention-seeking factor, and then there's the response when it's achieved. The more of it that you get, the more likely you are to manifest the bad traits. So if you have a woman or a girl or whatever you want to call it that isn't out seeking attention, that isn't having those interactions, is just staying at home and like trying to do what she's supposed to do, they're much more likely to be conservative.
Those exist?
Yes, they do. Quite a few of them do.
I've never seen them.
Yeah, you never see them.
Well, that's the point. You don't see them. Yeah.
But if you have
that was why I was making the joke.
Like you're saying, that if you have someone that's a mod, or you have someone that gets on panels, or you have someone that likes to mix it up, some of them are just kind of being impish, but a lot of times it manifests bad habits, which tend to be left-leaning because it encourages them to have that and then profit from it.
No, I agree. And and you're meaning profit, not necessarily financially, right? You're even talking about like
benefit
attention,
in
correct?
some way.
Yeah,
Attention,
not
attention
necessarily
is gold.
monetarily.
Well, yeah. When you said profit, I just wanted to make sure you were speaking like metaphorically.
Yeah, well,
attention is gold in
profiting
girl
your
world.
soul, profiting your situation.
Yeah, sure.
Day. Yeah.
Attention is gold in girl world, so they don't have to be with, profiting monetarily. Just gaining the attention is profit for them.
That's the thing about it for me personally. I don't mind giving a girl attention if I think that she's worth the attention. Like, right? But like, it's the ones that seek it that I don't like. And I know that they all seek it.
Yeah, I was gonna say they all kind of do seek it.
I don't take a woman serious. Like the girl that I'm seeing right now, I wouldn't have taken her serious if she had a social media.
Yeah, that's how
I don't have any social media.
I don't talk to girls that are on like all those. Yeah.
I mean, I think that's kind of an talking point, personally, the whole social media notion.
But it actually...
No. It's actually, Octavius, I'll go ahead and grant that you're right in the sense that, like, when you're talking about how people are just like, oh, social media bad, women whore, the reality for me is that the disconnect from the social media realm where they speak nonsense is important. That's where I gravitate towards. It's not about like, oh, she's putting herself out there. No, it's not about that. It's actually about what they're preaching in those spaces that I don't want those women.
Assuming engagement.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So it's like that's how I feel.
Yeah, that they're like on it all the time, and they have to take pictures of all their food. And, like
no. It's about the messaging. Sorry,
but if you observe those traits, they're much more likely to also tweet and complain and interact and be doing way more, like being extra on social media.
Yeah.
But just having it, I mean, I've known some that they have like maybe 20 followers and they post rent where they're a lot of times they're private, or they do it and they're like, oh, I had it like 6 years ago, I just haven't updated in like,
yeah, that's why I was saying those who engage in the act of receiving or distributing information consistently on social media are the problem. It's not people who exist in the space.
You mean the disseminators?
Well, all of them are disseminators except for, like, as he said, 10.
Well, just the ones that are like behind it.
Yeah, but most of them even still would do that if they knew they could get that. Like if they realized it. Like most of them don't even realize that they could get it. And then the very small select few that know they could get it and choose not to, you just never find
Too
them.
often what will happen is if you gave any person, male or female, 5 million followers and everyone is hoarding them everywhere they go and everyone is clamoring and they all give a shit if they clip their toenails and just it's wild, would become like a brat.
No
a
one is
male-
immune.
A male
Okay.
version or female, and it's just with the gynocentric nature of social media, it's way more likely for a girl to all of a sudden get it without deserving it.
Wait,
Yo,
so
what's
it's
up,
like
Grumple?
fast money, slow problems.
Whose fault is that?
Men.
Spicy
Oh,
train.
Simps, dude.
the fact that simp men will follow and chase
Yeah.
is exactly why we're partially in the boat
No,
we're
simps don't chase; they grovel. There's a
Well,
difference.
yeah, but the groveling gasses them up like way more than they need to be.
That's right. That's
Yeah,
right.
it
And I'm not
pedestalizes
saying-
women, and they become like, okay, a woman will manifest her cruelty most efficiently against those she has power over, like children or the elderly, or groveling simps, and they're horrendous to them because they can get away with it.
Okay, you know, I'm actually very curious. I've got a couple men in here, men actually that I respect. I got Abe in here, Octavius. I don't like most of your takes, but I respect you because you're highly intelligent. Glenn Lawrence, you've got a different worldview than I personally do. What would you guys actually consider a simp to be? Like in general, like what is a simp to you?
A guy that doesn't get any pussy and is online talking to girls like way out of his league all the time.
I mean,
And,
it's
like,
funny
paying for it.
that I named 3 people, and the one person I didn't name just decided that he was going to
Bro,
go
that's
ahead
what you're getting, dude.
I love you. I love you. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Tell me I'm wrong, dude.
No.
I would
I'm just
say-
curious.
I would say for me is someone who chooses to engage in an unequal relationship or a parallel relationship where they're giving more than they're getting.
Are you saying parasocial relationship?
Yeah, and well, either in real life or parasocial.
Okay.
Right. So
Are you ready?
It's like if you are paying for this person to acknowledge you,
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. I see what you're saying. Okay.
like
All right.
like she has not earned anything from you.
So
you're-
like for instance, if I in my mind, okay, because I consider simping, and then I'll let Abe you go next. I consider simping for me. This is my thing because I don't think simping is bad unless we're talking about the simping you guys are referring to. I think of simping as I'm being super nice to a girl for no reason. For no reason, and it's
That's
not
something
about the
different.
exchange.
Okay, so
Okay.
That's
So
your
that's-
definition. What's Abe's?
I'm
Yeah.
going to say that simping comes from the term simpering, which means you will ingratiate yourself in any way to get the attention and affection of the person you are groveling to.
Okay. So if I'm engaging in polite activity with a woman that hasn't necessarily reciprocated the same, but seems like they might, that's not considered simping.
Okay,
Or it is.
If you're just being,
I would say no.
If you're being polite, but you're
No,
not,
if it's trying to gain favor, if I'm genuinely trying to gain
then yes,
favor,
I think it is simping.
and they seem like they're going to reciprocate it, and I have no reason to see it. Like it's not been demonstrated yet, but I think it's going to be. That's the question.
Well, that sounds like a new relationship with somebody. It's not like a long-term thing where you're just obviously not going to get any attention back. Like with
Because
that
I
would be
believe in
simping.
chivalry. I believe in chivalry, and
Do
the
you wanna know my
problem
definition?
that I have is that people think that chivalry exists in a sense that they're going to give me something. They're obviously not virgins. They're obviously not these things that we expect. So how am I expected to give someone chivalry without being a simp?
Well, do you want to know what
Well,
mine
so-
was? My
I do.
definition.
So
Hold on,
I think
Okay,
it's,
hold
Hold on, no, Glenn Lawrence after
Okay,
him.
so my definition is rather simple. If you submit instead of deferring to a woman,
Oh,
the
I
matrix
like that.
is the woman
Yeah.
must submit to the man so that the man can in turn defer to the woman. That must happen. Like you do something like, hey, where do you want to go to dinner? Like she wants to put an art installation of pillows on the sofa, and you just don't touch it. You defer to it. There's a lot of stuff the guy just doesn't care about. because
Exactly.
She
No, I agree.
submits first.
No, I agree.
And if
I
you
agree.
do any kind of where the man is submitting to the woman instead of deferring, that's simping.
But see, that's one thing I like about what you just said, because I've had this
That's a good
argument
way to
quite a
put it.
few times in this
Yeah.
space with a lot of men who think that they're real men, and they're all just like, no, the woman's got to do this, the woman's got to do that. And I'm like, well, what the fuck are you doing for her,
That's
bro?
bullshit.
Like, what the
well,
fuck are you doing?
My question to these guys is, how the fuck have you earned that?
Exactly. No, I agree, and that's the thing about it for me. It's like people sit here and
you
act
don't
like,
earn
oh,
it,
just
you
because you're a
inspire
man.
it.
No,
No,
but
no.
their reasoning is, oh, we're supposed to die for them. It's like,
No, you
motherfucker,
don't.
that's not
You
enough.
don't.
That's
You don't.
irrelevant. Like this is what
No,
this is
you
what gets
cannot
me. This is what
earn.
catches me up so much all the time with these guys. It's like, oh yeah, she's supposed to submit to me. I'm like, why? What
You
have you done?
cannot earn
Nothing.
it. You have to inspire it.
Yep.
Like
Exactly.
That's
No, I
exactly
agree.
what it is.
It has to be
It
what
is
the woman. The
inspiring.
woman has to want to do it.
Do you know what it is?
You have to be the kind of guy that inspires her to want to submit to you.
It starts, gents, it starts with respect. Okay? That respect is the submission. It's the gateway in. So you
No,
inspire
look at
her to respect you,
No,
and then you go
don't
from
have
there.
to look any
Okay.
further than the Bible. Men are commanded
Crumple.
to love their wives, which in turn enables respect, and
Yeah.
women are commanded to respect their husbands, which leads to love. We go at it backwards. That's
Okay,
all. That's all. The only way you need to look at it.
I have the question because again, I'm about 2.5 years, admittedly conservative. How do you demonstrate that as a man? How is it that you demonstrate that you deserve respect? Like, what is the actual application there?
Well,
You have to be
I
doing
say
100%.
Confidence.
No, confidence is a completely.
No, you can't do 50-50.
No,
you need to be doing
being a benevolent
100%.
leader.
Yep.
What the woman
Being a
does is she will show up
benevolent
and
leader and
she
having
will
enlightened
enable the man
self-interest.
Oh my gosh.
to be.
Let's do one at a time. Let
One at a
Glenn,
time.
let Glenn go first, and then
Okay, you're good.
Octavius, you go.
I say being a benevolent leader and being consistent in who you are, like fulfilling the role, being the man that you say you're going to be, let your yes be yes and your no be no, and having enlightened self-interest and knowing that in taking what she says into consideration and making your decision doesn't take you off from your course. You're listening to them, you're hearing them out, so they actually feel heard, because women love validation. So if they see that you're validating their concerns, doesn't mean that you're always going to change your course. That's going to inspire that level of respect and submission to you.
Okay, Octavius.
All right, so you have to be doing 100%, which will cause the woman to respect that, which will in turn be her fueling you to be at 105 or 110%, that somehow you're just more than every man around you because you got a woman who respects you and she's with you in public and she makes you look good, let alone she gives you children. And now you're like at 115 to 120%, and every other man wishes he was you if you legitimately have it like that. And it's like, you can't be doing this 50-50 crap.
Okay,
You have to be doing all of the stuff already, and that's what inspires her to respect you. Because she
Okay,
can't
so
do
how
that.
is it that if you're, and this is for everyone, I think, how is it that if you're already doing 100% of everything and you're demonstrating that and doing all that, how is that not definitionally simping? Because
It's not
they're
doing
not
100%.
reciprocating.
It's giving yourself to the relationship fully.
Well, pause. How do you have a relationship if you don't know the person's willing to submit to you? How do you have a relationship with someone unless you
That's
know
in marriage.
Huh?
See,
Yeah,
That's
but
in
this
marriage.
is I'm not married, so
No,
this is talking before.
You
This is
took it
I'm
out of
talking
context.
before marriage.
When I say 100%, I'm not saying that you necessarily have to like pay all the bills or like take her out to eat or do all this like wild extra stuff. I mean that you have a job, that you are watchful of her, that like when you're walking, you're on the street side of traffic because
Oh, of
you're the guy.
course. Yeah, chivalry.
There's
Basic
a lot
chivalry.
of stuff you just have to do that
Yeah.
isn't simping. It's just you are bigger, stronger, more capable than her, and she's looking for you to like be a
But she's
sheepdog
not
or
reciprocating
shepherd.
those things. So
Then
again,
you
this
need
is
to
where
have-
I'm having that disconnect.
ways,
You need to have discernment. That
How
if
so,
she-
Robert?
That if she doesn't early on, then you just cut your losses because she
How
won't.
so, Robert? I'm curious.
Well, she through shows like because that's like they're saying like you show the masculine traits and a woman shows like feminine ones, right?
Well, most
like they're
women
not
aren't
going to
feminine.
reciprocate. Yeah, you're right about that, and that's why it's hard as fuck to date right now because you have to
Well, that's very
find
hopeful.
one. Well, sorry, dude, it is.
No, I'm just communicating because I'm trying to learn here because I'm used to dating and being with women on a progressive ideology. Like that's the way that my brain has
Yeah,
thought for like a long time. So
well,
again, I
that's
learned
tough.
all of this. Yeah, well, I learned all of this through red pill ideology, which I don't agree with most of what they say, but
Me either.
it made me realize who I was and what I believed. So I'm trying to kind of map those things together, if that makes
Did
sense.
you ever
Yeah,
see the
yeah, I
Did you ever
gotcha.
see the movie The Dark Knight, Tweaker?
I'm not a big fan of the modern day Batmans. Michael
Okay, so
Keaton was my last
no, there
Batman.
was a monologue that the Joker is talking to Two-Face, and he's like, "I'm this dog. I chase cars. I wouldn't know what to do if
I've
I
seen the
caught
clip.
one." Now that is basically what red pill is.
Mm-hmm.
And so
Mhm.
often they chase cars, they can catch them, but they don't know what the hell that they're doing, and they do more damage than not.
I agree.
The other part that I would suggest you look into if you're genuinely curious is some, if not more, of the Christian morality, how a man should treat a woman and how a woman should treat a man.
And that's what I've been kind of diving into. Again, I'm about 2 years into my faith. It's I'm not very devout in that sense. I'm trying. I'm genuinely trying, but I'm
Hey,
infallible.
it's
I'm
a day by
fallible.
day thing, and you're going to
No, I
make
know.
mistakes, and that's okay.
No, that's
Just
why like
you
lower
Moderation.
class has
know-
got this Bible study that I've been a
Yeah.
part of, and I've been
I'd
trying
say
to,
get a Bible and start reading.
Well, no,
That
I've
would
read the
be your
Bible
best.
7 times. I read the Bible 7 times when I was an atheist, Abe. Like I know the Bible actually pretty well, but it's different when I'm reading it now, which I've read it already. But as I read it,
Then I
when
would
I believe, it's
strongly
different.
I would strongly suggest that you find a church that you're comfortable with and then
Yeah.
talk to the people that have been married for 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, or like, hey, my parents were married 50 years in Christian like morality, and be like, hey, what are things that you would want to share with me? Because you tell them where you were from and what you're looking for, and
Yeah.
they'll want to help you. Now, you got to keep in mind that their situation isn't yours, but it's like things that from their examples, like that you might be like, oh, I could take a little piece of that and like maybe try it out and see if it fits. And just keep trying different ways to, and you'll fumble your way in the dark and eventually hopefully get there.
All right, Grumple, what do you think a simp is?
There's been
I
a lot
respect
of
your I respect your opinion. I'm curious.
okay.
Up,
There's
Spicy
been a lot of
Crayon.
good descriptions. Spicy Crayon, copy Lima Charlie over. The in the online space, it's obviously the guys who like donate to the e-girls and
Okay.
just to get acknowledgement. That
Okay.
I mean that type of thing.
Yeah.
But that it comes from a lot prior to online space. It
Mhm.
really does. Where exactly what I think a few people have already said, it's very unequal, whether not parasocial, but similar to that, where putting a woman on a pedestal, say.
Okay.
I mean, it theoretically
So you
it
don't
could
think
go
you don't
both
think
ways,
okay,
but
okay.
the
You
vast
saying
majority is
that
gonna be
makes me want to ask this question. How is me putting a woman on a pedestal a bad thing? If I think that she's worth dying for, fighting for, building for, creating for, working for, how is that a problem?
Well,
It's
you're
not so
fine in doing
much
that
that
It's for Grumple.
I was asked. You're fine in doing that, but if you're not getting anything back from it, then
That's fair. Okay.
I think that's
Yeah, it
the
has to be
definition.
two-way.
Okay, that's
If
fair.
it's not, then
But there's nothing
It's
wrong with me. Well,
asymmetrical.
here's the thing. Okay, well, can it be asymmetrical if I'm willing to do more? They're still doing enough. They're still demonstrating enough, but I'm willing to go beyond that.
I think it's not about more or less. It's about
That-
doing the different things and checking the boxes.
No. Okay, see, I like
here's-
that. I
here's-
like what you just said because, see, for me,
You are doing
I'm
what
in.
you're doing. If you're happy with doing what you're doing and you're satisfied and you're
Yeah.
content with what you're getting from her, who the fuck cares what everybody else says you are?
Well, I'm extremely autistic, so like I'm gonna do things bigger and better than everyone else. It doesn't matter. That's just how I'm wired. That's why I was kind of curious as to, it doesn't have to be even in my mind. In my mind, it can be. It can't be here, but it can be
it's not-
here, right?
Nothing is ever going to be even, and you should always
Yeah.
be. You should always be the one that sets the bar.
Okay.
You're the standard bearer
I like that.
in your relationship.
That's
The
part of
relationship
leadership.
standard is you.
Well, I'm
You
not
know,
used
you
to being
can't-
a leader, Grumpy.
When you pedestalize a woman, you're not actually respecting her, that you are having her be larger than life. Because if you respect and value her, like, you know what she's bad at. Like, you've seen her, like, at her worst. It's like, sure, she's this, whatever you see her as, the most beautiful woman in the world. Okay, great. But she still, like, you know, defecates in the morning, and, you know, she has these horrible habits, and, like, you keep that in mind so that you're realistic about it. Where, sure, you can be like, I'm going to go and face the danger because someone's breaking in, and then if they take me out, then they're going to come through you before the kids. Like, sure, you sacrifice yourself. That's not putting her on a pedestal. It's just doing your duty. There's a difference.
Well,
Yeah, I hate
for
it when
me,
a
I
woman
like.
leaves
oh,
their
go ahead.
seat down. Like, every time she leaves the seat down, I'm like, bitch, you know I gotta take a piss.
Well, I'm more of a humble type of person. So, like, even if I think that mentally I'm more elevated, or whatever the case may be, I'm always going to elevate my woman beyond that. That's just my natural proclivity. I can't help that. It doesn't matter what my belief structure is. Now, again, I've realized as I've gotten to this point that I can't do that for someone who's not my woman. And that's kind of, I mean, obviously, I've never donated to online girls, none of that shit. That's never been me.
What
But-
you're saying isn't wrong, because think about it. When you find out a girl cheats on you, it's never the same. When she says that fuck shit to you and you can't get out of your head forever, it's never the same, because guys typically will have that. It's not a pedestal or rose-colored glasses. It's like they have this almost otherworldly picture of who they are. And then if she does something messed up that genuinely hurts you, you can never get that back. And
Yeah.
it's like, so what you're
Good
doing isn't
old-fashioned.
necessarily a bad thing. It's
Well,
just you
okay,
need to be
okay. In that
mindful
sense,
of that
what if
distortion.
what if you're married and you have kids and they cheat on you and you still try to keep that relationship alive? Would that be considered simping?
No.
Because that's the relationship I left. No, I'm just being straight. That's the relationship that I
It
left.
would depend on, like,
Your kids?
assuming the
Yeah,
kids
my
are
kids.
yours.
It's my kids.
Like if you're doing it like because you want the kids to be better statistically,
Yes.
have both parents
Yes.
involved, like, are you trying to, like, work through it? Are you talking to, like, your priest or pastor? Like, is there some form of counseling that doesn't necessarily?
Well, that's the
like,
problem, is
email?
that the relationship ended because she was unwilling to actually go to church, be a Christian. She was avidly against all of it, and I started coming into it, and I wanted my daughter to be brought up in it, and that rift had already been created by her. I was willing to work on it, but that part was it's irreparable if you're not willing to speak to God, in my mind. So, like
at that point, there's not much else you can do.
Well, no, but I kept it going for a year. That's why I was saying, would that be considered simping?
No, it's like trying to. Okay, imagine, because I was a lifeguard for 6 years when I was young. That if I was like saw someone that was drowning, and
I've
I would
done it.
come out, and every time I would try to, like, rescue this person, they'd put an arm lock around my neck and try and, like, choke me and drown me to save themselves. I would, like, hit them in the solar plexus and drive them away and be like, hey, you got to stop. I'm going to keep trying to save you, but, like, you need to not do that. Like, you need to listen to me and follow my guidance. And I
I
might
know what
try
you
and go
mean.
in again, and then they try and drown me again and have me doing bad things. And so it's sort of similar to that eventually you're just like, got to wash your hands of it. Like, hey, I can't save you, and you're going to pull me down with you, and so I have to stand for myself and my kid.
Huh.
So it's not simping.
Yeah, for me it was more so of like, and obviously this is a very weird conversation to have online. It was more so of just one of those things that, like, I didn't care if I loved her or not. I loved my kid, and I wanted my kid to thrive. And I felt that it was my job and my duty to make things work, right?
Well, there's nothing wrong with, like, you have a daughter or son, whatever it is.
A daughter.
And you have a daughter. Like, it's really important that, like, her mom is in your daughter's life and fighting for that and working for that, whether the mom likes it or not. That's not a bad thing, as long as there's a point where you're just like, okay, I gotta call it quits. I gotta cut my losses, which you did.
Race Speaker, I got a question.
Go ahead, brother.
Is she black?
No, I've never been fortunate enough to actually nail down a black woman.
I'm
That's a funny way to put that.
Yeah, no, I thought that too, Grumple. I thought that too as soon as I said it. That's fair. That's fair.
No.
No, Grumple, you were coming in on the tail end from when I
You
was
know what, you
saying
did-
that I prefer black women, and I always have, and I thought that they treat me specifically like a king, and I've always felt good, but I've never actually been in a committed relationship with a black woman.
More
You should
fish
actually
there.
watch this video that I posted the other day called "She Cheated, Now What," and I recapped like this monologue that I had with myself when my ex-wife cheated, and the process that I was going through mentally.
She
Do
cheated
I
on
want to
you?
keep her? Oh yeah, 3 times, and I found out about all 3 of them when I found out about the last one.
That makes me feel better.
And it was just like this: do I stay for the kids? Do I, what do I do? Do I put restrictions on her? Do I, like all these things? And
I wish
they came to the realization that like if I kept her, I am showing her that it's okay to disrespect me. I'm not worth respect.
Right.
And
think
I
about
realized
that.
that I could never love her the way that she should be loved, even if she repented and didn't do it anymore.
And deserved it,
Because that meant that thought of she's late from the store. She said she was going to go to the store to get something quick. Why is she late? 10 minutes late. She's probably sucking some dick in the frozen food section.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I realized that she would
It's a
always.
bridge
I
you
would
cross.
always
You
have
can't come
this.
back. I'm sorry, Glenn.
I would always have this judgment of her, and she would never be free of that judgment. So for me, the most loving thing I could have done, and it's what I did, was file for divorce.
Yeah, but how do you feel like a man if your woman's willing to do that to you? How are you able to continue feeling that way?
I realized that there was areas that I fell short. Not saying I deserved it. Not saying anybody deserved it. But there
So
was
take
areas.
accountability and try to fix where you're.
Take accountability. That's exactly it. Like I took accountability for what I was accountable for. I wasn't accountable for her climbing on somebody's dick and then doing that. I was accountable for creating the environment for where she thought that was the better option.
That's fair.
And
for me, it was
realizing that.
emotional cheating. That was a consistent thing with the same person. Like it was emotional, and then it became physical, and that's when I drew the line.
Well, I really appreciate the conversation, everybody, but I do got to head out.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's been nice talking to you, Octavius.
You all
Later,
as well.
dude.
Yeah, take care. See you, Abe.
Octavius, I think first time talking to you. Yeah, good to meet you, man.
Hey, you too, Grumple. I'll catch y'all later.
Wait, I thought you talked to him on that one panel. Could have sworn.
The other day? Yeah.
Yeah. When the debate partner
entirely
manager came in.
Have a good
When
night.
The
Thank you for
bodybuilder dude?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
I'll catch y'all later.
It was me.
See you, buddy.
Could have sworn you were there on Abe's panel. Pretty sure.
It's possible.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Grumple
sure.
lives in a state of Grumple.
Yeah, no. I like
In the
Grumple. I've seen him
Grumple
quite a
state
few
of America.
times. Actually, the very first time he interacted with me, he gave me hell, but I enjoy him.
Grumple's the Grumple state.
Wait. No, it's the Grumple, the state of Texas.
Yeah, he's the state Texas man.
He's type mine.
How are you faring? Grumple?
Oh, living a dream, man.
Yeah.
Aren't we?
Someone's dreaming.
Well, that was awesome. As soon as you put Bob on your panel, you went straight to sleep.
Oh, the last time? Yeah.
Oh.
Dude, I was being energetic and cool. It
Well.
wasn't my fault.
Yeah, except for half the time you fall asleep on my panel, Robert, because it gets too late.
Nah,
Yeah,
dude,
it's
that happened like
super
one
late early
time.
morning. I gotta stop sleeping so late and being live. That's like
I was there. I got in and I left, and you didn't wake up.
No, I like these conversations. I don't think people are quite as honest as they should be in these kinds of conversation. I think it's important, especially for people who don't have the outlet. Most men just don't have the way to know these things unless it's just innate. And I think that that's a shame because the only place that they really have to get it are toxically left or right, to the point to where it's either degrading to men or to women.
Hey, go to my channel, pull up my 7-minute video on the cheating one.
No, I'm gonna
wanna watch it here?
actually, because I'm not subscribed to you, but I'm gonna
pull it up.
subscribe to you.
We'll just watch it here.
Yeah,
Glenn,
let's just
we'll
see
watch
what
it up
everybody's
here.
opinion of it.
That's a good idea. It's a good idea, Glenn.
It's just a conversation that I thought that I wanted to have, so I decided to have it.
You know
that's
what?
kind
This
of
is
what I
this
do
is
on
the
this channel.
conversation.
He
It's a
grabbed the
conversation
channel by
that
the
I have
balls.
people reach out to me and talk about regularly in private. You know, because I'm
Yeah.
very open about getting cheated on and my mistakes and my shortcomings.
Well, no, that's why I
Um,
love you, Abe, because I genuinely see your panel as one of those things, like, that's just good for people, like, in general.
It's good for people to communicate.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't want people to go. I don't want people to have to trouble with, but honestly, if we don't communicate, nobody does. So
Yeah, that's why, like, when Mel came up the other day, and I was just like, yep, no, I'm gonna have to peace out because this is about to get severely negative, and I'm not trying to bring that energy on your channel.
and that's fine.
I did that for you.
Usually I don't really talk to Mel that much, but I wanted to give Mel an opportunity to speak
No, I get it.
earnestly, and
Yeah. I just couldn't. I couldn't sit there. I couldn't do it calmly. I already knew.
I did
Having,
it for you.
having
Mel
on
triggers
get
me
the
more than
donos
anyone.
in for like silencing people and such.
say that again.
Mel gets the donos in for silencing people and moving from panels, so there
True.
is financial benefit there, even if
Well,
it infuriates a lot of people.
I've taken
Mel's bad faith at everything they do, and they're terrible at arguing. So,
I mean, I
taken.
hate silencing people. Like that's the one thing when I change with my mods where I won't take money to silence them. I'll take money to like if they're disrupting
look like a
the
badass.
conversation. I'll just I'll mute them and put them backstage, but I won't like silence them completely.
you just look like such a badass, dude. I gotta say.
You ready, bud? Here we go. Oh, it's muted. Sorry, I muted you, Glenn.
Damn it!
I'm learning the hard way. I was married and my wife had 3 affairs on me. I wasn't aware of any of them until the 3rd affair, and I found out about all 3. What I'm about to read to you is pretty much a monologue that I wrote to myself. But I think there's men out there that should hear it. And if that's you, I'm going to tell you right now, you're not going to like it, but you need to hear it. So let me get this very clear. Your wife cheated on you. That hurts. That sucks. She was wrong, but she's not the one only at fault. And no, I'm not talking about the other guy. I'm talking about you. Yeah, you. I said it. You failed her. You failed. Somewhere along the lines, you failed. Whether in the beginning of the relationship when you were vetting her and dating her, you ignored red flags, you overlooked bad behavior, or you failed to lead. You failed to nurture the relationship as a good husband and provider should. You either deferred to authority or you put her on a pedestal, or you just dropped the ball as the head of the household. You failed to maintain the desire she had for you. You got complacent. You mistook her silence for satisfaction. You assumed that because she wasn't nagging anymore about things, that everything was fine. You were a fucking dumbass. She stopped nagging because she stopped caring. She stopped fighting because she knew you weren't listening. She withdrew because fighting for a marriage started to feel more humiliating than just simply letting it die. She withdrew. Yeah, she shut down. She got emotionally disconnected, right? Then she met someone. It's not like she was looking for him. Then she started fantasizing about him. Because you know what? He actually embodied the guy that you were supposed to be. That someone made her feel something again. That someone gave her a reason to feel alive. And now before you start screaming out, she's a slut and she's for the streets, sit your ass down and listen. You created the damn street that she ran to. No woman, none, except maybe one with mental illness, but no woman in her right mind would leave a good marriage. And I mean a good marriage where she has genuine desire for her man, that he leads and he is a good leader, not a dictator, not a domineering, controlling leader, but a benevolent leader, one that has enlightened self-interest. No woman would leave a man like that, her home, her kids, her image, and her comfort if the marriage was good, if she had genuine desire for you, if she admired you. If she looked at you like the man she couldn't live without, she wouldn't have cheated, period. But somewhere along the line, you stopped being that guy. So she stopped craving you. And that didn't happen in a vacuum. That was based on your performance or lack thereof. You stopped leading. Maybe you made her be responsible for things that you created. You didn't realize that a good leader is a leader that provides the people that are underneath them with the tools that need to be successful. And they don't put way too much on their plate. Maybe you didn't even care. Maybe you let your guard down. You thought your marriage was the finish line, when really it's just the starting point. You let sexual tension die. You ignored her cues. Maybe you treated her just like a trophy wife. And that was it. And then somewhere along the line, you drifted slowly and became roommates with a shared bank account. So when she started to drift, you didn't even notice. When she got colder in bed, you chalked it up as, oh, maybe she had a bad day or she's stressed out. You didn't even care to ask her what's going on because you just assumed that she'll always be there. And now that she's not, you're spiraling. You're broken. You're trying to grasp for something sturdy to have some control. You're trying to salvage something that you let rot from the inside. You're trying to negotiate your way back into her heart with pathetic ultimatums and empty threat. You better cut off contact with him. Why? What have you shown her thus far would make her want to value you over him? Because obviously she chose him over you when she had the affair. In her eyes, at that moment, that he was more valuable than you. And what have you done since then to prove that you are actually more valuable than him? Nothing. You're demanding access to her phone. If you have to monitor and observe her phone, you don't trust her. You can't be in a relationship if there's no trust. You're making threats like, if you ever do this again, what? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? You know what you're showing you're going to do? You're showing her that you're going to take her back regardless of how many dicks she sleeps with. Because you don't respect yourself. So shut the fuck up and realize that she's already gone. Yeah, she might be living in your house, but her soul left months ago, maybe years. And you think adding restrictions are going to fix things. You think taking away freedoms are going to make her want you more. You're a dumbass. You don't realize it. You're not going to win her back with control. You're just showing her how desperate and spineless you really are. She doesn't want to be owned. She wants to be with the man that she desires. And now you're proving that not only do you lack authority, that you lack self-respect. What she really wants is for you to look her in her eyes and say, I'm not staying with someone who doesn't want me. That's leadership. That's strength. That's respecting yourself. But what are you doing? You're crying and begging and trying to force her through fear and pressure. That's not love. That's insecurity on display. And she sees it. You don't love her. You love the idea of her. You love what she represents. A warm body, a status symbol, a complete family. You love what she was, not what she's become. And let's be real. You're not trying to save the marriage because of love. You're trying to save it because you're a scared little bitch. I said it. Sorry. You don't have to like it. You're scared of being alone. You're scared of what people will say. You're scared of dating again at your age. Scared of no other woman will want you. You have a scarcity mindset. That's what you got. And she can smell it on you. It's disgusting. It smells like piss on a wet dog. You're not showing her that you love her. You're showing her your fear. And fear ain't
That's an interesting way to stop. I really needed this 2 years ago.
such of a fucking coward to start over, because deep down you think you probably deserve it. You deserve to be cheated on, and maybe in some ways you did. But let's be brutally honest here. You stopped being the man that you should have been, the man that she fell in love with. You stopped being the man that she respected. And when a woman loses respect for a man, it's over. Not instantly, not explosively, but slowly, quietly, like a house flood from the foundation, until one day you see her floating out the door with someone else, and you're still inside screaming, "But I thought we were okay." You weren't, and you didn't even pay attention. And that's on you. Now you want to fix it with therapy and tears. That won't work. Not unless you're willing to burn the whole thing down and rebuild from scratch. And that means you need to change. And that means you need to stop blaming the other guy and start confronting the man in the mirror, because the other guy didn't do shit. He was the replacement for your failures. Because the truth is, and I'll cut this straight to the point, you didn't lose your wife to another man. You fucking gave her away. Yeah. Over the years, whether it's constantly deferring to happy wife, happy life, and showing her that you don't respect yourself, so why should she respect you? Or maybe you were too controlling and you just ignored her. You ignored her requests. You ignored her concerns. Wrote them off like it was just some emotional little thing that women have. You didn't notice her sadness. You made her feel invisible. You failed to be a benevolent leader, a leader that she could respect and love. That's how she ended up in his bed. Not because of him. He wasn't looking for her. You all but drove her up to his place, put her in his bed, and said goodbye. Not really, but by your behavior, you did. So stop lying to yourself. She didn't just destroy the marriage. You both did. Your failure of leadership started it. You planted the seed, and someone, well, provided what was needed for her to water it. Are you man enough to admit that? Because if you are, then you will stop chasing, stop begging, stop trying to save someone who already decided that you weren't worth fighting for. Respect yourself enough to walk away. Love yourself enough to start over. And if there is ever a chance to rebuild something again, it will never come from fear. It'll come from strength. It'll come from ownership. It'll come from the brutal, bloody work of transformation. Not performance, not promises, not panic. Real damn change. And if she doesn't want to be there for that, let her go. Because forcing someone to staying is not love. That's bondage. And you're not her prison guard. You were supposed to be her man, her husband, someone that she could respect. How about you start acting like it?
Damn.
Hard truth.
I'm gonna say this right off the bat. I would agree 100% from one fail on my own part, and I would agree that I was that man from what you said. Absolutely.
Oh, I definitely was that guy. I was him.
Yep.
I was talking to myself.
Yeah.
And like literally the description of what you're saying is exactly what I had to realize inside my own self and make changes to myself, because I was not the man I started as or was supposed to be. And once I took those steps and made changes in myself, things got better for me and my life got better. And
Yep.
I found my wife. Yep.
And if you're grateful
pee.
enough to have a woman that's willing to stay for that change, more power to you.
So I have to say something. I genuinely wish that I would have seen this 2 years ago. Now, again, I'm only 4.5 months separated from her. I didn't actually understand half. I mean, honestly, you showing me that actually is a good thing. I have a hard time reconciling it. So the reality is in my situation, I took her from an abusive, horrible person. And that's the person that she consistently cheated with me. 3 times. That's what I mean by consistent. So a little bit different in the sense that I was the one that showed the leadership, and then I got complacent. All I'm gonna say, but that's a hell of a video.
And
Thanks,
you know what? We're all that guy. We all start off as the one we have leadership. Women are attracted to good leadership.
Yeah.
We just tend to let it go over time.
I mean, I was a liberal when she met me.
Okay, so maybe you didn't have as much leadership as everyone else.
No, but it was more than it was. No, but it was more than her conservative boyfriend.
Well, yeah, because a lot of conservatives don't have leadership; they defer to.
No, it's
happy
because
wife,
I
happy
was
life.
naturally a conservative. I just believed that social justice is the important thing. Like I've always believed in conservative viewpoints, but the attraction of being the good person, it's too easy, right? No, I appreciate this. This was good for me. I actually feel better. Because I know that's not who I am. I'm not. It was the wrong person. That wasn't the person. Yeah, it's the person that I didn't want to lead. It was the person that I didn't actually care to do those things for. I mean, you kind of actually helped me realize that.
Well, good. No, I'm glad that the video helped.
Yeah.
You know,
No, it did.
I only explain things from my life. Like if I haven't lived it, I can't tell you how to feel or what to do.
No, you said it very well.
I would say also, Glenn, I would say, wouldn't you agree that if a man is in turmoil in his current life, the best thing he could possibly do is work on himself and make himself back into that man, that good, strong, leading man.
That's the only thing that you have control over.
Right. Right. And you can't focus on winning back your partner. You can't focus on those things. You have to focus on becoming the man that you're supposed to be. And if that relationship is savable, it will come from that.
Exactly. In a way, let's say you're staying in the relationship. Let's say you don't get divorced. Well, you got to kind of divorce her mentally, and give yourself time to be and rebuild.
Yep.
I mean, you don't have to worry about that. I'm not trying to get back
You
with
have
this
to
bitch
build.
ever
You have to
again.
become that guy.
No, I'm just saying this because if this is watched by people in the future, I want men
I
to
agree.
understand
that
if they're going through that, if they just went through somebody who cheated on them and they are feeling betrayal, they have to realize a bunch of things about themselves in that moment as well.
I don't think that you can get. I don't think, and this is just. I mean, experience. A lot of other things. Anecdotal. I don't think you can come back.
Oh,
I would. Yeah, I would never try after get cheated on. I would leave immediately after that.
Nope, never go back.
I don't.
You know what?
If there's children and the marriage was good up until a certain point, I think it
No.
is worth it. I do.
No.
I don't know. I would still leave.
No,
I'm sorry.
no,
I don't have kids, but
you're thinking.
I would
from a
never love that
Christian-
person
You're
again.
thinking of from a Christian prism, and I
No.
no, you are, because at the end of the day,
Do
you
you
should
think you
work
have a
to keep your
responsibility
marriage
to-
alive. You should try to keep that. You should try to keep that commitment.
Actually, I don't even think
that-
that's a Christian prism.
It is.
Because do
No,
you
no,
think
I
you have a
actually disagree.
responsibility to your kids?
I disagree. That's a Christian prism.
How's
Not call men to become Hosea.
Say that again.
God did not call men to be Hosea.
I don't know.
I think
Hosea, his wife is a prostitute who
I'm
kept
a new
returning-
Christian, so I'm
who
not.
kept returning to to the sex work, and God called him to foster that relationship and bring her back.
Yes.
So go
I don't
ahead
think
and go ahead and marry Nala.
No,
I never said I wouldn't marry.
No. But what you're saying is is equivocal.
No, he's saying that you're not everyone.
No, I'm
wants
saying
to
not.
be like
God did
Hosea.
not call all men. I did not call all men to be Hosea, to constantly take back a cheating wife.
some men are, and some men are not.
No, I don't think any men are.
Do you think
I
you
think
have a
no. I think the
responsibility to your
same. No,
kids?
I'm saying I think that Abe that, and this is just my opinion. Again, I'm not saying you're wrong. I would say that is equivocal to the idea of simping. I think
Children?
that those women aren't. No, hold on. Let me finish, and then you can go.
Okay.
I think that those women aren't deserving of it. It doesn't matter about the children. It doesn't matter about the relationship. It's the same thing with me. I'm sitting here trying to do something for my kid when in reality I need to do what Glenn Lawrence said. I think that you giving that to her is equivocal to simping to her because she's
Yeah.
not giving that same thing. She's not doing the same thing. It
I
doesn't
think she
matter
doesn't
about the
respect you.
kid. Yeah, it doesn't matter about the kid because at the end of the day, if it's false, it's going to hurt the kid more.
No,
No, that's not what the data says.
I-
But do you think you have a responsibility to the kids?
Yes.
Oh no,
Yes.
never mind.
I have responsibility to the kids, but not when it
What
comes
is
to the
your
mother
responsibility to the kids?
to teach them what's right and wrong.
and children of single parent households are like 70% more likely to have life issues. Down the road.
Again, you're speaking
Single
logically
mothers.
when we're talking about something that is inherently emotional. Everything that we're discussing is emotional.
Is it just emotional?
It's
Yes.
You think the
Because
stats are
logically speaking, there's no reason why you should support the mother that is going to instill bad things into the child that are going to actually manifest greater earlier.
You're missing what Glenn said. She didn't walk away because she's disloyal. She didn't walk away because she hates you. She walked away in most cases with this situation where the wife cheats for the first time. It's literally because of something that's a schism in the marriage, and it's not because she's disloyal or hates you or wants to walk away or is a dishonest, horrible person. It's because she's lost hope in the relationship and she gives up.
It doesn't matter. That connection is severed. You can build a new connection if you want to, but there is no repairing it. Like, despite what you think, it doesn't matter. It's going to be unhealthy, unnatural, and incorrect for your child. Your child. And this is my belief. I'm gonna hold on. Let me Emmett stop.
No.
You stop.
You're making a naturalistic policy. Yeah.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you, this is an opinion. I don't give a fuck about. I don't give a fuck about what you think is logical. I'm telling you that.
I don't care about what you think is logical or not. I'm telling you.
I'm about to fucking freak out on you. I don't care. I was in the middle of talking. Everybody has been one after the other after the other.
You can go ahead and just do it, okay?
No, just shut up.
That you are doing
literally shut up.
Okay, but this is a real world situation. He's
exactly
not be in a logical framework. Let him say what he's saying.
My God, man, you know what? I'm done. I can't. I've already lost my train of thought.
Okay.
Point. Okay, when you're saying, "Oh, it's gonna be unnatural," it's not unnatural for the kid.
Emmett, do you have kids?
Doesn't fucking matter.
Yes, it does. Be you fucking ignorant prick. Shut the fuck up with your fucking opinion that doesn't matter and hold any weight. You don't know what you're talking about. You have no experience.
How many parents does a kid have?
Empathy doesn't equate to logic if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Shut the fuck up.
How many parents does a kid have?
2, and 90% of the time that fails anyways. That's why we have fucking 50% of the country believing that women can be men and men can be women. Again, you're not even a part of my country, so it's like, I mean, it's a dead-end conversation.
What are they supposed to be for the kid?
Thursday's going to be fun. Get ready to lose.
What are they supposed to be for the kid?
Sorry, when you like, go ahead, buddy.
I was going to say it's really hard to be in any other way, and I know exactly how it feels. So I get where Face Streaker is coming from. I'm just years and years past that and see it differently. And I'll say
I respect you.
I will say that eventually you will probably see it differently than you see it now.
Oh no, I don't care about my situation. This is tangential to my situation, but my situation's over and done with. I've already come to terms with my situation. I wish I would have seen like a video like what you just showed 2 years ago, but in the reality that I live in today, like again, like I'm just now coming off an emotional fuck up to where I was with a woman that was married, that was threatening to leave her husband for me. Like that's where I'm coming from. So again, all of this right here, how I'm feeling, all the emotions, this is coming off of dropping that for my faith because I realize how bad it is. So I'm not actually upset, hurt, or emotional about my ex. That part is done. That chapter's already been written. I'm thinking about things from a prism that we're discussing about forgiving someone for doing something when in reality, I don't think that that can exist because you'd have to just create new. Like you could restart with that person, but I don't think that you can continue.
I think that's pretty accurate. I think that's pretty accurate. I think restarting with that person is a pretty accurate statement, though.
Yeah. And that's why I was having a hard time coming to grips with the conversation we were having because it seemed like you were. Yeah, because it seemed like you were suggesting that you figure out a way to move on. Well, and I don't think that you are moving on.
I think you... Okay, so obviously if it's still with the same person, you are moving on. But you're right. A whole bunch of things have to change, and the repairs have to be made internally to yourself, by yourself, and then you can start working on the relationship. You can,
but which is a new relationship too.
Yes, because you have to start with new expectations and a new foundation. Yes.
Yeah. That's I think the delineation that we had in this conversation, and that's why I kept trying to tell Emmett to shut the fuck up. I don't really care about fallacies and this and that. This isn't a debate. I mean, again, like I was just discussing something.
No, you were the one who came in with this is logical. I was just telling you where you were.
I am so tired of hearing your mouth.
Okay.
Why is it that I like you in most instances, but right now I just want to smack you?
Because
I don't know because you're because you're autistic, I guess.
Oh yeah.
Told
I'm
you, I
autistic,
am
and that makes me
autistic
want
as
to
well,
smack you.
because you're not the only one in the spectrum. Okay, I told you that. I don't know if you heard.
I didn't
me.
know you were mentally retarded. Damn, I should just give you a little bit more grace.
Just like you.
That's
No, I'm
Maybe I
autistic.
stream all the
I'm
time. That's why I
autistic. You're
don't show me.
retarded. I didn't
That's why I don't
realize.
show
My
my
bad,
camera.
Emmett.
Okay.
Do we need an interpreter for our debate Thursday?
I don't know. Do you need one?
No, I think you do. That's what I said. You're mentally
No, I'm
retarded.
asking you. You still haven't answered.
I just want to make sure
It's a
that
very
we're clear
simple
here.
question. What are the two parents of the
Because
kid
you don't
have?
even understand the semantical debate that you agreed to.
What are the two parents that the kid has?
Have you any kids?
What does that have to do with my fucking question?
It's just my question.
That has to do with it.
I
Nothing.
didn't stutter. I
Can
said
you
it's just my
answer the
question.
You can't answer the question. Okay.
Okay.
Awesome. It's gonna be an awesome debate when you cannot answer a fucking question.
I mean, I already know what's gonna happen.
It's a
You're gonna lose the debate in about
question.
like 3.5 minutes.
I don't know why you can't just answer the question.
Because I already did. This would
No,
be the
you
third time. No, like, quite literally, Emmett,
have
that you just
not.
can't get this shit out of your
I'm
ear.
asking you a question.
I've answered your question, which you've asked now. I've answered it 3 times.
Yeah.
I've answered it 3 times. You've never gotten to your point.
What are they supposed to be for the kids?
Parents.
Family. Dumbass.
No,
That's
parents.
what they're supposed to be. They're supposed.
No,
to
they're supposed to be parents.
No, it's not supposed to be parents.
Now, how did you know? You don't have kids.
Way of looking at
How
it.
do you actually understand how kids work if you don't have kids?
I don't know. Maybe I have the parents.
No, maybe you just don't understand because you don't have kids. There's a difference. I know for a fact because I've had them, and the realization that comes when you have kids, it changes everything about the way that you think. Everything.
Yeah. Changes.
So you don't know because you haven't experienced it. This is what I'm telling you. Just shut the fuck up. Because I like you. I think you have good opinions, but right now you sound retarded.
How it changes things. They're born and now they're not my family. They're just my kids.
No, when you have kids, the way
I
that
don't-
you
I
see
don't
everything
know it.
changes.
I
That's my
don't
point.
know it anything. I don't know it to be my family.
Yeah,
I
you don't
know.
know anything because you don't have kids.
Sure.
When you have kids, you're gonna be like, damn, this tweaker fucker was actually right.
Machine.
And one day you'll see it. I don't wish any of you will,
No.
but I'm telling you right now that you
Maybe
sound
I will.
ignorant, man.
Okay.
It doesn't matter about
Maybe-
family.
maybe,
Family
yeah.
family is on the back burner when it comes to your
Okay, yeah,
kids. Now
family
again, you can say that from the the prism of we want things to be ideal. But the reality is it's never going to be ideal. So when you think about your kids, the things that you're willing to do become way different.
Yeah, that's true. Family doesn't matter. I got it.
Yeah, that's true. You would know so
Well-
much more than me.
Yeah, I can be as bad faith as you are. That doesn't matter. Family.
I'm not bad faith. Actually,
Alright.
the funny thing is
So,
I'm
hey.
the most good faith here.
I think
Hey,
Glenn wants to say something. Yes, Dan.
Yeah, I just gotta say that I'm gonna head back up to the cabin, but we didn't get a sunrise, but at least now the sun's out.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's fucking gorgeous, dude.
Yeah, thanks.
How many
dude.
fish did you get?
I get 3 trout and 3 pikes.
I'm the winner. Let's go.
Very good.
Let's go. I bet 3
So-
from the beginning.
Let me
Awesome.
say this. Like, unless you are walking a mile in that situation, you don't know what you're gonna do. You could say what you think is right, and by the book, it may be right, but that's not necessarily what's right in every situation. Like, I divorced my wife, even though she wanted to work things out. I
It's not
couldn't
worth
get
it.
past it. I knew that where my heart was, I could never get past the fact that I'm thinking about what 3 dicks that she paraded me around that knew about it, and she walked me around like the good old fuck. I could never get past that mentality, that thought process. And I knew that, what was best, what would have been best for her, the most loving thing I could do for her is to let her go and be with whoever she really wanted to be, which ultimately she ended up marrying the guy that she ended up having an affair with. And their
Good on her.
relationship is good.
Good on her.
I'm happy for them. Really, I am. But I still have a very good relationship with both of them. At this point now, it's been 8 years since then.
But
And
it probably wouldn't have
we have a
happened if
very
that hadn't
good
happened, right?
we have a very good parenting program,
But if that hadn't
especially when it comes
happened,
to our children.
if she hadn't been with him, it probably wouldn't have been as good, right? Like if she hadn't had a good conclusion, you probably wouldn't have as good of a relationship.
Yeah, like if I didn't give her the out that that I knew that she needed and I needed, even though that she swore she didn't want it, because it was literally a year later she was married to him. So they've been together 8 years now, 7 years. We were married for 14. I'm happy for them, and we have a
Yeah,
great
but you
parenting
probably
time
have
when
a
it
better
comes to my son.
relationship with your kids, right? Like
I
your
do.
family
Our
is
parents,
probably much better. Disproving Emmett's
our
retarded point.
family is not ideal, as in we're all in
Yeah,
the same household. But our
exactly.
family is intact.
Hmm.
It's stronger than it would be if we were
Together.
at odds with each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, and you're proving the point that I'm making, and this is why I try to tell Emmett. I like him, and I
That's not what you
respect him
said
as a
at all.
person, but he's trying to think of this logically. When relationships aren't logical, and that's why you need men and women. That's the reason why it's not two men, because it doesn't work. You have to have something that is completely illogical for that to work. And the reality is, you can put it in that prism. We can work on it and try to make sure that it's logical and that it follows one trajectory. The problem that you're not understanding is sometimes a family is better when two people are not together. It's actually better. And that's the reality, Emmett. Is that happens far too often because people get together that never belonged together, and then they have
How do you know?
kids. Because
And then you
it's
know what it comes
evident
to
in
kids.
everything that society is. There's a reason why the divorce rate is so high. Because the moment you give people free reign to get rid of their partner, they get rid of them. You can listen to the red pill
I
talking
don't
points or
care about
whatever
your
you want. I
prattle.
know
Are
you
you
don't
gonna allow
care.
me to explain
I'm not the
what
prattle. No, because you're the one
You're
that doesn't
prattling.
listen
I
to the
don't
people
care
that
about
actually
your
have the
prattle. I heard it
experience.
before. I already heard your fucking prattle. Okay.
No, you didn't. And you're the one
Yes,
that
I did.
prattles. You're
Yes,
literally the one with the
I did just
illogical points.
prattle.
What are you going to debate this Thursday?
No means no, because he wouldn't actually debate the problem, which is I wanted to debate the idea of implied consent. But no, he wants to debate semantics and words. So we're going to
I
be
told
debating
you and you
literally no
agreed.
means no. Yeah, I
If you
agreed
don't
to
want
it.
to
That's
have
what
the
you
debate,
wanted.
you
No,
don't
but that's
have
what
the
you
debate. That's
wanted
it.
to debate.
It's
You
so
wanted to debate the
annoying when I go ahead and I
logistical.
say, "Hey, can we have the debate?" And you say yes, and I say, "Hey, it's a semantic debate," and you say, "Yeah, it's fine. I will agree to
It's
that
all
debate." And you're
semantics. The
here
whole
crying
point
about
was
the debate.
semantics. Even
Dude,
when it was no means no
this is a
implied consent is
semantic debate.
semantics.
It's just
What channel?
semantic.
What channel will it be on?
Lower class.
Okay, cool. I'll make sure to check it out.
Before you even agreed to the debate, I told you that it was just semantical.
Yes, and I said that I agreed to it. But again, that doesn't change the fact that you want.
Yeah,
Go
I'm
ahead.
not gonna have the debate with you. Okay, that's fine. Listen, whenever I see someone just
Wrong way
crying about the
again.
fucking prompt of the debate, when they agree,
You were the
to it,
one who cried
you are
about it.
crying. You are crying about it.
No, I'm laughing at the fact that I agreed to
didn't
it.
want to have the debate. I don't want to have the debate. I wanted to have another debate. Then don't have the debate.
What? No, I said I wanted to debate a different prompt when I came up with it. I didn't challenge you to a debate. I legitimately said over and over to everyone that I was involved with what I was trying to debate. And you came to me with a prompt, and I said, okay. This isn't crying. You're the one crying right now. This is the fourth time you threatened to cancel this debate, dude. I'm actually sick of it. Either do the fucking debate or shut the fuck and come up. Like, I'm serious, dude. Like, at this point, you're being retarded.
All right, guys.
No, at this point, you're being retarded. I'm sick of your crying.
It's not Thursday yet.
Topic.
Yeah, chill, guys.
Like, Jesus fuck, dude. Like, you're like a giant bitch.
I don't want to have a debate about these.
Of course you don't want to have a debate. You want to have a semantical argument, which I'm okay with as well. But even still, you've tried to back out of this 4 times now. I'm sick of it. Shut the fuck up.
You don't want to have the debate. Why should we have it? If you don't want to do it.
Oh my
you're like
god, you're
trying
such a
to have-
whiny bitch, dude.
Oh, you're
I
still
really,
crying
I
about
really
it.
Take your
appreciate.
testosterone.
I
Take your
really
testosterone.
appreciated when you brought up what is simping. It was a really interesting discussion.
Dan, you were very good at thank you for being that. You're a good man.
Yeah. Because it's better to not spurg out and fight for no reason.
Dan
Well, I
is good at
mean, when you're arguing a point you
neutralizing
don't understand.
hostile times.
No, but I meant it too. I really did.
Oh, I appreciate it.
So, I got a debate topic.
What's up?
How much wood could a woodchuck?
I want to
Time
debate you. I
filled.
want to debate you, Glenn.
You want to debate me on what?
Absolutely.
Okay, that sounds like a good debate. Uh, so, I have somebody that calls himself a Christian polygynist, and he wants to have a debate on why don't we allow polygynous marriages to be legalized if we're allowing homosexual marriages to be legalized?
Oh, that's a good debate.
What's up
That's a
next?
good. That's a good. No, because morally speaking, I mean, kind of equal.
Morally speaking, actually, in a way, they're not. Morally speaking, one relationship is a dead end, and it brings
No,
forth
but
no
they're both
life.
bad. They're both inherently bad. Are you
Yeah,
a
but
Christian?
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
take
Okay, so they're both bad.
But if you take Christianity out of the picture, what Glenn is saying is you get more children from a polygynous relationship than you do
Yes.
from even a single.
I mean, I guess, but I could
So it's better.
argue that I could argue. I mean, again, everyone thinks there's only one argument for religion. I'm sick of hearing that.
Well,
no, we
and
didn't.
here's the thing. Like,
No, not
here's the
you,
thing.
not you guys, not you guys.
A lot of there's a big group of Christians that actually support polygyny. And I'm
Really?
not talking about Mormons. I'm not talking about Mormons. No. I mean, there was just a professor, I forgot, I think it was at UC Davis, that got fired because in their seminary school, he just got fired because it came out that he supports polygyny.
Huh. I
Is it
haven't heard
because of
And
the replacement?
no, so their argument is that there is no overt scripture that in the New Testament that calls it a sin. And if God is the same as yesterday, today, and forever, then when King David was around, when was it Joseph and Rachel and Leah around, it all should have been a sin then. Why did God bless them? Like David was in trouble for what? The affair with Bathsheba, not because he had multiple wives. God even said to him, I gave you all of Saul's wives. So his sin wasn't having multiple wives.
Lower
His
class, why don't
sin
you come up?
was taking someone else's wife. So I'm willing to host the debate. I want to know who would want to debate him.
Man,
Debate
this is
him, and what's the exact
interesting.
topic again?
Why do we allow homosexual marriages but not polygynous marriages?
Well, there's no affirmative and negative there.
Well, I gotta I gotta get the right prompts, but that's what it's
Yeah,
gonna
that's
be.
a bad prompt. I need to know what the
So the
affirmative and
prompt should be
negative would
like,
be.
we should allow polygynous marriages because we allow homosexual marriages.
Well, that's a bad premise because again, most people are going to disagree with one or the other. So the idea behind that debate, like I would take the debate if the debate prompt was both should be not okay. But when you're allowing one to allow the other, you have to basically, I mean, your argument has to be against homosexual marriage. It just has to be. Like there's just no way around it.
Yeah.
Like I can argue
Yeah.
against that all day, but I can't argue against polygyny. If that makes sense. And
Yeah.
and I
'Cause
can't
you
argue
wouldn't.
without against homosexual marriage without looking like a demon. So like the reality is like the debate prompt, the only way, I mean, I could debate it would be that both are bad.
God bless everybody. How y'all doing today?
Yo, lower class, let's go. Are you okay,
How are
brother?
you?
How you doing, man?
Yeah, no, I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good.
Living a dream, lower class.
Just wanted to swing in, and I wanted to say, Abe and Norwegian Dan, thank y'all for the stream today. It was very helpful, very relaxing. Thank y'all.
Yeah, man.
Good.
Yeah. So so it's funny now. I personally, and I can just speak for myself, I can't take a hard stance on either way, but this has been this was a pretty contentious debate topic on during a Bible study that I've done. So I'd love to expand this and see exactly where this goes.
Which one are you talking about?
Polygamy, polygyny.
Okay,
Sorry.
okay. Well, that's not the debate topic
Polygyny.
itself.
Yeah.
Did you explain the debate? Just did you hear him and his explanation in full, lower class?
Yeah. So he was saying why do we have homosexual marriage, which has no societal utility. I agree with that. When we don't have polygyny, which it's honestly arguable that has more societal utility than just one man and one woman.
Okay, so the person that's arguing, Glenn, what is their stance?
They are for polygyny. They run a Christian polygynous group, men's group.
So, can I?
So they want to see.
I would go against
legalized.
it. I would go against it in a debate with someone 100%, but the prompt would have to allow me to take a negative stance on both.
Can I ask, Glenn, what you would say to like the passage that says each man should have his own wife and each woman her own husband? What would they say to that? Because like that's first. What is it? First Colossians 7:2.
Huh.
I've never met this James person. What's up, man?
So now I always would like to look into
no,
it. And I was
1
going to say,
Corinthians,
where
sorry.
they? You're talking about 7:1. You're talking about when he's saying if because of sexual immorality or because of sexual immorality to avoid it, and you
Yes.
can't you have that burning of lust. Each woman should have her own husband, and each man should have his own wife.
Yes.
Now I think that's to me it's the way it's supposed to be because that's how the way I look at polygyny is this: God permitted it. Now, whether or not He permitted it for a season or it still is be able to be practiced, but it's not ideal, right? I don't know whether if it's a sin or not because if
Yeah, it is.
he allowed it, well then it can't be a sin if God is the same yesterday, today, and forever. Then He allowed he put Abraham Abraham in sin. David he made David sin by giving him all of Saul's wives, right?
Yep.
So it's like
It's a sin.
that's hard to say that God. You can't say necessarily it's a sin.
No, you
It's
can.
just not the way that.
No, you can't.
What?
How
is
can
it
you
a
not?
sin? Because how can you say if it's a sin if God gave it them?
Based on that logic, God sinned because He gave David.
No, God
all them
is the
wives.
ultimate arbiter.
God said,
He's
if you wanted more wives, I
one
would
second.
give
Hey, I'll let you
more
finish.
wives to David.
God is the
God
ultimate
literally
arbiter.
said
He
that to
cannot
David.
sin.
Well, then you telling me that polygyny is not a sin. Then I have multiple wives is not a sin. You're telling me based on that logic, God cannot sin and have multiple wives.
No,
It's not a sin.
God can't sin, but we can sin.
No, God would have to have sinned based on your logic because He gave David his wife.
No, I said he's the
All of
ultimate
his
arbiter.
wives,
He can't sin.
David
Based
was
on my
given.
logic, he can't sin.
Well, argue the passage where He gave David all his wives.
No, it doesn't
God
matter.
didn't-
David sins, but God doesn't sin.
Yeah, but you're saying having multiple wives is a sin.
Yes.
But God gave David his
So
wife.
Yes.
You argue that first.
why would God cause David to sin and then also call him a man
That's not the
after his own
question.
heart?
We're talking
No,
about
no, that is the
morality.
question. That is the question. Well, you said God
So
cannot sin.
you're asking me to
But you're
answer why
saying-
God would do something. You're a Christian, and you want me to tell you why God would do something.
I know
No,
why
I'm
God
telling
would
you
do
that. No, I'm telling you that he did
Because God was
something,
okay with
but
David having multiple
he
wives.
didn't
That's no problem.
sin at all. He can't sin because he's the arbiter of morality.
Yes, but the Bible also says that God will not lead you to sin. So if he will not lead you to sin, but he gave David wives, then he would not lead David to sin, meaning it cannot logically follow that he would give David wives if it is a sin.
So God leading you to sin means that if he gives you wives, that's leading you to sin?
No, I'm saying that God said he will not lead you
No,
to
I
sin.
just I that's you didn't hear me. I said if God gives you wives and then you take those wives, that's God leading you to sin. If I, by what I'm saying.
Yeah, according to your
Yeah.
logic, yes, because you said having multiple wives is a sin, so therefore it is God.
But that's him leading
By
you to
your
sin.
logic, by your own logical
So
conclusion.
when God tests you in the same way, by the same logic, because it happens in the Bible a lot. I'm not a theologian. I'm very new
I'm
to
not
this. But
either,
Abe,
but I know
I'm
lots
talking to
about
Abe directly. James, give me a second. He tests people many times with sin, many times, and they fail, and he still supports them. So how is that not the same thing?
Because he's not leading that.
No, he is.
No.
Because he's the control of the whole thing.
When did he lead them to sin, though? You say he tempted. That's not leading them to sin. If he gave David the wives, it means he gave him multiple wives. David didn't have a choice in that matter. It would mean he forced him to sin.
So
There's a
you're
difference.
speaking logistically, and that's fine. But the reality is if I am, he's basically baiting people with sin, and it's the same thing. The only difference is what you're saying is they accepted the sin.
Can you tell me where he baited people with sin?
When he tested, what's his name? God damn it! You're telling me to do things that I'm not very good at. I'm not good with the Bible. This is something new to me.
Well, he's asking you to speak for.
No, I know. It's hard. It's hard because I don't know the Bible that well.
Let me ask you this then: why in Isaiah God refers to himself as the husband of two wives? When he issues
Okay.
the letter of divorce to Jerusalem
You're
and
speaking
Judea.
to the morality. Okay. No. I can go ahead. I can go ahead here. You're speaking to a morality of a time period where God was trying to intervene in humanity.
So God changes? He's not the
No,
same yesterday, today,
that's
and
not
forever,
what
according to Hebrews?
That's not quite literally. That's nowhere even
No,
close
that's
to
what
what I
you're
just
saying
said,
based on
James.
that logic.
Shut the fuck up, dude. Like,
problem with
actually, shut up. That's not what I said. That's actually not what I said. I'm saying
That's
that
based on your
we're
logic. That is
speaking.
what you can come to a conclusion of.
There's a reason why you don't win VK, bro. Stop talking. I need you to understand that I'm saying that this is coming from a point of time. Oh my God. This is coming from a point of time where God is intervening in humanity. It doesn't mean that it always existed that way.
Well, that would be counter to the claim that James is making that God is the
No.
same yesterday, today.
No,
and
what I'm
forever.
saying is he's trying to make moral claims and moral oughts for people where things already exist. Because he can't just flip the script on people. He's not just coming in
I
and
have a
saying
question.
everyone has to change everything they believe and everything they do. What he's doing is he's trying to find a way within the society that's already been built where everyone's got a bunch of wives. He trying to find a way to bring people to him. Because
I have a
again, free
question.
will.
I have a question.
It bends
So,
morals.
so
Shut up,
in
James.
the Old Testament and the New Testament, we see a shift with Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Now, I believe that Christ is God, and that He is, you know, the same forever, but he acts differently because the situation is different. And so when he goes to the Pharisees, and they have been taught all of these rules from God, all of a sudden, it's not the same. But God is the same.
Exactly. That's my point.
No, it's the same. It's the same God.
No,
in
it's
the New
not the
Testament
same.
is
It's not the
God.
same because
Yes, it
it
is.
has
He
to
filled as much
change.
rage as he was in the Old Testament. Do you not see where he went to the temple and
No,
he
you're not
he took the money
understanding.
changers and he got them out of his father's house because it's supposed to be a house of prayer, not of selling things.
We're
He
talking
has the
about the
same amount of
differences.
rage.
Yeah, we're talking about the differences in interaction with human beings.
Do we know why that
in
is?
that you don't stone
Because he loves us and he wants us to be with
Well,
him.
wait a minute.
No.
You talking about
Do
the
you-
woman supposedly caught in
No.
adultery?
I want James. Let
That
Abe.
scenario.
Let Abe get his point.
A whole nother.
Well,
Dan?
hold on. I do like what James is saying right there. He's making a valid point. The reason why they did not stone that woman, if she was caught in the act of adultery, the law says that you stone them both.
Both, yes. They didn't catch the man.
Where was the man?
Yeah, where
He was probably in the midst of the guys with a stone in his hand.
and
So-
I think it was just another spot
So
where Pharisees were
it goes to
tempting
my
Jesus
point that
to
he
get him to
goes
mess
to the
up.
time.
The Pharisees done this multiple times where they tried to get Jesus in a trap. Multiple times.
Let
And
Abe
this
say
is
what he has to
another
say.
one of them times.
So what I was going to say is Jesus the fulfillment
of the law?
Well, that depends on what you mean by fulfillment.
No.
How are you saying fulfillment?
I'm ignorant, Abe.
was
I'm ignorant. I
fulfillment
don't
of
know
the
what you
law.
mean.
James, Jesus claimed to be the fulfillment of the law. Yes or no?
Well, fulfillment
Yes.
in the sense of what he was talking about was actually to do the law, to show us how
No,
to
no,
live out
he's
the law.
oh my God.
Not that he got rid of the law,
Okay,
because God's
James,
law
James,
cannot
James,
disappear
James,
until the stars and the
I'm gonna
heavens and the
mute.
earth and
James.
everything has been folded up. His law cannot disappear.
James, slow down for a second and listen.
His law will never disappear.
Bro, you're such a
James.
spaz. Shut the fuck up,
Never
bro.
end.
James, listen, please. Just calm down
Hey,
and listen
down a
for a
notch.
Calm for a second. Listen. Jesus died on the cross. Are you still supposed to sacrifice animals for forgiveness?
Well, you have to understand what the
Yes or
sacrifice
no?
of animals was meant to symbolize, though. It
Oh.
was about Christ.
Okay, do you still
And
sacrifice
his
animals?
sacrifice, his ultimate sacrifice on the cross.
Okay.
But it doesn't mean that it changes the rules that there is no more sacrifice. There is a sacrifice, Christ. There's still a law that is being fulfilled.
Do you continue to sacrifice?
Yes, through Christ, because you have to take the
James, you
the
sacrifice
actual
animals, dude? What the fuck, bro?
Eucharist. No, you take the Eucharist. That's
You're
the
not
sacrifice.
listening,
You remember
James. You're
Christ
trying to play
through the
semantics. This isn't an argument. This is a conversation.
I'm saying that Jesus' sacrifice is absolutely tantamount to the sacrifice of animals. I agree with you. His sacrifice does pay for the sin. However, you are not now gathering those animals and taking them for sacrifice because Christ has taken their place. Yes or no?
But again, that law of
Oh my
there being a
God.
sacrifice that needs
Why
to
are
be
you
there
like a
still
leftist
technically
bad
there,
faith
though.
fucking prick, dude?
Christ
You're
was the Lamb of God. Christ was
God,
the
you're so
sacrifice.
embarrassing. I can't.
Christ
Yeah,
was
but
the
it doesn't-
sacrifice of God himself. It was
But it
not a
does-
human sacrifice. That's what God sent here to sacrifice for all of us.
But it doesn't negate the rule that there needs to be a sacrifice. Christ is a sacrifice.
Right? I agree with you.
What the fuck? It's already happened. My God, bro.
I agree with you. Well, you have to understand how theology works too, Base Streaker, because what James is saying is correct. Christ's sacrifice is immemorial, so it continues.
No, I
right?
get it, but he's trying to use it semantically in an argument that doesn't apply.
I don't think James does semantics.
He doesn't think he does, but he does.
The point we're trying to make, James, is that the standard of the sacrifice exists still. The action has changed for you as a person. Yes or no?
Well, I understand that. I get that.
Of course you don't.
Yes, I do. I get that. That's exactly what I was trying to say.
In
No,
what
just
way?
didn't-
Can you demonstrate that's
I
how
was
you were
saying
trying to say
Christ
it?
is that sacrifice. It's not a physical sacrifice no more.
No, of course,
Christ
but
is
you're
that
trying.
spiritual sacrifice.
You're trying to say like it's still.
Well,
Never
although
mind.
it was physical when he was on the cross on the stake, but
Okay. So where does that leave us, James?
but
Do
it's
we still
now
take the same actions that we would have taken prior to Christ's death on the cross?
the law has not
I'm not
changed. Its
asking about the law.
application has changed.
Okay.
It's
So the
application of the law that's changed.
10
not
hours
the
in,
actual law.
almost 11 hours in, Abe's over here.
Agreed.
Christ-like, Jesus.
I agree. The application has changed. Not the law, not the outcome, but the application has changed. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. That's literally where I was trying to get with you. But you kept screaming.
But that doesn't mean that a man having multiple wives is still like is saying it's a sin. It still doesn't mean that that's a sin. It's not a sin according to the Bible. That was what we was arguing the whole time.
Is sex before marriage a sin?
Yeah. Before you make that covenant,
I don't think he
yes.
gets it.
Well, I mean, technically, there's not. If you're gonna say technically there's not marriage in the Bible,
No, I'm saying that
if you're gonna go down that route. Yeah, there's technically not a.
No, I'm
actual.
I'm
Stop
saying
talking,
that-
James.
I'm saying you can't reference to non-referential stuff.
What do you mean non-referential stuff?
Well, if the Bible tells us that marriage is between one man and one woman, and it doesn't say it's the law, and it doesn't tell us that say David was in sin by having multiple wives, but do you see what I'm saying? Like there are these areas where we're not sure. So where do we go when we're not sure?
The hell.
Well, the Bible made clear that God gave David his wife. So what were you telling me that he was that God sinned?
No. I already said that I didn't have. I'm not God. I don't make that justification. What I'm saying is it's not clear cut for us in that way. Could that change? Could it change that in the time prior to Christ that multiple wives were allowed for certain things or certain people or certain I don't know because we don't have that. So where do we go if we don't have exactness?
It would have to be consistent because God is the same yesterday, today, and forever. Because if Christ is that, then God is that because he is the image of God.
I agree with you, but are we the same yesterday, today, and forever?
Are we?
Yes. Are we the same yesterday, today, and forever? And do we engage with God the same way?
Well, we're not.
That
We're
Moses
not God,
did?
though.
Obviously. I'm saying that we engage
We
differently.
lost our image.
We lost our image?
Well, because Adam and Eve decided to do what they did. They decided to go against God, so they lost the image in the garden, I would have to say.
I don't think the Bible said that we lost the image.
What image?
The image of God.
Being made in the image of God, because clearly we fell somewhere because we have.
Yeah, I think the failure became when you were made.
Oh, come on.
I would say that the church standard is set by the verses that I quoted earlier, right? Corinthians is where a lot of what we see as marriage today as one man and one woman. We also
I mean, one man and one woman can exist, but it's brother and sister, and the product is James.
No. And then we can look at Genesis and we can say Adam and Eve were created.
But what is greater, the church or the Bible, the words of God? Which one is greater?
I'm speaking from the Bible right now. It said God created Adam and Eve in Genesis, one man and one woman. And then in the New Testament, we see that in Corinthians, 1 Corinthians, Paul is talking about each woman is to have her own husband and each man is to have his own wife. That doesn't leave space for his two wives. It says his own wife and her own husband.
Well, then why would Paul have to go forth and also elaborate in Timothy that a bishop should be a man of one wife? And I think also a deacon should be a man of one wife.
Because Paul's
But yet
mission.
every other one is not required of that.
Paul's
He puts
mission
that
was to
down
who? Paul's mission was to who?
To the Gentiles.
Oh, and do you think that the Gentiles maybe had more than one wife?
Yeah, but it doesn't mean they would have to be the bishops that were over the Gentiles. So.
The churches that Paul wrote the epistles to are all these churches outside of the Jewish people. He was writing these epistles to Roman cities, to Roman churches, to different cultures where their standards are different than biblical standards. And he is telling them what God's standard is for those churches and the way they are supposed to walk. Yes or no?
That's assuming that one man, one wife is the biblical standard. Because if God, gave David so many wives, and
well, I will say that it's been taught that way ever since Jesus died on the cross.
Multiple wives. Who's to say that's the biblical standard? Because clearly the evidence is not exactly lining up with the idea that is the biblical standard, one man, one wife. If so many people that were so prominent in the Bible that were said to be after God's own heart, even, because I'm pretty sure Abraham and all of them were too, as patriarchs. I don't think they would be excluded from that idea of being after God's own heart. Yet they were given multiple wives, and it was okay.
So then why do you think that Paul was teaching that elders and deacons and such should only have one wife? Why do you think he taught that?
Well, that may have been something to do with the fact that kings were not supposed to multiply wives. I don't know why David had the exception, but there is a rule in the Torah that says kings are not supposed to multiply wives. So like
can I put something to you?
Wives.
Can I put something to you? Is it possible that Saul had more wives than he was supposed to have, and when he passed, David's responsibility was to take the wives of the former king because they needed taken care of and watched over by the new king?
That's possible why he had the exception. That could be possible why he had the exception.
Oh.
Because Saul was an unrighteous king, though.
Oh,
but that still doesn't explain why Abraham and all of them.
Wait a minute. God didn't tell Abraham to go have a child with somebody other than Sarah. He promised Abraham a child with Sarah, and Abraham got antsy from waiting so long and went and made a child with a handmaid.
Sarah to do that, to go have a child with Hagar.
Yeah.
But still, that doesn't make any sense why God wouldn't have said something to Abraham.
That's today's catch or tonight's.
Well done, Dan.
Thank
Well
you.
done.
All right. Carry on, guys.
Great job, Dan.
Well done.
Thank you.
I would say
God looks delicious.
That it seems to me, from everything I've learned throughout my life, as well as what I know of Scripture, that it is one man and one wife, and that the exceptions did happen, but it is not the standard that we are to live by. That's what I would argue. And I would say anybody else is free to, any other Christian that has time in the church can say what they think as well, but I'm pretty sure that I'm reading it correctly. Don't all talk at once.
I don't want to be racist.
Okay, I'm all you smart ass.
That's
Can you
proper
repeat your
for you.
question, Abe? Please.
Huh?
Can you repeat your question, Abe?
I said that biblically there were exceptions where, say, Paul dies and David takes the wives because it is his responsibility as new king, and the former king had many wives and it would be his responsibility to care for those women. But I would say the biblical standard is that marriage is one man and one wife, and that it's set forward by Paul and after Christ's death, and that we see that standard repeated throughout Scripture, and only very few exceptions are multiple wives for one man, and those are not.
Sure.
Huh?
Yeah, you're correct in all of that. I think there is an actual passage in where the law is that outlines who is supposed to take care of the wife if the brother dies, for example.
Well, I don't know if that would apply to
if the older brother dies, the younger brother is supposed to take care of the wife of the older brother. That is, I know that because it's used by Mormons to interpret that they could have multiple wives.
I want the engagement to continue. I just wanted to ask, does Glenn Lawrence have a Discord that you could link or that you know of?
I don't have a Glenn Lawrence Discord.
Anyone. I mean, I'm asking because that's
Check his channel. I don't know if he has one or not.
Well, you can probably just look up at Glenn Lawrence. As far as
I'm not sure that it's public.
I don't know if it's.
His may be private.
He's
I mean, I would assume it would be. That's why I asked.
But he isn't. But he is in.
He's in grids.
He's in grids.
I'm not in grids. I need to get in grids though.
I'll send you the link.
Thank you.
So, James, I understand where you're coming from because it would look from the outside that multiple wives would be okay in certain ways biblically. But I think if you go through the concurrence of the entirety of Scripture, you're going to find that in Genesis he made Adam and Eve. In Matthew he talks about a man and a woman. In Mark he also talks about a man and a woman. And then when you get to Paul's epistles, you also see that it is for a woman and a man to have their own husband and own wife. And so I would say that the standard is clearly set throughout Scripture. And the only time we see the exceptions is when it's somebody outside of God's people and God's and the religion of Judaism and Christianity. And then I would say that the ones that are exceptions in the Bible are because of extenuating circumstances, like a king taking the wives of a former king, or a brother, or
being a king,
or a family member taking the wife of a fallen sibling.
Yeah, I would say I would just add that you're correct. It's a little bit messy when it comes to the Old Testament, but it gets clarified in the New Testament, especially in the letter of Paul when it talks about sexual morality. And it has been like sustained by church tradition through millennia at this point.
Right. And you have to remember too, James, that when you look through the Scripture, it's not just straight what you're supposed to do, but it's also history. It's also telling you what was and what happened. So if people in the Scripture have multiple wives, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're commanded to have multiple wives or even allowed to have multiple wives.
Or that is good. There's a lot of passages in the Bible that are descriptive and they're not telling you what ought to be.
I like some people have said before, I don't think David having multiple wives was the reason he got in trouble. Though. I think the fact that he committed adultery is what.
Well, obviously, you're correct. Bathsheba is a punishment upon David, but the multiple wives thing was commanded by God that he take Saul's wives. So what I would say is that goes right along with a man taking his sibling's wife to care for her, because women were supposed to be cared for by a patriarch of a family. And so if David is stepping into the shoes of the king, he would be the new patriarch of that family, and he would take the wives of the former king, because it's his responsibility to care for he who came before him's wives.
And that probably wouldn't preclude him from having his own, too.
Probably not. Not scripturally, anyway. Because it's not like his sexual wives or his wives to have children with, so to speak, as much as it's his responsibility to care for them, right? Because if you took your brother's wife after he had passed it doesn't mean you're going to have children with her. It means you're now responsible for her, right?
But didn't he technically already have a wife before he even got with Bathsheba? I mean, not the wives that he was
Well,
given. I'm talking about the actual wife that was.
It's very possible,
Yeah.
and if that is the case, everything about his situation with Bathsheba was a sin. Like every single thing about it. So
everything about it was a sin. Yeah, and then eventually went on later on to marry Bathsheba after all of it was over.
hello, Dan. Welcome back.
Thank you, thank you.
But it also doesn't mean that you can't have kids with them, because I mean, if they're wives, then
It's
that's
still
on
yes.
the table, right?
I think it should be because they're under your charge at that point, and I think it would get hairy, but I think that it would be the natural order, but I think that it would be very hairy situation.
You mean about if your brother dies and he becomes
Yes.
like what?
Yes.
This is something that I don't that I think solves it, and I think that we're talking about who takes care of them, not necessarily if they can have children or not. And
That's what I would say. That's what I would say.
But it doesn't say.
There's a part
Yeah,
in the Bible that talks about sexual morality, and it says that you cannot lie with your brother's wife, or with those that know your brother's flesh.
But
or your
now it's
father's
not your brother's wife anymore; it's your wife now, because
But they already know their flesh. That's the point of it.
That's fair. If it does say that have already known their flesh, that would change the dynamic for sure.
Like you cannot lay with your there's a lot of that in those specific phrases, and I think that gives you the context of it. So you're not like supposed to have that. You're
Okay,
just
but
supposed to take
Congress.
care of them. That's how I see it.
But I think that
Sexual
doesn't
Congress.
right. But I don't think that changes the overall ideal that one man and one wife is the predominant and ordered things from Genesis until today.
Yeah, and I think it's actually clarified, and you can see it through the epistles and through church tradition. Like at that point, you have like 2 millennia of church tradition upholding the idea of marriage between one man and one woman.
Right, which was already asserted by Paul
Mhm.
in the very beginning. So, or well, you know what I mean, during the epistles. So in the scripture, all the way till now, it's been upheld.
The epistemology, as people would say.
In epistemology, as people would say. I think I'm fairly consistent.
Well, it's the study of the epistles, right?
No, epistemology is not the study of the
That was clever, Grumple.
That was a what do you call it?
No, that you call it a meme.
Reference
It
to
was,
what was her name? Said that.
I think Desiree. The chick who
Desiree,
put her
yeah,
ass
something like
in
that.
Andrew's face.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, she said it on.
I remember now. I remember that
Yeah, it was
quote,
on
actually. That's funny. That makes it extra funny, actually. So,
Oh
Dan,
yeah, I didn't make that up. I was
The
memeing.
whatever. That's what she said that on the whatever.
would you agree with what I've said so far? Did you hear what
Well,
I said?
I dropped out a little there because I just ran out of battery. But what I heard, I think, was very well said. You had questions to James, and that's sort of after that I dropped out.
Yeah.
And
so James,
do you have any questions of sort of because that was a horrible answer to your question? Do you have any specific questions that I could
No,
answer? I'm kind of
I'm just
tired.
asking, I guess I'm just asking if you agree with the statement that from Genesis until Paul's writings to the epistles, it's a concurrent thing that marriage is between one man and one woman, and the only time that it differentiates or differs or separates from that is when it's a man taking his fallen brother's wife, or like King David taking the wives of Saul, because it's their responsibility to take the wives who no longer have a spouse to care for them. Other than that, biblically, it is marriages between one man and one woman.
Well, I have one more. and that is that in the Old Testament, when the men died in war, you had more females than males, and to build the population, it was granted or commanded to have several wives, and so it becomes it's sort of it becomes outside. It becomes like a reason to do it is because something is exceptional. I'm sorry, I'm better at Norwegian than English here, but
No.
you get what I'm saying?
Exponential.
No.
Yeah, we were saying pretty much the same thing.
Exceptional, special. It
Okay.
becomes like a side rule.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
That
An exception.
tells me that the norm, that the norm is what God prefers, right?
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much I've said the same thing, that there are like exceptional circumstances where we can read about it in the Bible.
Okay, so then I would say after all of that, James, what would you say to that?
I mean, I could say it's plausible. I'd have to go back and study. I mean, I can understand where you're getting the part as far as Abraham and all of that, because I can understand the patriarchs. I mean, at least Abraham. I don't know about the other ones, because I mean, I guess as far as like Jacob, I'd have to think on it, because he was meant to get, what was it, right? Rachel, and he got
Rachel
stuck
and Leah?
Yeah, and he got stuck with Leah because the guy tricked him. So I guess that was the reason he went and got Rachel, because he wanted Rachel instead of Leah, but everything. So that could be the reason. But I don't see why God would not have said, "Whoa, stop, wait a minute, you shouldn't do that." Like,
Do you think maybe it's possible that he was meant to be with one of them and a human being interceded? I don't.
yeah, but
Sorry.
wouldn't God have at least said something, like
Go ahead, Dan.
intervened?
No, I was just, I'm just listening.
Okay. I think that, like we were saying, there's exceptions that happen. There are situations, and they're very few, but there are situations where the rules seem to stray a tiny bit. But a standard isn't set because of the exceptions. A rule is set because it's the rule. It is the main through story or the main through morality. The exceptions tend to be one-offs or a few off, or there's a special situation or something like that. And I would say that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead. Perfect.
No, you were making like a point here.
Well, I was just going to go to the point where we come to Jesus's time and Jesus's disciples, and then into Paul. And when you go from Jesus to Paul, everything in between there is one man and one woman. Jesus even approaches the woman at the well specifically because she's with multiple men and not with one man. So there's something
and also
to that.
and also you have the wife who had the man or the wife who had
Yeah, but you're talking about a woman being with multiple men.
Yeah,
That's another story.
Yeah, but also you have was it the
Different.
woman who had 7 different men, but they all died in order, and so they asked, "Who will she be with in heaven?" Right? So
Yeah, but
there
you
is.
won't even know or be married or not in heaven. Like the marriage won't matter in heaven.
Oh, I know. I'm just making the point that
But
there was.
But you can't say a woman being with multiple men is the same as a man being with multiple women, because
But I can.
there's nowhere in the Bible that says a woman can be with multiple men. There's nowhere in the Bible that says that.
No, I'm just making the point that.
Now I'm talking about. Now I'm not talking about your part, man. I'm talking about Asia.
Okay,
He's saying that there are examples of men who were condoned to have more than one wife, but there is never one time. a
And there's-
time in the Bible where a woman is allowed to have more than one husband. Except for he's
Yes,
wrong
yes.
because every
I know.
single time that someone died and that woman was given to the brother, then she now has a second husband. So you would
But
be
no,
incorrect.
no, because the one that died is no longer her husband. He's dead.
Was there one
So death
husband or
do us
two?
part.
Because because when the
Oh,
person
you're right.
dies, that covenant is gone. They're no longer
Or not, it's
husband and
completed.
wife. Yeah, but it says so also in the Bible that when the giver of the covenant has died, that covenant is gone. So you can be married unto another. It also says that. Have you not
Okay.
read that in the scriptures
Okay.
where it says that?
Okay.
So they're no longer husband and wife no more, according to God. They're no longer husband and wife no more.
Okay.
The brothers to take them on as their wife, so they can take care of them
Okay.
and provide for them.
Did Abraham marry two women or just have children with two?
He had children with two, but I guess you could say him and Hagar were kind of married or whatever. I don't know exactly what you.
I don't think there was any marriage.
Well, it would depend on exactly if they had like a agreement and things like that, because the ceremony is not necessarily.
Okay. So my next question would be,
Depends on how you do it.
Besides David, which man did God specifically command to have more than one wife?
The what?
Besides David, which man did God command to have more than one wife at a time?
Well, I don't know of any other one that he commanded to, but he allowed them to because it wasn't a sin, I guess, because he didn't have a problem.
Can men have more than one wife even if God didn't tell them it was okay?
What do you mean if they didn't tell them that it was okay?
Can a man marry more than one woman even if it's against God's will? Or not God's
not
will.
if it's against God's will.
You know what I meant. You know what I meant.
No, you said if it's against God's will.
You know what I meant. I meant
No, no. I'm gonna tell
James,
what you said.
James.
No.
What I mean is that God's law is marriage is between one man and one wife. And
If
we're
it's
looking at
his law
scripture.
and he told them that, then they cannot. If he told them his law.
Do humans have free will or not? Do people
They
sin
do
or
have
not?
free will.
Okay, so people
But if
could.
they're following God, they would not choose to do what's against God.
Oh,
They
so you
love
don't
God
sin.
with all their heart, mind, soul, and strength.
So you don't sin.
Yeah, but these people were the patriarchs. You're talking about the patriarchs.
That doesn't make them any different than any other human
They're
being.
closer to God than any of us.
That doesn't make them any different than any other
Yes,
human
it does,
being.
because they're
No, it
closer to
doesn't.
God. Some of them
No,
even had contact with God, even
no.
spoke with God.
Then they wouldn't have sinned, and they wouldn't have had to even sacrifice animals on altars. James, by what you're saying none of
Yeah,
them
but they
sinned.
were not. Whoa. Sacrificing animals on altars?
Are you saying to me that none of the patriarchs sinned, James?
I'm not saying they didn't make mistakes.
Did they
What a
sin or did
sin
they not sin?
Depending on.
If they sinned, then it's possible they
there's no
married
different things
outside of the law of God. Yes or no?
Yeah, they sinned, but I don't think they sinned in the sense of marriage. I don't think it would have went that deep. And you're saying they willingly sinned if they decide to get married.
That's like all through the scripture.
Yeah,
the Old
but
Testament is
willingly
full of them making
sinning.
mistakes
Wait
and
a minute,
sinning.
you can't willingly sin and get forgiven.
What are you talking about?
It says in the Bible you cannot willingly sin and be forgiven. It says so in the New Testament.
James,
No.
have you read it?
Testament. Have you not read that in the New Testament?
It does not say you can. No.
Yeah, it
doesn't
does
say
in
that.
Hebrews. It's
wait,
Hebrews chapter, I think, 10, where it
Are you
says
talking
cannot
about
willingly sin
where
and be forgiven.
after you
or was it
repent
John?
and doing it
Hebrews
again?
chapter 10
Is that
or
what
was
you mean?
John somewhere.
It's talking
The
about
later part.
repeated sin, committing the same sin willingly and knowingly after repenting, and then turning back to that same sin. It is not talking about sinning with knowing that you're sinning. We all know that we're sinning when we're sinning. You know when you do something wrong that you have sinned most of the time. Yes or no? You make
I feel
bad
guilty
choices
about
knowing
it.
that it's a sin.
I feel guilty about it. I don't know if I know that it's a sin.
No,
Okay.
you know it. If you feel guilty about it, you know it.
Yeah, but feeling
point-
guilty is.
The point is, what you're doing is you're like
Well, I feel guilty
mincing.
for things that may not even be sins.
Okay, what I'm saying is
That
God has a
doesn't
law,
necessarily
and it's
mean nothing.
what I'm saying is God has law, and regardless of whether or not we know that law exists, humans still have the ability to sin and break those laws. And just like now, they had the ability to do so in the Old Testament. And I'm saying to you, I only see in one place where God commanded a man to marry other
But that still
women.
doesn't explain why God didn't intervene. That still doesn't explain the bigger question.
Well, why
didn't
doesn't
God
God strike
intervene?
people with lightning today for doing sin, James?
Yeah, but we're talking about the patriarchs, though. We're not talking about us.
Okay, well, there's times in the Old Testament where people sinned and God didn't strike them down.
Yeah, but
Or
God
immediately
intervened with the
punish them.
patriarchs multiple occasions. Why didn't he intervene if they were sinning? If they're going down the wrong road having multiple wives,
It's-
why didn't he intervene?
Wait. Can I get an understanding here? Is everybody that's talked about who has more than one wife a patriarch, or just specific
Well,
people?
typically the ones that I can think of in the Bible, as far as biblical examples, are the patriarchs or some important person in biblical chronology or history.
I
Far
kind
as
of
like David or
feel.
something like that.
I kind of feel like you're
That's
claiming
the only ones
exclusive
that
knowledge.
I know of in the Bible that are even talked about. I don't know of any normal person.
I kind of feel like you're claiming exclusive knowledge that doesn't exist, James.
Yeah, but I don't know of any one normal person in the Bible that was talked about as far as like having multiple wives and stuff. Because the Bible doesn't focus on normal people; it focuses on people leading up to Christ. The whole entire Old Testament is about Christ. It's about the Messiah. Normal people are irrelevant, pretty much. Unless there's normal people interact with someone that leads it up to the Messiah.
But they do take into account a lot of different topics after Jesus as well. They talk about how to treat other Christians. They talk about different ways.
Yeah, that's rules. That's instructions. Yes, law.
Yeah, we have the instructions. I don't know what you mean by it's only about Jesus Christ. We also have the instructions to the churches, and we have Revelations too, which is a book.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily get to what Abe was trying to get at, because he's trying to ask me whether or not
I'm basically
there anyone
asking
outside of
you
just the
if a
patriarch.
standard is primarily set all of through Scripture that is one man and one woman, and we only see a few divergences from that standard. And then again in the New Testament, Paul tells us that it's between a man and a woman. And it doesn't say one man and two women, or one man and five women, or anything like that. Jesus in Matthew and Mark, and then again Paul in the epistles, tells us that it's one man and one woman. So my question to you would be, how can you set a standard in modern day that it would be okay to have multiple wives if the standard has been one man and one woman, more or less throughout the whole of history, except for the exceptions?
Yeah, but why would God allow the patriarchs and the other important people
Does
throughout
it
biblical
matter why?
history
Does it matter why God would
to
let
sin?
a
Why would
few?
He lead them into
I didn't
sin?
say it was a sin.
For that matter.
I didn't say it was a sin.
Yeah, but
I'm saying
then what are you saying then?
I'm saying God's standard for humanity is to have one man and one
So it's
wife.
a sin. You're saying that it's a sin for a man to have multiple wives based on saying that God's standard is something. You would say
His
it's a sin.
design. I would say it's his design. I would say that he made man and woman to have one and one in the very beginning of the Bible when he makes Adam and Eve. It's one man and one woman. And then again in the New Testament, we're told it's one man and one woman. So my gathering through all of Scripture is that there's some exceptions, but primarily God intended for man to be one man and one woman. And the church has upheld that standard since the death of Jesus, because that's the way they also understood God's standard to exist.
Yeah, but that means it would have been a sin. David would have been getting led into sin. Every important person that God allowed to get married to multiple women was led into
Unless
sin.
you're missing something, James.
It's possible that I'm missing something, but that doesn't make any sense, though. It still doesn't make any sense why God didn't intervene and just say, whoa, whoa, whoa.
God, James, does any one man have a true understanding of the mind of God?
I have a finite monkey brain.
Well, no. Well, according to
I find
Paul,
it
no
difficult
man
to understand
understandeth, no man
the infinite.
seeketh, no man.
Oh, okay. So maybe God
But
decided.
I don't think that it would exclude the people that were the closest to God, though, the
you-
patriarchs and David.
You
David was
don't.
said to be after God's own heart.
You
for
don't
goodness
think.
sake. Do you?
Yeah, God made that standard. We don't know why God made that standard for David. We do know that God showed us a standard through all of the scripture, besides those few exceptions, right?
Because he got on to David about the whole, adultery. So
Bathsheba?
why wouldn't he have gotten on to him about having multiple wives?
Again, I've already told you that there's a standard. He was taking on the wives of the prior king because it was the responsibility of the
Well,
prior
yeah,
king to
some
take
of his
care of
wives
those
were that,
wives.
but I don't think all his wives were of the prior king.
Okay, but regardless, that doesn't change the fact that we are
My
told in
best
Genesis
recollection.
6, when God creates Adam and Eve,
And
it's one
even
man and one
then,
woman.
what
Even Dan,
about
what?
the other patriarchs? They took on multiple wives. Why would he not intervene with
Do you
Jacob?
know the mind of God?
No, I don't.
Okay, so if
But I'm
God
asking
decided,
questions.
right? I know, I agree, James. I'm not being mean or mad, dude. I'm trying to break this down with you.
It doesn't
Okay,
make sense.
I'm trying to be calm, collected, and cool, and right here with you. Okay, I'm saying we don't know why God allowed it for certain situations. That is not our prerogative as human beings. We
But you're
don't
saying
know
his
the mind of
standard.
God.
You're saying what his standard is.
What is the
You're
standard,
telling me
James?
his standard is
What is
one
the
man, one wife,
standard,
but that
James?
doesn't seem to align with what the scriptures say.
James, sometimes do you get your cheeseburger from McDonald's without a tomato? And it's supposed to have one, but you don't get one on yours?
They put tomatoes on them?
Well, you trying to compare God to a hamburger?
No. This
God's
is
standards to
this
a
is
hamburger?
showing you McDonald's has a standard for what goes on their burgers.
Yeah, but
Sometimes
that's not
one gets
the
left off,
same
and
comparing
you
to
don't know
God.
why.
You can't compare God, and you're telling me what
Oh
God's
my
standard is.
gosh. No,
You're
I'm
saying that
saying
God's standard is
no,
this, when you
I'm
can't say that.
I'm telling you what the apparent standard throughout scripture is. Not that I
Yeah, but
know what
then-
God's standard is, that I know what scripture shows us from
Hold on.
Genesis till the end, except for a few exceptions, and we don't know why those
There's
exceptions
more of those
were allowed.
exceptions. There's more of those exceptions, though, than
There's
there
more.
is spots where you can say it might say what you're saying. You don't even
Wait.
know.
No.
Because
There's
you
more
may
times.
be
Wait, no.
misinterpreting
There's more times. You're telling me there's more times in the Bible where it talks about people having more than one wife than it does of them having one wife?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure based on what I can best remember.
So you have the Bible memorized then?
I know a lot of the Bible. I don't have it entirely memorized, no. No one has the Bible entirely memorized. That's a huge book.
I would ask you, James, how much theological training do you have?
I've never been to theological school.
Okay. But you think you get it? This is not a got you. I'm not trying to prove anything. But you think you understand it clearly?
Most people that are biblical figures, they didn't have theological training either. based
Sure.
on that standard.
Sure. No, I'm asking where you're getting your standard from. Where you're getting your.
I'm reading the scriptures. That is my standard.
Okay, and if almost every church,
And I'm also listening
in all
to
of
what other people say as far as biblical
and if-
teachers and trying to line them up
Okay,
for
and-
scripture.
and if
what
almost
scripture says.
and if every church or almost every church on the globe today disagrees with your standard, I would ask you, by which metric are you deciding that your
I'm not
standard is
declaring
correct?
any standard. I'm just saying that it doesn't seem that it would necessarily align to one man, one wife standard. I'm questioning based on what the Bible says. I'm not
Okay.
saying it for sure definitely is God's standard. One way or the other, but from what I can tell, God's standard is okay for men to have multiple wives.
So, do you think I should get like a theologian on my channel so we can answer this for you?
I don't know if you
Wouldn't
want to.
hurt.
It's your channel. It's not my channel.
Well, obviously, I'm asking in earnest, James. I'm not like a lot of people that you talk to on the internet that are trying to got you and trick you and deceive you or any of that. I want the
Man, it's your
truth just as
channel,
much as
not-
I think you want the truth, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
if you want to, still, like, it still would stand. if you
beautiful.
want
Let's
to.
do it.
I don't think Abe's trying to get you, and I got you. I
Well, I
got you.
didn't say he was. I never said that he was. I'm simply saying if he wants to, he can.
I think
It's
this
his
was a
channel.
great discussion either way because we're talking about what's in the Bible, and that's a beautiful thing.
Sorry, did I drop? Like I was
Yeah.
like, oh shit. Oh,
You're grounded. You're grounded.
nah.
You
Shit.
quit.
I
You
was like,
lost. You already lost.
I
So
did.
now-
I did.
So now you're just an innocent bystander now.
Now I'm gonna rage quit. Ah! I'm just
Again. Abe, one thing, I think Spaceman told you already, but you have like 45 minutes till it stops recording.
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know
I
if you want to
definitely-
jump off and jump back on or something, you know?
I could probably do that. Maybe we should just do like a 52-hour stream or something.
Let's go 24 hours.
I just skipped right past the 24 and went to 52 for random reason.
I need to go back and get some clips out of this one. Well, that one clip.
Wait, what clip?
No, I'm gonna clip. I need to make
I
a
think-
clip.
I think
Oh,
John
okay.
Just
Okay.
when
I got it.
need
I
to
got it.
see. I need to see her reaction when I said
It
that.
was.
'Cause I was
It was
driving.
It was pretty funny. It was pretty funny because she.
I really need.
Most man wants the link.
And I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I didn't keep her muted for the full 10 minutes, but she was like literally dancing around singing, and I could tell that she was. So I unmuted right then and caught her, and she looked
No,
at
it's
the
all
camera
good.
wide-eyed, like, "Wait, you caught me singing."
No,
Like,
no.
just
I need to
surprised.
see that one. I need to see that one now.
okay.
I was talking about when I said she needed the belt. Grid said she
Oh.
had a look on her face.
Oh.
And I want to see that one. If she
Oh.
made a
Although
reaction
being
with
fair,
that
she was
one.
singing in the Twitch stream.
Hello,
that
Mr.
I
Mister.
went to look up.
Mr. Good to see you.
Good
Hey,
evening.
can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
you're a
we
little
can hear
choppy.
you.
How about now?
Oh,
Good.
you're good.
Better?
Both
Yeah.
times.
Okay. Yeah, I was just reading the bill that just passed the Senate, and some of it looks,
did.
I'm not going to lie and say there's not pork in this shit, but I looked in there and I'm like, damn, there's a lot of good shit in there. I just got to ask Grumple something real quick because I know he knows about military stuff. But did you know that we had an AI targeting system?
The thing on
I
the
don't know what
boats,
it is.
yeah.
Okay, you don't have to say anything. I don't know.
CW, yeah.
But
I mean, there are individual systems, yeah.
It's the
And there's
Yeah.
like intel gathering. That one.
There's some excellent military stuff in there too. That that I looked at, and I was just like, wow.
You know, I gotta say that Texas is like the weakest state. Like, I mean, everyone that's in Texas is pretty weak. Grumple,
Why are
can
you
you speak
gay?
on that?
Why are you gay?
Talking about.
Can you speak on that, Grumple? Like, I just want to know that why
No, you
you
are
can't
gay.
defend the border. Like, why are you so
Whoa.
weak that you can't defend the border?
Yeah,
Because the
'cause
federal
I
that
want
government
to know
wasn't-
why
sues
is
Texas
Bob sleeping
because the federal
on your
government
stream.
sues Texas to not.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay, but
they
are
tried.
you not
They
an American
tried.
and a man? Are you gonna listen to that and you're not gonna
Oh my
defend us?
gosh! Wow.
Are you not? Are you not gonna be a man, Grumple?
Again, no. Why are you gay?
No, you're the gay one. You won't
Yeah.
defend us against the Mexicans.
Yeah, defend the border and get put in federal prison for the rest of your
Yeah,
life.
yeah,
Great
yeah,
idea.
yeah, yeah. I
Great
mean,
idea.
honestly, defend
Don't
the
feed your
border
children.
and stop being a pussy. Why are you
gosh.
gay?
You're out of your mind.
Grumple has defended us against Emmett many times.
Hey,
Yeah, no kidding.
Hey, Abe,
Yes,
read
sir.
Smoking
Hey, Mosman.
Spaceman's comment. It
Hey.
sounds like it's something funny. I can't read it
Hey,
as
John.
I'm going down. I just saw
Hey,
K2
can
something.
I ask you a question, James?
Yes.
Yeah.
James, is there a difference between God's holy law versus Mosaic law?
Oh, Mosman's in the house. Good evening, sir. It's about to get real.
Shit.
Good day, Mosman.
Good day.
Good day. Good
You
day.
there?
God's
Are you
law
there,
is the
James?
Torah.
Good day, sir.
Hey, Grumple. Could you
And
read
everything
Smoking
confined
Spaceman's
in the
comment?
Torah,
Last
that's God's
comment?
law.
Or Abe? He
I'm
was
asking
asking
you.
K2.
I'm asking you, James. Is there a difference between God's divine law versus Mosaic law?
God's
Oh,
law is in the
if
Torah.
K2 and Kel become a
First
thing, does that
5
make
books of
them
the Bible.
K4 together?
Oh, okay. Okay. So, did God's law exist before
Thank you,
Mosaic
Grumple.
law? Was there any law of God before Mosaic law?
God's law is eternal.
Okay. So I think you're trying to scapegoat my question. So do you believe that Mosaic law is the same as God's divine law?
Well, the thing is, though, I know where you're going with this.
Where am I going?
Because you're going to try to say the Mosaic law is God's law, because the Mosaic law is supposedly given by Moses, but that's a misunderstanding, I think, of what.
You don't think
Paul
Mosaic law was
talked
not
about.
given by Moses?
I think the Mosaic law is referencing the traditions that they had at the time that they
What?
thought was of Moses.
Burning bush?
Okay,
Was
so
that
so,
Moses?
so
No,
do you,
not
do you
no,
believe
no,
the
no,
Ten
no.
Commandments
The
is
traditions,
God's divine law or Mosaic law?
the traditions that the Pharisees kept, because Pharisees had traditions that they kept that
Okay, yeah,
were
but we don't want to go by the standard of the
added
Pharisees if we're
on to
calling
the
ourselves
law
Christians, right?
in order to make sure they didn't break the law. So I
Okay,
think that's
but
what
we don't
was
want to go by the
Mosaic,
standards of the
because
Pharisees if we're going to
they
go by
set
the
on the seat of
standards of Jesus,
Moses,
correct?
and they had these laws that they
See, you're
added
not
to
answering my
the
question,
Torah.
James. I'm asking you, is there a segment of God's law that existed? If A, is it different than Mosaic law? And B, if it did it exist before Mosaic law? Or what became known as
Again,
Rabbinic law?
God's law, like I've said, is eternal. It's forever. It
So
existed
do
from the
you
very
think that
beginning all
covers
the way up to
Mosaic
the
law?
very end and forever
Do you think
beyond that.
Rabbinic law is a part of that everlasting law?
No, not rabbinic law. Rabbinic law is what they quote unquote translate that as
Rubitic.
Mosaic law. I don't know if it's best translated as Mosaic law, because see, rabbinic law is
Rubitic.
technically the rabbinic law.
There's
In terms of
not
the
an N in
rabbinic,
it.
it came up after Jesus, because rabbis started after, because that was part of the.
So I'm asking you: are there things? Are there
I don't think
differences
they
between the
actually
law?
called them rabbis.
Are there
Maybe
differences between the customs that were given to the Israelites, the Hebrews, and what is considered God's divine law?
the what? Please say it again.
Is there differences between the customs that were established and especially under things like what was established in Leviticus and Deuteronomy and Exodus, or after Exodus, but Deuteronomy and Leviticus? Do you believe that there are elements of the law of God that existed before that? And if they do you believe that that trumps what those laws are, or do you believe those customs have a purpose outside of it being quote unquote God's law?
Well, I think everything in the first 5 books of Moses, to God's law, existed before it was even given on Mount Sinai.
Okay, so let's go
Just
with that.
eternal,
So
it's forever.
let's go with this. So for example, so do you think that everything that's in the Torah is part of the one divine true law of God that's everlasting?
Yeah, it's everlasting. It's everlasting law.
So you think that if that would include the earliest forms of what became known as Mosaic, or in later forms, rabbinical law?
I don't think man's tradition is part of God's law. God's law is simply just the first 5 books that was laid out. First 5 books that Moses
The
wrote.
some of the laws that were established in Deuteronomy,
It
let's
was
be
given
specific, were some of the
by
laws that were
God.
established in Deuteronomy when it came to customs of how God's people were to act. Is that part of his eternal divine law, or did that have a purpose that was secondary or outside of that law?
That's part of his divine law. That's part of everything in the first 5 books is eternal.
So you believe that the law, that when he establishes a law for example, the early onset of how the Hebrews were supposed to get married and their customs of marriage, that's part of divine law. Yes or no?
Well, wherever it says that it's eternal, it's eternal.
Okay. So
Did it
you
say
believe,
that it was eternal?
so you
As like
believe,
I don't even remember a part
believe.
where it says anything about customs exactly how they're supposed to be married. Where does it say that in the Torah?
Well, we're
I don't
talking
recall
about the book of
any.
Deuteronomy, aren't we?
Yeah, but we're in Deuteronomy. Give me a book chapter.
So isn't that part of the book of? Isn't that part of the Torah?
Well, not book, but a chapter.
Isn't that part of the Torah?
Because I don't remember a part where it specifically
You
says
don't.
something
Do you not believe that the Deuteronomy is not part of the Torah?
I didn't say that. I just don't remember a part where it gave specific customs on how someone's supposed to get married.
Okay.
I'm again asking
so
for a reference.
I'm
and I
asking
don't
you this
remember
question. It's real simple. The things that were established in the book of Deuteronomy, is that part of an everlasting law, or were they customary laws? Meaning they served a time and a purpose versus God's eternal law, which actually does something to speak to the eternal plight of man.
Well, again,
Because
his
if you're
law
going
is
to say,
eternal.
and I would
Wherever it
agree
says that
with
it's
you,
eternal and it's
that
forever.
Deuteronomy is part of the Torah, and if the Torah is part of the existing Mosaic law, and is a part of the existing eternal law of God, then by that standard alone, James, you cannot say that God's law allows for multiple marriage, with a very rare exception of that if the person is widowed, and within that there's even standards by which, when they're widowed, how they are to, what kind of relationship they're supposed to have. We're told if they already have kids, they cannot have carnal relationship, especially if that other person is married. And a lot of times what they would do is they would combine households. So cousins would become brothers. And there was a purpose for it, which was to continue the lineage of the people. Yeah. So if it's for the continuation of the people and it served a purpose, then you can't say that God's law commanded that all people throughout all of time were allowed to have multiple marriages, outside of the exception, the rare exception of divorce, when that was actually granted, which was very rare. Do you not agree?
What happened to John?
I don't know. Oh, so
probably the
anyway,
McDonald's internet.
the
We'll be back.
I'd like to know where he was referencing at in Deuteronomy, because everything in the law, as far as I know, is eternal. You're muted, Abe.
Deuteronomy
The law is
21.
eternal.
Deuteronomy 21, 10 through 25 talks about marriage laws. And then Leviticus 20, 10 through 16 also talks about the very things he's talking about. What things?
And what were those commandments? What were those laws intended for? Were they to allow carte blanche for marriage, for people to have as many wives as they wanted? Or was it for the continuation of the lineage of the people of God? But either way you stack it, whether you believe that the Torah is the ultimate divine word of God, the universal law of God, or whether you understand it as customary law, it doesn't matter, because in the end, it doesn't grant any type of normality to accepting multiple marriages. The only time it accepts divorce, or accepts that a man can take multiple wives, is when she is widowed, and whether or not she has kids or not. And it has everything to do with how they viewed women in those days. and the fact that she needed a male patriarch to represent her in society. So it had societal functions more than it did of giving somebody the idea that, well, yeah, I can have multiple wives and I can, I mean, if we're going to use that kind of logic, you might as well say that the Bible is allowing for rape, which is a ridiculous thing.
But do you think that it's a sin for a man to have multiple wives?
Yes. Yes.
Well, wait a minute. Why didn't he stop David? As far as like when he had
Okay.
multiple. I know David.
Okay.
I
So
know
now we're
David.
getting into
Well,
something that's
I shouldn't use
interesting.
David. Let me go back to the patriarchs. Actually,
Okay.
but technically, you could probably explain
Do
David away.
you believe Peter was a man of God?
Yeah.
Do you believe Peter was perfect? Why didn't he stop Peter from
No.
denying him 3 times? Why didn't he stop Judas from betraying him? The reality is this. The Bible tells us not to fret over, in multiple places, especially in Psalms, not to fret over what men do, because God, the light of God shines on both wicked and the righteous alike. And even if it doesn't seem like he's punishing people, there will be a time to account for those things.
So you tell me the patriarchs are gonna have to account for marrying multiple?
If they had if they had marriages, multiple marriages, or concubines outside of the prescribed, and there was no justification for concubines, and the only time that you would have a justification for a multiple wives is if that wife was a widow, and depending on the age of what her oldest offspring that was a male was.
So Jacob's gonna have to pay because he got married.
No, you're missing my point, right?
No, I'm asking a question.
No, you're not asking a question.
No,
I'm
I am
making a
asking
point.
a question.
Because
Jacob's gonna have to
obviously
pay
God
based
forgives
on
people's sins. Does he not?
What?
But just because he forgives you of your sin, does that mean he intends you to do it?
No, but that's not answering the question, though.
I think it is. Because you're trying to justify that there's a standard here, which God allows for people to have multiple wives. And there's no
that he couldn't have
standardized
multiple
justification
wives.
for it.
It's the point, James, that he's making is that because people do things doesn't mean God made them or allowed them to. People have free will. And if they sin against God, then they have to repent and seek forgiveness. Even if they were a patriarch, even if they are in the Old Testament.
Yeah, but there's no evidence that Jacob repented like it was a sin. That he married multiple women. He didn't seem to think it was a sin. He didn't seem to have a problem with it.
Do you know who Jacob's wives were?
Yeah, Leah and Rachel. He wanted to get with Rachel.
And why did he get married multiple times?
Well, the father tricked him and gave him Leah instead of Rachel.
Right.
But again, he didn't seem to think it was a sin.
Well, just because he didn't think it's a sin doesn't mean it was a sin, and it doesn't mean that allows for a standardization for which God applies. So, well, he did it, so I guess you guys can do it too.
God who put it in his heart that it was a sin.
What we know about Jacob is that he wanted a different wife.
Just because it's on your heart doesn't mean you don't sin either.
I got a question. How come in multiple denominations the pastors can have wives and others can't? Or like like the Mormons thing, and what was that all about?
Mormon.
It depends on the tradition.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
I think that was a thing decades ago, wasn't it?
Also,
I don't
the
know if
Mormons
that's the
and
case
Christians.
anymore.
I would say with Mormonism, it has to do with Joseph Smith and not Scripture. I would say when you look at like different sects of Christianity, like Catholicism, Orthodoxy, or Protestantism, it just literally has to do with their foundational scriptures. So, like in Protestantism, there's nothing against having a wife as a minister. I'm not sure, but I don't believe there's anything against having a wife in Orthodoxy. But in Catholicism, there's priests that take vows of celibacy.
Right. And part of the reason for that would be Paul himself says it's best if a man not get married. And there's an understanding that the men who were called to be like apostles or in positions of authority were called to leave that life and to live a different kind of life.
Now hold on.
My thing though is that
Paul also said
that's kind of a baked in thing, because I don't think it's a essential thing one way or the other.
well, Paul also said that the man in authority has to have a good standing and a wife, so it sort of defeats the purpose.
Well, you can see that he's saying that when he's applying that standard for elders, and you could also see where Barnabas actually corrects Paul there too, because he says, "Well, I'm already married, so what's your point?" And Paul had to concede. So my point is that the Catholics use that for one of their justifications for why they don't want their priests to get married. I'm not saying I think that's a valid thing, because Barnabas obviously shows him a different perspective.
Paul is in that passage. Paul is actually stating his opinion on the matter, and he's basically saying that if a woman in your life is going to distract you from carrying out God's will in your life, then you should stay away from having a wife. But if
and not only that, but they were facing persecution.
True.
You know, and it's in the situation they were in, it would make sense to think twice about getting a family, because they could basically be, used as leverage against them.
True.
Plus, I think they thought it was. Some people would say they thought it was the end times. I think maybe they thought that too. Maybe with the whole Revelations, they had a thought of maybe it was the time.
Maybe, but Paul didn't act like the end was right now.
Because Christ did say, "I shall return before any of these men see death."
Yeah,
I mean, he would have a reason to believe so, because he had the Roman Empire, the Roman Emperor, chasing him all over God's green earth.
Yeah, they had no idea when this was going to happen.
True. Well, and that
any of you guys ever talk with some of these tribbers before?
Tribbers.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Like you're talking about, like pre-trib people.
Whoa, what is
Like
all the?
About the tribulations.
Yeah.
I guess I'm under that category, although I don't.
Are you a
I don't think
pre-tribber
I'm
or
going to
post-tribber,
declare it anymore.
Dan?
Well, if you put a label on it, I guess I'm a pre-tribber. If the 7 years are tribulation, yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, but I could be hit by a bus tomorrow. It'd be the same thing. So yeah.
No, it's interesting because there's
well,
some
since
of
you
them
asked,
are
since you
really
asked.
good. Yeah, they're really good Bible people. Like they study the Bible, like like a fine tooth comb or whatever. But not that their claims are any wilder than any other groups or anything. It's just interesting because they go through all the shit, and their studies are really deep, and they're just trying to find the clue for the end times or whatever. But I like hanging out with some of them just because they they study the Bible a lot.
Well, I think part of that comes down to no man knows the day or the hour, and
Right.
and there's signs of the times that you're supposed to watch for scripturally,
Right.
and so
And then at the same time, Christ also gave us a warning to be careful of the false signs, too. Don't let a man who tells you about wars or rumors of wars, or look there, or look here. So I mean,
And that was here is Jesus, because when he comes, it will not be like there he is. It won't be like that.
He is telling us and warning us that there will be false messiahs.
Yeah.
False Jesuses.
Yep.
Do you
But
think
we will know when Jesus does come, which is one of the reasons why I myself don't subscribe to any type of rapture myself, because to me the logic would determine that Jesus comes back, especially if you ascribe to a pre-trib rapture idea, that he actually comes back twice, which I don't believe that's
No,
the case.
he doesn't come back. He doesn't come back in a typical rapture. he brings people up, then they would come back with Jesus after 7 years.
Right. But what I'm saying though is that the Bible, if we go by the standard of the Holy Scripture, the Bible makes it very clear what it will look like and sound like when Jesus does come back, and what actual rapture, when the actual rapture happens, what that rapture will look like.
What I do like about this topic is it's really, really interesting, and it's not a salvific issue, and so it's
Absolutely
just
not.
really,
Absolutely not.
really
And
interesting.
I
And
myself,
at some point,
I don't care what people subscribe to
yeah,
on that, because it's
sure. It's just really
they're still
interesting. I
believers in
really love the
Jesus, you know,
topic.
and they still believe in the essentials. So
Yeah. No, but it's a really cool
Do you think
topic, I think.
Revelation 3:10 is a rapture verse?
I have no strong opinion on that. I have heard.
That's the one that says.
Yes, I know. And after that, the church is not mentioned anymore. That is something that has been said about the pre-trib case, right? Or argument.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I it kind of makes sense to me because here's why. Because I know a couple of them, and I've been, I like studying with them because they're like fucking detectives. I mean, they're wild, but the thing about it is, if you're not supposed to find it, it's like it's almost making them read even more to try and chase their tail to learn about it, to not understand when the time is, to keep repeating that, to keep learning. But what they're pulling out makes sense about the multiple temples and all that shit, and it's very interesting. I mean, the clues they'll come up with the harvest and all that stuff, it's really good. It's like a great,
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of interesting, but that right there, I think gives a good distinction, because I don't know any person who prescribes to pre-trib rapture that does not prescribe to a dispensationalist framework of the Bible. Whereas people, you can be like people who are like amillennial, or people who are like post millennial, who may actually either both be dispensationalist or not dispensationalist. And I think you could argue that there's at least a consistency in the dispensationalist model for how they look at scripture. The only problem is that there are books where it literally demands you cannot take a dispensationalist view, and one of the ones I will use as an example is the book of Isaiah, because Isaiah, it's all over the place. You'll read one chapter and then you're going back in time, and then you'll read another chapter and it's telling you about the future, it's telling you about Jesus. You read another chapter and it's back at during another time of it. And if you take a flat on true dispensationalist view of the scripture, you're tempted to comport that into something, although usually they're not as bad with Isaiah as they are with Daniel and Second Thessalonians. But yeah, it's interesting.
Be a
I don't know.
fun.
I think you all need authority.
We know you do.
I think you all need to believe in Jesus Christ.
I
when he
I
said
will
that he
say
will
this.
leave us a church. But okay.
I will say this to you, Emmett. I agree with you that there is need for a central authority. The problem is the difference in the vision, and I understand where you're coming from, and I want to learn more from the Orthodox side. Absolutely, I want to understand, and I would say yes, we need central authority, but to much of the Protestant side, right?
Mhm.
They would say that Christ is that authority.
Yeah.
And that the church are those who
gather
are,
to to worship. That would be the
Right.
position,
Well,
right?
right. Well, the church isn't the building, isn't the one thing, but those who are the body of Christ, right?
Yeah, I agree.
And so what would happen there is the difference between your belief and the Protestant belief, right, would be that the Orthodox Church is that church that Christ handed down, and to the Protestants, it's all the people who are in the body of Christ, all that believe Christ is God and is our salvation. And so that disconnect needs bridged. Would you agree or disagree that disconnect needs bridged?
I agree.
Okay, so
I agree that there is there's
so this is
there's
what
a
I'll say.
position.
Right, this is what I'll say to you. Orthodoxy cannot say that Protestants need the authority of the Orthodox Church to the Protestants and get the Protestants to come to that authority. And the reason they can't is because the schism in the understanding of what that scripture means is so misaligned at this point that you need something bridging the two.
Okay,
I know what you mean. If you want to bring Protestants into Orthodoxy, you would have to show them somehow that you're correct. And they would have to feel that and believe that. The same is true for any sect of Christianity. There has to be some bridging moment where you can show them we need to connect.
Otherwise, what you're doing is you are establishing this idea, which is very popular in American cult religions, of the idea of the remnant. And you have to say that this is the remnant, and that everything that has come outside of it is not part of the church. But then what we're defining as church is a loose understanding of what even the tradition has said it is, which is why, even though they don't want to admit to it, the mere fact that the Bible, let's just take out the books that are not in the Apocrypha, but even the books that even the quote unquote Protestant Bible, those books are still considered canonized in the church.
He's asking which
and the mere
church.
fact that they're canonized in the church establishes that they have a higher authority than any other text.
He's asking which church.
Yeah,
Mosman. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, he said the tradition. I need to know what tradition.
What church?
Hey,
Or what do you mean by tradition?
Oh,
you're talking to Mosman.
What do I mean by tradition?
Yeah, when you're answering the question, you go ahead and you claim that there's tradition. I'm asking what tradition.
Well, I'm specifically talking about there's a lot of different types of traditions, but I'm talking about the well-established, well-documented tradition that has been allowed to exist within the Catholic and Orthodox Church, but especially in the Catholic Church, because that's where I think we see it more clearly. But
he's asking
of
you
the
what?
allowance of even the 66 books of the Bible as being canonized, which by the mere process of canonizing those scriptures lends it authority. Even if you don't believe in the Word of God itself having the authority itself, the mere fact that the church agrees, and even church fathers have suggested and told us as such, gives us an indication that is a apt central authority. And that I think that is where the Protestants are going to always be hung up, because now we're going to be determining how we determine that, what is that interpretation. And I think that's the big mountain for a lot of people.
Okay, so you're telling me that the Protestants are going and claiming tradition from the Orthodox and Catholic churches and then denying those churches?
No, we're acknowledging. What I'm saying is other Protestants won't say it. I will say it for the mere purpose of the fact, because that seems to be the only thing that matters to Orthodox and Catholics is tradition. And so because that is such a highly touted thing, if we're going to start to say, okay, what's this bridge where we can construct, we would have to say, okay, what is considered one of the highest traditions of authority? If
don't you
go ahead.
position?
What?
Yeah. You think that the thing that matters to orthodoxy is purely tradition? Don't you think that's a straw man of the position of the
It's
Orthodox
not.
Church?
It's not.
No,
No.
he's saying that the thing that is unifying the tradition that would be the unification principle would be the scripture itself.
Well, what we claim is that it's not only scripture, but it doesn't mean that scripture is not important. It would be
Right,
it's
but how
holistic.
many
We
Orthodox
have-
and Catholics will say that scripture means nothing outside of the tradition of the quote-unquote church, and without the traditions
we
that are
say
established and therefore associated with the church? So you
Wait,
can
let me know when
you
I
can
can
dance
respond.
around whether you call it a potato or not, or whether you dice them up in French fries or make them into mashed potatoes, but they're still a potato.
I think so.
Can I respond now?
Yeah. Yes.
All right. So what the Orthodox Church is saying that it's not only the tradition, that is scripture, liturgy, and tradition. So it's holistic. And what we normally say is you guys have the scripture, but you lack tradition, and without proper liturgy, you're lacking the liturgy, you're lacking the Eucharist, and without proper authority, because a lot of people end up being they end up being their own interpreter of the word. You're actually as well lacking proper context with your scriptures.
Okay, can
So
I
it's
get?
a holistic thing.
Sorry, go ahead. You can finish.
No, go ahead, Abe. Yeah, I'm done.
I was going to say, so I would say from the Protestant side, right? Like all the way out into Protestant land, not like not Lutheran who are close to it, but like way out. They're going to say, can you show me in the Bible where the Orthodox Church is getting some of the traditions that it holds out of the Bible?
Well, the thing is that the tradition is the part that we consider to be exegesis.
Right. But you will say that the church fathers have continued it, and then the Christians on the outside, right? The Protestants will say, look, I have my Bible and I've read it cover to cover over and over again. Can you show me where it says that the Eucharist has to be blessed this way?
Wait.
Do you
I
understand?
agree with. Yes, I understand what you're saying.
Okay. And I'm not
This
saying
is
I'm right at all.
No. I agree with you. I'm agreeing with you. The point.
I'm so lost.
I cannot tell you where exactly is the point where you would get in the Bible what is the proper tradition, because that goes against the idea. The idea is we have exegesis, which is the tradition of the church. We have a scripture that is the scripture that was set by the church, and we have interpretation, which is the authority that is given through the church to give context to what you're going to ask. So if you're going to ask a priest, hey, what is this? Through faith, they have the proper interpretation to tell you this means X thing. So if the people go around and they have a different interpretation, they can actually have an authority that tells you, hey, this is the correct way of looking at scripture.
And I understand that.
Yeah.
And that would be an apt ability. That would be an apt thing to be able to be as a great cap and a feather to proving the point, until you read history and you start to see that church fathers disagreed with each other.
Yeah.
And so there wasn't always a uniform consistency. And the mere fact that we had to have councils like Nicaea, the fact that we had to establish things like Trinity being an actual doctrine and actually had to give it that word, even though it's clear from the Bible that the Trinity exists, is proof in itself that there are people within the church, not outside of the church. It wasn't like there was a bunch of barbarians that were like Baptists that were like, we don't believe in the Trinity, and the Orthodox and Catholic Church are like, we preserve the holy tradition. No,
I'm a Christian, and I still
the
don't
Dantist
understand.
movement came within the church.
I'm a
The
Christian,
Arian
and I
heresy
still don't
came within the
understand or
church.
believe the Trinity.
Right?
Same here. I don't understand.
I
nor do
don't.
believe
And again, I'm not even as
Same
smart
here.
as James when it comes to theology.
Okay, we're going to have to do a Trinity Bible study at some point.
Yeah, we can talk about the Trinity another time.
Yeah,
I just don't believe in it because
That's
in my
fine.
mind it's nonsense.
That's fine.
I'm not
We can do a study on it later for sure. And if you still don't, that's up to you. But we can do a study on it for
No,
sure.
I want to. It just doesn't make sense.
Right?
I'm threading on the line here because I'm not,